A girl secretly took out her ancestor's coffin board to sell in order to earn money for school. When the treasure appraisal expert saw the carvings of the 10 kings of hell and the totem of the 18 layers of hell on the stone coffin, everyone in the live broadcast room was completely blown away. The letter from Li Bai to his mentor, as well as the creature that crawled out of the stone coffin that looked like a dragon but wasn't, were all sold by the little girl to pay for her tuition. Wait, is that the imperial jade seal used by Qin Shi Huang? And what about that? Is that the national treasure artifact, the demon sword Muramasa? I'm scared. I'm scared, I said. Auntie, please don't scare us anymore, okay? Little did they know that a powerful being that has survived since the primordial era would be exposed to the eyes of the world. The reason the girl did this was that she couldn't bear to see her grandfather working hard every day selling corn to raise 3,000 yuan for her tuition. Just then, the treasure appraisal expert Xiaoan was live streaming to help someone appraise a treasure and suddenly received a call from someone named Jiang Lingling. Little sister, are your parents not home? Yes, brother, grandpa went out to move the corn. Hearing this, Tingquan was taken aback. It seemed this was a child from a rural family, coupled with the uneven mud floor in the room. It was not hard for Tingquan to see that this little girl's family was indeed struggling economically. If the other party really had a treasure, he wouldn't mind accepting it. Little sister, how old are you? Have you started school? I am 6 years old. Grandpa said that when he sells the corn and earns enough for my tuition, I can go to school next year. But I don't want Grandpa to work so hard, so I want to see if there is anything valuable at home that can be sold. What a good child. The viewers in the live stream are all speaking up, understanding at such a young age to think of their grandfather. No problem. As long as the things are real, my brother will take care of it for you. Hearing this, Jiang Lingling was excited and quickly pointed the camera at a nearby chair, asking in a baby voice, is this a treasure? This is a chair made of ordinary bamboo. Not worth much. Do you have any other treasures at home? Little brother, what do you think of this table? This table isn't worth much. By the way, my grandfather has some coins. The girl quickly ran to another room and pulled out 2 yuan to 2 coins from the cabinet. Little sister, can you bring the camera closer? Hearing this, Quan immediately recognized that this item was genuine. A piece worth 1,000 yuan. Is there more? Little sister? There is none. The girl looked slightly disappointed. It's okay, if you're sure about selling it, just have your grandfather send it to me. But it's still not enough. Grandpa said the tuition fee is 3,000 yuan. 3,000 is 3,000. I've accepted it. Ting Quan was unconcerned. After all, the little sister needed tuition. That's not okay. I can't let the young man suffer a loss. My grandfather has a treasure, and that is my grandfather's real treasure. Hearing this, Ting Quan couldn't help but laugh. Did you really sell me? Won't Grandpa hit you? Don't worry. Grandpa loves me very much. Alright, then let me see what treasure it is. A coffin, the girl replied while walking out of the house. The result was that the moment he took a sip of water, the listener sprayed it out. Coffin, coffin? The viewers in the live broadcast were also confused. It was the first time they had seen a coffin being appraised late at night. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This little kid is even willing to sell his grandfather's coffin board to go to school. Isn't he afraid that his grandfather will faint on the spot when he finds out? However, as a veteran broadcaster, Tingquan coughed lightly and said, babies, you are in for a treat. Seeing the coffin brings wealth, good luck and great fortune. At this moment, there are over 100,000 people online in the live broadcast room. Who wants to watch a coffin late at night? Listening to Quan quickly explained that it's actually not a big deal. Many elderly people in rural areas prepare one for themselves in advance. Brother Quan, you don't need to explain. The little girl selling coffins just asks if you accept them. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Quan, hurry up and get ready for yourself in advance. You group of haters, is it easy for me to be an appraisal expert? Seeing the little girl walking step by step towards the deep mountains, the spring couldn't help but ask, little sister, aren't you afraid to see a coffin at this late hour? No way. Every time I get sick, my grandpa makes me sleep by the coffin, and the next day I wake up and I'm all better. You really have some guts. However, your grandfather's coffin doesn't need to be appraised, because I won't accept it. That coffin is not my grandfather's. Is it possible that there are other people in your house? No, my parents have long passed away. It's just me and my grandfather. This is right. The coffin must have been prepared by your grandfather for himself. I will take it. Where will he lie then? That's not true. Grandpa said that coffin has been around for over 2,000 years. It was left by my great-great-great-great-grandfather. Hearing this, the listener couldn't help but laugh out loud. This grandfather really knows how to boast. A coffin over 2,000 years old? It must have long since rotted into a pile of rotten wood. The netizens in the live broadcast room also joined in the fun. Wow. Over 2,000 years? Could it be the coffin of Qin Shi Huang? I'm just laughing my head off. As the girl entered the pitch-black cave with the faint light, everyone finally discovered a long rectangular stone coffin that was entirely yellow. And in front of the coffin was a small altar. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It really was a coffin. Looking at the experienced Tinquan, he immediately noticed the extraordinary nature of the stone coffin. Little sister, come a bit closer, especially to the head of the stone coffin. Okay, Jiang Lingling immediately shone the flashlight up. Unexpectedly, when Tinquan saw the patterns carved on the stone coffin, he felt a chill run down his spine. On the old and mysterious coffin lid, there was a bizarre pattern, or rather, a lifelike human figure. It wore an ancient-style official hat on its head, and its eyes seemed to burn with fierce anger, staring intently at everyone who looked at it. In its left hand, it tightly held a brush, while its right hand firmly grasped a heavy book. The entire human figure exuded a sinister and terrifying aura, sending shivers down the spines of over 10,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. What is this? It feels like its gaze is terrifying, and I feel like I will definitely have nightmares tonight. Everyone suddenly felt uneasy, especially when looking at those eyes, as if they were going to steal one's soul. Listening to the spring also frowned. Is this portrait of your ancestor? Don't you even recognize it? My grandfather said this is the king of hell. Well, it really seems to be the king of hell, with the book of life and death in his left hand and the judge's pen in his right. So whose stone coffin is this? I've never seen anyone carve the king of hell on a coffin. This completely exceeds my understanding. How could anyone dare to carve the king of hell on a coffin? Isn't that just asking for death? This image is really too terrifying. I can hardly bear to look at it. Netizens were all discussing it. I'll give you all a brief introduction. Stone coffins can be traced back to the Spring and Autumn period, the Warring States period, and the Qin and Han dynasties. They believed in immortals, so they would cast stone coffins and carve immortals. But this depiction of the king of hell is the first time I've seen it. Little sister, did your grandfather tell you that this stone coffin is over 2,000 years old? That's right. My grandfather wouldn't lie to me. Big brother, do you accept this coffin? Hearing this, Tinquan hesitated a bit. What is this thing for? It would be scary as a decoration. I said, Brother Quan, this coffin is good. Hurry up and take it. The young girl is still waiting to go to school. Exactly. A stone coffin that lasts for 1,000 years. If you lie in it for a few hundred more years, it becomes an antique. Future generations will introduce it as the stone coffin of a certain streamer, which will have a lot of prestige. Shut up, you black fans. Little girl, take another look at the carvings on the four sides of the stone coffin and see if I can help you determine the age. Then we can find someone to collect it for you. Unexpectedly, when Lingling shone the flashlight on the side of the stone coffin, more terrifying images came into view. What is this moment? Such a strange image. Is that a person? It looks like it's hanging in mid-air. Could it be that something terrifying is sealed in this stone coffin? Tinquan came back to his senses from the shock. What is engraved here is a scene from hell. The first picture is the tongue-pulling hell. The second picture is the scissors hell. And all the patterns represent the 18 layers of hell. Little girl, your ancestors are not simple. I don't know either. Jiang Lingling shook her head and said in a babyish voice, can it be sold for money? It can be sold, but I won't accept it. Even if I were to accept it, I would need your grandfather's consent. Moreover, I roughly estimate that this stone coffin belongs to an ancient noble or high-ranking official. You are trying to sell your ancestors, and I fear your grandfather would not agree to that. What should I do about school if I can't sell it? I don't want my grandfather to work so hard. Don't worry, brother will find a way. You don't need to be concerned. Just then, a snake suddenly sprang out. Hearing this, Quan exclaimed in shock. Little sister, run away. There's a snake on the stone coffin. Unfortunately, before Jiang Lingling could react, the snake struck at the girl's arm with lightning speed. The viewers in the live broadcast room all exclaimed, oh my, how can there be a snake here? Snakes like to look for caves to hide in. Hopefully, it's not a venomous snake, or else it would be the end if bitten. The sharp-eyed netizens quickly discovered that this is a viper. Its head is triangular, and it is a highly venomous creature. If bitten, there is absolutely no cure. Oh no, it bit me. Suddenly, a girl's scream echoed as everyone panicked. Hearing the spring also scared him so much that he broke out in a sweat. Little sister, were you bitten? Quickly tell your brother where your home is, and I will immediately call an ambulance for you. What's the use of calling an ambulance? This is a viper. If bitten, there's only 10 minutes for treatment. She's clearly in the deep mountains and forests, and I'm afraid that by the time the ambulance arrives, the little girl will already be beyond help. Little sister, are you still there? Talk to me. At this moment, Jiang Lingling's crying voice came. Brother, it bit me. Lingling pointed her phone at the inconspicuous wound on her arm, and thin streams of black blood flowed out from the wound. I'm doomed. What else could it be if not a venomous snake? There are no adults at the girl's house. What should we do? Little sister, where is your home? Quickly tell me. I will call the hospital right away. My home is in Jiangjia village. Jiangjia village? What kind of place is this? Tinkwan was very anxious. And the audience in the live broadcast room was also very anxious. The black blood flowing from the wound was clearly a sign of poisoning. If the serum was not injected in time, even a deity would find it hard to guarantee safety. It's too late. It takes an hour for her to go up and down the mountain from her house. Oh my! Are we just going to watch the little girl die from poisoning? At that moment, an old man suddenly walked in from outside the cave and said, "Why are you here again?" The person who came was Jiang Lingling's grandfather, Jiang Zhongming. Seeing Jiang Lingling sitting on the ground and crying, Jiang Zhongming complained, "Why are you here?" Jiang Lingling looked at the old man and cried, "Grandpa, I was bitten by a snake." Jiang Zhongming quickly stepped forward, looked at Jiang Lingling's arm, and chided, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb the old ancestor? And now you've been bitten by a snake." I came in and wanted to see." Jiang Lingling lied. She wouldn't dare to say the real intention. Then Grandpa wouldn't be able to spank her little butt. "It's a good thing I got there in time or you'd be dead." The crowd was relieved to hear the old man speak. The family has finally arrived. And it's good that they did. Just take it straight to the hospital next. I hope it's not too late. Listening to the spring was also a relief. Everyone hoped that the old man would take the little girl to the hospital as soon as possible, before the toxins spread through her body. And perhaps there was still a chance to save her, or it would be too late. Jiang Zhongming held Jiang Lingling and placed her next to the coffin. There was just the right place to lie flat next to it. Jiang Lingling said weakly, "Grandpa, will I die?" "It won't. I feel weak all over. Hurry up and lie down. I'll beg the old man to save you." Jiang Zhongming comforted, "Alright, don't cry. There's old ancestor here. You won't die." Jiang Zhongming put down Jiang Lingling and then walked to the front of the coffin. Poof! Jiang Zhongming fell to his knees. Jiang Lingling holds a cell phone in her hand. The crowd saw Jiang Zhongming kneeling on the ground through his cell phone, kowtowing. "Please also ask the ancestors to bless Xiaoling. Xiaoling has been bitten by a snake. Please ask the ancestors to save her life." The 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room were directly numb. What the hell are you doing? Now the priority is to send to the hospital. Uing sarcophagus to worship Wolin Ah. That's a human life. That's your own granddaughter. Now you don't take them to the hospital and beg for the blessing of the ancestors? Asterisk. This old man is not crazy. This time not sent to the hospital, but also worship their ancestors? It's hard to believe that the ancestors even jumped out to rescue him. Crazy. This old man is crazy. I thought the old man would send the little girl to the hospital, but it turned out that he was begging for blessings from the ancestors. And that's not directly burying the little girl's life. This old man is only a cutie. Right. Damn old man. Send the hospital. Ah, what the hell are you doing? This old man is too feudal. What era is it now? Still begging for the blessing of the old ancestors. Your sister. Rush to the hospital is the right way. The audience in the live stream spat. There was a flurry of angry curses. Listening to the spring is also frowning. Hurriedly spoke out to stop. This grandpa. Hurry to send to the hospital to rescue. It's still not too late. Jiang Zhongming seemed as if he was deaf. Bow down without ceasing. Pray without ceasing. This scene directly broke the crowd's defenses. There was a flurry of angry curses. This is a grandfather. Hurry to send to the hospital is right. Ah. Hey, didn't realize that there are still such feudalistic people nowadays. When they are poisoned, they don't go to the hospital, but instead beg for the blessing of their ancestors. The old man will surely regret it. The old man. Uing rush to the hospital. Playing serum before don't ing kneeling. That old man if you fight to save you. Ing eat. Bitchy old man. Do you know what you're doing? Send him to the hospital. When the live broadcast saw this scene, countless people were incomparably angry. You know what age it is to think of having your ancestors bless you. However, just then, click, only to see the top of the coffin suddenly tilt back. Chapter 5 Healed? Shocking live broadcast. A charm floated out from inside the coffin and attached itself to the little girl's bite wound. Jiang Zhongming's face was overjoyed as he kept kowtowing. Many thanks to the old ancestor for rescuing me. Many thanks to the old ancestor for rescuing me. The charm then flew into the coffin. The coffin was reclosed. Jiang Zhongming was overjoyed to be saved at last. This little girl. What a blessed life. If it wasn't for the old man's rescue, you'd be finished. This scene, completely invisible to the others, saw Jiang Zhongming kneeling on the ground with a joyful look on his face, as if his granddaughter had gotten well. At this time, Jiang Lingling woke up, only to feel her whole body soothe, and her arms began to move. Jiang Zhongming walked over and greeted him with concern. Feeling better? It feels better. Don't come alone in the future. This is the place where the old ancestor sleeps. If the old ancestor wakes up, there will be a disaster in the entire world. Grandpa, what's the disaster? You're still young. You'll know later. Come on. Grandpa will take you back. Oh. Jiang Zhongming held Jiang Lingling's hand and came down from above. And Jiang Lingling, still holding her cell phone, wandered around. At this point the entire broadcast room went numb. Hearing springs froze as well. What's going on? That's good? How is that possible? What just happened? Is it possible that this is fake and that the viper is also fake? It can't be. I just saw the wound with my own eyes. That's definitely a poisonous snakebite wound. And the black blood left behind by the wound. That's bound to be a poisonous snake without a doubt. Is the little girl okay? How is this possible? Was it really the old man who rescued her? Ha, you've all been fooled. That was a professionally designed script. A shocker. You won't believe it's true. Damn. So it's a script. Brother Quan, you're quite attentive. Looking for a script to show us. I was damn near scared to death. So everything was scripted. Brother Quan, my heart is wounded. You are responsible. Listening to the springs is also numbing. Script? Where the hell am I gonna find a script for you guys? But come to think of it, does that mean it's really scripted? It's not right. Where's the script for that? That sarcophagus is definitely real. And that snake, definitely a venomous snake without a doubt. And that wound is also clearly visible. Definitely a wound bitten by a venomous snake. Could it be that someone was deliberately bitten by a venomous snake and was injecting the serum? How can that be? Isn't this afraid to die? Letting a little girl experience being bitten by a poisonous snake and then being injected with a serum? Crazy. But, the little girl is better? How does that explain it? Is it really true that the old man rescued them? How is that possible? The camera is not comprehensive after all, so who knows if it's real? Listening to the spring couldn't figure it out either. Ginger Lingling returned to her room and said in a milky voice, "Is it still there?" Listening to the spring. "There it is, little girl. It's a well-arranged script. I almost fell for it." "What's the script?" Listening to the spring heartspit. "You still give me pretend garlic, is it? This adult is an abomination. How long has it been a prepared script to have little kids out there, with only others beside them? Think about it." Hearing springs came to attention. "You turn the camera around. I want to see what treasures you have in your room." "Oh." Jiang Lingling turned the camera around towards the room as Hearing Spring had said. Hearing Springs rubbed his eyes and looked around carefully. At once, he was disappointed. There were mottled walls all around, and there were cobwebs underneath that roof. And at a glance it looked like the kind of dirt house that only dirt houses have cobwebs. Throughout the room, Hearing Springs also took a look. In addition to a wooden bed, there were some children's toys, rockers, and unassuming little yellow light. Other than that, there were no traces, and from the moment the little girl walked out, she was able to clearly see the surrounding mountains and forests, and it wasn't a deliberate preparation. Listening to the spring for a moment, it always felt wrong. So he asked, "Little girl, were you really poisoned just now?" "Yeah, can I see it then?" Jiang Lingling aimed at the tender arm, only to see that above the arm, there were two small black spots that no longer bled, and there was still blood remaining outside the arm. Listening to the spring, when he saw this scene, his heart became even more strange. Who the hell is this? Letting little kids get bitten by snakes? It's unconscionable nowadays for the sake of traffic. Listening to the spring, "Little girl, have you ever been held hostage? What are you going to write?" "I'll only write my name." And 1246 the little girl said in a milky voice, then broke her fingers. Listen to Quan's head get big and ask if you have been blackmailed. "I didn't ask what you wrote." And 1246? Where's, did you eat them? 3 and 5. Haha, this little girl is so naive. What the hell is? 1246. People still write their own names. This little girl is so cute. Little girls where did they go? 3 and 5. How did she learn to play with her cell phone? Upstairs. To say play with the phone. My 3-year-old children like to play with the phone it. Play thieves skillful. Not to mention 7 years old. Even 2-year-olds like to play with their cell phones. And nowadays, you can't find anyone who doesn't know how to play with a cell phone these days. Jiang Lingling said, "Anchor, how much is that coffin worth? I still have to go to kindergarten. Can I sell it for $1,000? It adds up to 3,000. Yeah." Hearing Springs was speechless. You even can't count to when you know there's $1,000 difference? 12,345. Hearing Springs won't take it either. That little girl is only 7 years old. This if you accept. The parents come to the door. He still cannot say. For a few $1,000, lose character. It is unwise. Besides, Yuan Dao too. He's got plenty of them, and he's not far behind with 1 or 2. The coffin is very open and of good value, but I need to appraise it myself. So when are you coming over? Tell me more. Oh, then when you come over, don't tell Grandpa, who will definitely disapprove. And wait for you to come over and whisper to me to carry the coffin away. The live feed went crazy with laughter. Little girl, you are trying to sell your ancestor off. Your grandfather knows. Probably have to be angry to death. Ha, this little girl is too cute. Know that you have to read. Will sell the ancestors? What is good about reading? When you read you will know the pain. And know not to tell your grandpa. Your grandpa's ass will explode when he finds out. Brother Quan, take it. This thing can quell evil spirits. Jin-E, don't drive yourself crazy. That thing is really kind of evil. I feel scared when I look at it. Come on. Little girl strong-armed. Hearing this, Listening Spring could only say perfunctorily, I'll still have to study that thing. I'll have to look at it again. Oh, that's fine. Tomorrow when my grandpa goes out, I'll take you to see. I'm counting on you for kindergarten. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Okay, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Get in touch with me and I'll take a look at it. Okay? Yeah. See you tomorrow, brother. See you tomorrow at. Hearing Springs broke the connection and moved on to the next anchor. Listening to Quan flirted. I've collected so many things. It's the first time I've collected someone's ancestor. That thing is really open door and worth studying. Let's keep looking at that sarcophagus tomorrow. Maybe there's a zombie inside that sarcophagus. Please welcome our next fan. Listening Springs continues to connect. Chapter 6 Jiang Lingling's Little Mind. Jiang Zhongming entered the main hall with rice. Lingling is eating. Coming. Grandpa. Lingling came out of her room and sat to one side, holding her bowl, saying, Grandpa, are you still going to move the baoguei tomorrow? Jiang Zhongming nodded his head. Grandpa is going to sell the bale grain to pay tuition for Lingling's schooling. Jiang Lingling bit her chopsticks. Grandpa, I don't want you to work so hard. Jiang Zhongming laughed. Grandpa doesn't work hard. But you're old. You should rest. I'll make money to support you later. Hearing this, Jiang Zhongming laughed out loud. Grandpa remembers, but you're too young. Wait until you grow up. I've grown up. Jiang Lingling beamed, indicating that she could already earn money. Where does Jiang Zhongming know this? If he knew what Jiang Lingling was thinking, the way you make money is to sell your old ancestors? Probably pissed off. Jiang Zhongming naturally didn't know this, and his family had some savings. There is no problem with going to school naturally. Selling the corn off is just rhetoric. Let Jiang Lingling know that grains are hard. Develop the habit of saving from an early age. Jiang Zhongming laughed. Grandpa knows you've grown up. Eat and rest well. In the future there's nothing to do. Don't disturb the ancestor's slumber. Okay? Is the old ancestor still alive? Alive. Then why doesn't he come out? Jiang Lingling picked at her rice and looked at Jiang Zhongming with wide eyes. It's not the right time yet. Old ancestor. When will that be? When the world was in turmoil. His old man's retreat ended, and Grandpa saw old ancestor just once, and that was during the time of the resistance. When is the resistance? Little girl, that was 100 years ago, so Grandpa didn't live for over 100 years? Nonsense. I'm your great-grandfather. I still like to call you Grandpa. Let's eat. And Jiang Lingling blah 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 picked up her meal. Grandpa, can I have the 2 yuan doubtas inside your house? What did you bring it for? It's fun. Here you go just. Thanks Grandpa. Jiang Lingling thought in her heart. Grandpa gave me. I will sell it. And when the time comes, the coffin will be sold. To raise enough money for tuition to go to school. And Grandpa will not have to work so hard. To go up the mountain to pick corn. Lingling is old enough to share Grandpa's worries. Hearing Springs, fans, meet us tomorrow at 2 days bell. On time. Brother Quan. Remember to contact that little girl. They are still ready to sell you a coffin. If you don't take it, the little girl will be very sad. Brother Quan. Tomorrow identify what kind of sarcophagus that is. I have a feeling that sarcophagus is not simple. Do you guys think that little girl's grandfather was a grave robber and moved that sarcophagus back? Grave robbers? And maybe even really? I don't think so. That sarcophagus is so heavy. It weighs at least a few thousand pounds. They live on the mountain. How can they move it back? Besides, how can grave robbers steal the sarcophagus? Are they crazy? Hearing Springs looked at the pop-up. I did not expect the sarcophagus to arouse their interest. Listening to the Spring also has a great interest. After all, everyday appraisal of Yuan Datu, as well as other treasures, these things, the fans are tired of seeing. It's rare to have something different. Gotta find a little new program for that. That sarcophagus is a breakthrough. Scripted or not, that sarcophagus is real. Very open door. At the same time, listening to the Spring also wondered what kind of person was so arrogant as to carve a picture of the King of Yin, and the 18 layers of hell. Even the Taoist priests would not dare to do so. He had seen quite a few sarcophagi carved with images of divine beasts from the 4 directions, or immortals coming. There's really no such thing as carving the 18 layers of hell. Listening to Quan look at the countless pop-ups, he explained, it shouldn't be grave robbers. I've seen many grave robbers. They wouldn't steal the sarcophagus. The first of all sarcophagus isn't worth much and it weighs thousands of pounds. Grave robbers wouldn't be stupid enough to steal a sarcophagus, and there's no point in having something that heavy. Grave robbers usually steal gold, silver, jewelry, and porcelain. Hearing Springs explain. Anchor is right. What kind of grave robber steals a sarcophagus? How do they transport it out? Live. Is that sarcophagus real? Could it be engraved now? What's the matter with that little girl's wound? Is it really the blessing of the ancestors? Will there be a bloody corpse in there? Upstairs. You've read too many novels, right? There's no such thing as a bloody corpse. It's all scripted and you really believe it? Brother Quan, tell me. Listening to the Spring looked at the fan so interactive. Laughed, the sarcophagus is very open door. Is not a recent thing? I see at least 200 years or more. Tomorrow we 2 points in the study of that sarcophagus. I'm also very interested in that sarcophagus. Fans, see you tomorrow for 2 days. Listen to the Springs close the live feed. Off the air. Access the information immediately. The identity of those who were able to use the sarcophagus was extraordinary. Either an ancient emperor or a religious leader. Looking at the information in the book, listening to Quan's frown deepened. Does it mean that they are the descendants of ancient emperors, specialized in guarding sarcophagi? Listen to the Springs shake their heads. Never mind. I'll check it out tomorrow on the link. The following day at noon, Jiang Zhongming carried the bamboo building on his back and looked at Jiang Lingling with a kind face. Lingling, Grandpa is going up the mountain to move the grains. Are you going or not? Grandpa, I'm not going. You'll still have to carry me down the mountain if I go. Okay then, just stay home and wait for Grandpa, okay? Yeah, don't run around. Lingling is very obedient. Jiang Zhongming laughed, carrying the bamboo building towards the mountain. How did he know Lingling's bad intentions? If he knew that Lingling was preparing to sell the old ancestor, he would probably be angry. 7 holes of smoke. Jiang Lingling watched her great-grandfather leave and immediately returned to her room. Pick up the phone. I can't let my grandpa work so hard. I must raise the money, get into college in the future, honor my grandpa, and buy him a big house and a big car. Jiang Lingling made up her mind. Wait until 2 in the afternoon. Ginger Lingling enters the broadcast booth. Listen to the Springs online. Fans, 2 o'clock is here. I don't know if that little kid is online. He is really online. Just in time to connect with Jiang Lingling. It's just starting to go live and the live stream is getting bigger and bigger. From a few hundred, it instantly rose to people 100,000. Hearing Springs froze. So many people? All set to see the sarcophagus? In the afternoon, the number of people was the smallest, only about 30,000. Now it soared to 100,000. It seemed that they were all very curious about the sarcophagus. Is that little girl really ready to sell the sarcophagus? Haha, little girl has to go to school and sell her ancestors. I'm laughing my ass off. Selling his own ancestor. His grandfather must be furious if he knows about it. This girl is really bold. Last night I almost scared to pee my pants. Not to mention you. I was so scared I didn't sleep all night. Coming. The linkage begins. Chapter 7 Sarcophagus surprisingly appears as a dragon. Live broadcast shocked. Jiang Lingling entered the cave with her cell phone. Brother, that's my grandfather's treasure. You can't lie to me. I'm very smart. Hearing Quan laughed and teased. I know you're smart. Go check out the sarcophagus. But are you really ready to sell? Yeah, I have to go to school. When I make enough money, I'll buy Grandpa a big house and a big car, so that he can live comfortably for the rest of his life. I can't let him work so hard. That's a good boy. But does your grandfather approve? He definitely won't agree. As long as you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, he won't know, and then I'll sell it, purchase explosives, and blow up the cave without God knowing. Hearing this, listening Springs sucked in a breath of cold air. Nice guy. This little girl is really bold. Secretly sell the sarcophagus and then blow up the cave? You're a child. You dare to say anything. Haha, good idea. That's a great idea. Not a bad idea. Sell the sarcophagus, then blow up the cave. Say it collapsed and crushed the old man inside. This little girl is a little too bold, but I like it. I'm laughing my ass off at. Worthy of being a child of China. It's awesome. The live feeds were laughing. This little girl is really bold. But children's words are reckless. We all watched and had fun. Hearing Springs gave a thumbs up. Good idea. So how much explosives are you going to buy? Jiang Lingling tilted her head. I don't know. You'll help when the time comes. Listen to the Spring. And I'm helping? I don't want to live anymore. As Jiang Lingling entered the cave, the the crowd saw the sarcophagus again, and now that it was broad daylight, the crowd could see the bizarre portrait clearly. Listening to the springs left no stone unturned, staring at the video. As the video zooms in, those eerie red eyes stared at Listening Spring, and Listening Spring only felt a rush of hair. Listening to Kwan's heart, he exclaimed straight away, "What a weird sarcophagus." John Lingling walked up and knelt in front of the sarcophagus, saying in a milky voice, "Old ancestor, I want to go to school. Grandpa said I need $3,000 to go to school. There's no money in the house. I can only sell you. You can't blame me for that. You're the only one to blame for not paying my tuition. You have to be understanding. You can't be mad." Hearing John Lingling talking to herself and kneeling in front of the coffin, the crowd went crazy with laughter. "Haha, good boy. Know that the old ancestor will be sold, specially to the old ancestor to apologize for it? You this child. Really bold. Your ancestors know. I guess it will come up to look for you, yo. If you want to blame it on the fact that you didn't leave me tuition. I can only sell you. This little girl knows too much. Selling Lao Tzu in order to go to school. This girl really did it. Even if the old ancestor is aware of this in his fountain, he can't blame me. Too cute to know to kowtow and apologize first. I agree. You sell it. Undesirable son or grandson. Your old ancestor will only be so angry that he will come to life." Hearing that, Hearing Spring smiled back. "Apologize first. Find reasons early. The reason is, the old man didn't pay, so I had to sell you." John Lingling kowtowed and apologized. Subsequently, just a creak, that sarcophagus actually slowly opened a crack. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight. What is this? Is there someone inside the sarcophagus? I'm scared less. Is there really someone in there? Movie or script will not appear a zombie it. The sarcophagus is open. This nifty. Am I watching a horror movie live? This is horrible. The crowd saw the sarcophagus move backward through the video, as if a person would jump out of it, which was a hideous and horrible zombie. Listening to the Spring was also dumbfounded. There can't be any zombies, but on second thought, how could that be? This is to say that it is not necessarily the arrangement of the script. After all, where there is such a strange and weird thing, this novels do not dare to write so. John Lingling saw the sarcophagus open a crack, scared, but remembering that he still had to go to kindergarten and buy Grandpa a big house and car, he instantly bottomed out and said in a milky voice, "I want to go to school, and it's all because you didn't leave me any money. If I had money, I wouldn't sell you. Grandpa still has to carry the bales and sell them so he can go to school. I can't let Grandpa work so hard." At this moment, Zhang Chen was lying in the coffin. He knew everything that was going on outside. He was currently in a deep sleep, but he was able to perceive all the movements around him. For many years, the children and grandchildren of the Zhang family had treated him with respect, as an ancestor of the Zhang family, as a cultivator. Today, how dare his own offspring try to sell him out? Zhang Chen that angry. It's not just money, the old man gives you just that. Subsequently, Zhang Lingling stood outside when suddenly a snake drilled out of the crack with a piece of paper in its mouth. Zhang Lingling was startled. The people in the live broadcast room are even more scared silly. I thought that a zombie would jump out, but I didn't expect it to be a snake. And how does this thing not feel like a snake? It was a long, creepy, lime green snake. Above its forehead, there were actually two slender and sharp tentacles growing, trembling slightly. It even had a long white beard at its chin. The appearance of this long snake was peculiar to the extreme, resembling a dragon but not a real dragon, resembling a snake but with a clear difference from the ordinary snake. The two claws of this long serpent gripped the edge of the coffin firmly, while in its mouth it held an ancient piece of paper. The live feed blew up straight away. What the hell kind of monster is this? Is this the little girl's old ancestor? Is this a snake? It doesn't look like it. There are tentacles on the head. It looks like a dragon. But why doesn't it have dragon scales? There's really something scary inside this damn coffin. Really, it looks quite realistic. What's going on here? Does anyone know? Is this a dragon? How come it's so small? Good lord, this can't be the legendary dragon. What the hell is in there? Your sister. I'm scared. Listening to the Spring was also confused. What the hell is this? This thing is so weird. Open the door. Open the door. John Lingling looked at the long snake, not afraid at all, and muttered in her heart, is this my old ancestor? My ancestor was a snake? So I'm a snake too? John Lingling said in a milky voice, are you my old ancestor? Long Snake shook his head. You're not my old man? Long Snake nodded. And what are you? Are you a snake? Long Snake shook his head. Are you a dragon? Long Snake thought about it and nodded. Is that thing in your mouth for me? Long Snake nodded. John Lingling reaches out for. The crowd was shocked. What if that horrible creature bites? Chapter 8: The Dragon Delivering Silver Tickets. The words just now shocked the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell is going on here? That snake even understood it. Does this snake understand human language? When the little girl asked it just now, he actually shook his head and nodded. And he even claimed to be a dragon. Could this really be a dragon? Aren't dragons legendary creatures? What kind of creature is this? Does anyone know? A bit like a snake. A bit like a dragon. Is it the legendary dragon? The audience in the livestream was shocked to no end. Listening to the spring was also confused. What kind of creature is this that can communicate with people? And that snake lives in the sarcophagus. Jiang Lingling took something from the long snake's mouth. The long snake then quickly burrowed inside the sarcophagus and covered it. Jiang Lingling looked at what was in her hand. There's a lot of words on it. She only recognized her name. What was on it? She couldn't even read. Jiang Lingling spat. Old ancestor is a big asshole. It's not like this thing is money. Jiang Lingling was furious. Although Jiang Lingling cannot read a few words, but the money she still recognizes. Green. Red. She knows. It is obviously a blank sheet of paper. What does this white paper do? However, when Listening Spring saw that piece of paper, he was shocked. What Jiang Lingling had in her hand was a silver ticket, and it was also a Qing note. It's still an official note, and even though the Qing dynasty fell, this is worth a lot of money. It cannot be exchanged for silver, but is very valuable in its own right. Listen to the spring, little girl. This thing is a good treasure, a real good treasure. What, baby? It's the money in your hand. Is this money? Don't lie to me. I know money. This is a silver check from the Qing dynasty. A silver note from the Qing. Where is the Qing? Listening to the spring, the whole person numb. How to explain to the little girl? Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this really a silver check? It looks like it's real. Not like a forgery. Quan has seen a lot of goods. This must be real. South 1. Official silver bills. Guangxu. This is a silver bill from the Guangxu period, which is worth a lot of money. And it's 50,000 taels of silver. If you were in the Qing dynasty, you'd be a multimillionaire. Really? I feel like this is a script. And what kind of monster was that? How can it understand words? Meow. My head is dry and numb. The live broadcast people were dumbfounded. What just happened was too unbelievable. The sarcophagus opened and drilled out a snake that looked like a dragon but not a dragon, and gave the little girl a silver ticket. Then the snake burrowed back into the coffin. What the hell is that? And that snake? What kind of horrible monster is that? Fans on the air were curious, listening to Quan explain. Let's put it this way. What you're holding is an antique. Antiques? Is paper an antique too? Yes, that's an ancient coin. Used to buy things. Get out of the cave and let me have a good look at it. It's highly likely to be real. Inside the cave, the light was dim, not very clear. He could only let Jiang Lingling walk out of the cave to check it out. At the same time, Listening Spring's heart was full of questions. What exactly was inside that sarcophagus? And what was the origin of that dragon-like, non-dragon monster, coming out from inside the sarcophagus? Could it be a guardian spirit beast? Don't all the movies have scary creatures guarding the sarcophagus? But this is reality. Where did the horrible creatures come from? If I hadn't heard Quan see it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was in a movie. Jiang Lingling stomped her hands and feet towards the outside of the cave. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice, is this really worth it? You put it closer. Yeah, that's the angle. That's good. Don't move. Let's see. Listening to the spring staring at the silver ticket, nodded and said, you do have a good thing here. If it was placed in the ancient times, it would at least be a rich man. According to the current algorithm, it would be worth at least 10 million. Jiang Lingling was happy to finally have money. Jiang Lingling broke her little finger, muttering in her heart, how much is 10 million? Couldn't figure it out, and simply asked, how much is 10 million? In ancient times it was $10 million. Now it's an antique, in excellent condition, worth $40,000 or $50,000. I think, enough for your kindergarten tuition. Hearing this, Jiang Lingling let out a sigh of relief. Just enough for tuition. That way, Grandpa wouldn't have to go up the mountain to carry the bales and grains, and he wouldn't have to work so hard. There was a flurry of pop-ups from the live feed. Brother Quan, don't ask about that. Ask about the snake. What the hell is it? Is it a legendary dragon? Brother Quan, I'll take this thing. $100,000. Ask if that little snake is for sale. I'm going to buy that little snake and take it home to raise it. Upstairs, are you crazy to raise a dragon? Maybe it's a mutated viper. Mutant viper? Have you ever seen a mutated viper with horns? It doesn't matter what kind of silver ticket this is. That snake is the one who opens the door. It's too open. Hearing Springs looked at the pop-up. They had the same thing in mind as he did. They all wanted to know what kind of creature the snake was and why it was hiding inside the sarcophagus. But Listening Springs is more interested in, is there someone else inside that coffin? For example, zombies. Hearing Springs asked, little girl, what kind of creature was that just now? I'm not sure. It's the first time I've seen it. So you're not scared? I heard it was Grandpa who said that it was the old ancestor's pet. Is your old man still alive? It's not clear. Listen to Quan head numb. This little girl is nothing. Jian Lingling, unaware of their interest in snakes and thinking only of selling them for money to raise enough money for her tuition to go to kindergarten, asked in a milky voice, do you take this piece of paper? Take it. Sure, but only if your grandfather agrees. That won't do. If Grandpa finds out that I sold my old ancestor, Grandpa will definitely be angry. You can't tell Grandpa. I can make my own decisions when I grow up. Hearing Spring laughed. No, you're still young. Your grandfather must make the decision. What then? How about this? You just say you picked it up from the corner. Press on without mentioning any sarcophagus. And I won't disclose half a word. Just say I'm collecting this. What do you think? Jiang Lingling excitedly said. Yes, let's say I picked it up. You can't say I'm selling my old ancestor, or Grandpa will get angry. Okay, have you met your old man? No, but Grandpa has seen it. How do you know? You're so stupid. Grandpa told me. Listening to the Spring, he slapped his forehead. He was really stupid. The live feeds were laughing. Brother Quan, she's only 7 years old. How would she know all this? When her grandfather comes back, why don't you just ask her grandfather? This little girl is so bold. She dares to sell her old ancestor. She definitely doesn't want her grandfather to know. Izumi was teased about being stupid. Who dares to give Quan a hard time these days is just this little girl. Then again, that sarcophagus must have a secret. Perhaps a passage to the bottom. Maybe that sarcophagus is just a blindfold and the real tomb is underneath it. I suspect they are the guardians of the mausoleum. Upstairs, you're thinking the same thing I am. The live broadcast room speaks freely. They cannot be interested in that silver ticket. Instead, they are more interested in the sarcophagus, but also more curious about the things inside the sarcophagus. Jiang Lingling walked out of the cave just in time to see a figure coming down from the mountain. Jiang Lingling, my grandpa is coming back. Don't tell Grandpa when the time comes, or he'll get angry. Hearing Springs, okay, all you fans don't mention that. Let's see how I can fool the old man. 100,000 spectators filled with anticipation. Chapter 9 Listening to Izumi numb. The old man has killed people. Grandpa, you're back. Jiang Lingling nodded her ass as she walked down the path. Smiling, Jiang Lingling took the cell phone, and the crowd saw a gray-haired old man carrying a bamboo basket, walking slowly to the camera, and saw the kind smile. Mentally, he exclaimed that this grandfather was a little too old. Jiang Zhongming with a kind face, Grandpa collected the grains. Tomorrow go Grandpa to take you to the market to sell, to give you enough tuition to go to school. Jiang Lingling clapped her hands and said excitedly, yes, I want a lollipop. Okay, tomorrow when we sell the buns, Grandpa will buy them for you. By the way, Grandpa, I just picked this up in the corner of the room. I contacted the anchor and he said it's worth a lot of money. Who's the anchor? A human trafficker. Hearing this, Listening Spring almost pissed himself. Little sister, I'm not a human trafficker to identify you. You say that out loud. The live feeds were even mad with laughter. Haha, human traffickers, that's so apt. He is an appraisal anchor, not some human trafficker. Now Quan is jumping into the Yellow River and can't be washed away. Quan is a peddler who acquires antiques. Or a trafficker for short. I'm laughing like crazy. Come on, Izumi can't explain this. Antique dealer. For short. Sure enough. Hearing this, Jiang Zhongming frowned. Human traffickers? You met a human trafficker? Yeah, where is he? Jiang Zhongming immediately put down the bamboo basket and carried the wood knife in his hand. His eyes alert, he naturally knew what the traffickers were for. This was his precious great-granddaughter, and he couldn't let the traffickers get away with it. The crowd saw the old man, wood chipper in hand. Scared, the originally stooped, kindly old man's eyes suddenly became sharp, his gaze exuding a strong killing intent, and the firewood knife in his hand seemed to be a sharp weapon. The old man's eyes seemed to want to kill. This old man doesn't look simple. This murderous look. Why do I feel that if I were to go on the field, I would be destroyed by him with a single slash? What a mean old man. It was someone's granddaughter, and when she heard about the traffickers, she naturally became vicious. Human traffickers are indeed abominable, and if I were an old man, I would also fight to protect my loved ones. Jiang Lingling said, he's inside the cell phone. When Jiang Zhongming heard this, he sort of understood. This girl, looking at your cell phone every day, it's poisoned. Listening Spring hurriedly explained. Master, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Jiang Zhongming looked at his cell phone, only to see a young man with glasses sitting across from him, and wondered, "You're the trafficker?" "I'm not a trafficker. It's something in your granddaughter's hand. It's an antique. She told me to sell it, to pay for school fees, to keep you from working so hard to pick corn on the mountain." Listening to Quan hurriedly explained. No more explanations. No more words. Jiang Zhongming looked at the thing in Jiang Lingling's hand. "This seems to be a silver ticket." "Yes, that's a silver ticket. That's a silver ticket from the Qing dynasty. It's very well preserved. Something very open to the door. It can be sold for a lot of money, so that the little girl can go and pay her school fees. Ling said she'd sell it to me, but I need to ask your permission before I do." "How much is it selling for?" "Almost tens of thousands. As to how much I can't say. If I take it, I will contact the buyer, and if the other party buys it, I will put the money on your bank card." Jiang Zhongming inquired. "Are you an expert in treasure identification?" "Yes." "Are you reliable?" "Dependable. Quite dependable. But I have a lot of fans. Every day online is more than 100,000 people. They are all watching. If I covet a penny from your old man, they will not let me go." Elderly man. "Don't worry. My brother Quan is quite reliable. We're all watching. Don't worry, old man. My brother Quan will never covet your money. That money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Don't worry. The big anchor won't covet your tens of thousands unless he doesn't want to mix anymore. Dependable. Quite dependable. And he will give you a satisfactory price. Don't worry, Gramps." Listening to Quan said, "The little girl doesn't want you to go up the mountain to pick corn. After all, you're old and it would be very troublesome if you fell." Jiang Zhongming laughed. "My granddaughter has been well behaved since she was a child." Listened to Quan mentally spit. "Yeah, so well behaved that he almost sold his old ancestor." The crowd laughed privately at this. Very well behaved. The little girl who sold the old man down the river. Can you not be good?" Jiang Zhongming nodded. "Okay, come and collect it." "No, you find an envelope and wrap it up. Take it to the post office and just mail it directly to me. In 3 days, I'll receive it and transfer the money to you then." "That's fine. I'll go to the town down the hill tomorrow. There's a post office there." "Thanks a lot, old man. What's your name?" "Jiang Zhongming, Elder Jiang. My name is Guo Xiuwen. You can just call me Xiaoquan." Elder Jiang lives a long life. 99 up. 100-year-old master. Looking at you with such vigor. What did you originally do? Been in the military for a couple years. The old man was also a soldier. That's all ancient history. Has the old man ever been to war? Look at you. Having been a soldier, naturally you've been to war. Jiang Zhongming held Jiang Lingling's hand and returned to the hut. The live feed blew up. This old man looks like he has been a soldier. The moment he picked up the wood knife, the momentum is completely different. It feels like a general. Veterans don't die. They just wither away. Admire this one old man, guarding China. One look at this old man and he's not a generalized person. And that look in his eyes has definitely killed people. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the newest version of the game. And then you can see the newest version of the game. And then you can see the newest version of the game. Now that we have peaceful times, it's all because the older generation fought for the country. Without them we wouldn't have admired this one old man. People who have been in the military are different. My grandfather was also in the military. That momentum, a word, but unfortunately went 3 years ago. Back inside, listening to Quan's heart. Old master, you were a soldier. You must have many treasures. Why don't you take them out and look at them? Just send them to me to improve your lives. The little girl is of school age and just needs the money. Jiang Zhongming froze when he heard this, looking at Jiang Lingling beside her. There wasn't much time left to live, but the girl was indeed still young. What will we do without me? She couldn't stay in the Jiang family village all the time, and she couldn't keep guarding the sarcophagus and the old ancestor all the time. She was leaving after all. It also travels to big cities. Think about it. Jiang Zhongming became despondent in his heart. Jiang Zhongming nodded. There are some treasures, but they shouldn't be worth much. Master Jiang, is it convenient to take a look? Nothing square or inconvenient. Grandpa, why don't I know that? Grandpa naturally saved it. How could he let you find it? Grandpa will show you the treasure. After that, he went inside. The crowd was full of anticipation, guessing how many treasures the old man had. Chapter 10. Elder Jiang was a general. Into the house. Jiang Zhongming returned the cell phone to Lingling and hunched over, dragging out a huge wooden box from under the bed, covered in dust and some cobwebs. Apparently it hasn't moved in a long time. Such a big wooden box. There must be a treasure inside. The old man collects a lot of things. So many things, there won't be any heavy treasures. I wonder how many treasures there are in such a large wooden box. The old man's collection is not small. Should have been taken out to improve the meals. This is the old man's life savings. Jiang Lingling inquired. Grandpa, what kind of treasure is inside? It's not much. It's all from Grandpa's collection. Open it up and see. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Jiang Zhongming smiled and opened the large wooden box. What came into view was a set of antique military uniforms, neatly placed together, with some yellowing on them, and some insignia, which had 3 stars on them. When seeing those 3 stars, listening to the spring instantly scared the piss out of him. 3 stars. That's an admiral. This old man is actually a general? Gosh. General? How is that possible? Jiang Lingling asked. Grandpa, are these your clothes? No. It's your old man, it's my brother's clothes. Your brother? Do you have a brother? How come I didn't know? Jiang Lingling's eyes widened as she inquired. Jiang Zhongming said, it's the wrong one. It's not my case. My case is in the back. Having said that, closing the box and pushing it under the bed, Jiang Zhongming once again pulled out a box from under the bed, which was similarly covered in dust, only this one was smaller. Jiang Lingling wouldn't give up. Grandpa, didn't you just talk about your brother? How come I didn't know you had a brother? Stinky girl, there's a lot you don't know. Jiang Zhongming gave a blank look. Grandpa, you're lying. You told me that you're from a single lineage. I know what a single lineage means. Jiang Lingling beamed and said in a milky voice. The live feed went crazy with laughter. I didn't see that Ling Ling is quite smart enough to know what a single lineage means. Haha, don't even know the numbers, but even know a single lineage. This girl is not simple. Grandpa seems to be a man of stories. I didn't expect Ling Ling to know about a single lineage. This is the rhythm of getting to the bottom of it. Grandpa must have a great story. Just now that box I saw seems not simple. Inside is 3 stars. That is the general. What? Admiral? You're kidding. The 3 stars are indeed admiral. That's a general. That one ancient yellow military jacket with 3 stars hanging above it. Once it is real, the identity is bound to be uncomplicated. Admiral level. That's commander level. Jiang Zhongming laughed. You can't even say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you still know a single lineage? Humph. I'm not good at math. But that doesn't mean I'm stupid. Okay, I'll tell you later. My brother is gone. So it's a single lineage. Now you're satisfied. How did he go? Jiang Zhongming. How did it go? This girl. It's not over yet. Jiang Zhongming, do you still want to see the baby? Think. Don't talk if you want to. You talk too much. No, I just asked clearly. You are old. In case of Alzheimer's, I can also help you remember. Jiang Lingling said with a straight face. Jiang Zhongming gave a blank look, and in his heart, he ruthlessly spat out. If it were not for the fact that your great-grandfather's heart was like the sea, he would have been angry with you. Bitch, who are you calling Alzheimer's? That said, you girls actually know about this? The live feeds were even mad with laughter. Haha, this grandparents and grandchildren are too cute. What a cute grandfather and grandson. The little girl actually knows about Alzheimer's. This girl is really bold. Dare to talk about grandpa like this. But his grandfather is 99. How do I feel that the age is not right? This girl is what all the words dare to say. Also dare to say that grandpa dementia. Careful, grandpa beat your ass. Upstairs, people even dare to sell their ancestors. Just tell me how bold they are. Don't say it, or the old man will know. No one is allowed to mention this. Listening to Quan look at the pop-up, he instantly blocked the person who had just spoken. I told you not to talk about it. Why even mention it? If you don't block, you block who? Listening to the spring heard the two talk, probably heard out. Jiang, old master above there is a brother. But according to the little girl said, a single lineage. It's like there's no brother again. Is it possible that there is a hidden agenda? Or is the old man hiding something? The little girl's childish talk should not be a lie. At this time, listening to the spring looked at the wooden box, which was smaller than the last one, dilapidated, as if it might rot at any time, much worse than the last one. Jiang Zhongming opened the wooden box. Reflected in the eye was another uniform, but with 2 stars, not 3, but even 2 stars. It was also at the rank of lieutenant general, and even now, it was a military commander position. Jiang Zhongming stroked his uniform. It was like seeing my younger self. Grandpa, are these your clothes? Why is it so yellow? It's naturally yellow after sitting for a long time. So it's true. People get yellow when they get old. Jiang Zhongming. Bitch, are you talking about me? The little girl is so right. When people get old, they also turn yellow. This girl is too much to my liking. I want to raise her. Who has the address? Girl, this is trying to sincerely anger the old man. If my grandfather, a slap will come down. The old man is angry. It's a good thing the old man has a big heart, or he would have gotten angry a long time ago. This girl is which pot to piss in. This is sincere. Children's words are reckless. Don't mind grandpa. My grandfather is the same. The last time I slapped my daughter, my father chased me down the street with a stick, and finally apologized before my grandfather let me go. I'm so bitter. Jiang Lingling crouched down and looked at the stars on top of her sleeves. Curious, he asked. Grandpa, what is this? Here's the badge. What does the badge mean? It's military service. It's a sign of merit, and the more merit you get, the better the badge. Grandpa, then you can't. Why? There are only 2 stars above you. It proves that you have 2 chances to make a merit. You must not be great. How can you have dozens of stars to do so? Jiang Zhongming was completely speechless. Bitch, what do you know? Listening to the spring said, little girl, you don't understand. It's not that the more stars there are, the better it is. That star is only 2 though. That's the general. Jiang Zhongming laughed. Little doll, you actually know this. Kid knows a few. Grandpa, put it on and I'll take a picture. Do what? A memento. I'll remember you when you're dead. Kan Zhongmyung gave a blank look. Good. Good for you. Stinky girl. I'll die tomorrow. Take your time to remember grandpa. Chapter 11. The master knows Wing Chun? Listening to Quan mentally spat viciously. This girl, she's got a lot of guts. She dares to say anything. Saying main in front of grandpa? Your grandfather's not dead yet. However, on second thought, listening to Quan, this girl was able to enter the cave alone and look at the coffin. If this was placed on an ordinary person, she would only be scared to the point of wailing. Even an ordinary person would be shocked, not to mention a 7-year-old little girl. Even the old man dares to sell. What else does he not dare to say? Jiang Zhongming looked at Ling Ling. Although the heart is very angry, but in the twinkling of an eye to release. This is the biological. Cannot beat And Jiang Lingling has a good point. One doesn't have many years left to live. Taking a photo is fine. At least 10 years later, the girl will still remember him as her great-grandfather. Jiang Zhongming nodded his head and said, you're right. I'll put it on so that when grandpa is gone, you'll be able to look at me from time to time and remember the splendor your grandpa once had. At this time, Jiang Zhongming took out his long dusty uniform, put on a military hat, put on some pants. Her changed. The man who looked unkempt and shaped like a bad old man had now transformed into an old man in a straight military uniform. Eyes like a torch. Eyes like electricity. He straightened his back and exuded an aura of righteousness. That resolute and calm temperament was as if he was an iron-blooded soldier who had once roamed across the bloody battlefield and killed countless enemies. At this moment, listening Spring was stunned. The 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked. That momentum is like a 1,000-year-old pine. Standing. That eye is as sharp as a sharp arrow. So that people do not dare to look straight. That calm and unbroken aura was that of a great general on the battlefield. 100,000 people on the air stood in awe. It was as if I saw a picture of that old man bathing in blood. 100,000 people were moved by it. Listening Spring immediately stood up, straightened his back, and saluted. Listening Spring live. 100,000 fans, salute the old man for his dedication. My goodness, that old man is simply an old general. The picture is full of awe. It's definitely not scripted. The average person really can't act it out. This essence, that is definitely a person who has gone to war. And at this moment I feel hot-blooded. Must be documented. Salute. To the elderly, feeling the soldier's aura. I must have 3 drinks tonight. I was in the military. From the old man essence can be seen. This old man is definitely not simple. Definitely not acting. When the military at least 30 years. Salute. Salute. 100,000 fans were on their feet. Their eyes excited. Jiang Lingling said excitedly, Grandpa, you seem like a general. Humph. Grandpa would have been. Let's take a picture for the record. Jiang Lingling was next to Jiang Zhongming. Jiang Zhongming's eyes became kind and raised 2 fingers. The corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Jiang Lingling said, Grandpa, be serious. We are taking pictures. Isn't that what taking pictures is all about? No, you're serious. You're a soldier. You can't hold up 2 fingers. I can. Why? Because you're a soldier. A soldier should have a soldier's temperament. Little girl, actually knowing temperament. Jiang Zhongming laughed and teased. Humph, Grandpa, you underestimate me. Jiang Lingling beamed and milked her voice. Okay, Grandpa, be serious. Click. The old man must be a movie star. This transformation is too fast. Why can't the old man smile? How cute he is when he smiles. The little girl knows a lot. She even can't count. She actually knows temperament. 1 2 3 4 5. Haha, temperament this piece. The little girl take just right. I hope the old man lives a long life. Upstairs, are you? The old man is 99. You hope he will live another year. I hope the old man will live 200 years old. Now that there are not many veterans left, I hope the old man will be healthy and alive. Jiang Lingling said, Grandpa, is your uniform worth a lot of money? Jiang Zhongming seriously said, Girl, although you are elfin and eccentric, but this uniform, grandfather is ready to bring to the coffin inside. Grandfather is not anything to sell. Even if grandpa suffers more, he won't sell. It's the dignity of a soldier. Do you understand? Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Zhongming's serious expression. Seems to understand. I get it. Don't worry, Grandpa. When you're gone, I'll put a uniform on you. Jiang Zhongming was so angry. Grandpa hasn't left yet. Jiang Lingling looked at an ancient photograph inside the wooden box, picked it up, and inquired, Grandpa, is that you on it? It's me. Where's the other one? That's my brother. At that moment, the crowd saw the worn-out photograph of two young men leaning together, one wearing a military uniform and holding a rifle, and the other holding a long sword with a bland expression. Jiang Lingling, which one is you? The one with the gun. Oh, Grandpa, you are not as handsome as your brother. Look at Zhang Big Grandpa. Holding a long sword is so handsome. Why does he not take a gun? Take a long sword? Jiang Zhongming looked at the photo. He doesn't use guns. He likes to use swords. Then does great grandpa Sang know martial arts? Will. High. Very high. How high? 3 or 4 stories high. Hearing Springs laughed. These two grandparents are quite good at living. Haha, the old man will also joke. Thought the old man is quite serious. But came a sentence. 3 or 4 layers so high. Laughing and joking. Grandpa actually knows how to joke. How high are 3 or 4 floors? The old man is quite funny. This is affected. It's too cute to listen to these two grandparents and grandchildren talk. Why do I feel something is wrong? Why is the little girl called Great Grandpa Zhang? That's not the right generation. Jiang Lingling said, Grandpa, you're lying. Even if you are good at martial arts, you are afraid of guns. Jiang Zhongming laughed. You actually know about guns. Humph. I've never seen it, but I've seen it on TV. I heard that the bullets are fast. And even if Great Grandpa Zhang is fast, he's still afraid of bullets. You're right. But your great-great-grandfather wasn't an ordinary man. His martial arts were very powerful. Then there is no Ip Man. Who is Ip Man? Grandpa. Ip Man is great. I saw it on TV. I've never heard of it, but your grandfather once taught a man also named Yi, but called Yi. Not some Ip Man, and that man was okay. His kung fu was pretty good. It was also the first time Jiang Zhongming had heard of Ip Man. Listening to Quan heard the two granddaughters chatting. The old man didn't even know about Ip Man and must have rarely watched TV. The old man doesn't know as much as his granddaughter. Even Ip Man doesn't know as much as a 3-year-old. It's normal that the old man doesn't know. Nowadays society is advanced. But the old man are seldom concerned and seldom watch TV. The old man is 99 years old. And according to this, he should have been born in, and should be from the same era as Ip Man. 1922. ********. You do not know Ip Man's real name? Ip Man's real name is Yi, but later changed his name. Does it mean that the old master really know Ip Man? You only know Ip Man. You don't know people's real names. Once Ip Man's name was Yi. The live feed blew up. Does it mean that the old man and Ip Man really know each other? Jiang Lingling said, Grandpa, other people's Ip Man knows Wing Chun. What? Wing Chun? Grandpa would too. The crowd blew up again. What? The old man knows Wing Chun? Chapter 12, the broadcasting room is shocked. A fist shatters bamboo. This is the legendary inner strength. Jiang Lingling looked skeptical. I don't believe it. Jiang Zhongming looked at his great-granddaughter and said, could it be that Grandpa knows Wing Chun and has to tell you? Little girl, there are many things you don't know. Grandpa, you're lying. Grandpa doesn't lie. Unless you fight once and show me. People get old. Grandpa, just try it. Jiang Lingling pouted. Jiang Zhongming looked at Jiang Lingling's pampered appearance. Also came to be interested. Laughing, he said, good. Grandpa will show you. Lest you underestimate Grandpa. Come on, let's go outside and fight a set of kung fu. Jiang Lingling nodded her head, then looked at the anchor. Brother, you give an appraisal if my grandfather really knows Wing Chun. Hearing the Springs people go numb. I'm a treasure expert, not a martial arts expert. How do I know if it's true? Excitement began to build in the live room. The old man wouldn't really know Wing Chun, would he? I just went to Baidu and searched. The old man lived to be 99 years old. Indeed the same era as Ip Man. At the same time, I also found out that Ip Man's name used to be Yi. Does it mean that the old man and Ip Man know each other? Looking at the old man's posture, I'm only afraid that he really knows Ip Man. The old man isn't bragging, is he? Is this a script? I don't know if you're new to this, but what's the script? You didn't see the old man in uniform. He was a proper anti-ghost warrior, and I'm scared to death of his aura. Don't question the old man. Jiang Lingling held up her cell phone to Jiang Zhongming. Jiang Zhongming walked outside the courtyard and looked around. Then walked out of the courtyard and came next to the woods and laughed. Girl, I'll let you open your eyes today. Your grandfather is a kung fu master. Jiang Lingling snickered. Grandpa, I'm watching. Jiang Zhongming took a deep breath. At the same time, press down with both hands and sink your chi into the dantian. He then started practicing Wing Chun, throwing punches with both hands at a steady pace. Fist power stirring. Only a whirring sound was heard. The crowd saw the old man punching and the pop-ups instantly exploded. Any experts say, this is not Wing Chun. I cannot understand. This speed is too fast. I don't know what kind of boxing, but it's so fast. I only see the old man punching. I can't see the strike at all. If the old man were to compete with me in martial arts, I guarantee that I wouldn't be able to get up after one of his moves. The old man is really powerful. This is so fast. I didn't even see him strike. I only saw huffing and puffing a few punches. Not to bring me bragging, the old man punched on me. I lie on the ground are not driven. An eye-opener? I didn't realize the old man really knew kung fu. I can't see it, but I know the old man hit me on it, and I know I'm going to have a seat tomorrow. Listening to the spring to see the old man's set of kung fu. Instant nonchalance. It's kung fu. Open door. Open door. Bang. Jiang Zhongming punched the bamboo, only to hear the bamboo leaves clattering. Exhausted and out of breath, Jiang Zhongming sighed, old and out of use, playing a set of boxing, all tired. Jiang Lingling walked forward and asked with concern, Grandpa, are you alright? It's alright, it's just old. If I put it aside in the past, this bamboo can be broken by the old man's fist, but now I can only make the bamboo broken. I can't obey the old man anymore. Jiang Lingling looked at bamboo. Click. Only to see that bamboo instantly explode and fall down in response. Asterisk. What kind of power is this? That this punch dried and shattered the bamboo? Could this be the legendary martial arts master? A fist dry broken bamboo. This fist is also a little too strong. Then those who hit the brick are stronger. This is a bamboo. A fist dry broken. Then if hit me, I have to eat tomorrow's mat. Awesome. The old man is really awesome. This is awesome. Should we be so fierce? This punch opens the door. It's too open. Just this punch. Who can take it? Live broadcast. A fist dry crushed bamboo. That bamboo directly from the center burst, as if by a bomb. Not to mention ordinary people cannot do. Even if the kung fu people cannot do. Or a 99-year-old man typed it. How strong was that old man when he was young? The live feed blew up again. Jiang Lingling said excitedly, Grandpa, you broke the bamboo. If you want bamboo in the future, you can just punch it directly. You don't need a wood chipper. Grandpa's old. Where can he hold on? He's exhausted from playing one round. And what if it's great-grandpa? Your great-great-grandfather was 100 times more powerful than me. 100 times more powerful? And, if he punches, he doesn't need to be next to the bamboo. That bamboo will break. Really? Jiang Lingling bubbled with wide eyes. Of course it's true. Your great-grandpa Zhang that's really powerful. Once your great-grandpa held a sharp sword and killed dozens of ghosts in one night. That good? Of course it's great. I remember your grandfather seizing a katana and giving it to me. Where? It's inside the crate. Go, hurry back and take a look. Jiang Lingling was very excited. The two returned to their room and opened the wooden box, which just happened to contain an ancient, yellowed photograph. Jiang Lingling said, Brother, this photo is so old. It should be an antique too. Can this be sold for money? Listen to Quan looking at the black and white photo. Said, this photo is a bit old. It's a black and white photo. It's not easy to keep it until now. But it's not worth much. Jiang Lingling looked disappointed. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Wait. Listening to the spring looked at the photo above. It was 3 people. A young man sitting in the center. A middle-aged man stood on the left. And a child stood on the right. The photo's appearance was exactly the same as the one in the other photo just now. Isn't the man in the center the little girl's great-grandfather? That's not much of a change. Listening to Quan curiously asked, who is the person sitting in the center here? Jiang Zhongming looked at the photo and said, in the center is my big brother. Next to him is Yi Yi. And the kid on the left is me. Jiang Lingling touched her head and realized the difference. Grandpa, this isn't right. What's wrong? Jiang Lingling picked up the other photo and said, look, this is great-grandpa Zhang, and this is you. Right. Look at this one photo. There's you on it, and there's great-grandpa Zhang on it. But you've grown up. But great-grandpa Zhang hasn't changed a bit. Jiang Zhongming. This girl, how did she find out? Still really the same person. How different. That child should only be 7 or 8 years old. The other one is at least 20 years old. The difference between them is at least 10 years. And the other one's appearance has not changed at all. It's so strange. It really hasn't changed at all. What the hell is going on here? It hasn't changed in 10 years. Does that mean the other person doesn't age? How did the little girl find out? I heard the little girl say that before I saw it clearly, and it's really the same. The crowd was puzzled. The difference between the two photos is more than 10 years, but the same person has not changed at all. Instead, 10 years later, that person looks even younger. Jiang Zhongming coughed. Doesn't your great-grandpa Zhang know martial arts? And those who know martial arts will have the art of reciting in the face. Can you still get younger and younger practicing martial arts? So grandpa, how come you're not getting any younger? Jiang Zhongming gave a blank look. Your grandfather's kung fu is not enough. Okay. Oh, so it's grandpa who can't. Jiang Zhongming heart viciously spit. Stinky girl. Careful, grandfather beat your ass. Chapter 13. The entire network rises in honor of senior. Jiang Zhongming heart viciously spit. Stinky girl. Careful, grandfather beat your ass. Jiang Lingling's curiosity was high and she pointed at the young man next to her and inquired. Grandpa, who is this young man? Yi, didn't I tell you? At a young age. Why did you just say it and then forget it? What does he do? He is a student of boxing. Learning Wing Chun. Your great-grandpa had instructed him a few times. He wanted to be a master, but was rejected by your great-grandpa. He is considered a registered disciple. The live feed tensed up. Asterisk. Does it mean that Yi is Ip Man? Yip Man in the old days was Yip Nai. If the other person is learning Wing Chun, it must be the same person. Ip Man can only be a registered disciple? That Ip Man is a Wing Chun master. That kung fu was quite impressive. Then wouldn't great-grandpa's kung fu be heavenly? From the photo, that middle-aged man is Ip Man. I just googled it. It's exactly the same. Elder is too good to be just a registered disciple. Wouldn't that old man be the granddaddy of Wing Chun? Many people in the live broadcast heard that Yi did not recognize, but Ip Man is really famous. And from the black and white photo above, that person is Ip Man undoubtedly. Listening to Quan hastily searched for Ip Man on the internet. Immediately a photo popped up, and comparing it to the one of the old man, the young man was exactly the same as Ip Man. Hearing Springs was confused. Who the hell is this old man's brother? That good? Even Ip Man can be just a registered disciple. Listening to Quan seriously said, little sister, this photo is also worth a lot of money. Is this photo an antique too? Yes. Just put it away carefully. Who is Ip Man? That is a famous Wing Chun master. Not to mention in China, even in the world have martial arts schools, and Ip Man's photos are few and far between. Only 2 or 3 photos. This photo would have some collector's value if the people at the martial arts school knew about it. If not hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. Jiang Zhongming spat in his heart. Yiwen is only afraid that he has long been gone, and no one knows the identity of the old ancestor. It is not just a photo. It should not expose the secret of the old ancestor. Jiang Lingling looked at the sword inside. Grandpa, is this the katana you were talking about? Jiang Zhongming nodded. Yes, this is that one katana. It was collected by your great-grandfather who killed the ghosts. Your grandfather said it was not bad. I liked it so much that your great-grandfather gave it to me. Jiang Zhongming stroked the knife and loved it. Jiang Lingling said, brother, does this knife open the door? Listening to the spring looked at the katana, carefully measuring the pattern on it. His heart was shocked. It was not that he had not seen the katana before. The katana was made in Tokyo. Many samurai swords were captured during the anti-Japanese years, but they're all ordinary katanas. But the katana in Jiang Zhongming's hand was completely different. Listening to Quan excitedly said, open the door. To open the door. This thing is not ordinary. This should be the general's sword. A general's sword? Hearing Izumi, there are 4 levels of katanas. Soldier's knife. A knife used by common soldiers. Usually galvanized, with no decoration on the handle, and around in length 70 centimeters. A lieutenant's knife. That's a weapon used by lower-ranking officers. Usually copper-plated and around long 80 centimeters. A sasori sword, or dachi as we often call it, is usually a silver-plated blade with a simple decoration on the hilt. At the highest level, it's the general officer's sword. That's used by generals as well as commanders, and it's usually a gold-plated samurai sword, with an even more decorative gold and silver thread on the sheath, with a blade of 100 centimeters or more. I would conclude that this is a shogun-grade katana. Jiang Zhongming looked surprised. Young man, I didn't expect you to know so much about samurai swords. You're right. This one is a shogun-level samurai sword. This knife blows short and sharp. Blowback? Jiang Zhongming laughed. Yes, it means putting a hair on it and blowing on it, and that hair naturally breaks off. Jiang Lingling understood and pulled a hair off her head with her right hand. What are you doing? Grandpa. I'm going to try to see if it's really as powerful as you say. Jiang Lingling beamed and laughed. Little girl, you still think Grandpa is lying to you. So watch this. When, pulling out the hilt of the blade, the pitch-black colored blade, even after decades, still exuded a stern, cold light. Jiang Zhongming said, give me the hair. Oh. Jiang Zhongming placed the hair on the upper blade. Then with a gentle blow from Jiang Zhongming, the hair split in two and broke into two. The live feeds looked dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really, this is blowing hair. I thought it was fake. I did not think it was really. This knife is also too powerful. The original really have this kind of knife. This if cut in the body. That who can stand. The bone shall not be cut off. Too sharp. This knife is awesome. So awesome. Is Tokyo's craft so strong? This Nima blew a breath and it broke. Then if it were anything else, it would have to be cut straight through. Awesome. Listening to the springs see the scene. Blowing off hair? This is surprisingly true. Jiang Zhongming stroked the knife and cherished it. Back then, the ghosts challenged 38 Chinese masters with this knife. And they were all cut down under this knife. If Grandpa hadn't gotten away so fast, he would have almost died too. That cut was so strong it left a permanent scar on my back. Jiang Lingling exclaimed. Grandpa, are you hurt? Jiang Zhongming stroked Ling Ling's head. Silly child. There is no such thing as fighting a war without getting injured. It's a good thing that your great-grandpa killed the other side. This person is in the Zhongsha realm. Grandpa, let me see the wound. There's nothing to see in a wound. No, if it's not better, I'll take you to the hospital. It's all healed, but it left a scar. Let's see. Jiang Zhongming looked at Ling Ling, watched Ling Ling insist, and nodded his head. Alright, I'll let you take a look. Jiang Zhongming took off his clothes. Show the back. Jiang Lingling looked dumbfounded, and the 100,000 fans in the live broadcast room were moved. It was a long scar that ran from the left shoulder all the way down to just below the right waist, and even after all these years, you could clearly see that the scar ran the entire length of the body. Jiang Lingling looked at the slash marks and her tears flowed down her face. Listening Spring stood up and stood in awe. All rise, salute the old man. Salute the anti-Japanese heroes. 100,000 fans looked at the bruises and were shocked. A wave of admiration stirred in his heart. They have risen to their feet. Hats off to the old man for his selflessness, without which we would not be here today. Salute. Must salute. All rise. This wound is horrible. Why hasn't it healed until now? As a doctor, it's the first time I've seen such a wound. A stab wound that only goes into the wood, at least 5 centimeters deep. Gosh, the old man is awesome. Tribute to heroes. Jiang Zhongming turned his head. Don't cry. Grandpa is fine. Grandpa, so many years have passed. Why is good not good? This wound is too deep to heal that easily. Does Grandpa still hurt? It stopped hurting a long time ago. Who was it that hurt you? Okamura's brother. Okamura Taijiro. The broadcast room was in shock. The man Okamura Ningji is all too familiar. Chapter 14. The whole internet is shocked. Tokyo's first kendo master. Okamura Ningji is a man all too familiar. Anyone who has read history knows that it was the commander-in-chief in Tokyo during the war. The man who created countless tragedies. More than anything else, it was the enforcer of the three lights policy. Loot it all. Burn it all. Kill it all. This man is guilty as sin. Jiang Lingling said. Grandpa, don't worry. When I grow up, I'll take revenge for you. Haha, your great-grandfather has already avenged me. He hung Okamura Taijiro's head at the gates of Sungnan town. The live audience immediately searched for Okamura Taijiro. It's shocking to look at the description on it. Okamura Taijiro, given by the emperor as the first kendo master in Tokyo, came to China to challenge 38 masters. 38 died under the sword, and called ***** all sick men of East Asia. In 1940, he was robbed and killed by a mysterious master. Hang the head at the entrance to the town of Sunnan. Okamura Ningji was furious. The live broadcast instantly resounded with countless pop-ups. Oh my god. So this Okamura Taijiro is so powerful, challenging 38 people without a single defeat. How strong is this guy? Tokyo Kendo Sovereign? It is the first Kendo Sovereign. This guy is so strong, but it was still killed by the old man's brother. Then who is the old man's brother? Why never heard of it? There are countless masters in my Huaxia. The old master's brother is too powerful. When I saw that old man's wounds, I knew that Okamura Taijiro was not simple. The old man is great. It turned out to be killed by the old man's brother. It was awesome. Jiang Lingling said. Grandpa, even if that Okamura Taijiro you said is powerful, he's still afraid of guns. So if you hit him with a gun, won't that be enough? Jiang Zhongming laughed. It's not that easy to hit him. Why? He's fast? Is it faster than a bullet? Jiang Zhongming shook his head. It's not that it's faster than bullets, but when you shoot, the other party already knows that you're going to shoot and will dodge the bullets in advance. So the other side is so powerful. How powerful is that great-grandpa? 100 times better than me. So tell me about Big Grandpa. You want a story? I want to. When you say Big Grandpa is great, start with you meeting Okamura Taijiro. I want to hear the story. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Jiang Zhongming also came to be interested. Okay, Grandpa will tell you about it. Listening to Quan wanted to disconnect the connection, but as he watched the fans requesting stories, he became interested, not realizing that the fans in the broadcast room also like to tell stories. I guess I've seen too much of you and Tai Tao. Think about it. Most of the daily link-ups are you on Dao too, and viewers are tired of seeing them suddenly come different live. The audience found it interesting, especially during the war. This is much simpler than identifying you on Dao too. Jiang Zhongming looked ahead and slowly said. Jiang Zhongming returned to the base with a dozen people. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, his heart was inexplicably heartbroken. These were his teammates, who now died tragically in the hands of the ghosts. The deputy regimental commander looked at Jiang Zhongming's arrival, his face dejected. I rushed over when I heard the gunshots, but I'm still a step too late. 18 of my brothers are dead. An expert has come to Sannan town this time. Jiang Zhongming crouched down and checked the injuries of his teammates. All of them were killed by a single knife, and the cuts were at the neck, and every knife cut the throat, so it was bound to be an expert without a doubt. There were also teammates with pistols in their hands that were still warm and were still killed by a single stab. You can see how powerful the enemy is, and the opponent is still killed with a knife, not a bullet. Jiang Zhongming frowned. That's an expert with a sword, with an athletic stance. I'm only afraid that he's a grandmaster. The deputy head nodded. You're right. He captured the head of the regiment, Li Zhangyi. The chief is still alive? No. He left a letter for me to give to you to meet the enemy. Jiang Zhongming took the letter. Li Zhangyi is in my hands. I Okamura Taijiro. I heard that there is a master with a sword in the base area, called the God of the Sword. Within 3 days, please come to Sannan City. I Okamura Taijiro waiting for a long time. The deputy head continued. This guy is very powerful. He killed 38 Chinese experts and is the #1 kendo master in Tokyo. His purpose is simple. Let you go over there and take the opportunity to kill you. Jiang Zhongming nodded. I know. The headmaster is in his hands. I must rescue him. Okay, I'll bring someone with you. No, I'll go alone. This is a trap. His purpose is simple. To force you to go over there and die. I'll bring my people together to charge into Sannan City and rescue Captain Li. It would be in vain for you to go. This person is very strong. I can go alone. And there are many ghosts in Sannan City. Once you shoot, you are bound to attract the attention of the ghosts. To rescue the headmaster, I must go myself. The deputy head shook his head. No, I can't let you risk your life alone. The chief must be rescued. It's the only way. And don't worry, I'll get my revenge and kill Okamura Taijiro to avenge my teammates. The deputy head of the group brightened up. Where is your brother Jiang Chen? If your brother is there, it must be foolproof. He didn't come, but he should be here soon. And I can't wait. Tonight. When Jiang Zhong finished speaking, he turned around and left, traveling to Sannan City. Into the night, Jiang Zhongming carefully sneaked in, under the city gate, looking at the 2 ghosts above the city gate, and then fished out 2 daggers from his arms, and then threw them, and that flying dagger stabbed into the enemy's throat. Instant death. Jiang Zhongming then leapt with both legs and stomped his feet up above the city gates. Jiang Lingling suddenly interrupted. Grandpa, are you lying? Grandpa cheated there? You just said 2 daggers into the enemy's throat, didn't you? So high, so far. How do you stab the enemy in the throat? You are not cheating. What is it? You grew up telling me not to cheat. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. And you said the city gate is 10 meters high. How did you get up there? This girl, Grandpa is telling a story. What are you doing talking about this? I want to hear a story. 2 daggers stabbed into the ghosts' throats. Isn't this more powerful than Yin Xuanying? Is the old man exaggerating? Why do I feel that the old man is Yin Xuanying? Little girl, listen to the story is not on the line. I see the wonderful place. The result was interrupted by you. Continue to listen to the old man's story. I was listening to it, and then you inserted a commercial. So I don't want people to listen to it anymore. Live fans trolled hard. I'm in the middle of something. What are you interrupting? Jiang Zhongming laughed. What? You don't believe that Grandpa is so powerful? Yeah, I didn't even know that. Then Grandpa will show you. How do you perform? Come on, let's go to the yard. Having said that, Jiang Zhongming then led Jiang Lingling out of the room and outside the courtyard. Jiang Zhongming laughed in his heart. Stinky girl, Still do not believe that Grandpa has this kind of means. Today Grandpa will show you what is the real Kung Fu. Chapter 15 The Old Man's Story. The two walked out into the yard. Jiang Zhongming picked up 2 stones from the ground and laughed. Little girl, watch this. Jiang Zhongming held 2 stones in his hand, sank his chi into his dantian, and casually threw them. The 2 stones broke through the air and quickly struck the walnuts on the big tree. 2 walnuts fell. Jiang Lingling excitedly said, Grandpa, how did you do that? What's wrong with that? Grandpa was at least a grandmaster back then. Knocking out 2 walnuts is simple. Jiang Zhongming had a smug look on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The old man is really powerful. 2 stones hit 2 walnuts. This technique is too powerful. Not bad for an old man. Awesome. It turns out that the old man wasn't lying. If it was 2 daggers, it would be easy to stab the enemy in the throat, which is more difficult than a dagger. Is this the legendary inner strength? How much arm strength does this require? The stone is far more difficult than the dagger. Old man 6666. The live feeds were dumbfounded to see this scene. 2 stones thrown casually, accurately hit 2 walnuts. This is even more powerful than Yan Xuanying. They say that Yan Xuanying Kung Fu was all shot, but the old man was able to do it. Jiang Lingling laughed. Grandpa, can you teach me? You won't learn. You didn't even teach me. How do you know I can't learn? It takes talent. Jiang Lingling stepped forward with 2 small, pink hands and punched them haphazardly, saying with a smug expression, obviously, I possess a very strong talent. Jiang Zhongming laughed out loud. This girl, Jiang Zhongming said, okay, Grandpa will teach you when he has the chance in the future, but you can't be lazy. I'm definitely not going to be lazy, so teach now. Grandpa, it's not that easy to become an expert. Grandpa cultivated for decades to be able to have such a level of cultivation. You have to cultivate for at least a few decades as well. It's taking so long. Jiang Lingling looked frustrated. Of course, there are no quick fixes in Kung Fu. Grandpa, do you know inner strength? The inner strength is there. That's good. You will pass on the inner strength to me. I will not be able to achieve it quickly. Anyway, you will be gone soon. It is a waste to keep it. Why don't you pass it on before you die, okay? Jiang Zhongming gave a blank look at the stinky girl. Grandpa's not dead yet. The live feed went crazy with laughter. Haha, Ling Ling is too cute. The old man is not dead yet. He is thinking about the inner strength on the old man. The old man doesn't know how angry he is in his heart. This girl, how dare you say that? Aren't you afraid that Grandpa will get angry? Inner strength. Does that mean Grandpa really has inner strength? Internal strength? So there really is one. They say that martial arts is a lie, but I didn't think there really is such a godly person. Master opened a martial arts school. I'll be the first to sign up. Count me in. Jiang Zhongming shook his head. Shake your head. It's not that simple. This is something you learn by yourself. You can't pass it on to others. That's what they say on TV. Then, that's a lie. Internal energy is stored within the body. It's formed over time and requires a strong talent to perceive it. It's just like you studying. Studying is all about accumulating over time in order to get into middle school, high school, and also college. Jiang Zhongming advised. He didn't want Jiang Lingling to take shortcuts. There is no shortcut in the path of martial arts. It's all formed over time. In the process of practicing, feel their own chi. Cannot feel it, is an ordinary martial artist. Feel it will be able to achieve the internal strength of the martial artist. Jiang Lingling looked disappointed. Kind of don't want to learn martial arts anymore. She was originally a 7-year-old girl, so how could she have any sense of perseverance? Jiang Lingling said, Grandpa, keep telling the story. The story isn't finished yet. Want to hear a story? Then Grandpa will continue the story. Jiang Zhongming flew above the city walls, quickly bypassing the guards and entering the large prison. And the dungeon was not guarded. The moment he entered the dungeon, he saw Li Zhangyi bound on top of a stake, and at the end of the corridor, there was another ghost sitting on a chair, holding the hilt of a knife in his hand, his eyes staring at Jiang Zhongming. Li Zhangyi shouted, Zhongming, go, he's waiting for you. Your Excellency is the blade god Jiang Zhongming, isn't it? You are. Okamura Taijiro. So it was you who killed my teammate. Jiang Zhongming slowly drew out his long sword. His face was murderous. His eyes were fixed on Okamura Taijiro, sensing Okamura Taijiro's aura. This guy was really a Zongshi. Jiang Zhongming looked around, searching for hidden enemies. Okamura Taijiro said, there is no need to look for me. I am the only one here. Your Excellency possesses great courage, and I will naturally not let others assassinate you. You're strong, possessing the strength of a Zongshi. Surrender to my Dai Nippon Empire and I will report to His Majesty and grant you supreme honor. Little brats. Sooner or later I will cut off the head of your Imperial Majesty. Baka. I wanted to give you a chance. It's you who didn't grasp it. then you can only die under my sword. Taijiro Okamura stands up with a flick of his wrist. That sword sheath then rushed towards Jiang Zhongming. Jiang Zhongming was startled and immediately crossed his sword and gripped it against the sheath. And just in an instant, Okamura Taijiro perched himself up and slashed at Jiang Zhongming with a flash of sword light. Jiang Lingling immediately interrupted. Grandpa, you're lying again. The live feeds couldn't sit still. Little girl, can you not interrupt? We listened to the attention of it. The result of what you say. Beware of Grandpa spank you. This ghost girl. I was getting excited and you ended up interrupting the story. Do you not want to hear the story? Interrupted again. This girl is so hateful. Girl, shut up you. Girl, don't be interrupting the old man's storytelling. It's getting going. Live fans have been trolling just in time to get to the fight moment. As a result, Jiang Lingling made a remark, pulled the crowd back. Halfway through the story, it gets to the good part, and then suddenly it's gone. Jiang Zhongming laughed. When did Grandpa cheat again? You just said that the scabbard flew out with a turn of the opponent's wrist, didn't you? How can that be? That scabbard is the mechanism? There are no organs. How does that fly out? It's very simple that the other party is a clan master. If you don't believe me, go to the house and bring out the katana. Grandpa will open your eyes. Kong Ling Ling farted into the house and came out clutching a katana. Jiang Zhongming held the katana and said, at the Zhongshu realm, one possesses very strong internal energy, which can shatter the heart and veins when it hits a person. Jiang Zhongming gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. She sinks into the dantian. With a casual twist of the wrist, the scabbard flew out and impacted on top of the wall, and 3 times into the eye. The scabbard was steadily inserted on top of the stone wall, just like a sharp sword insertion. The live stream was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of tactic is this? The scabbard really flies out. This is too good. Elder is worthy of being a patriarch. This means, it's too deep. It's even more powerful than Yan Shuangying. If I had learned a trick or two of this technique, I wouldn't be single until now. It's awesome. Jiang Lingling walked forward and stared at the scabbard. Looking at the scabbard into the wood, he was curious. How did it get in there? Chapter 16, what? Is that the demon sword Muramasa? Jiang Lingling held the hilt of her sword in her hand and tried to pull it out, but make milk strength, but also cannot pull out from it. Exasperated. Grandpa, pull out. Jiang Zhongming stepped forward and gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Pull the hilt out. Grandpa. The wall is pierced. You have to repair it later. Jiang Zhongming said. Let's talk about it later. Grandpa, you continue the story. Grandpa doesn't want to talk about it. Why yes, didn't want to talk about it when you interrupted. No, I want to hear more. Do you still interrupt Grandpa? No, that's fine. If you interrupt Grandpa again, he'll stop. The grandparents and grandchildren continue to sit down. Jiang Zhongming said, that Okamura Taijiro is very powerful. I fought with him and could not get the upper hand once. My sword is heavy and incomparable, weighing 30 kilograms, and still could not get the upper hand. His blade was so sharp that it cut off my greatsword in one stroke, and I lost a move that cut me from my left shoulder to just below my right waist. It was then that I fought for my life to escape, passed out straight away on the way back. It was a teammate who saved me. By the time I woke up, your old ancestor was here, and he used a potion to save me. Otherwise Grandpa would have died. When the crowd heard this, it didn't feel right. What did the old man say just now? Wasn't it his elder brother? How did he become an old ancestor again? Is there a possibility that it wasn't his elder brother at all, but his oldest ancestor? Could it be that the sarcophagus is the oldest ancestor of the old man? Upstairs. You're right. Maybe the old master ancestor didn't die at all. It's in the sarcophagus. No wonder the poisonous snake on Ling Ling instantly healed. That must be a high-level person. The old man unintentionally exposed the secret. No wonder it hasn't changed in 10 years. What is that old ancestor? Could he be a zombie? Is that one augur dragon a guardian beast? Guarding the Jiang clan's old ancestor. My goodness old man, this is exposing the secret. The 100,000 fans of the live broadcasting room of the God of Transformation detectives, hearing the old man say that it is the old ancestor, instantly not calm, have guessed that there is a dragon in that sarcophagus. That augur is the guardian beast, guarding around the Jiang family's oldest ancestor. How old is that old ginger family? Could it be immortality? At this time, Listening Spring was also confused. Big Brother had turned into an old ancestor? Could it be that Jiang Lingling's unintentional interruption caused the old man to reveal the old ancestor? Kong Ling Ling, and then, your great-grandfather took me for revenge. That's not true. What's wrong again? You just said you were an old grandpa. How come you're a big grandpa again? Did I say old man again? You said I heard it with my own ears. Jiang Lingling looked at her grandfather and said with a serious face. Jiang Zhongming was full of doubts. Then his eyes firmly said, "You must have misheard. I'm talking about my big brother. There is what old ancestor." Jiang Lingling tilted her head. "Did I hear wrong? Grandpa, you said Okamura Taijiro was very powerful. So how many moves did great-grandpa use to defeat Okamura Taijiro?" "Used a trick." Jiang Lingling's eyes widened. "One move?" Jiang Zhongming continued, "At that time, your great-grandfather took me to revenge. Deep into Tsongnan town, a dozen or so ghosts came to block the way. Your great-grandfather made a move, and the swords spread out. A dozen or so ghosts then died horribly under your great-grandfather's sword. You should know that your great-grandpa's kung fu is 100 times better than mine, and no one can kill your great-grandpa if he strikes. So the ghosts didn't use guns?" "Used, but your great-grandfather's stance is very strange. That ghost only saw a residual shadow flashing, and the head fell to the ground. There is no one who can stop your great-grandfather's pace." Later, Taijiro Okamura also came out of his room and was instantly stunned the moment he saw your great-grandfather. Your great-grandfather casually swung his sword and Okamura Taijiro's head fell to the ground. Sneak attack? What is your great-grandfather's status? There is no need for a sneak attack. Okamura Taijiro was too slow, and just as he tried to draw his sword, he died tragically under it. "No one can draw a sword in front of your great-grandfather," Jiang Lingling exclaimed. "Then isn't great-grandpa invincible?" Jiang Zhongming nodded his head. "The old ancestor was an immortal cultivator. How can we martial arts practitioners fight? And where is great-grandpa? Gone. Going somewhere? Then dial with him and tell him that Ling Ling misses him." Jiang Zhongming smiled. "Gone means passed away. Understand? When Taijiro Okamura died, he gave me this katana as a trophy, and I collected it. It's a great katana." Jiang Lingling remembered the business and said, "Brother, how much can this knife be sold for? Pull it closer? I'll get a better look." "In closer. There's writing on it. I can't read it, so wait while I look up the information." Listening to Quan knew that the sword was not simple. It was a shogun's sword, the best of the samurai swords, and it was still so sharp that it was bound to be no ordinary samurai sword. On that sheath, there was writing. It's Tokyo text. Listening to the springs is also unreadable, so you have to look up the information. It turns out that the old master's elder brother is so powerful that he kills his opponents with a single sword. And that Okamura Taijiro is the #1 kendo master in Tokyo. What old master's brother? That's the old master's old ancestor. He must be hidden in the sarcophagus. That sarcophagus must have a secret. How long has the oldest ancestor of the Zheng family lived? The oldest is 99 years old. If the father of the oldest is not 120 years old or more? Upstairs. How do you know that's the old man's father? What if it's the grandfather? Maybe people live forever and practice immortality in the sarcophagus. The identity of the Zheng family's ancestor is a mystery, and the other party must be very strong. From among the stories told by the old man, the old ancestor must not be an ordinary person. The story is so compelling, it has to be made into a movie. Listen to the springs to see the Tokyo writing on this. Immediately contact an old classmate on your cell phone and send the old stuff in photos. Listening to the spring, old classmate. Didn't you learn Japanese? Help me see what kind of writing is on this? Style remains the same, let's see. It's a katana. Listening to the spring, it's nice. There's text on it. I can't read it. The style remains the same. Where do you find your treasures? Listening to the spring, I was asked to appraise that the katana was not simple. It was a shogun-grade katana. The style remains the same, the rank of general? What does that mean? Listen to Quan, let me put it to you this way. It's a katana used by the commander level. This thing is worth a fortune. Help me see. What's the writing on it? Style remains the same, Demon Sword Muramasa. Which, by the way, translates into Chinese as Demon Sword Muramasa. Listening Springs was shocked to hear this. Demon Sword Muramasa? That's Tokyo's famous Shinwa artifact. Nope. Isn't the Demon Sword Muramasa set up at the shrine? How did it end up in the old man's hands? Could that be a fake? Listening to Azumi think carefully, a possibility came to his mind. The Demon Sword Muramasa of that shrine. Could it be a fake? Chapter 17 Zhengui Shinchi in China. Shocking the whole internet. Listening to the springs was exciting. Demon Sword Village is very famous in Tokyo. That status is equivalent to the Chinese state of the Jade Seal. That is the town of Tokyo's sacred weapon. This thing even in the hands of the old man. Listening to Azumi excitedly. The words on that are the Demon Sword Muramasa. The live feed was instantly unsettling. Asterisk 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 surprisingly. It's that one knife. What? Demon Sword Muramasa. That's a very famous sword. Demon Sword Muramasa. That's Tokyo's town weapon. No wonder it blows hair and breaks hair. This sword is too powerful. Isn't that worth tens of millions of dollars? Tens of millions? Are you kidding me? If this thing is real, it's worth billions of dollars. The Jinhua artifact is only tens of millions of dollars. What are you thinking? The demon sword Muramasa is actually in the old man's hands. So Tokyo knows about it and mustn't come over to buy it right away? It's worth a lot of money and must be collected. It can't be sold. Especially not to the Japanese. The old man is great. The fans on the air were instantly nonplussed. Tokyo artifact, demon sword Muramasa surprisingly in the hands of the old man. This thing is worth a lot of money. Not to mention the purchase of a house in Kyoto. Even if it is a quadrangle is not much of a problem. If it was sold to the Japanese, it would be worth at least a couple billion. It doesn't come with a price drop yet. This would be the equivalent of the seal of transmission falling into someone else's hands. The demon blade Muramasa is no less important than the transfiguration jade seal. Jiang Zhongming nodded. Not bad. This sword is indeed the demon sword Muramasa. I had someone translate it at the time. It's the demon sword of Tokyo. It's very sharp. Jiang Lingling, brother, is this knife worth a lot of money? A lot. How many? At least 100 million or more. Listen to Kwan's conservative estimate. What's 100 million? Enough for me to go to school? Enough. Totally enough. Not only enough for you to go to school, even if you want to buy a house and a car. Listen to Kwan excitedly said. Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Zhongming. Grandpa, is this knife for sale? Not for sale. Why? This thing is your big grandpa's trophy. Sell it for what? You go to school. Grandpa will pay your tuition. You don't have to worry about any problems. Jiang Zhongming stroked Lingling's head and said with a kind face. Jiang Lingling looked at the long knife. Grandpa, I know. In the future I want to be as powerful as great-grandpa. Okay, Grandpa's going to go rest up. Jiang Zhongming turned around and went back to the house. Jiang Lingling said, Brother, I'm leaving. Big Grandpa still has a box. This knife is not for sale. When Grandpa goes up the mountain tomorrow to move the bag of grain, I will big Grandpa's box out. There's definitely a treasure in there, and I'll sell it to you when the time comes. Listening Spring nodded. Good. When the time comes, brother will help you appraise it. Jiang Lingling exits the connection. Looking at the katana, he milked it. In the future I'm going to be better than Big Grandpa. Drawing his katana, he juggled it off to the side. Live fans have been tweeting about it. That great-grandfather must be the Jiang family's oldest ancestor. Just now the old man said that he missed the point. And I wonder what kind of treasure the oldest ancestor has. I'm tired of seeing Yuan Dao 2 every day. I've seen it hundreds of times, and I can identify it. The next collector to connect won't be a Yuan Dai 2 again, will he? Yuan Dai 2 is just ordinary goods. That demon sword Muramasa is the treasure. It's a pity that the old man won't sell it. Otherwise it would shock the whole of Tokyo. That katana is worth at least a few $1 billion. Billions of Sakura coins? At least several $1 billion. Listening to the Spring at this time was also guessing that the elder brother that the old man was talking about. Was it the old ancestor? Even the Tokyo Divine Artifact was able to collect it. There was bound to be something better inside that box. Now we can only wait for tomorrow to connect to Lingling. Listening to the Springs was somewhat expected. After all, everyday Yuan Dao 2. Not to mention the fans are a little tired of seeing. He is also a little tired of seeing. Hearing Springs, tomorrow, we're linking up with Lingling Jiang for our next collector. A headline, Resistance Heroes holding Tokyo's sacred weapon. The demon sword Muramasa instantly hit the hot list. From obscurity, rising to number 2 on the Hot 100, the news even squashes showbiz news. It instantly caused a frenzy of discussion on the internet. Tokyo artifact, demon sword Muramasa. I think I've heard the name of this katana. It's a very famous katana in Tokyo. Really? Iquan brother treasure appraisal. Surely it is real. Anti-Japanese hero? Demon dagger Muramasa? Is it hype again? It's definitely not hype. I've seen it with my own eyes, and that katana is very open. If it's true, it's not worth billions of dollars. This old man is really powerful, worthy of being an anti-Japanese hero. Under the news, up to hundreds of thousands of people commented, and some even saw the wounds behind Jiang Zhongming and stood in awe as countless people admired him. There are true and false comments. It has attracted a lot of attention. Inside a compound, Li Weiwei picked up her phone and froze when she saw the news on the hot list. A Tokyo artifact? Demon sword Muramasa? I think Grandpa said that he had seen something like this before, and I wonder if it's true. Li Weiwei tapped on the hot list. Looking at the description on it, and the little story of the town of Tsangnan, he stood up instantly. It's true. Grandpa once said that he was once captured by the brats and locked up inside the prison, and it was an expert who saved him, and that expert was no one else but Jiang Zhongming's brother, Jiang Chen. Vivian Li grabbed her cell phone and darted toward the backyard. At this time an old man was sitting on a chair, sunning himself. Grandpa. Li Zhongyi narrowed his eyes. What is it? Grandpa. Didn't you originally say that your savior, Jiang Zhongming? I found him somewhere. Li Zhongyi opened his eyes mouth, turned around and said excitedly, do you know where Zhongming is? Grandpa, let me show you the news above. It's the second news on the hot search list, and on it there's an old hero called Jiang Zhongming collecting Demon Blade Muramasa. Li Zhongyi took the phone and couldn't wait to read on. Excitedly, he said, it's him, Zhongming. This guy left without saying goodbye after the victory of the anti-Japanese. I don't know where he is. I've been looking for him for a long time, but I can't find him. Where is he now? Grandpa, is this katana real? It's true. I've seen this katana back in the day, and Zhongming couldn't get enough of him. If that little kid hadn't had this weapon, Zhongming wouldn't have been seriously injured. Li Zhongyi looked at the picture above, looked at the one wound, and became more certain in his heart. He had seen the knife wound on Jiang Zhongming's back, into the woodwork, just a little bit closer. Jiang Zhongming died tragically under the sword. There was also the story above. That was absolutely true. He had seen Jiang Chen strike, and under one sword, dozens of ghosts died tragically under the sword energy. Li Weiwei exclaimed, Grandpa, is that Jiang Chen really that powerful? Of course it's powerful. You've never seen it, but I've seen it with my own eyes, and this person is even more terrifying than what's said above. Li Zhongyi shouted, someone come. A guard came quickly. Chief, see this message? I have to know the whereabouts of Jiang Zhongming within today. Okay? Understood. The guard nodded. Let me know when you find it. Yes. The guardsman turned away. Li Zhongyi lamented, Zhongming, I finally found you. This guy left without saying a word. If you do not go, today your status is only afraid and I am the same. Chapter 18, what? Yan Xuanying's prototype is Jiang Chen? Li Weiwei laughed. Grandpa, just how powerful is that Grandpa Zhongming? Zhongming is not very powerful, but his brother is very powerful. Back then, Jiang Chen held a long sword, killed the ghosts to lose their armor. Invincible. Li Weiwei was full of doubts. A long sword? It's not an assault rifle. Is it hard for a long sword to be more powerful than a submachine gun? Li Zhongyi looked at Li Weiwei's skeptical gaze and laughed. You think Grandpa is joking with you? Let me tell you this. Even if it's 100 ghosts armed with assault rifles, they're no match for big brother Jiang Chen. Really? The ghost is a submachine gun. Does it mean he's invulnerable? That's not true, but he was able to dodge enemy bullets. What's a submachine gun? Big brother Jiang Chen's stance is too weird. The enemy can't find him at all. Just ask if you can do it. Is he faster than a bullet? It's not that it's faster than bullets, but when the enemy shoots, he already circumvents the bullets. Back in the day, big brother Jiang Chen followed us together to wipe out the devils. One time we had to attack Songnan Mountain, which was so dangerous that there was only one mountain road through it, and that Songnan Mountain was lined with bunkers on both sides. Li Weiwei nodded. He naturally understood what a bunker was. The bunkers are built on high ground, and the view from the high ground is unobstructed, and the bunkers are made of large stones. The defense was so high that ordinary bullets could not penetrate it, and even ordinary bombs could not blow up the bunker. And inside the bunker, there were several windows, up to 3 or 4 meters away. The ghosts often sent heavy machine guns to guard them, strafing down from high ground, not to mention dozens of people, even thousands of people could not break through. That bullet swept out. Many people were buried under the submachine guns. During the years of resistance, many fighters lost out on bunkers. Li Zhongyi lamented. At that time, there were a total of 5 bunkers in Songnan Mountain, side by side, forming horns with each other, without any breach to speak of. I remember that big brother Jiang Chen, at that time, faced the enemy's submachine guns without the slightest fear. One man then went up the mountain. Grandpa, I thought you said the peaks were steep. For ordinary people, it is not possible to go up. But who is big brother Jiang? He went up with a double stomp, and the enemy saw big brother Jiang Chen come up, and took the submachine gun to shoot directly. That bullet burst straight across. Big brother Jiang Chen, quickly dodge. A few machine guns can't hit big brother Jiang at all. At that time, I was thinking, if only everyone was as powerful as big brother Jiang, what ghosts? They would be no match. Li Zhongyi exclaimed. Li Weiwei exclaimed. Then isn't he even more powerful than Yan Xuanying? Yan Xuanying is nothing. He's not even worthy of big brother Zhang's shoes. Li Zhongyi's face was mocking, and his tone was filled with sarcasm. Vivian Li laughed. And what happened after that? Later, when brother Jiang rushed inside the enemy bunker, the battle was over, and our regiment was able to go over there with peace of mind and join up with the larger force. So he doesn't use a gun? No, he likes to use swords. Do you know who the archetype of Yan Xuanying is? Who is it? Is it Li Weiwei brightened up? It's big brother Jiang Chen. But the shooting is too conservative. If I were the director, I definitely wouldn't use a gun. But Yan Xuanying talks a lot. And Big Brother Jiang doesn't talk so much nonsense at all. He only had one thing to say. What's the word? No enemy has ever seen my sword, and all who have seen it have died. Vivian Li was stunned. This bastard is a better pretender than Yan Xuanying. Soon, the guard stepped forward, reporting to the chief. Old Mr. Jiang Zhongming has been found. Oh, where? On a peak in the Kunlun Mountains. What else is in the house? There is only Elder Jiang, and a little girl, who is his great-granddaughter. Many people have moved down from the bottom of the mountain to live here, and only Elder Jiang is still up there. Where's Jiang Chen? I don't know. It doesn't have his info on it or an ID. Li Zhangyi frowned. Could it be that Big Brother he had already gone? It won't. Big Brother is an expert. He can't be dead. Li Weiwei said. Grandpa, I'll immediately send someone to invite him over. No, I'm going to go myself. Grandpa, don't worry. My old bones are fine. I won't die. Set off. Grandpa, I'll go with you. It's also good to meet the benefactors. If it wasn't for them, it wouldn't be for me. The news on the internet traveled to Tokyo with lightning speed. Nowadays, the network is developed. This site appears on the hot list. Every corner of the globe can be searched. Even do not half an hour. The extranet can be seen. On the internet, there was a flood of curses. Bastard. What Tokyo artifacts? What the hell is Wasia up to? Tokyo artifacts are obviously in our shrine. And they're hyping up the news again. What kind of hero? I think it's just a bad old man. We are giving Wasia a life with a bright future. And as a result, they don't appreciate it and drive us away. They are all stupid humans. Baka. What Tokyo artifacts? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to start a war? Baka. Speculating again. Is there a point in speculating every day? Tokyo artifacts. Stupid Chinese. That's absolutely fake. Fake can't be fake. The Tokyo artifact is in our shrine. Many people didn't believe that this thing would appear in China. It was obviously well preserved in the shrine. And at this point, in a conference room in Tokyo, on the screen, a sword appeared. It was the katana, the demon sword Muramasa. An old man stood on it. The expression was serious. A frown creased his brow. This man is the head of the Shinto religion, Yujin Koyasu, and at the bottom were all the Shintoist hierarchy, who, at that moment, were staring at the katana on the video. Xiao and Yujin seriously said, the information that just came back from China. You all know, the demon sword Muramasa reappeared. And after the expert's identification, this sword is real. The word is out. There was a commotion down there. Is that knife really in China? How can that be? Then wouldn't our shrine offerings be? Xiao and Yujin nodded his head and said seriously, yes, the shrine is a fake. Back then Okamura Taijiro brought the demon sword Muramasa to China and challenged 38 Chinese experts in a row, and ultimately died tragically in Songnan town. His head was cut off and hung at the entrance of the city. And the one who killed Okamura Taijiro is called Kong Chen, also Kong Jongmyeon's older brother. The matter is very true. Since Okamura Taijiro's death, that one sword is nowhere to be found. I have sent people to China to inquire in many ways, but there has been no whereabouts. Now that it has reappeared on Earth, we must hold this sword in our hands and not let it fall into the hands of China. You guys figure out how you can get the knife back first. After finishing his speech, Little and Yujin closed his eyes and contemplated. The knife has to come back. The Jinghua artifact absolutely cannot fall in China. Chapter 19 Jiang Lingling is secretly appraising treasures again. Sect leader, I think it's better to purchase it. Isn't that old man short of money? Let's just spend money to purchase it back and let them make an offer. One of the executives shook his head. That's not good. If we go to buy it, it would mean that the story he's telling is true, and the sword we have inside the shrine is a fake. And what if the other party offers 10 billion, or 100 billion? Will you buy it or not? If we don't buy it, the knife will fall into the hands of the Chinese. If we buy it, it means that our knives are fake and we have to pay the amount. Numerous executives nodded. That's a good point. Once the price was set, it would necessarily mean that the knife was real, and no one would want to buy a fake knife. How would one explain it to the public when the news got out? That the demon sword Muramasa in the shrine is a fake? I think it's better to just steal it back. They live in the mountains. We can pretend to be tourists, enter the Kunlun mountains and steal that katana, secretly transporting it back. Now that this knife has appeared, even if we don't steal it, it will still be stolen by them, so we might as well go ahead and steal it back. Little Yasujin nodded. That's a good idea. He's also in favor of stealing it back, just in secret transit back. It's not like there are no thieves in China anyway. It's okay to plant evidence when the time comes. Just then, what about the old man? The old man is about to die. So what's to be afraid of? I mean, that old man killed Okamura Taijiro. the first master of Tokyo's kendo, and he can't be allowed to live. Little and Eugene smiled mysteriously. They live in the mountains, and sometimes when people get old, it's not uncommon for them to accidentally fall off a cliff. He's already 99. A few people heard the words of Little and Eugene. Both laughed. Instant seconds. Isn't it normal for people to fall off a cliff when they're old and can't see the way? On the other side, Jiang Lingling was slashing wildly through the woods with her long sword. His mouth grunted. Grandpa does not teach me kung fu, but I can also become a supreme master a ghost. Look at my long knife. Oops. Jiang Lingling was slashing wildly through the woods without any discipline, played for a short while, before returning to the yard. Discard the knife in a random corner. While Grandpa sleeps, see what Big Grandpa has for sale when he's not around. This knife is not for sale. Anyway, Big Grandpa is dead, so he has no use for this thing. Sell it and replace the house for Grandpa. Buy Grandpa a car. Let Grandpa get a life. Jiang Lingling entered her grandfather's room and inquired in a low voice. Are you asleep, Grandpa? What are you trying to do again? Little girl? Grandpa, there's a dragon inside the cave. You know? Jiang Zhongming opened his eyes. Ancestors' guardian beast? Jiang Zhongming got up with a surprised look on his face. You've seen that one dragon? I've seen it. When? He climbed out. I saw him. Grandpa. You know? Naturally I know. That's the old ancestor's guardian beast. You must keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Understand? Why yes. There's no such thing as why. The old ancestor is sleeping. That dragon is a guardian beast. You can't mention it to anyone. You're still young. When you grow up, Grandpa will tell you. Jiang Lingling was puzzled in her mind as to why she couldn't tell anyone. Am I small? I've grown up. There must be a lot of treasures inside that coffin. Sell it while the old ancestor is sleeping. He doesn't know it, right? Just do it. Old Joe. You can't blame me. Who made Grandpa so poor? I'm going to make Grandpa's life better. There's no point in you keeping it. It's all mine anyway. Jiang Lingling nodded. I know. So when will old ancestor wake up? When the time comes, nature will wake up. Next morning, Li Zhangyi brought Li Weiwei and 5 guards to the bottom of the mountain. The chief of the guard said, Chief, according to the investigation, Elder Jiang is now up there, and there are 2 of them in the family. One is Elder Jiang, and the other is his great-granddaughter, Jiang Lingling. They're staying on the peak. It's about a 2-hour walk. Then follow me up the mountain. No highway? No. Li Weiwei looked at Li Zhangyi's hunched body. Grandpa, your body, what are you afraid of? Is not just walking for 2 hours. Think of the time when you were fighting the devils. Rushing 40 to 50 kilometers a day is not a problem. The district is just 4 to 5 kilometers. Li Zhangyi lifted his leg and left. A few people could only follow. At this time, Jiang Lingling took out Jiang Chen's things from inside the room, then dragged them outside to the courtyard and said excitedly, Grandpa went up to the mountain. All this stuff belongs to Great-Grandpa. Let's see what kind of treasures there are. Jiang Lingling took out her cell phone and connected to Listening Spring. Hearing Spring saw the familiar name. Dude, you've got the wrong stuff. No, it's just not right. No, it's really not open. Well, that's it. Listening to Quan immediately connected to Jiang Lingling, who was looking forward to it. Brother, I'm here to appraise the treasure again. I know. Isn't that your great-grandfather's box? Yeah, my grandpa went up the mountain to move the bales of grain. While he was away, I stole the big grandpa's stuff and sold it. My grandpa wouldn't know. Listening to the Spring laughed. Really greedy little girl. The nerve is real. Appraisal can be done, but receiving these things, listen to the Spring cannot dare. Jiang Lingling is only 7 years old. Unless the old man agrees, he's the only one who'll take it. This witty and quirky girl is here again, ready to appraise great-grandpa's things. Why isn't the little girl practicing her sword? Doesn't she want to become a master? That one Tokyo Jinhua artifact, what about? Now the whole country knows about it. Even Tokyo is shaking. So many comments on the oil pipe. Demon sword Muramasa. They don't believe it's real. They think it's fake. True or false? Who can say? I believe the old man. That must be true. The old man's brother. That's more powerful than the old man. I don't know what kind of treasure he has. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little girl, you threw in a corner. What's this for? That's an antique. Casually discarded? The demon blade Muramasa. Hey, this girl completely does not know what means. Randomly discarded. Waste. Demon blade Muramasa. The crowd, through the live video, saw that the Tokyo Township artifact was just casually thrown in a corner. The corners of Listening Spring's mouth twitched. Such a nice antique. Just put it away? The little girl is really casual. Listening to Quan, he said, Ling Ling, don't you want to become a supreme master? Why don't you practice your swordsmanship anymore? I'm so tired. I'm practicing tomorrow. That katana is an antique. Can you put it away properly? Not just throw it away. Preferably in a sealed place. Isn't a katana just for fun? You can't have that sword. You open the case first. Jiang Lingling opened the box, and what met her eyes were worn in yellowed military uniforms. Admiral-level clothes, which Jiang Lingling casually placed on the side. What came into view was a wooden box. Without thinking, Jiang Lingling directly picked up the wooden box. Open up. A gray jade lay inside. Square, with a lion carved on it, as big as the palm of a hand. And listening Spring touched his glasses, looking closely at the gray square thing. Gray jade? It's square again. What is this? Kind of like a jade seal. Jiang Lingling picked up the item and was puzzled. Brother, what is this? Not really. Do you see any writing on the bottom? Jiang Lingling turned it over. There are words. Wait, don't you move. Closer. Yeah, that's the angle. Don't move. Listening to Quan looking at the script on it, he was instantly numb. It was the small seal script, a Qin dynasty script. Chapter 20 Emperor Qin Shi Huang's Jade Seal of Transmission. Shocking live broadcasts. This can't be a jade seal, can it? Square, or gray jade. How does it feel like a jade seal? What kind of person is the old man's brother that he even has a jade seal? If this is true, isn't it worth millions of dollars? Upstairs, are you? A jade seal is only a few $1,000,000? More than a few tens of millions. This is a jade seal. There are so many jade seals. Who knows if they're real? Jiang Lingling looked at the words on it. They were crooked and he didn't recognize them. Brother, is this thing worth money? Not sure. It's the first time I've seen one of these babies. There's writing on that. I wonder what it is for now. Too bad it's impossible to read the lettering on it. What then? Do you have sand next to you? Do you spread the sand and cover that up? You can't see it from the reverse side. You can see it from the front. Jiang Lingling, I know. The sand isn't there, but the dirt should be fine. I'll go outside. Having said that, Jiang Lingling then walked out of the yard and headed to the side, where vegetables were planted and the soil was a bit moist. Jiang Lingling spread the dirt. Take the gray jade seal and press it hard. The crowd watched Jiang Lingling's movements. There was a lot of trolling. Little girl, can't you be gentle? That's a jade seal. If it's real, it's worth tens of millions of dollars. Listen to the spring spit as well. Is he or she doing something wrong? What if it crushes? Fake is nothing. But, what if it's true? Crushing tens of millions of things. Listening to the spring was anxious, and hurriedly said, you are lighter. Lighter, don't be too hard. Why? What if it crushes? If it's broken? It's broken. The corner of listening Spring's mouth twitched. Broken is broken? You are not aware of the value of that jade seal. As Jiang Lingling picked up the jade seal, listening to Quan looked at the font on it and instantly pissed himself. This ing. Listening to the spring was not calm. The script on it was the small seal script, a script that appeared in the Qin dynasty, and 8 characters appeared above that earth, ordered by heaven both life and eternity. Listening to Quan, the whole person stood up and said excitedly, oh my god, this is the small seal script. Receive orders from heaven, both life and eternity. This is the great seal used by the first emperor of Qin. The broadcast room was instantly rocked, by the mandate of heaven, both longevity and eternal prosperity. And it's really in small seal script. Is this the jade seal carved by Qin Shi Huang? If this is real, isn't it worth a fortune? The characters are in small seal script, but whether they are real or not, I don't know. Maybe it's a 9 package. It's a bit fake. There are so many jade seals, or the one used by Qin Shi Huang. If it's true, it's definitely worth a lot of money to be able to buy a quadrangle in Kyoto. What's a quadrangle? If it were true, the entire Forbidden City wouldn't be enough to replace it. Qin Shi Huang's Great Seal has never been accounted for. Who knows if it's real or not? Quan, you'd better take a good look. Jiang Lingling, brother, who is Qin Shi Huang? Listening to Quan's excitement, he said, Qin Shi Huang was an emperor. Ling, is this Great Seal of yours your great-grandfather's? My grandpa said that box is big grandpa's. It must be big grandpa's. Brother, is this thing worth money? If it's real, it's worth a lot. Too much. Listening to the spring excitedly said, however, he was not sure, and he had never seen the Qin Shi Huang Great Seal. Many merchants were getting these things nowadays. There's even a on the web 9 shipping, but that thing is fake at a glance. You only need to look at it to recognize the real thing. And the things in the hands of Jiang Lingling, definitely not 9 goods, but also not necessarily true. After all, this thing in ancient times, there are many people to imitate, especially when the emperor. If it was made in ancient times, it was a seal owned by the emperor. That's worth a lot of money too. Ordinary people who damn well dare to imitate the emperor's great seal, Listening to the spring had to be careful. The live broadcast has a lot of fans with anything to identify. One is to try to rub the heat. The second is to try to cheat people. There are a lot of these people. Listening to the spring appraisal every day. You can meet several waves. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Brother, you can't do it either. Can't you see it's real? Listening to the spring touching the glasses. First look. This thing cannot be seen for the time being. I look at that jade seal. And then look. And then look. Jiang Lingling held her cell phone to the jade seal. Listen to the springs for a closer look. The heart muttered. Indeed, with the present imitation of the jade seal is different. Now imitation of the jade seal is easy to identify. Now imitation is bound to be computerized carving, and computerized carving possesses traces. That thing at a glance false. This thing was obviously carved with a knife. It's word for word, carved out, not computerized engraving. And from the nature of the jade, it was clearly an ancient piece of jade. But it does not prove that this is the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang's things. It is also possible that a piece of ancient jade fake, after the workers to carry out carving and become, which is considered a high imitation. Listening to the spring said, to be honest, this thing is very open door. Indeed open door. Whether it is real or not, I am not sure. At least it is something above the Republic of China. Brother Quan, you can't see it either? This involves Quan's knowledge blind spot. It is indeed carved from ancient jade, but it would be a bit of a stretch to conclude that it is the jade seal of Qin Shi Huang. It turns out to be just above Republican. So I guess it's a fake. Brother Quan, is it true, or is it not true? Give me a definite answer. Izumi said that the Republic of China is above, which means it's an imitation. Imitation cause me to be excited half a day. I thought it was the jade seal of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Republic of Korea above, hey, that must be a fake. Listening to the springs looking at the live fans. Explaining, when I say above the Republic of China, I don't mean that this jade seal is fake, from the picture. It can only be determined to be above the Republic of China. First of all, judging from the color, texture, and also traces of the jade, this is an ancient jade without a doubt, and it's still a superior ancient jade. Secondly, there are no traces of computerized carving on this item, indicating that this piece of ancient jade was carefully polished and not computerized. So I can only conclude that it's above Republican. But even if it's above the Republic of China, this ancient jade is worth a lot of money. Above the Republic of China is the feudal dynasty. It is impossible to guarantee which emperor carefully carved, by the order of heaven, both longevity and eternity. This is the seal of the state. People may not realize the importance of the transfiguration seal. There are many kinds of jade seals. Those used by emperors and those used by ministers are called jade seals. This is obviously a jade seal used by the emperor. It's a symbol of power and status. I can tell you unequivocally that there are many jade seals, but there is only this one heirloom jade seal, the same one used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who was commanded to live forever. Hearing Quan's words, the crowd understood. After all this talk, there's no way to authenticate whether this is true or not. If Brother Quan can't see something, this is bound to have value. And if it's true, that's great. The jade seal of the passing state. Really, it's definitely worth a lot of money. What kind of person is the little girl's great-grandfather? How come he even has this? The little girl's grandfather is a high-ranking person. He won't collect fake things, right? The fans on the air were puzzled. Is this real, or is it fake? Just then, a voice rang out, Chief, this is it. Chapter 21. The person the old man saved was the chief? Jiang Lingling turned her head and looked at the 5 people coming. An old man, a woman, and 3 big men, and questioned loudly, who are you people? A few people looked at Jiang Lingling. Li Zhangyi laughed. Is your grandfather around? You're looking for my grandpa. My grandpa went up the mountain to move the bales. Who are you guys? I'm a friend of your grandfather's. You're a friend of my grandfather's? Not like that. Li Zhangyi laughed. Where does it not look like that? I've never seen you before. I just found out about your grandfather. Little girl. And I'm really a friend of your grandfather's. Hearing Springs looked at a few people. The heart straightened out. They wouldn't be here to steal, would they? Knowing that the old man had a lot of treasures. Especially the katana, which was worth a lot of money. This thing is a few $100 million less. This pair of grandparents and grandchildren live in the mountains. It is inevitable that they will be missed by those who are interested in them. Listen to Quan, Ling. Don't turn off the live feed. If there's anything, brother will take it for you. Izumi is afraid that they are bad people. Brother Quan has a heart. Yesterday appeared Demon Sword Muramasa. This thing out to sell, at least several tens of millions of dollars, only to be missed. The little girl is home alone. This is not good. Everyone's watching. They wouldn't dare. That's not necessarily true. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Maybe they're just here to get stuff. I've taken a screenshot. If you're really a bad guy, just call the police. Jiang Lingling looked at the few people. You said you're my grandfather's friend. What proof do you have? Li Zhangyi laughed. What a vigilant little girl. Evidence? Right. Didn't your grandfather tell you stories? What's the story? My name is Li Zhangyi, the same friend your grandfather saved. Jiang Lingling cocked her head. Li Zhangyi, did my grandfather ever save you? Girl, didn't your grandfather tell you a story yesterday? He was slashed in the back by the little devils in order to save me. And that's me, Li Zhangyi, the head of Li, who's locked up inside the prison. Hearing Springs was confused. Li Zhangyi, that's a familiar name. Yesterday his grandfather had talked about saving someone, and that someone was Li Zhangyi. Li Zhangyi? Mr. Li? Listening to Quan's heartbeat accelerated. Once the person the old man saved was the chief? I just checked. This is General Li. 105 years old? Isn't that the head of the regiment? How come it's General Li? How many years ago was that? Today it's General Li. Not some liar. Goes to the internet and searches and sure enough, it's 105-year-old General Li. The only over general old. 100 years. Oh my god, the person the old man saved is actually a general? It's still really the general. Will I do jail time if I just called him a liar? The 100,000 fans in the live broadcast room instantly sat back. The man who came turned out to be Gen, the only general in China who is over 100 years old and a war hero. This identity is simply hanging by a thread. Jiang Lingling suddenly realized, laughed, so it is you you cannot but also let my grandfather to save you. Humming he was also cut a knife. Li Zhangyi looked ashamed. It's my fault for making your grandfather suffer. Never mind. I won't bother with you. The corner of Li Zhangyi's mouth twitched. I was saved by your grandfather. What are you, a little kid counting? Li Weiwei took out the lollipop from her pocket and smiled. Here you go. Lollipop? Jiang Lingling's eyes lit up. For you to eat. Jiang Lingling hesitated for a moment and shook her head. I don't want it. Why? I don't drink water. I don't eat food. Vivian Li froze. What do you mean? Li Zhangyi laughed loudly. The aspirant does not drink the water of the stolen spring. The incorruptible does not eat food in contempt. Little girl, this is all said to be incomprehensible. Li Weiwei understood. So that's what it meant. The live feed went crazy with laughter. Haha, this girl is so funny. I do not drink water. Do not eat food. Do you want to become immortal? I still wonder. The result of this sentence. How old is the little girl? People are only 7 years old. Isn't it quite normal that they can't memorize it? But she can understand the meaning of the sentence. She just can't say it. This girl almost confused me. The aspirant does not drink water from a stolen spring, and the incorruptible does not eat food handed out in contempt. But it turns out that the little girl has changed it to I don't drink water. I don't eat food. Is this the same meaning? It's good enough that she understands it even though she can't say it. And who here knows those two sentences? Kong Ling Ling, you're saying the same thing I'm saying. Li Zhangyi spat viciously. Where's the difference? Forget it. Not to be general with the little girl. Looking at the thing in Jiang Lingling's hand, he inquired, what are you holding in your hand? My great-grandpa's baby. Your grandfather Jiang Chen? Ha, you know my great-grandfather? Your great-grandpa saved me. How could I not recognize? Your great-grandpa. My grandfather said dead. Li Zhangyi frowned. Dead? How is this possible? Your great-grandfather was very powerful. How could he die for no reason? How did your great-grandfather die? Not sure. My grandfather told me. Little doll, show me the object. I see it is a jade seal. Yeah, they said it was a jade seal, and they said it was fake. Humph. Your great-grandfather's collection. How can it be a fake? Ordinary people don't recognize it. But I do. Show me. Jiang Lingling handed the jade seal to Li Zhangyi. Li Zhangyi played with the jade seal and nodded. This is an ancient jade. It's something good. Li Zhangyi then flipped it over. His face changed drastically. By the order of heaven, both life and eternity. This is the jade seal of transmission. Vivian Li came forward. Let's see. Li Weiwei looked at the jade seal of the passing state, carefully examined it, and looked at the font underneath, which was in small seal script. Grandpa, do you think this is real, or fake? Li Zhangyi shook his head. I can't see it either. There's only one of this jade seal of transmission, and I haven't seen it before. Let your master take a look. Li Weiwei nodded and immediately took out her cell phone. Via video link. Doodle doodle. Vivian, why are you free to call master? Master, I found a good thing. Won't know if it's real or not. You old man give open eyes. What's good? Just show it to you. Vivian pointed the camera at the transfiguration jade seal, and Mr. Ma watched to see it closely. Listening to the spring was not calm. This is This is the voice of Ma Weidu. This is a real treasure expert. His private collection is several thousand pieces, and he even has a private museum of his own. Although Listening Spring is an expert in treasure appraisal, in front of Mr. Ma, it is still a small karami. Asterisk 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 it sounds like Mr. Ma's voice. Ma Weidu? That's a real expert. I didn't expect their status to be so extraordinary. Even Mr. Ma knows them. They are all in Kyoto. Isn't it normal for them to know each other? Gosh, it's actually Ma Lao. This one old-timer. It's really him by the sound of his voice. I'm still a fan. Ma Lao hasn't shown up for a long time. Treasure experts also have a hierarchy. Listen to the spring and the network famous. Not counted as a real expert. Ma Weidu can be described as a real expert. Home collection countless. The crowd perked up at the sound. Chapter 22 The Jade Seal of the Passing State. Ma Wei can't even read it. Ma Weidu, it's an old jade seal. Judging from the top, it's at least hundreds of years old. Something carefully carved. Look at it the other way around. What's engraved underneath? Mr. Ma, you'd only be shocked if you saw it. You girl? Your teacher, I've seen so many things. What haven't I seen that would still startle me? Then you're ready. The little girl is still selling. He old man is also in awe. Li Zhangyi laughed. Mr. Ma, good. Don't call me teacher. You can call me Xiao Ma. You're insulting me. Ma Weidu burst into a sweat. He wouldn't dare to call himself Teacher Ma in front of the general. Where is the old man? In a mountainous region. To meet a savior. Understood. This is from their family collection? You give a long look and see if it's true. Okay, I'll just take a look. Vivian Lee turned it over. Ma Weidu looked at the thing and looked at the small seal script on it. The carving was delicate, the script was flowing, and it had the style of ancient rhyme. When he looked at the script, Ma for our fidgeting. The font on this is surprisingly. Is it a life of eternal prosperity? Could this be the Jade Seal of State? Which has been missing for centuries? Ma Weidu shook his head. Can't see it. Li Weiwei exclaimed. Teacher, even you can't see it? Every dynasty has its own style of porcelain. But this is not porcelain. It's a jade seal. And it's a heirloom seal. I haven't seen it either. From the video, I can tell it's an old jade, distinguished by its color. It's at least a few hundred years old. You should know the importance of the heirloom jade seal to an emperor. It's a symbol of royal power. With this, it can only be considered orthodox. Many emperors carve jade seals. It's blurry on the video. It needs to be carefully identified. What kind of person collects him? It's a tall man. Where is he now, man? It seems to be gone. As if? You're not sure? My grandfather wasn't sure. Can you bring this back? Bring it back and I'll appraise it properly. It's only a little difficult. I know. Let me have a good look again. At this moment, Jiang Lingling asked, Brother, what kind of person is that? At this time, the crowd only found the Jiang Lingling hand holding a cell phone, as if still live. Li Weiwei went forward. Will be aimed at the cell phone. Jiang Lingling's cell phone. Turns out it's a little Netflix. Ma Weidu looked at the video and laughed. So it's Mr. Wang. You also appraised this jade seal. Hearing the voice, Listening Spring hurriedly sat in a posture and waved his hands in a hurry. Mr. Ma, I dare not call myself a teacher in front of you again. You can just call me Xiaoquan. Ma Weidu is a celebrity in the world of collecting, but it's a collector's item. How dare you call yourself a teacher in front of him? That's no different from looking for death. Although he has more fans than even Ma 4. But in terms of qualifications, Listening Spring can't even keep up. Ma Weidu laughed. What do you think of that thing? Dare not look. Mr. Ma, that thing I have not seen. I can only conclude that it is an ancient jade above the Republic of China. As for whether it is the seal of the state, do not dare to jump to conclusions. Not bad. Can conclude that it is an old jade above the Republic of China. I'm flattered by Mr. Ma. Listening to the spring was a snicker. The live feed instantly exploded. It's really Mr. Ma. I wonder who's better at appraisal between Quan and Mr. Ma. When brother Quan meets Ma Weidu, he also has to call himself little brother. Mr. Ma is the real appraisal expert. His family has thousands of collections, but he even has his own private museum, and it is said that he has seen at least tens of thousands of things. Brother Quan has to call Ma Weidu a teacher even when he meets him. Who dares to call himself a teacher in front of Ma Weidu? Does he not want to mix? This is a real appraisal of the big brother, by the top expert. Mr. Ma is a first-rate expert in the appraisal world. Ma Weidu laughed. The Republic of China seems to be closer, judging from the color. This ancient jade is at least 300 years old. Ancient jade will slowly oxidize after hundreds of years of history, and will eventually turn grayish-yellow. Now I don't dare to conclude with the video, but which old man is definitely a great collector? Vivian Lee, Is there anything else? Li Weiwei looked at Jiang Lingling. Little friend, what's your name? Ginger Ling Ling. Ginger Ling Ling. Any more babies? Wait for me to see. Jiang Lingling walked over to the large crate and continued rummaging through things. Li Zhangyi looked at the yellowed clothes next to him, carefully picked them up. This is military uniform. There are 3 stars on it. Excitedly said, this is your great-grandfather Jiang Chen's clothes, isn't it? Yeah, how did you know? Of course I know. 3 stars, that's a general. If he's still around then it's a military commander or above now. It's a pity. Li Zhangyi was saddened that many of his old friends had passed away. There aren't many of them today. The purpose of this visit was to catch up on old times, meet Jiang Zhongming, and in the meantime, see what difficulties he was having, and also to ask why he left without saying goodbye at that time. If Jiang Zhongming hadn't left, he would only be at the rank of military commander by now. Jiang Lingling looked up at Li Zhangyi and inquired, Old Grandpa, are you a soldier? So you're a big officer? Li Zhangyi, it used to be, but Grandpa has retired. Retired? Ah. I still want you to let you appoint me as a big official. Haha, big official is not sealed by yourself, but your own ability. You are still small. I'm not small anymore. I can go to war and kill ghosts. Have courage. What do you want to do in the future? I want to be number 1 in the world. Li Zhangyi laughed out loud, and everyone around him laughed. Number 1 in the world? You've been watching too much TV. Jiang Lingling said, as powerful as my great-grandpa. My grandpa said my great-grandpa is very powerful. Your great-grandfather was indeed very good. It's a pity he didn't leave the secret book. If he left the secret book. Wow, I found the secret book. I found it. Jiang Lingling was full of joy holding a scroll. At this time, Jiang Lingling was very happy in her heart. He heard his grandfather say that great-grandpa was great, but grandpa wasn't. That great-grandpa must have some secret sauce. Isn't that what they say on TV? Later I'm better than great-grandpa. A few people looked at Jiang Lingling's face full of excitement. Both laughed. This girl is watching too many TV shows. A random search and the secret book appears? Where's the secret sauce? Li Weiwei laughed. Little girl, how do you know it's a secret book? It must be a secret book. My grandpa said that my big grandpa is very powerful. He must be practicing some kind of divine power. If I learn it, I'll be even more powerful than my big grandpa. Li Zhangyi nodded his head. Your great-grandfather was indeed very powerful. I can testify to that. But do you recognize the words on it? Jiang Lingling rubbed her head. She didn't seem to recognize a few words. Haha, this girl is too cute. Casually take it out. And think it is the secret of the supreme martial arts. Do you recognize the words on it? Lingling is confused. Can you read? As if he knows you and you don't know him. This is talking about Jiang Lingling's pain. She can't even count. So she can't read or write. 1 2 3 4 5. Even if it's a great secret, you can't read. You can't practice it. Naturally, Li Weiwei wouldn't think it was a secret book. Judging from the length, it should be an ancient painting. Li Weiwei laughed. Let's do it this way. If it's the secret book of the world, I'll explain it to you and let you practice. Okay? No. What if you steal the lessons? Jiang Lingling shook her head and milked her voice. I won't steal the lessons. I'm not interested in martial arts at all. Li Zhangyi flirted. If it's really a secret book, we won't be able to cultivate it. We're all too old to be cultivating it. Jiang Lingling nodded her head. Thinking about it, grandfather said that cultivation required talent. They certainly don't have the talent. Jiang Lingling took it out and said, if it's a secret book, you guys can't secretly cultivate it. Don't worry. This girl, she's so quirky. Vivian Li took the scroll and then slowly unfolded it. At this time, listening to the spring, Ma Weidu are tightly looking at the scroll, and then fixed on the signature. Eyes emerging light, immediately know that this scroll is not simple. Chapter 23. Li Bai's master is Jiang Chen. His identity is revealed. It was an odd picture. 2 men could be clearly seen up there, with an old crooked-necked tree above them. One man carrying a long sword, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his right hand touching the other man's head while the other man knelt devoutly on the ground. Li Weiwei said, Master, give it a look. You look at the paper first. Li Weiwei touched the paper and affirmed, this is Xin paper. From the color and also the thickness, it has at least 300 years of history. This paper is real, and there are inscriptions on it. Immortals hold me to the top, tie my hair and grant me immortality. This ancient scroll depicts a pious man kneeling on the ground, receiving an immortal's touch on the top of his head. Ma Weidu nodded his head. From the title and the scroll, it is true. From the font, this font is flowing, dashing, quite sprightly. Then do you know who wrote it? Immortal caressing my top, nodding my hair and granting me longevity? Li Bai. Well, would you look at the signature? Li Weiwei looked down and was surprised. The name signed above is Li Bai. Does it mean this Li Bai scroll? The crowd was dumbfounded. What? Li Bai? Li Bai's paintings? Does Li Bai still paint? Li Bai's inscription. This would be worth a fortune if true. Li Bai. That Li Bai? Upstairs. Are you a stupid pig? And that Li Bai? Naturally. Is the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai's heirloom? How is this possible? The crowd was confused. Li Bai, the immortal poet. Many people in elementary school, middle school, even in high school, have learned the verses of Li Bai, who has 1,000 years of strange fame and possesses unparalleled talent, known as the poetry immortal. If this is true, it's the real handwriting of Li Bai, the poetry immortal. That's of inestimable value. There are hardly any left by Li Bai. It's true. That's the only one. Manhwa, Li Bai was the poetry immortal. His verses are famous throughout the ages, but there have been no scrolls passed down, and there are rumors that he couldn't paint, but only wrote poems. Of course this is all our whimsy. Li Bai called himself the Green Lotus Dweller. He should be able to paint. He may not be good at it, but that doesn't mean it's something he can't do. Ha! There are a couple more words underneath. Whether or not there is a year. Li Weiwei looked down and said excitedly, yes, there is a year. It's Yuan Bao. That would be the Yuan Bao year writings, which happen to be in the same period as Li Bai. Anything else? Gift the immortal master Jiang Chen to leave a word. Li Zhongyi was horrified in his heart. Kong Chen? Is it Kong Zhongmyung's brother? How is that possible? The Tang dynasty was more than 1,000 years ago. How could he still be alive? Was he immortal? How can anyone live for more than 1,000 years? Unless he's a god. A fairy? Immortals help me to the top and grant me immortality by tying my hair? Is it true that this is not a random work of Li Bai? And Li Bai kneeling on the ground is subject to Jiang Chen supporting the top? Li Zhongyi was not calm. Listen to the spring is also confused. Looking at that a painting scroll, from the ancient painting of the seemingly inevitable hundreds of years ago the rice paper. This thing cannot be fake. Each generation of rice paper is not the same. The image of Li Bai kneeling on the ground and receiving the immortal support on the top. That immortal was still Jiang Chen. Why is the name Jiang Chen so familiar? Isn't that Jiang Lingling's great-grandfather? Jiang Lingling said, isn't this a secret book? It's not a secret book. It's a painting made by Li Bai, which says that Li Bai gifted it to Jiang Chen and tied the knot to grant immortality. Jiang Chen? Isn't that my great-grandfather? Your great-grandfather's name is also Jiang Chen. Yeah, could this Li Bai be my great-grandfather's disciple? Li Weiwei flirted. That was years ago. Li Bai has long been dead for more than 1,000 years. Unless your great-grandfather also lived for more than 1,000 years. Jiang Lingling exclaimed, then my great-grandfather is not an old demon? Haha you girl. The crowd laughed. Nice guy. Calling his great-grandfather an old demon? Your grandpa would beat your ass if he knew. The live feeds are not calm. This little girl is so funny that she dares to call her great-grandfather a demon. How dare you? Little girl? If your great-grandfather finds out, he'll spank you. How is that possible after living for over 1,000 years? Why do I feel so metaphysical? Is there a possibility that Li Bai has met an immortal? A man called Jiang Chen, who happens to be Jiang Lingling's great-grandfather. And if that's the case, then wouldn't he, Jiang Chen, be an immortal? Immortal? How is that possible? It may not be otherwise. The immortal stroked my top and knotted my hair to grant me immortality. People don't just say that. Maybe this thing is true, and this scroll is the evidence. Is it possible that in that sarcophagus, it is actually Jiang Lingling's old ancestor, Jiang Chen? Upstairs. You're thinking what I'm thinking. That sarcophagus is so weird. Maybe it's an immortal living in there. The crowd remembered something. Li Bai left his words. Immortal help me to the top. Tie my hair and grant me longevity. That immortal is Jiang Chen. And that sarcophagus. There was a dragon that looked like a dragon, not a dragon guarding it. Isn't there an immortal living in that sarcophagus? Think of it this way and the whole thread comes together. 100,000 live streaming fans, suddenly transformed into detectives, began to search for the truth. Yet just then, a guard said, Chief, there are people coming down from the mountain. Jiang Lingling was startled and immediately took the things from Li Weiwei's hands, then stuffed them into the wooden box, along with the jade seal. With a serious face, he said, this is my great-grandfather's stuff. I secretly took it out to sell. My grandfather doesn't know. You are not allowed to tell my grandfather. My grandfather would be angry. After Jiang Lingling finished speaking, she held the wooden box and walked inside the house. Jiang Lingling took out her milk strength, and the crowd didn't understand where this little girl got the strength to just hold the big wooden box and walk towards the house. Jiang Lingling, hey, someone come and help. Li Zhongyi was speechless. This girl is so weird. With a wave of his hand, he signaled a guard to help. The guards walked up, pulling the wooden box. The heart is very surprised. This wooden box has at least several dozens of pounds. How did this little girl pull it? Does it mean that you're born with godly powers? Jiang Lingling walked out and once again said seriously. You all have to keep it a secret for me. Can't let Grandpa know that I took out and sold great-grandpa's things. Li Zhongyi laughed out loud. Okay, I'll keep your secret. Where are they? And they won't talk. And if they do, I'll remove them. That's more like it. Jiang Lingling nodded. Li Zhongyi smiled. This girl, in order to go to school, will be the great-grandfather's things ready to sell, but you can rest assured that your tuition, I will never see that the descendants of war heroes are even worried about school fees. Li Zhongyi walked out of the yard, looking at Jiang Zhongming who came down from the mountain. Old friend, finally found you. You're making me look for you. At this moment, Jiang Zhongming looked at the several people and was puzzled. Who are these people? Jiang Zhongming walked down and looked at that one old man. Deja vu. Li Zhongyi laughed. Zhongming. Jiang Zhongming froze. You are the head of Li. It's me. Chapter 24 Jiang Zhongming's donation of 2 million. Shocking live broadcast. Jiang Zhongming quickly stepped forward and immediately saluted, then put it down and pulled Li Zhongyi with both hands, saying happily, Captain Li, it's really you. It's really you. A guard reminded, this is our chief. Li Zhongyi glared back. Did it make you talk? Jiang Zhongming saluted again. Chief. What chief or not? You'd better call me chief. I feel kinder. Why did you leave without saying a word? Let me look for it. Come inside and talk. Jiang Zhongming then looked at Jiang Lingling. Little girl, boil a pot of boiling water and make tea. Oh. Jiang Lingling nodded her ass and entered the hut to boil water. Several people entered the house. Jiang Zhongming said awkwardly, the hut is simple, so don't mind if the chief does. Li Zhongyi frowned. What are you talking about? Call me the head of the group. What chief or not? If you keep calling me that, I'm going to get angry. Who are we two with who? You all go out. I'm chatting with my friends. Jiang Lingling stood next to Jiang Zhongming. Li Zhongyi said, let me ask you, why did you leave without saying goodbye at that time? If you didn't leave at that time, your position is the same as mine now. Jiang Zhongming didn't say a word. Li Zhongyi looked at Jiang Zhongming. There are bitter feelings? It's nothing. I've driven out the devils. I've accomplished my own mission. I should return to the garden and live an ordinary life. Li Zhongyi nodded. Where's Big Brother? Gone. When? Gone for 10 years. Once he saved my life, take me to pay my respects. Kang Zhongmyung stared blankly. What's the point of worshipping when the people are gone? What? He saved my life. Is it wrong for me to go and pay my respects? Li Zhongyi looked at Jiang Zhongming. He couldn't be hiding something. Could it be that Jiang Chen had really lived for more than 1,000 years? The same immortal that Li Bai talked about? In the backcountry. Then take me. Go tomorrow. Come and worship. There is no today or tomorrow. Lead the way. Jiang Zhongming nodded and walked out of the courtyard. Head for the backcountry. At this point the broadcast was full of confusion. Is it a coincidence that it's not the same person? Maybe it's just the same name. No one lives for over 1,000 years. Isn't that immortality? Then this is too much of a coincidence. Jiang Chen collects Li Bai's ancient paintings and suddenly he dies. Coincidence? Everything is just a coincidence. Maybe it's a script. Script? Upstairs. You asked the chief to make you a script. Let's see if you have that ability. That's the chief. And Mr. Ma, are they scripts too? The fans on the air thought they had found the immortal, but then the old man said he was gone. It gave them a sudden sense of wrongness. Jiang Lingling said, Grandpa, I'll go too. What are you going to do? Go check it out. What's there to see? I don't even know where Big Grandpa is buried. Li Zhongyi. Vivian Li. Especially Li Zhongyi looked at Jiang Zhongming. The little girl did not even know where her great-grandfather was buried, while Jiang Zhongming said that he was buried in the back of the mountain. According to the custom, to pay homage to the dead relatives, they will take children with them, to ask for the blessing of relatives, to ask for the blessing of the ancestors. This is the custom. But now Jiang Lingling does not know? Is there a hidden agenda here? A single word from the little girl reveals the secret, and it's a little too strange that Ling Ling doesn't know where great-grandpa is buried. Is there a possibility that the sarcophagus is the old ancestor? Once Ling Ling was also hit by snake venom. Unknowingly should be the old ancestor shot. If the other party is an immortal, then it makes sense. I also witnessed Jiang Lingling poisoning last time. Thought it was a script. Now it seems. This ing where is the script? This is ordered to be the old ancestor out of the way to save Jiang Lingling. Although I did not see it. But look at the sincerity of the old man's attitude. Perhaps the old ancestor is in the sarcophagus. A lie needs another lie to explain it. And when there are more lies, they don't break. The old man doesn't have a so-called brother at all. That brother is the old ancestor. The old ancestor of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen, Shogun. My gosh. They can't be the same person. The live feeds are disguised as master detectives and are full of misgivings. They have seen Jiang Lingling poisoned. Jiang Zhongming kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to ask for the blessing of the ancestors. At that time, they thought that Jiang Zhongming was crazy, but now it seems. It's not that he's crazy, but the old man really does exist. That old ancestor was Jiang Chen. That is, the oldest member of the Jiang family. Also an immortal in Li Bai's painting. Everything about it makes sense. Jiang Zhongming said, "Surely you don't know. Honoring our loved ones is all about us men. You're a girl, so naturally you're not sure where he is? That's not right. You used to take me there every time. And I know where Dad is buried." Jiang Zhongming was speechless. "Stinky girl, you're just messing with Grandpa, aren't you? Li Zhongyi, Zhongming, are you hiding something from me?" "No, I think you're just hiding it from me. Is Big Brother Jiang not dead?" "Indeed not dead. Then you still say he's dead?" "He's traveled the world. I don't know where." Jiang Zhongming said vaguely, "So you're saying he's gone?" "That's what he ordered when he left." Li Zhongyi looked at Jiang Zhongming. "Ghost will believe you." Li Zhongyi looked around and inquired, "Where are Ling Ling's parents?" "Gone." "How did it go?" "Both of his parents were soldiers and died while fighting the enemy at the border." Li Chengyi, "No subsidies?" "There's 2 million. But it's all donated." Li Zhongyi was silent, and Li Weiwei stood next to him with a surprised look on her face. "Donated? This? The old man all donated. 2 million all donated? Oh my god, this. I can't believe that I'm living a clean life. I didn't realize that the money was donated." The old man was deeply righteous. The old man did not leave some of it, so that Ling Ling can study in the future. The old man's spirit is worth learning from, and he donated it directly, without leaving a single cent behind. All I can say is, respect the old man. The old man's character cannot be questioned. He is the real hero. The fans on the air were moved. The money was donated. If he had this money, he wouldn't have to go up the mountain to pick corn, and he wouldn't have to worry about Ling Ling's tuition. Those who say they donate money have nothing on the selflessness of Senior. It's all donated. That speaks volumes about the old man. Li Zhongyi nodded. "I know. In the future, if there are shortcomings, just look for me. As for Ling Ling, I will make arrangements and won't let him suffer a bit. He called you grandpa, and I'll be his grandpa from now on. With a mouthful of soup from me. I won't let Ling Ling go hungry." Jiang Zhongming nodded. "Thank you, Captain. There's no need to say thank you between us. If it wasn't for you back then, if it wasn't for your brother, where would I be now?" Li Zhongyi looked at Ling Ling and, laughing, she said, "Ling Ling, what do you want to do in the future?" "I want to be number 1 in the world." "Haha, number 1 in the world. Are you talking about martial arts?" "Yeah, just as good as Big Grandpa." "Okay, your grandfather didn't teach you?" "No, he's not good." "My Big Grandpa is?" Kang Zhongmyung gave a blank look. When is Grandpa not awesome? Chapter 25 Ma Weidu's shock. Jade seal of transmission. Li Weiwei inquired. "Grandpa, do you think Jiang Chen is really gone?" "Definitely not. He's a tall man. I'm dead and he's still alive. He should be traveling the world. He used to go traveling the world a lot. I heard that there's a cave in the backyard with a sarcophagus inside. So maybe Jiang Chen is in there." Li Zhongyi nodded. "That's what I thought. I guess his old man is in a deep sleep. Then why don't we go check it out? That is someone's old ancestor coffin. That Zhong Ming shall not fight with you, if he is really alive. I am afraid that he will live forever. 1,000 years. He actually lived for more than 1,000 years." Li Zhongyi exclaimed. "Immortals? I didn't think there were really immortals. No wonder Big Brother Jiang is so powerful. Can an immortal not be awesome?" Li Weiwei said excitedly. "I don't know if it's true. I really want to see that immortal. Grandpa, isn't he handsome? As they say nowadays, sassy and one of a kind." "Really? What's Grandpa lying to you for?" At that time inside the army, so many women looked at Big Brother Jiang and wanted to eat him. He was the number 1 handsome man in our army. Unfortunately, Big Brother Jiang is not moved. Or else Li Zhongyi heatedly smiled. Brothel. Jiang Zhongming secretly wondered how the chief found this place. He's been anonymous for years. "I don't think so." Jiang Zhongming cannot understand. Jiang Zhongming, where do you know that the current means? As long as the information is posted on the network, the location can be located in minutes according to the location of the cell phone. To find the location. In the other room, Ling Ling said, "Brother, is Big Grandpa's stuff worth anything?" "Not sure. Need to see for myself." "So when are you coming over?" At this time, Ma Weidu entered the live broadcast. He has a private museum, thousands of collections, but these are completely worthless with the old man's collection. That the jade seal of transmission used by the first emperor of Qin. In all of antiquity, there was only one such piece. That thing is worth a fortune. There was also that Li Bai's scroll. If it was real, it was likewise a lone item. and with these two items, it completely crushed all of his collections. No collection can compare to them. He went into the live stream to get an in-person appraisal. If identified as authentic, its collector's value can be imagined. Manhwa immediately privately connected to hear the springs. Listening to Quan watched Manhwa add friends and immediately clicked agree. Manhwa, Xiao Quan. Find a time. I invite a few experts in appraisal. Go and have a look together. Do you want to go? Listening to the springs, go. Definitely go. Manhwa, okay, let's get together then. I'll inquire where the other party is and contact you then. Listen to the spring, okay, Mr. Manhwa, okay, contact us then. Listening to the spring immediately returned to the live broadcast and said, my brother will come at that time, so I'll inform you then. Okay? Yeah, but it's best if you guys come over when Grandpa goes up the mountain. But don't let Grandpa find out or he'll definitely get angry. Definitely. I'll hang up then. Rest well. Jiang Lingling hung up the connection. Her heart was happy. Great Grandpa, it's not that people are sorry. You're gone anyway. These things are mine. I'll sell them. You won't be angry. You're agreeing if you don't say anything. Jiang Lingling said to herself. Ling, who are you talking to? Nope, I was talking to myself. Don't worry. Grandpa has money for your schooling. He won't let you even be able to afford school. Don't worry about tuition. Oh, I know. Grandpa, I'm going to sleep. Jiang Lingling lay on the bed and straightened up. So close. Almost got caught by Grandpa. Manhwa immediately contacted several other friends. Soon, several appraisal experts were gathered. Jin Yunchang laughed. Teacher Ma, why are you calling so late at night? What is it that makes you so anxious? Kai Guoshang also teased. Could it be that there are any items that Mr. Ma is unable to appraise? Let's open our group's eyes. Manhwa stood up and smiled. It is to invite the two of you to come over and take a look. This thing, I really can't appraise it, and I will have to invite the two of you to take a look at it when the time comes. The two men looked at each other. A treasure that even Manhwa couldn't identify? You know that Manhwa is a celebrity in the collection world, but there are thousands of collection items. He has seen at least tens of thousands of treasures, and there are still treasures that he cannot identify? Jin Yunchang laughed. This is strange. Even you can't be sure of the truth. So I'd like to see it. The two men walked over. Sit at a table. Manhwa handed the picture to the two men, who looked at the picture on it. Jin Yunchang laughed. It's an ancient jade seal. It looks like it should be more than several hundred years old. It's nothing special. Jin Yunchang was puzzled in his heart. It's nothing to identify. Manhwa then released another image. The two men took one look at the large letters on that and were instantly nonplussed. Kai Guoshang exclaimed. Ordered by the heavens. Both longevity and eternity. This is the jade seal of the state. If it is true, I am afraid that it will stir up the whole of China. Jin Yunchang was equally shocked, his eyes widening as he looked at the script on it. Judging from the script, this is finely carved, not polished by modern tools. Combined with the fact that this ancient jade is at least with 300 years old or more, this is really hard to recognize. Whether it is bronze or porcelain, each dynasty has a heritage and its history, and they have seen a lot of bronze and porcelain. You can probably tell if it's authentic by reaching out and touching it, but there is only one seal of the state, only one such treasure in ancient times, long lost. No one has ever seen such a thing, but it suddenly appeared, and Manhwa was surprised. Kai Guoshang, you have this? Manhwa shook his head. It's not in my hands, it's in the hands of an expert. And this time I invited you guys over here because I want you guys to come with me and take a look at the real thing. Jin Yunchang nodded his head. There's nothing wrong with it. What is the other party and what's their family lineage? When Manhwa heard this, he knew what Jin Yunchang meant. It's not a sitting duck. Antique sitting is very common, especially to deceive those who have just started the novice. Manhwa once fell for the trick, was cheated, and only awakened after the fact. Manhwa shook his head. It's not a do-gooder. It's a comrade in arms of the head honcho. Lord Chief went to visit an old friend today. This is the collection of that old friend. Not only this one, but also a katana named Demon Sword Muramasa. In addition to these, there is a painting drawn by Li Bai. There are some secret stories written on it. This appraisal is not a piece. The two men were dumbfounded when they heard this. What? In addition to the Transfiguration Jade Seal, there's a Tokyo artifact, the Demon Sword Muramasa? There's even a painting of Li Bai? Li Bai was a poet. Only his poems have been passed down. As for his paintings, none of them. Either one is a rare heirloom. Who the hell is this one? How to collect these babies. Chapter 26, several national experts appraised the state seal. The live broadcast room vibration. The two were very shocked. Manhwa continued. That one old man had once saved the chief, And after the chief knew the information, he made a special visit to discover these things. Okamura Ninji knows, right? The two nodded. They were well versed in history and naturally knew who Okamura Ninji was. Commander-in-chief in Tokyo during the war. Okamura Ninji's younger brother. Okamura Koji once entered China with a katana and challenged 38 people in a row without a single defeat before dying tragically at the hands of a master. Which one of the masters collected the katana after killing Okamura Koji? The two men nodded. They had heard of it too. From the mouth of the older generation. I know that this Okamura Koji guy is very strong, beheading 38 experts, and in the end, his head was hung in Songnan town. Some say it was backstabbed, others say it was poisoned, some say it was a shooting, and what he is holding is the lost national artifact, the demon sword Muramasa. Once Tokyo also sent people to quietly search. The result is no news. Jin Yunchang, when do we move? Move the day after tomorrow. Yes, I'll be there then. Kai Guosheng looked at the picture and said, from the system, that ancient jade has at least 300 years of history, and does not exclude the ancient imitation of the seal of transmission of the state. After all, this is something that no one has just seen. It's also something that needs to be seen in the flesh to see if it's real or not. Ma Weidu laughed. When I saw that word, I was also shocked. The jade seal of transmission. From ancient times to the present day there is only such a thing. That was passed down from the first emperor of Qin. This thing can be said to be the treasure of the town. Kai Guosheng nodded his head. There are many jade seals. Each emperor will have his own. But there is only this one transmission jade seal. If it's real, this is bound to be the treasure of the state. The three looked at the pictures with great anticipation. Heirloom jade seal. If this is true, it can be said to be the most precious antique in history. Every emperor is looking for this one of the state seal. With the state seal, can be considered the orthodox emperor. 2 days later, the group of 6 met at the airport. When Listening Spring saw a few bigwigs coming, he immediately stepped forward and smiled. Greetings, Mr. Ma, Mr. Jean, and Mr. Kai. Although Hearing Springs has a great reputation, but it's still a far cry from these guys. Ma Widu, with thousands of collections, has his own private museum. The remaining 2 are experts in the museum. From the hands of the experience of the treasure, no less than tens of thousands of pieces. These can be the top appraisal experts. Ma Weidu laughed. Mr. Quan, you're a rising star. In the future, such a heavy responsibility as treasure appraisal will be given to you young people. Don't call me teacher, Mr. Ma. How dare I call myself teacher in front of the 3 of you? Or just call me Xiaoquan. Listening to the spring a burst of sweat. Calling him a teacher. Isn't it a shame? Li Weiwei said. A few teachers get on the bus. There are still several hours to go. And there is still a drive to the mountains. So it is estimated that we will not arrive until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ma Weidu nodded. Let's go then. Listening to Quan said. A few teachers don't mind if I go live. No problem. That's okay. If you go live, don't blame us if your fans turn pink. Jin Yunchang teased. Mr. Jean, see what you're saying. Following a few teachers' appraisals is just the thing I need to increase my knowledge. I'm a big fan of yours. Hearing Quan smiled. Listening to the Springs open the live feed. A staff member holding a cell phone nearby. Listening to Azumi introduce herself. Good morning, fellow fans. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is Quan live so early today? Isn't he live in the afternoon? It's very early to see Azumi live in the morning. There's not a lot of people in the morning. Who is that? So familiar. Isn't that Mr. Ma Weidu? It's really him. What's this going to be? Listen to the Spring explained. Today, we do not look at Yuan Datu. This time to go to Ling Ling's home. Appraisal of that piece of the State Seal of Jade. State Seal of Jade. But I have seen for the first time. But it's not my main event today. I'm just an escort. Introducing 3 teachers to the fans. Mr. Ma, but there is a private museum. I've wanted to go there for a long time. But unfortunately I never had the chance. Ma Weidu waved his hand and greeted the fans of Listening Spring. Xiaoquan, when we finish the appraisal, you can go at any time. In fact, there is not much. It's just more than 1,000 pieces. The real treasures, there are not many. The corner of Listening Spring's mouth twitched. More than 1,000 pieces wasn't too much? Even if each piece is worth 100,000. That's $1 billion. But listen to the Spring but no. Ma Weidu's collection can be more than 100,000 a piece. The town hall treasure. Worth several hundred million it. Then thank you so much, Mr. Ma. I will definitely pay your old man a personal visit next time. Then here Izumi introduced the other 2. Teachers Yunchang Jin and Guoshang Kai. Both are national experts in treasure identification. There was a commotion on the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 are top big brother. Is it that the heirloom jade seal is real? The 3 of you are out. That the jade seal of the passing state is bound to be real. They are all experts in treasure appreciation. Famous figures in the world of treasure appreciation. Isn't that thing worth tens of billions of dollars? I'm really looking forward to the next treasure appraisal. If it's real, that's great. Why don't we just let them go to the sarcophagus and see what year it is? Yes, let them appraise the sarcophagus. I suspect that Jiang Chen is inside. Maybe people are still alive. What kind of state seal can't compare to the old ancestor who has lived for more than 1,000 years? Listening to the spring intentionally looked at the live fans and looked at Zhang Lingling's account. But alas, Zhang Lingling did not go on air. A few hours later, several people arrived at the foot of Kunzan and ascended the mountain path. And at this point, Zhang Zhongming carried a bamboo basket and a hoe up the mountain. Girl, Grandpa went up the mountain. You stay at home. Don't run around. Okay? Grandpa. I know. I'm good. I won't run around. That's good. Grandpa might be a little late. There you go. Zhang Zhongming carried the bamboo basket up the mountain. Zhang Lingling looked at her grandfather's back and immediately took out her cell phone. I muttered in my heart, it seems like my brother is going up the mountain. I don't know if they've arrived yet. They must sell those things. They can't make Grandpa work so hard. Especially Big Grandpa's stuff. It's all sold. Anyway, Big Grandpa is gone. And he's mine even if he dies. Even if Big Grandpa comes back, I'll say I lost it. Great Grandpa wouldn't know. Thinking of this, Jiang Lingling smiled happily and immediately connected. Listening to the spring looked at Jiang Lingling on the line. Connect immediately. Jiang Lingling, brother, have you arrived yet? On my way. Where's your grandfather? My grandfather went up the mountain. You guys hurry up. Can't wait for my grandfather to have come back. He definitely won't agree to sell it. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can. When the few people heard Jiang Lingling's words, they immediately sped up their pace to catch up. Ma Weidu smiled. This little girl, secretly selling the family's things. If his grandfather knew, he would definitely regret it. Chapter 27 Treasure Expert Shock. Unable to determine age. Half an hour later, a few people arrived at the small courtyard with a gasp. While Jiang Lingling had long since carried out Great-Grandpa's wooden box, Jiang Lingling was full of doubts. Why are there 3 old men? What do they do? Ma Weidu smiled. We're here to appraise you. Li Weiwei explained. Ling Ling. They are all treasure appreciation experts. They are here to give you an estimate of value. With them helping you out, your things will sell quickly. I sold it to my brother. He said he'd take it. Ma Weidu asked, why did you sell it to your brother? He's handsome. A few people laughed. Little girl, so young to like handsome men? Listen to the spring with an embarrassed look on his face. Can I collect the heirloom jade seal? I'm just afraid that if I collect it, the museum will be here the next day. That Tokyo artifact, can the Demon Blade Village really take it? He doesn't have the money for billions of dollars of something that is important to Tokyo, but not so important to China. For something to sell for a high price, someone has to see it. Jiang Lingling opened the box. Several people couldn't wait to gather around, and Jiang Lingling took out a box from it, casually flipping it open. A 4-square jade seal appeared inside. Ma for all to take it out carefully. Several people immediately came up, their eyes glowing as if they wanted to swallow the jade seal alive. Listening to the spring came up too. It was the first time they had all seen the jade seal of transmission, and if this thing was real, they couldn't find a second one. At this time, Mafer are careful. A few people sitting on stone benches, scrutinizing. One person played with a circle in his hand, which was carefully passed to the second person to identify. Using professional identification tools, carefully check the handwriting on it. I didn't realize they were so cautious. This is the jade seal of the passing state. You can't be careless. There is only one of this item. Its value is incalculable. That is a symbol of imperial power. With this, can be considered Orthodox emperor? Many emperors are looking for this thing, but unfortunately have not been found. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just afraid that the National Museum won't be able to find a second one. I'm guessing that after this one comes up, the second one will be available. Jin Yunchang nodded his head. This is ancient jade, at least 1,000 years old. Judging from the texture, it should be an ancient jade from the West, and the small seal script on it is exquisite. It's highly likely to be true. Jin Yunchang spoke his mind. The jade seal is not like traditional porcelain. Each dynasty porcelain has its own standards. What kind of clay is used for firing? What kind of pigments are used? What is painted are with the inheritance. But the seal of transmission is different. There is only one thing in the world cannot be broken with the same porcelain, only through the texture of the jade seal. Color. Distinguish the age. Judging from the texture and age of the jade seal, it must be something over years old. 1000. Kai Guosheng nodded his head and praised. It is indeed over years old, and the small seal script was made using fine carving, not from machine polishing, and there are still traces of knife carving on it. 1000. There are also imitations of the heirloom jade seal in later times, but they are all unorthodox, and this thing, most likely, is the genuine article, with that beautifully carved font. Li Weiwei inquired, it is said that the seal of transmission of the state was broken by a foot. Wasn't it patched up with the gold of being? Ma Weidu shook his head. How can there be such a thing? That's all blackmail. What you searched from the internet can be taken seriously. Being your own disciple, how can you still believe what you see on the internet? Ma Weidu continued. Whether it's a history book, or the Ziji Tongjian, or any other historical record, it never says anything about the seal of the state being broken and given a replacement in pure gold. From the picture you gave me, I could only conclude that it was 300 years old, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I'm the same as Mr. Jean. This jade seal is at least 1,000 years old. As to whether or not it is the state seal used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, it remains to be studied further. Perhaps we can identify if this is authentic by looking up historical records, or excavated artifacts. As for now, I wouldn't dare to jump to conclusions. Ma Weidu didn't dare to jump to conclusions. The point is he hasn't seen it. It's also the first time I've seen it, so who's to say it's real? As a treasure expert, you need to be careful with what you say, not what you say. Listening to the spring stood next to him and listened carefully to the appraisals of several people, holding it in his hand and carefully examining it. He could not come to a conclusion. A few teachers are also afraid to draw conclusions. After all this talk, I don't know if it's true or not. The first time I saw it, who dares to conclude that it is authentic? This is not porcelain. Porcelain they can see at a glance. Every dynasty has a legacy. There are molds, they know at a touch. It is difficult to identify this thing. Experts are experts and don't jump to conclusions. Unless Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive and comes out and says this is true. This is true. Even if this jade seal is not the one used by Qin Shi Huang, it is still valuable. Didn't the experts say that it is at least 1,000 years old? That is at least during the Northern Song Dynasty. 1000 years ago. That would be the Northern Song Dynasty. This is worth a lot of money even if it's fake. Jiang Lingling watched a few people contemplating, couldn't sit still, and immediately asked, you guys have been talking for half a day. Whether this is worth money or not, I still have to sell it to go to school. Ma Weidu laughed. It's not just going to school. Grandpa subsidizes you. How much you say? Jiang Lingling put up 3 fingers. At least $3,000. Ma Wei was all but speechless. Only 3,000. And you want to sell the jade seal? This thing is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if it's fake. Loser. What a loser. Ma for all intents and purposes. Li Weiwei laughed. Ling Ling, where's that katana of yours? Show it to them as well. Jiang Lingling nodded and did some searching from the corner to find the katana. A few people's mouths twitched. Is that how the Tokyo Jinguo was placed? It's an antique. Little girl, do you even know what antique means? A few people looked at the knife. Jin Yunchang nodded his head and praised. It is indeed a good sword. It has lines on it and a golden whisker. It is at least something at the level of an admiral. Mind you, in the era of resistance, there is a strict system of what each ghost wears, judging by the lines on it. It's a fine katana. Jiang Lingling laughed. This knife is so fast. I used it to cut bones, and it instantly broke the bones, especially the ones that were frozen in the refrigerator. They are so hard. A few people heard this and looked surprised. What? You cut bones with this katana? Or frozen bones? It's a waste. The live feed went crazy with laughter. Ha Linglings are unaware of the value of this knife, and use it to cut bones, or frozen bones. That thing is old and hard. The 3 treasure experts are heartbroken. This thing is not for cutting bones. Good man. Chopping bones with Tokyo's town weapon. This is the first time I've heard of it. What if it's chopped up? If it's chopped up, it's not worth anything. The little girl doesn't know the value of this knife. If she knew it was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, she'd regret it to death. Little girl is so cute. Ling Ling did a good job. Awesome. Ma Weidu drew out the sheath of his sword, and as the silver gleamed, Ma Weidu marveled. What a sharp katana. Chapter 28 Genealogy. Zhang Chen to be exposed. Ma Weidu said. This must be true. I have seen many katanas, even those held by shoguns, but none of them are so sharp. Judging from the lines, this must be the Tokyo Jinguo artifact, the demon sword Muramasa. And, as far as I know, after the founding of the country, there was a time when multiple people were sent from Tokyo to spy on the whereabouts of the katana. Jin Yunchang smiled and teased. I know that too. They once even asked me, hoping that we could retrieve that katana, but I refused. I couldn't give it to them even if I found it. Kai Guosheng nodded his head. A real treasure. Little friend, don't cut any more bones in the future. This thing is worth a lot of money. Collect it in the future. This is not a toy. A few people nodded their heads, fearing that Zhang Lingling would take this and slash around. It's a big deal if you cut it down. This thing is an antique, not some toy. The live stream was instantly in an uproar. Sure enough, that thing is genuine. So that means the katana inside that shrine is a fake. And that's fooling people. I guess the Tokyo side will only be furious when they know the news. Hey, they have the Jinhua artifact to cut the bones. I am afraid that the gas half dead. This is if the cut off. I guess the direct gas cannot die. I feel that Ling Ling did the right thing. It is best to throw in the outhouse. First soak for 3 days and 3 nights. This is to relieve the anger. If this is made into wine, is it better? Upstairs, you have a big appetite. Listen to Quan, Ling Ling. Don't play with this knife. Be careful of hurting yourself. It won't. I'm very careful. I mean, hurt the knife. It's precious. Is it worth a lot? It's worth it. Ma Weidu had an idea. Isn't there something else? Take it all out and look at it. And there's a painting too. By Li Bai. Li Weiwei took out Li Bai's painting from inside the box. A few people studied it carefully. Nothing is scrutinized from top to bottom. Li Bai didn't have any paintings out at all. He was originally a poet immortal, known as the Green Lotus Dweller. And some people say that he would not be able to make paintings, but only recite poems. But they all knew that in ancient times there were no poets who could not paint. Ma Weidu nodded. From the paper. It must be undoubtedly the Xian paper of the Tang dynasty. It is rare to be able to preserve it so well. He had a spontaneous nature. And the poems he wrote were even more bold and expansive. His poems are so eye-catching that many people forget Li Bai's calligraphic accomplishments. In fact, Li Bai's artistry is no less than that of contemporary masters. Look at this character. The strokes are thick and strong, yet not too sprightly and flowing, and the lightness and weight of the collected strokes. I once saw his calligraphy, and this is indeed Li Bai's script. As Ma Weidu looked at it, he was able to conclude that the writing was indeed Li Bai's script. Jin Yunchang went forward and carefully examined the words on it, nodding his head in affirmation. Floating and sprightly, it does match Li Bai's font. This is indeed real, and there is a name left on it. Tai Bai. Immortals hold me to the top and tie my hair to receive everlasting life. This is a poem that Li Bai had will compose, but only 2 lines were written. It was composed by Li Bai on his way to search for the immortals, and there are words left by Li Bai on it. This is exactly the same as the calligraphy post in the museum's collection, so it's certain that it's undoubtedly real. Kai Guoshang also affirmed. Zhang Lingling was puzzled. How do you know it's Li Bai's? In case it's Zhang Bai's. A few people laughed. Who is Zhang Bai? Ma Weidu explains. Every famous artist has their own unique way of either painting or writing, and that can't be changed. We can look at the font and see where the person's pen fell. Ma Weidu looked at Zhang Lingling, tilted her head, seemed to understand the appearance. The heart is really funny. I explain what to a little girl, she has to understand. Famous artists make paintings, all of which are traceable. All can look for traces in the lettering, or in the paintings. Ordinary people definitely couldn't see it, but they had seen Li Bai's posters and were able to clearly see from them that it definitely belonged to Li Bai's characters. Ma Weidu added, Li Bai once left a calligraphy post, all of which were seals, at least a dozen seals, and now it has turned into a big flowery face. What a pity. It's a good thing this one painting doesn't have a single stamp. Hard to beat. Jiang Chen, it should be the immortal master that Li Bai searched for, and used this as a painting to keep as a remembrance, knowing that Li Bai but seldom made paintings, and this is the only one so far. Speaking of Jiang Chen, Hearing Spring also exclaimed, because Zhang Lingling's great-grandfather was called Jiang Chen, it is reasonable to say that Li Bai has been dead for so many years. It should not be the same person. After all, it is impossible for people to live so many years. But, this painting of Li Bai, however, seems to prove something. First of all, the meaning of Li Bai's painting is that he searched for the immortal and used it as a painting to show that he misses it, and that master is bound to be Jiang Chen undoubtedly. Secondly, Li Bai knows martial arts. This is something that is well known. 10 steps to kill a person. Thousands of miles do not leave the line. Things whisked away. Deep hiding body and name. This is a true reflection of said Li Bai. It is evident that Li Bai is a great swordsman. And according to the records, Li Bai once said that writing is not my specialty, but sword fighting is my love. What it says, he's a master swordsman. But this painting was collected by Jiang Lingling's great-grandfather, and that Jiang Lingling's great-grandfather was also named Jiang Chen. Is this a coincidence? It wasn't just Listening Spring who was a bit puzzled. The entire live streaming room of more than 100,000 viewers couldn't sit still. I knew this was the real thing. That Jiang Chen is actually Jiang Lingling's old ancestor and the master of worship. Now I finally know who Jiang Chen is. Is there a possibility that Jiang Lingling's great-grandfather collected this painting and then changed his name to Jiang Chen? Upstairs, are you? If I change my name to Li Bai, am I the reincarnation of Li Bai? Collecting Li Bai's paintings, how can it be that easy? Brother Quan, before the old man comes back, hurry up and go to the cave to take a look. Maybe Jiang Chen is in there in closed-door cultivation. He is Li Bai's master, and only he can collect. Perhaps it was given to the Jiang family's ancestor by Li Bai. Hurry to the sarcophagus and take a look. Yes, hurry up and go. If the old master comes back, he will not let you go. While he is not back, hurry up and go and see. Listening to the springs looking at the live fans, the heart viciously spat. That is the oldest ancestor of others. To open the coffin and examine the corpse? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? As much as hearing springs wanted to know, it couldn't be done. Open the casket to see if it's real? It's a bit unorthodox. Listening Spring pretended not to see it, but instead asked, Ling Ling, is your great-grandfather also named Jiang Chen? Yeah, how did you know that? How do I know? You talked to Grandpa? I'll know. Is this girl's memory that bad? Li Weiwei's heart stirred, and he also felt a bit incredulous. So he asked, who is your old ancestor? Jiang Lingling cocked her head. Who is my old ancestor? How would I know? So do you have a family tree? This one seems to have. Can I see it? I'll get it for you. Jiang Lingling enters the house, looking for the genealogy. Listening to the springs was exciting. With this, it's not so simple. What is genealogy? That is the orderly inheritance. Absolutely can't write a name haphazardly on it. Just look at the genealogy to understand. The crowd was looking forward to it. Chapter 29. Sure enough, Jiang Chen is the Jiang family's oldest ancestor. With a genealogy you'll know who Jiang Chen is. This thing is handed down in an orderly fashion. Every name is real, and there is absolutely no way to add a random person to it. The little girl is trying to expose old ancestor as being immortal. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if the old man is Jiang Chen and how many years he's been alive. A family with a well-established heritage is bound to have a genealogy. Good, looking forward to if it is true, then the Ginger family ancestor is Li Bai's mentor. This is too awesome. Everlasting life? Are there really immortals? The old man's story may lie, but the genealogy is absolutely true. It's something that's passed down. Many people know about genealogy, which was very important in ancient times. The generations are clearly defined and organized. This is the key to recognizing one's ancestors in China. Soon, Jiang Lingling took out the genealogy and asked with a shake of her head, can genealogy be sold for money too? A few people heard this and laughed. Jiang Lingling was puzzled. What are you laughing at? The fans on the air were laughing like crazy. The good guy, not only will the old man's things to sell, but also want to sell the genealogy of the family tree. This thing cannot be sold. Your grandfather knows. I guess you have to be angry dead past. If you sell, your ancestors will come back for you and beat your ass. Little girl, you've gone too far. Even the genealogy is for sale. Is money the only thing in this girl's heart? What a money-minded guy. I'll take it. Luckily it's not my granddaughter. If it were my granddaughter, I'd be furious. Worthy of a little girl who wants money. Genealogy is trying to sell. Vivian Lee took the genealogy. Hearing Springs rushed forward to check. It was a huge postcard of words with names from top to bottom. At the bottom is Ling Ling Jiang, and the last one is Jiang Lingling's father, Jiang Huayan. Previous is Jiang Zhongming. At this time, Listening Spring was astonished, because Jiang Zhongming was a single transmission, and there was no such thing as a so-called big brother. Then who is Jiang Chen? At this time, Li Weiwei was also shocked, not small. Where is the name of Jiang Chen? There is no such thing. Keep looking up. The crowd looked at the two words at the top, momentarily surprised. It was clearly written there, Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chen was indeed the Jiang clan's oldest ancestor. Instant excitement on the air. Elder Jiang is a single biography. There is no such thing as a brother. That brother is definitely a fake. Sure enough, just look at the genealogy if you want to know the truth. There is no information about Jiang Chen on it, which means the old man doesn't have any brother. Look up there, the words above that head. That's Jiang Chen. Asterisk. Jiang Chen is the first. He is the Jiang family's oldest ancestor. Indeed, it's the ancestor of the Jiang family, so he's not immortal. This is proof that there really are immortals in this world. Your sister, Jiang Chen, is really an old ancestor. It's over. Now Jiang Chen's coffin board can't be covered. His identity is exposed. The live feeds were thrilled. Seeing the words at the top, it was indeed Jiang Chen. Sure enough, it's the Jiang family's oldest ancestor. Inside that cave was the oldest member of the Jiang family. They were all the descendants of the old ancestor of the Jiang family. Then he was in seclusion in the sarcophagus right now. And the one dragon that came was his guardian beast. Just as a few people were looking at the genealogy, suddenly, a gust of wind came, only to see the genealogy fly out. Then a scaly dragon plopped down on the roof and swallowed the genealogy into its stomach. A few people were shocked. They all looked at the ogre. Manhwa was even more surprised. What is that thing? Kind of like a snake. Kind of like a dragon. Does that mean it's a scaly dragon? Not sure. What a weird animal. That should be the jiaolong. Look at the top of its head. There are 2 tentacles. This is the sign of transforming into a dragon. All 3 of them looked at the ogre. Their hearts shocked. Dragons were legendary creatures. Since ancient times, it was rumored that dragons existed, but no one had ever seen this thing, and now that the dragon was right in front of them, how could they not be surprised? Li Weiwei exclaimed. Ling Ling, what is that thing? That's old ancestor's guardian beast. Ah, you know? My grandfather told me so. Jiang Lingling walked up and crossed her arms. Hey, why are you snatching my genealogy? Ah, give it back to me. Jiang Lingling held out her right hand. The dragon shook its head, then swallowed it into its stomach and lay on its back under the eaves of the house. Looking at Jiang Lingling, come down if you can. The dragon turned around and flew towards the cave. Jiang Lingling was furious. This damn little dragon, dare to swallow the genealogy. When the old ancestor wakes up, he will definitely beat your ass. Listen to Quan, Ling Ling. Why don't you show us to the cave? Ling Ling shook her head. No, the old ancestor is inside. I can't take you guys there. Ling Ling had heard her grandfather's command that she couldn't be taken to the cave if she wasn't a member of Jiang's family. And this was what her grandfather had told him himself, so she couldn't go against his wishes. Hearing Springs looked disappointed. It would have been nice to get in. Pity. Vivian Lee said. Why can't we go? Grandpa said so. Then your grandfather still won't let you sell anything. And you're not still selling. He doesn't know. He won't know if you take us there. And I won't tell anyone. Jiang Lingling thought about it, but still shook her head. No, I can't take you guys there. It's what Grandpa ordered. But Grandpa will spank me. Li Weiwei spat viciously in her heart. Good guy. You've become principled now. Li Weiwei saw that the other party did not agree. There was nothing she could do on her own. She couldn't just barge in and lift the coffin panels to go in and take a look. After all, it's someone's oldest ancestor. That doesn't make sense either. Brother Quan, follow up and take a look. Lift up the coffin board and take a look, so that everyone can see if that old Jiang family ancestor is still alive. Brother Quan, hurry up and take a look. Don't pay any attention to this girl. She's very principled now. When did this girl become so principled? We'll pay for it. I'll cover your tuition. Not to mention 3,000, even 30,000 won't be a problem. Brother Quan, hurry up and take a look. Brother Quan, look at the pop-ups. Hurry up. Listening to Quan look at the pop-up screen, he spat viciously in his heart. You're all crazy. That's the coffin of his ancestor. If you really want to take a look at it, why don't you go yourselves? It's still someone's oldest ancestor. Just for curiosity's sake. It's the same as digging up a grave and robbing it. Ma Weidu asked. Was that some kind of auger just now? Yeah. You live in the back caves? This scene was too shocking for them. The jade seal of the state, Tokyo State suppressing artifact, and a painting in calligraphy left behind by Li Bai, all of which were of great value. And now there's that auger. This stuff is even more unheard of and unseen. It simply turned a few people's perceptions upside down. At this time, there is only one question in the hearts of several people. Is the old ancestor of the Jiang family still alive? And if he is alive, how many years has he lived in the end? Ma Weidu continued to ask, then is your family's old ancestor still alive? Not sure. I haven't seen it. So what else do you know? Nothing. Well, what could a little girl know? Jiang Lingling asked. I do not care what the old ancestors are. You guys in the end to buy or not to buy to buy quickly. My grandfather is coming back. Chapter 30 The appearance of the magic weapon. Shocking the live broadcasting room. These things were sold secretly by Jiang Lingling, so they can't be known by Grandpa. Otherwise Grandpa would have gotten mad. Jiang Lingling is looking forward to selling the stuff and paying tuition for school, and to buy Grandpa a big house and a big car. A few people were a little embarrassed. This thing is worth a lot of money. Not millions, tens of millions, but hundreds of millions of things. Even if you want to collect, you have to discuss with the old man. So acquisition, that is not cheating the little girl. When the old man finds out, he will certainly recover it. The sale is not valid. Listening Spring stepped forward and crouched down. Things are expensive. We need to talk to your grandfather. Jiang Lingling was not happy. That won't do. I'm selling it secretly. Grandpa definitely won't agree. Li Weiwei also stepped forward to explain. It's very expensive. If you convert it into money, You have money all over the house. You're still young. You have to discuss it with your grandfather. Jiang Lingling seemed to understand. She is still young and has no concept of money, only that she is going to school and needs to pay tuition. How many lollipops does that buy? A few people laughed. Lollipops? Estimated hundreds of millions. Li Weiwei laughed. Don't talk about lollipops. You'll buy the factory over here all you want. Eat it every day. Eat it until you don't want to eat it. And anything else, take it out and look at it. Nowadays it is only impossible to enter the cave in the back of the mountain. Unless the old man agrees. I'm only afraid that the old man won't agree. That's the place where the old ancestor resides. How can he let outsiders enter? Li Weiwei thought this way. Jiang Lingling continued to look for the wooden box and soon found another square object, and a jade seal. Ma Weidu stepped forward and carefully took it from Jiang Lingling's hand. In case of a fall, this is a big deal. This is a side of palm-sized seal. Pitch black color. On top of the carving a dragon. Exquisite. Very subtle. Ma Weidu turned over the base, looking at the font on it. Ma for all intents and purposes frowned. Ma Weidu turned his hand to Jin Yunchang. Jin Yunchang carefully examined it and said, "This is not a jade seal, but a wooden seal on one side, carved from wood. Pitch black colored wood, not dyed." Jin Yunchang was also puzzled. He had seen many seals carved from wood. Very few seals are carved from black wood. Jin Yunchang had no idea as to what kind of wood this was. Jin Yunchang then handed it to Listening Spring, who held it in her hand, feeling only very light wood, looked at the seal underneath, and exclaimed, "This seems to be a jade seal for religious use." Hearing Spring's Live has seen many seals, especially those used in Taoism. Not one of them is carved out of wood. Ma Weidu nodded. This is really a wooden seal used in Taoism. This should be Lei Jiamu, the supreme sacred wood in Taoist magic. Taoist practice. To use lightning wood to make all kinds of magic weapons. This seal carving is the 9 heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Po Hua Tianzuan. Tian Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Po Hua Tianzun is a deity in charge of thunder and lightning in Taoism. Jin Yunchang sighed. Lightning strike wood is rare. Such a large seal that needs to be carved out is really rare. The lines on it are clearly visible. Obviously the lines caused by lightning strikes. Hearing this, Listening Spring hurriedly put it down. Nice guy. How many years has old ancestor lived? He even has such treasures. Jiang Lingling stepped forward. So it's wood. Is this thing worth money? Hearing Springs nodded. It's worth it. Wood is worth something? This is a lightning strike wood is unusual. According to the Taoist explanation, this thing possesses mana. Such a large lightning strike wood is really rare. Jiang Lingling stepped forward and took the thunderbolt wood. Glancing over, she heard only one message. With mana? Jiang Lingling inquired. Then how to release the mana? A few people laughed. Mana? What mana is that? This thing is the practice of using. They do not understand. Only know that this thing is precious and incomparable. Rumor has it that the lightning wood has the effect of warding off evil spirits. Is the nemesis of all the demons and ghosts. Of course it's all just a myth. Li Weiwei laughed. Ling Ling, what was your old ancestor? Could he be a Taoist priest? I'm not sure. Grandpa didn't say anything about it either. Jiang Lingling shook her head. She didn't know this at all. Jiang Lingling holds the lightning strike wood. Then ran out. Several people were filled with confusion as to what this girl wanted to do. I just saw Jiang Lingling go outside, walk to the outside next to the soil, and then stamp the seal in Jiang Lingling's hand, which is not a treasure. Just want to see the words above. For her, it was pretty fun. Ling Ling, don't mess around. This is lightning struck wood. Don't break it. Ling Ling, this is not a toy. It's a precious antique. Looking at Jiang Lingling being so mischievous, a few people could do nothing about it. However, just as Jiang Lingling picked up the seal, a different kind of change is coming. The originally clear sky suddenly changed color as a dark cloud coalesced in the air. And in an instant, thunderclouds rolled and thunder roared. A few people looked at the sky, momentarily dumbfounded. What's the situation? How is it that the sunny skies, all of a sudden, have become cloudy and gloomy? And what's with the thunderclouds? Does it have something to do with Con Lingling putting her stamp on it? Li Weiwei stepped forward and hugged Jiang Lingling away. Asterisk. What's going on? Is this really a magic weapon? Thunderclouds rolled in and I heard thunder. This must be a magic weapon. It must be a magic weapon. That thing is definitely a supreme treasure. The thunderclouds are rolling in. There won't really be heavenly lightning striking down. My God, what the hell is going on here? Just as a few people were wondering. Wow, a white light poured down, hitting right on top of the seal that Jiang Lingling had stamped, shattering the seal that had just been stamped. Instantly, splashing dirt in all directions. A few people's faces turned white. This heavenly thunder struck down. How horrible would it be if it struck on a person? Rumble. A loud noise followed, shocking several people's minds. Ma Weidu exclaimed, This must be a magic weapon. It must be a magic weapon. Jin Yunchang was also incredulous, looking at the wooden seal in Jiang Lingling's hand. How could this be? Cover it up and it will trigger the thunder in the sky? What kind of sense is that? How does that explain it? Does it mean that there is still a magic weapon? Listening Spring stood next to him, too surprised to speak. This wooden seal is priceless. That scene just now was just too unbelievable, too shocked to speak. More than 100,000 viewers in the live stream also exclaimed, This is too godly. Merely stamping a seal on the ground, and then in less than a few seconds, heavenly lightning landed and blasted on top of that seal. It's horrible. Is this a coincidence? How can there be so many coincidences under the sky? This must be a magic weapon. A magic weapon used by people in the cultivation. That Jiang family's old man can't be said to be an immortal. Li Bai's master is bound to be an immortal. Science? People have to believe in science. It has to be a coincidence. It's too nifty to be shocking. I originally thought that the transmission jade seal was good enough, but I didn't expect to see the legendary magic weapon. I'll take this. Jiang Lingling looked up at the sky, and then looked at the baby in her hand, tilted her head, and in her heart, she exclaimed, What kind of reasoning is this? How to split down? No, gotta try again. Jiang Lingling ran out and covered up against the ground once more. Chapter 31 The Shinto cult seizes Tokyo's divine artifacts. Jiang Lingling trotted out. Li Weiwei asked, Ling Ling, what are you doing? I'll try again. Is it this seal that's messing things up? Before Li Weiwei could stop it, Jiang Lingling took the wooden seal and covered it against the ground, pressing down hard. The soil was already wet, and a few words appeared in an instant. Jiang Lingling quickly ran away with the wooden seal in her hand. Just then, the dark clouds that had dispersed coalesced once again. Wow! Thunder resounded 10,000 miles away, only to see thunder appearing in the sky once more. And 10 seconds after Jiang Lingling left, a lightning bolt broke through the air and attacked above the seal once more. Rumble! This time a few people could see it clearly, still attacking above the ground. A few people had their hearts in their mouths. In his heart, he speculated as to what kind of divine object this was that had such a function. Jiang Lingling laughed. That's great. Stop playing, will you? Li Weiwei spat. This little girl, she's treating it like a toy. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Grandpa doesn't even give me firecrackers to play with on New Year's Day. I feel like this is more fun than firecrackers. The corners of Listening Spring's mouth twitched. This is a magic weapon, not for you to play. And this is much more dangerous than firecrackers. The slightest carelessness splits on their own. That is not the end of the game. This girl, she just knows how to play. Do you realize how dangerous this is? Listen to Quan, you can't play with it. Put it away quickly and don't play with it again. It's too dangerous. It's not dangerous. I'll just run away. I'm not stupid. Jiang Lingling was not amused. A few people were speechless. This girl, she's really bold and not afraid of danger. This girl is actually playing with the heavenly thunder as if it were a firecracker. I'm going crazy. The guts are a little too big. The little girl just knows how to play. This is not a magic weapon. It's not an ordinary thing. That was definitely not a coincidence just now. Twice the heavenly thunder has landed. This magic weapon is too divine. This thing is the real treasure. Even the heirloom jade seal can't compare to it. Fans on the air have been tweeting that. Spells for fun? Just then, a figure appeared on the mountain. Jiang Lingling said, Aya, my grandpa is back. You must not tell my grandpa Aya. This is my big grandpa's stuff. I sold it secretly. Jiang Lingling didn't even think about it, pointing her ass back. Put everything away. He then pulled the large wooden box inside, fearing that his grandfather would find out. At this time, Zhang Zhongming came down from the mountain with a bamboo basket on his back and a hoe, and saw a few people standing next to the house from afar, and wondered in his heart, what are these people? Zhang Zhongming walked quickly down the hill. Li Weiwei went forward. Grandpa Zhongming, you're back? Vivi, the headmaster is here? No, it's a few friends of mine. They're all appraisal experts, and they heard that you have a treasure, so they came over to take a look. Zhang Zhongming nodded his head. A few of you enter the house and sit down. Just now I heard thunder and thought something had happened. I purposely came back to take a look. A few of you enter the house and sit down. Don't stand outside the yard. Listen to Quan walk up. Grandpa Jiang, I'm Xiao Quan. You are. I'm Koizumi, the one who acquires babies on the internet. Zhang Zhongming smiled. So it's you. I didn't expect you to come in person. Come in and sit. Come in and sit. Zhang Zhongming was very polite and led several people inside the courtyard. Ling Ling, boil a pot of boiling water. Oh. Zhang Zhongming smiled awkwardly. Sit down a few of you. The hut is simple. Master, you're too kind. Gramps, Are you up in the mountains picking corn? Yeah, planted a little corn. Jiang Zhongming looked at the few people. You're all here to collect the treasure? Yes, master. We're all here to collect the treasure. Okay then, you guys wait, I'll go to my room and bring it out. Jiang Zhongming then went into the house and took some treasures out. And once again, the Republic of China antiques, and a few yuan dao too, and put these things on the table. A few people looked at it, and yuan dai too left it at that. It's not worth much. There is also the Republic of China porcelain. These things although the Republic of China, but the value is not high, far less than the treasure just now. That thing every piece is worth a lot of money. It's all in the hundreds of millions of dollars at least, and even more so with the presence of the heirloom jade seal. But a few people were too embarrassed to ask. Li Weiwei laughed. Grandpa Zhong. Last time I heard you say that there are still things from Grandpa Jiang Chen. Does Grandpa Jiang Chen have any treasures? Can those things be sold? Jiang Zhongming shook his head. My elder brother does have something, but he is not prepared to sell his things. Once my big brother comes back and knows I sold him something, he'll be very upset. Several people looked at each other. They heard an important message that Elder Jiang Chen would return, and if Elder Jiang Chen was the same person as the old ancestor, then he was bound to be in the sarcophagus at the back of the mountain. So when is Grandpa Jiang Chen coming back? My grandfather always said that he wanted to thank Grandpa Jiang Chen for saving his life. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a couple of years. I'm not really sure. Jiang Zhongming had no doubts. According to Chief Li's character, it was normal to see his big brother before he left. But Jiang Zhongming didn't know when the old ancestor would wake up. He was also a little worried in his mind. How will Lingling live in the future when she is no longer with us? Although Headley promised to take care of John Lingling, Jiang Zhongming is still uneasy, and it is not easy to live under a fence. When old ancestor woke up, he was bound to take care of Ling Ling as a great-grandfather. Ma Weidu said, you and Chief Li are comrades in arms. How about you give all these things to Li Weiwei? We'll make a bid, and let Li Weiwei give them to the old man when the time comes? Jiang Zhongming nodded his head. He trusted Chief Li as a person, and he also trusted Chief Li's granddaughter. A few people had a cup of tea and chatted for a while about family matters. Then he turned to leave. Into the night, the two young men reached the foot of the mountain and looked at the peak. These two were no other than Tokyo Shinto disciples, Edo Daisher and Edo Naoji, and the purpose of their trip was to steal the demon sword Muramesa. Jiangdu Daisher looked at the mountain peaks. That old man not only possesses the Jinghua artifact, but also the jade seal of the kingdom. That thing must be gotten as well, and all the treasures must be taken back to Kyoto. The jade seal of transmission, given to the 9 Chrysanthemum school, is just the thing to steal China's national fortune. Not bad. Once we obtain the jade seal of transmission, we will be able to steal the national fortune of China. And by stealing the national fortune of China, we, Tokyo, will become the first country. The two men finished and then went up the hill by moonlight. This time, Jiang Lingling had already gone to bed early, and Jiang Zhongming was also lying in bed, thinking about what Jiang Lingling should do after his death. I don't know if the old ancestor will wake up. Jiang Lingling is the only bloodline. It's too young to tell her things nowadays. Only when she grows up can she tell Kong Lingling. Available at. It was his responsibility to guard the old ancestor. But Jiang Lingling was so small. Could it be that she could only live on the mountain in the future? Guarding the old man for the rest of your life? Isn't this delaying Lingling? Just as Jiang Zhongming was thinking about it, he suddenly listened to a strange noise and heard light footsteps. Jiang Zhongming frowned. Immediately, he pulled a pistol out from under the bed and loaded it with a silencer. This was given to him by Chief Li for defense when he was on his way out. Now that he was old, he feared the coming of a restless enemy. Jiang Zhongming tucked his gun into his pocket and walked out of the hut with his wood chipper in hand. Without moving, he crossed the living room, heading out. Chapter 32 How to Become a Master Without Robbery. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Hello? Is anyone home, please? Jiang Zhongming inquired. Who is it? Boss, we are lost tourists who got lost in the mountains and saw that there is a house here. So now we are borrowing a night here with you. Please be accommodating. Boss. Jiang Zhongming froze. Where are the tourists here in the wilderness? Lost in the middle of the night? Jiang Zhongming went forward, firewood knife in hand, opened the door of the room, staring at the two. They were seen wearing a casual outfit and carrying a black package. The two saw that it was Jiang Zhongming and immediately laughed. Master, we are traveling backpackers. We wandered around the Kunlun mountains and got lost, so we want to borrow a night here with you. We're willing to pay for it. Jiang Zhongming looked the two of them up and down and said, forget about giving money. You guys come in. We're the only ones in this wild mountainous area. Open the door and let the two men in. Thanks, Gramps. Thanks. The two men thanked him and went inside the courtyard. Jiang Zhongming inquired, where did you come from? We came from the Jiangsu side. Especially to feel the motherland great river and mountain scenery. Did not expect to go up the mountain, lost the way. See you this side of the light. Then rushed over. Sit down and I'll get you a cup of tea. Too much trouble for you, old man. We have our own mineral water. Edo Daichi smiled. What do you call it? My name is Zhang Deji. And he is my brother. Zhang Xiaoji. Zhang Zhongming looked at the two. How did you find this place? Saw a light and came. You're from Tokyo, aren't you? Eduardo Daisher and Eduardo Nioji were shocked in their hearts. This old thing is not simple. Zhang Dudaji laughed. Master, what are you talking about? Chinese is very good. Well learned. You are here to snatch the demon sword Muramasa. You should belong to the Shinto sect. The Shinto sect has no one left and sent you two young men here? Zhang Zhongming said slowly. Edo Daichi shook his head. I wonder what the old man is talking about? From the moment you came in, I could see and feel the aura on you. I've killed quite a few people from the Divine Tao cult, and their aura is the same as yours. It's rare that there are still people learning such ancient kung fu. Zhang Zhongming said slowly. Zhang Zhongming had once participated in the War of Resistance, but also fought against the first kendo master in Tokyo, and fought against the Tokyo ghosts no less than hundreds of times. For the Shinto religion, he knew it very well. From the two men's walking posture, as well as their internal chi, he sensed that the two men were from the Divine Tao sect. When you come from thousands of miles away, you naturally have a purpose. That purpose is self-evident. Naturally, for the Tokyo's town artifact demon sword Muramasa, Zhang Dudaji's face was grim. Old thing, I didn't expect you to live for so many years, but you actually know about our Divine Tao sect. Hand over the Tokyo divine artifact, and the jade seal of transmission, and spare you and your granddaughter from death. Zhang Zhongming sneered. It's really you guys. Do it. Zhang Dudaji's words just fell. Zhang Dunaiji drew a dagger from his waist and attacked Zhang Zhongming. That speed was extremely fast and the distance was very close. Zhang Zhongming could not put his gun in time. Right-hand Shiba fends off an attack from Edo Naoji. Subsequently, Zhang Dudaji also drew his dagger, and with the two of them joining forces, they quickly attacked Zhang Zhongming. The two were fast, attacking left and right. Zhang Zhongming is fighting and retreating. In my heart, I am really old, and my body movements can't keep up with the youngsters. Zhang Dudaji sneered. Old thing, you're really old. Even if you're a patriarch, your physical strength can't keep up with us. Suffer death. Zhang Zhongming took out a pistol in his left hand. Edo Naoji was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to have a gun. Within 7 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. Bang! One shot right in the center of the eyebrow and Edo Naoji fell straight back. Eduardo Daisher said angrily. Baka, you're a master of your generation and you're using a gun. That's despicable. The word is out. Zhang Zhongming another shot. Zhang Dudaji just wanted to dodge, but the bullet is fast and accurate. A shot into Zhang Dudaji's left shoulder. Then Zhang Zhongming again replenished the gun, right between Edo Daichi's eyebrows. Zhang Dudaji to the end, eyes wide open, died extremely unwillingly. Zhang Zhongming stepped forward and said disdainfully, how can you become a generation master if you have a gun and don't use it? Zhang Zhongming put down his gun, looked at the two corpses, and sighed in his heart. He is really old. To kill these two little devils, you have to use a gun. If it was before, directly use a knife will be fine. If he used a knife, he might not be a match for these two backwoods boys. Zhang Zhongming dragged the bodies of the two men outside. Do it all. Zhang Zhongming picked up the phone. Zhang Myung, is something wrong? Chief, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Zhongming, why do we need to talk about this between us? Is something wrong? A little trouble. What little trouble? Just got 2 Shintoists killed. Ghosts? It looks like came to grab the one who was killed by my shot. Demon sword Muramasa. Getting killed is just getting killed. No big deal. I'll send someone over to deal with it right away. Zhongming you'd better come with me to the capital. No, I have things to do. Okay then, I'll just have someone come over and take care of it. Trouble. What's the point of talking about this? The ghost still won't die. I'll have someone bring back the demon sword Muramasa and put it in the Kyoto Museum. I'll talk to them and I won't treat you poorly. I'm very uneasy about that thing being placed in your place. Good thing too. Hang up. Call me if you need anything. Li Zhongyi put down the phone. This news traveled really fast. Tokyo knew it so quickly. Think about it. What is today's society? The network is developed. A message, less than a few minutes can be transmitted to the Tokyo side. That side is bound to know where the Tokyo Township artifacts are. Li Zhongyi got up and immediately dialed the guard's number. In less than a moment's time, a guard captain came. Chief, Li Zhongyi's face was icy. You immediately take the helicopter and go to Zhang Zhongming's yard. He killed 2 ghosts, and dispose of them directly without harm. Understood. Also, Send a few men to station around the perimeter to keep Jiang Zhongming safe, and I hope it doesn't happen a second time. Understood. Chief, go on, tell him to be careful and bring by the way back the demon sword Muramasa. The guard corps left. Jiang Zhongming sat in the yard, smoking a big cigarette. Not a moment too soon. A few guards came and packed the body inside the body wrapper as Li Zhongyi had instructed. Master Zhong, I've come to take the katana. Jiang Zhongming nodded. You take it. The chief said to be careful. No harm done. I have a gun. Jiang Zhongming looked at the distant backs of several people before he turned around and went back to the house. Day 2. Li Zhongyi then met with the director of the Kyoto Museum, as well as Ma Weidu, Jin Yunchang, several people. They are treasure experts. This time accompanied by is to identify the treasure. It's a donation, but you can't beat the price. Chapter 33 Tokyo artifacts appear in museum, causing uproar. Ma Weidu respectfully said, Chiefly, Mr. Ma sit. Hello Chief, Mr. Kim, you sit down too. Ma Weidu looked at the weapon on it with a surprised expression. Chief, is this that samurai sword of Elder Zhongming? Li Zhongyi nodded. Yes, it's that one. He called me yesterday and asked me to donate it to the museum. I thought, this thing is worth a lot of money. Since Zhongming wants to donate it, I'm bound to not let him suffer. Just in time for you guys to come and appraise how much this thing is worth. I'll just transfer the money to Zhongming when the time comes. At this time, the director of the Kyoto Museum, Song Hwan, arrived with a respectful face. Chiefly, Kyoto Museum, the highest level of national museums, can be the Kyoto Museum collection. All are not precious antiques. Each piece is a fine product. Chiefly nodded. Old Song Ah, we are old friends. This one is a weapon of my friend. Said to donate to the museum. I seek. You give a look. Give me a reasonable price. Mr. Ma and Mr. Jean are here. You can't undercut the price. Song Hwan nodded and stepped forward to appraise the katana. The more I look at it, the more I'm amazed. Could this be Tokyo's town weapon? The demon sword Muramasa? It is this very blade. Song Hwan excitedly said. I did not expect that it is really it. The last time on the net also saw this knife. I did not expect that this is actually the real thing. That Tokyo side to look for a long time. Have not found. Song Hwan took the katana and loved it. The demon sword Muramasa. That's a national artifact. The same as the Chinese state seal of transmission. Can be a real gem. Ma Weidu flirted. If I had known that the old man was going to donate, I would have purchased it over. Blundered. Give you can not. You are a personal museum. He is donated to the National Museum. To you that is not become a private? Li Zhongyi bluntly said. Many people want to collect it. It's a godsend. It's not Chinese, but it's Tokyo's town weapon. Even if he gave it to Ma Weidu, he wouldn't be able to keep it. Shintoism is not something to be messed with. Song Hwan carefully appraised. Took a deep breath. Chief, this knife is of inestimable value. To not out of $50 million. Thanks to which old master? Li Zhongyi's brows furrowed when he heard this. What the hell? Only $50 million? Li Zhongyi, this thing is also more than $50 million when placed in the auction house. Right? Song Hwan laughed. Your old man also said that it was put in the auction house. This thing is worth several $100 million in the auction house. But you also know that your friend is a donation. Li Zhongyi's face changed, and he righteously said, what kind of words are these? That's an anti-war hero. Is this how you guys pit anti-war heroes? Even though it's the spoils of war and he's donating, it can't be too little. Aren't you victimizing the old war heroes? $500 million. Don't haggle for me. If you haggle, I'll send it straight to the international auction house. I'm sure the Tokyo ghosts will be very interested. Li Zhongyi was exasperated. $50 million? You're a little too shabby. That's a lot of money for the average person. But Jiang Zhongming is his comrade in arms. His lifesaver. He is absolutely not going to treat Zhongming poorly. These days, what can $50 million do? Not enough to buy a set of 4 houses in Kyoto. Song Hwan frowned. That's a bit of a high price. It's a donation after all. Okay, that's it. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Mr. Ma. He's not that bad. Ma Weidu's face was ecstatic. Okay, 500 million is 500 million. I'll take it. Song Hwan has a look of displeasure. If you take it, doesn't that make it private? How does that work? Song Hwan immediately nodded. Okay, just follow the price your old man offered. 500 million is 500 million. I'll have someone prepare the information. Within 3 days, I'll give you the money. Li Zhongyi nodded. This thing is not only historical value. There is a higher cultural value. You must keep it well. Absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the ghosts. Understand? Tokyo artifacts lost in China are far more valuable than the artifacts themselves. At that time, held the one who was a master of Tokyo Kendo. and was even honored by the emperor with the title of the first kendo master. And with the demon sword Muramasa challenged the Chinese masters. The demon sword Muramasa. He eventually died a horrible death in China. Even his head was cut off. This is a huge shame for Tokyo. Don't worry. The Kyoto Museum is a very strong defense, and they wouldn't dare to come and grab it. Humph. The ghosts subvert the heart of manhwa. The heart of a thief will never die. You should not think that this is an ordinary artifact. This concerns their lifeblood of Tokyo, as much as the jade seal of transmission concerns the lifeblood of our Huaxia. Song Huan inquired in a low voice. Chiefly, is that jade seal of transmission also in the hands of one of the seniors? Or let him donate along with it? No, it's safer in his hands. He wouldn't give it to you if he wanted to donate it. That thing is different. It's not just as simple as a jade seal. It's not just as simple as a historical artifact. Li Zhangyi balked. The jade seal of transmission is the lifeblood of China. The ancient emperors were all looking for the jade seal of transmission, and not just because of the value he brought in himself. There's another reason. Once this thing fell into the hands of the enemy, it was highly likely to subvert the entire lifeblood of China. That stuff is ambiguous. The demon sword Muramasa is different. It's Tokyo's town weapon. Song Huan nodded. Then I would like to take my leave. Remember to call. Definitely. Song Huan left with his katana. Excited. The first thing Song Huan did when he went back was to get an exhibition stand, specializing in the exhibition of the Tokyo artifact, the demon sword Muramasa, and a lot of people came to see it. I hear there's a new treasure checking into the Kyoto Museum. The museum has released the news that it's a Tokyo artifact, the demon sword Muramasa, and I've heard it's a katana. Strange. If it's the demon sword Muramasa, why put it in the Kyoto Museum? It's not like it's something from our country. This is what you don't understand. Right. The Tokyo Shrine side also has the artifact demon sword Muramasa. Our side of the exhibition, two of them appear at the same time, so one of them is bound to be fake. So that's how it works. If our side is real, then their side is bound to be fake. Kind of interesting. It's true on our side. They mustn't be mad. Hurry up and check it out. I'm going to put it on the web. I'm going to. Hurry up and take pictures and show them off on the internet. I just want to see what Sakura's reaction is over there. A group of people waited in line to enter the museum. It's all about taking pictures. News quickly reached Tokyo. Baka. Fake must be fake. That artifact is already in our shrine. What the hell do the Chinese want to do? Get a fake thing to exhibit. Not afraid that we make fun of them? It's so ridiculous to get a fake thing to put on it. It's so ignorant. Has anyone identified if that's true or not? It must be false. That goes without saying. What if it's true? How can it be real? It must be fake. If it's real, I'll eat 10 tons of poop. Upstairs, do you need me to prepare 10 tons of poop for you? Chinaman. That's false. And you're still happy. Hey, true or false only debate. Tokyo has sent a professional appraisal master to identify. What does this mean? It means that your side must be fake. When the word gets out, the whole of Tokyo is sensational. Demon sword Muramasa appeared in the Chinese Kyoto Museum. We must know that it is a national museum. The top museum. To be able to enter the museum is bound to be extraordinary. Chapter 34. Someone from Tokyo appraises the Zhenghua divine weapon. I heard the news in Tokyo. It directly created a wave in the Tokyo treasure hunting community. It's more of a press conference. Several experts in treasure appreciation gathered together. Reporter, Mr. Sakamoto Rokuro. Do you think the demon sword Muramasa exhibited in China is real? Sakamoto Rokuro shook his head. From the maker's point of view, that thing matches our characteristics. I need to make a personal trip to authenticate that katana. Chinese reporter, Mr. Sakamoto Rokuro. When you say that, does it mean that the katana enshrined at the shrine is fake? If the shrine's offering was real, there would be no need for authentication. Sakamoto Rokuro explained. The demon sword Muramasa is a sacred weapon of the country, and in ancient times there were many famous swords and many imitations of them, just like the Chinese heirloom jade seal. Reporter, Mr. Sakamoto Rokuro. Are you going to China for identification? Sakamoto Rokuro nodded. Yes, we're going to invite an appraisal expert to make a trip to China to contact the Chinese side and appraise that katana. If this is authentic, will it be repurchased? We'll talk about it when the time comes. It's still too early to talk about conclusions. Well, that's all for today's press conference. Tomorrow, we'll travel to Kyoto, China to appraise it. Sakamoto Rokuro doesn't want to say much. This time, the appearance of the Zhenghua artifact on the Chinese side was met with a strong reaction on the Tokyo side, and Rokuro Sakamoto was worried in his mind. He had seen the katana inside the shrine, and while it was fine in terms of style, the detailed description showed that it wasn't a true Zhenghua Shinto weapon, but rather a replica. Mr. Sakamoto, I've heard a rumor that the Shinto religion has sent someone to grab this piece of artifact, and now there's no information on it. So does this mean that that one is the real thing? Sakamoto Rokuro exclaimed. You all know the former #1 kendo master, Okamura Taijiro, the man who traveled to China with the Tokyo Divine Weapon and challenged 38 Chinese masters, ended up dying a horrible death in China. Even his head was cut off. At that time, the demon sword Muramasa became a trophy to be taken. The royal family had once sent people to search for the Zhenghua divine weapon, but there has been no news of it. It is highly likely that that item is real. Others only knew that Okamura Taijiro had gone to China to challenge him, but few knew that he had brought the demon sword Muramasa, the national artifact, with him, and only the imperial family knew about it. This time he was ordered by the royal family to go to China for identification. Once it is authentic, the Zhenghua Shinchi absolutely cannot fall into the hands of China. Moreover, it is exhibited in the Kyoto Museum. This is a shame for them, or a lifetime of shame. A few people sniffed and looked at each other. Could this be true? If it's true, we can buy it back with money. Don't even think about it. They would never sell it. What should we do? We can't put it on display in the Kyoto Museum. If the appraisal is true, we can barter the precious treasures of China for the demon sword Muramasa. It's too early for that, so we might as well get it appraised sooner rather than later. Sakamoto Rokuro nodded. That's a good point, but I need to caution you that even if it's authentic, you still need to say that it's an imitation. If you say it's authentic, it will cause unnecessary conflict. Of course, imitations are also valuable, and we are willing to exchange them for Chinese porcelain or paintings and calligraphy. Give them a chance. Several master appraisers smiled. That's a good idea. Several people immediately took a car and traveled to Tokyo International Airport and then flew to Kyoto, China. After getting off the bus, several people couldn't wait to head to the Kyoto Museum. They had long been in contact with the Kyoto side to appraise the Zhenghua artifact demon sword Muramasa. Other side, a man and a woman entered the museum. They were Dharma sect heirs. Big brother, I don't know if that artifact is real? Humph, it must be fake. This is their Chinese usual trick. The real artifacts are not ordinary things. People with magic power. Once the magic power, the demon sword Muramasa will float up. I heard that Rokuro Sakamoto is coming for an appraisal. I never trust them. This time I'm going to dismantle the ruse to their face and make them lose face by getting a replica Tokyo artifact to fool people. Hagiya Ibuki's eyes were icy cold as he coldly said, Ni, you gained magic power? Ojaya-chan exclaimed. Just 2 days ago, I sensed magic. That's great. This time when you go back, you'll become a Dharma phase sect heir. Before I go back first, I'm going to burn the lies of the Chinese. Just then, Sakamoto Rokuro with a few people also arrived at the Kyoto Museum. It was an immediate sensation. That's Rokuro Sakamoto, a Tokyo appraiser and reputedly the strongest appraisal master. It's really him, accompanied by Nakanishi Shojin, a man who is one of the 3 greatest appraisal masters in the Tokyo appraisal world. There's also Yosuke Shinri here, and the 3 of them can be considered the dean level of the appraisal world. The lineup is too big for this one. Nonsense. This is a Tokyo artifact, with a status equivalent to our state seal. There was a lot of chatter around the room. This has just been exhibited. The Tokyo side of the reaction, so quickly sent people over to appraise, or 3 top appraisal experts in Tokyo. In the appraisal world can be said to be a man of the moment. Rokuro Sakamoto, in particular, is an international expert in authentication. It has a pivotal position. The 3 Sakamoto Rokuro walked into the museum and looked at the katana, unable to hide their excitement between their eyes. Song Huan accompanied them and opened the exhibition cabinet. Sakamoto Rokuro and the others quickly stepped forward and carefully identified them. At this moment, Sakamoto Rokuro was shocked in his heart, both from the sheath and the blade. He could tell that it was genuine. He had seen it once before in an old book. The rest of the group could see that it was indeed authentic. Just as Sakamoto Rokuro was about to say that it was an imitation, a young man stepped forward and exclaimed, "It must be a fake." The rest of them looked at each other. Sakamoto Rokuro looked at the young man. Ojaya Ibuki continued, "The real artifact, which has been in the shrine for a long time, is an imitation at this site, and has no value at all." "Young man, you know how to appraise?" "That's right." Sakamoto Rokuro didn't even say anything. "So who are you to say it's fake? Can you appraise it?" "It's authentic," Ojaya Ibuki said. "A fake is a fake. It can never be real." The demon sword Muramasa is a Tokyo artifact that possesses the power of the gods and demons. It even possesses magical power. It is said that those who practice magical power will react to the demon sword Muramasa and even float in the air if they apply their magical power within 1 meter. Ojaya Ibuki's eyes were full of confidence. "Magic? You're here for a laugh, aren't you? It's just a katana. Magic? You practice immortality?" Haha, this kid must be crazy, Ojaya Ibuki said disdainfully. It just so happens that I have magic power on me. If that's true, this demon sword Muramasa is bound to float in the air. Sakamoto Rokuro would also like to ask you to put down your katana. Could you allow me to use my magic power? Sakamoto Rokuro was confused. He knew it was true, but the magic, you say, was legendary. Sakamoto Rokuro nodded and lowered the demon sword Muramasa. At this point Ojaya Ibuki was all smiles. Fake is always fake. Forever. No way. Hagiya Ibuki was momentarily dumbfounded. He sensed the massive magical power inside the demon sword Muramasa, which was attracted to his magical power. This, Chapter 35, The Shock of the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. Everyone looked at that demon sword Muramasa and saw a force of darkness emanating from the hands of Ibuki Hagiya. Immediately following, that demon sword Muramasa then levitated in the air. The crowd gasped. Oh my god. This demon sword Muramasa is flying. What kind of reasoning is this? This is magic power? Who is that kid to be able to invoke the demon sword Muramasa? I've heard that a sword can protect its owner? You've read too many novels. It's just a katana. Maybe the knife has a spirit. Spiritual. No way. Nothing's impossible. That old man still has his spells. Haven't you seen the news? At this moment, Ojaya Ibuki looked at the demon sword Muramasa and was shocked. He sensed powerful magic emanating from the blade, which was bound to be true. However, just then, a middle-aged man stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, he severed the connection between Ojaya Ibuki and demon sword Muramasa. And Ojaya Ibuki looked at the middle-aged man and immediately withdrew his right hand. Demon Blade Muramasa is back in the booth. Sakamoto Rokuro has a hopeless face. He was thinking of identifying this as an imitation and wanted to exchange it back with an antique, but it turned out that he came to a person, which is enough to prove that this demon sword Murasaki is an authentic product. To say it's fake at this point is not fooling yourself. Sakamoto Rokuro, this is the real thing. It's the Jinhwa artifact, the demon sword Muramasa. After leaving, Sakamoto Rokuro immediately faced Song Huan and wanted to exchange the artifact back, but Song Huan smiled contemptuously. Are you kidding me? This thing can never be exchanged back. Even though there are a lot of antiques in Tokyo, but how can these antiques be comparable to the Tokyo artifact demon sword Muramasa? Unless the other party possesses the jade seal of transmission. Sakamoto Rokuro even offered to exchange it for 10 treasures, but Song Huan was already unmoved. This is not something I can decide. I can only help you convey the meaning. Thanks, Mr. Song. Rokuro Sakamoto led the way. When word got back to Tokyo, the whole Tokyo sensation originally thought that the Kyoto Museum exhibition is only a copy, but now Sakamoto Rokuro appraisal, that turned out to be real. It provoked a strong reaction from the population. What? The demon sword Muramasa from the Chinese exhibition is real? How is this possible? Isn't the artifact at the shrine? And if that's true, then isn't the one enshrined at the shrine a fake? Baka. Why don't they return our artifacts? They are our town artifacts and they must be made to return them. The Huaxia people are too shameless, exhibiting our artifacts. We must make them return them. Nice. Restitution. Protest against their shameless behavior. Restitution. It must be returned. The whole of Tokyo is outraged. And at this point, the Heavenly Master's mansion at Lungfu Shan. Zhang Zhenghao looked at his cell phone and looked at the hot search list. A headline appeared on it, spells present. Zhang Zhenghao was confused. A magic weapon? Zhang Zhenghao immediately clicked on the video and looked at the video above. It was a little girl holding a wooden seal. Zhang Zhenghao's eyes narrowed and his heart was shocked. It's lightning strike wood. And it's lightning strike wood that's been growing for thousands of years. How did this get into the hands of a little girl? Zhang Zhenghao continued to look down, only to see the little girl holding a wooden seal, printed on top of the clay. Zhang Zhenghao exclaimed, this is the nine heavens Ingyuan thunder sound Po Hua Tianzuan. This carving is of Thor. In less than 10 seconds, thunder rolled across the sky and dark clouds covered the sky. Only a flash of white light was seen, and a thunderbolt poured down, blasting on top of that clay. Zhang Zhenghao instantly got up. This thing is really a magic weapon, or a lightning strike wood that is rare in 1,000 years. The use of thunderbolt wood carving 9 days should be the sound of thunder universalization of heaven, descending divine thunder. Zhang Zhenghao immediately got up and headed to the backyard. Loudly, he said, Master, Master. Entering the courtyard, a withered figure sat on his knees, seeing Zhang Zhenghao that hurriedly came, frowning tightly, shouting, what a behavior. Master teacher, look at this video. People in cultivation should meditate and dive into cultivation. Holding a cell phone all day long. Are you still cultivating or not? Master, there are magic weapons. Spells? Yes. The owner of the spell is called Jiang Chen, and that spell is in the little girl's hands. At those words, The old man immediately couldn't sit still, opened his pupil-sized eyes, and trembled. What did you just say? The spell is in the little girl's hand. No, it's the previous sentence. The owner of the magic weapon is called Jiang Chen. Are you sure it's Jiang Chen? Zhang Zhanghao looked at his master so shocked. Could it be that this Jiang Chen was some kind of great power? If you have a magic weapon, you must be a cultivator. Zhang Zhanghao inquired. Who is Jiang Chen? This old man was the 68th heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, named Zhang Yangyun. Zhang Yangyun sighed. Jiang Chen is a figure from the same period as the old ancestor. Old ancestor? Which old ancestor? Zhang Yangyun blared. Which one did you say? Zhang Zhanghao exclaimed. Could it be the first heavenly master? Zhang Daoling? Boom! Zhang Zhanghao flew out backwards, covering his chest with a puzzled expression. Humph! The name of the old ancestor. Is it not something that your juniors can call? That is the ancestor. Zhang Yangyun was furious. The current juniors had no rules at all, daring to call the old ancestor by his name. This would be just fine if it were an ordinary person, but he is Zhang Daoling's junior. How dare he call him by his name? Zhang Zhanghao got up and bowed his head. I was wrong. Show me. Zhang Yangyun looked at the video and saw the side of the seal and said excitedly, This is the 1,000-year-old willow wood that old ancestor had mentioned as a powerful magical artifact. Rumor has it that the old ancestor repelled powerful demons with this divine artifact. That's what makes you a feathered immortal. I didn't expect to see this magic weapon in my lifetime. Zhang Yangyun had an excited face. Master, is this true? Naturally, it's true. Master, there are rumors that Jiang Chen is still alive. Could it be that he has lived until now? Wouldn't that be thousands of years? Zhang Zhanghao exclaimed. Cultivators, is it not normal to live for thousands of years? Immediately find out where this little girl is, and tell me immediately when you find her. Master, what's his relationship with old ancestor? Also a teacher and a friend. The old man is his teacher? No, he's the old ancestor's master. Zhang Zhanghao was shocked. What? He's old Zhou's mentor? Isn't the old ancestor Master Lao Zi? How did he become Jiang Chen? What kind of person is this Jiang Chen? With such cultivation, why don't you become immortal? Zhang Yangyun looked at that video and sighed. I didn't think that the senior is still alive. So many years have passed. Has not yet feathered and ascended? Soon. Zhang Zhanghao then looked up the information. Zhang Yangyun immediately convened a meeting. A dozen or so celestial masters made a full house, and a dozen or so celestial masters all looked at the old celestial master. Old celestial master. I wonder what we have been summoned for. Recently, the Tokyo side has been extremely unstable, holding some kind of summer event. I don't think their purpose is simple. It seems like they are stealing China's chi. I've also heard the news that those devils will never die of thievery if they kill my Huaxia, and it's said that the 9 Chrysanthemum school has come out in force and is preparing to steal my Huaxia's chi. They absolutely cannot be allowed to succeed in stealing it, or else my Huaxia will be plunged into disaster. Zhang Yangyun had a serious look on his face. I also guessed that. This time I'm going to go out and ask a senior to make a move. As long as that senior makes a move. What the 9 chrysanthemums in one sect is a minor issue. The 18 heavenly masters were surprised in their hearts. Old-timer? Who is that old-timer? Chapter 36 Jian Lingling's doubt. What is a celestial master for? The divine heavenly cliff sect's heavenly master was surprised in his heart when he heard this. Old heavenly master. I don't know which senior you're talking about. They had gathered at Longhu Mountain, originally coming to discuss great matters. Ghosts hold summer events in the Central Plains. That would have been normal. However, their disciples found it surprising that the 9 chrysanthemums in one school appeared at the summer event. The disciple under the door immediately reported. Subsequently, after careful investigation, the crowd realized that the ghosts were preparing to secretly set up top-secret formations through the summer activities, enveloping the entire Central Plains and stealing China's chi. How can this be tolerated? Gathered at Longhu Mountain to discuss major events with the intention of destroying the actions of the Jiuju school. Suddenly, I heard Zhang Yangyun say that there was a senior. The crowd was intrigued and, one should know that in the world, the old heavenly master was already 104 years old, and was a highly respected heavenly master of Lungfu Shan. Highly respected, and was called a senior, so wouldn't he be of a higher seniority? Zhang Yangyun explained. That's a man of the wind alongside old ancestor Zhang Daoling. The 18 heavenly masters were filled with astonishment and looked incredulous. Zhang Daoling was the first heavenly master, and had long passed over 1,000 years. And if he knew Zhang Daoling, wouldn't it be that the other party had also lived for more than 1,000 years, and that wasn't a god? To know with heavenly master Zhang of Longhu Mountain, old heavenly master, you're not kidding. If he had lived, he would have been over 1,000 years old, close to 2,000. Old celestial master. This is no joke. Old celestial master. Who is the other side? A dozen or so celestial masters are looking at the old celestial master Zhang Yangyun. At this time Zhang Yangyun took out his cell phone, and then played the video. Through the video to see clearly, a young girl holding a wooden seal. That wooden seal is engraved with the Jiu Tianing Yuan Thunder Sound Po Wa Tian Zun. Even more so, it induced heavenly thunder to descend. The dozen or so celestial masters looked dumbfounded, their hearts trembling. My God, that's a wooden seal made from 1,000 years of willow wood. A magic weapon. This is a real magic weapon. Who the hell is this little girl to use it for a magic weapon? This magic weapon is so strong. Your little girl was able to cause powerful damage just by printing on it. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if we were to utilize our true chi? This wooden seal carries its own mana. If it is imprinted on top of a talisman, then it will definitely become a second order, or even third order magic treasure. With this, it will definitely be able to destroy the 9 chrysanthemum school's formations, so that they will not be able to come back. Where is this spell? A dozen or so heavenly masters had looked at that little girl. Their hearts and minds were excited. They didn't expect that what that little girl had in her hand was actually a magic weapon. This thing was worth a lot of money. It was more powerful than the treasure of the town faction. Thousands of years of lightning strike wood can be found. Zhang Yangyun said solemnly. This one is the descendant of that one old senior. This time I will lead you to his residence and implore which one of you to make a move. If senior is not available, we can borrow this one magic weapon to fend off the 9 chrysanthemum school, and even the jade seal of transmission is in the hands of this one senior. The crowd sniffed and nodded. To be able to possess such a powerful magic weapon, one must be a cultivator. At this point, Zhang Zhenghao came in and cupped his fists. Master, we've already found their place of residence. They're under the Kunlun Mountains, a halfway up a mountain. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no time to lose. Now that the summer activities are imminent and cannot be delayed, you all follow me to pay your respects to this senior, and implore him to come out and overthrow the ghost conspiracy together. Good. We'll follow the old celestial master here. How is this senior called? His name is Zhang Chen, and his relationship with old ancestor is that of both teacher and friend. He's a disciple of the old ancestor? No, he's the master. The crowd was even more shocked at the words. Zhang Daoling's master? Day 2. Zhang Zhongming went up the mountain. Zhang Lingling played with her cell phone, and just when Zhang Lingling was bored, she heard talking. Zhang Lingling walked out of the yard and looked down the hill, only to see a group of old Taoist priests came. There are a dozen people. The heart is full of doubts. What are these people? Since the last time to listen to the spring to identify. Listening to Quan repeatedly instructed that the old man's things were very precious, so don't sell them recklessly. Even if you want to sell, you have to contact your brother. Listening to the spring is very worried. Zhang Lingling is alone at home. In case someone comes to buy antiques, Zhang Lingling is not clear about the price, for fear that she will sell the treasure. Those things are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. At least, Zhang Lingling was young, and listening spring was afraid that she would be fooled by someone. After all, there are a lot of bad guys these days. Zhang Lingling took out her cell phone and immediately connected to listening spring. Connected successfully. Listen to Quan Lingling. Appraising the treasure again? Brother, I seem to have another visitor at home. Who? I don't know. You told me last time to contact you if anyone came. I know. There are a lot of bad people nowadays. What your great-grandfather left behind is worth a lot of money, so I'm afraid they'll cheat you. So flip the camera over and I'll see who it is. Little girl. Again. Brother Quan is afraid of others deceiving the little girl. Whether it is the jade seal of the state, or Li Bai's calligraphy and painting. These are all valuable. Now the bad guys are quite a lot of it. Lingling is still more attentive and contacted Quan at the first opportunity. If I knew where the little girl was, I'd go and trick the girl too. What's coming? It can't be a scammer. It's highly probable. It's good to be careful. Zhang Lingling flipped the camera and aimed it at the dozen or so people at the bottom of the hill. At this time, listening spring frowned, looking at the dozen or so people at the bottom of the mountain. These people didn't seem to be crooks, which crooks wore Taoist clothing. Waited a little while for the work. Zhang Yangyun came with 17 people, and when he saw Zhang Lingling holding a cell phone, he smiled in his heart. It was this girl, holding a magic weapon. Zhang Yangyun said, "Little girl, where is your grandfather? Who are you guys? Are you liars?" Zhang Yangyun, liar? Do I look like a liar? At this moment, Hearing Spring looked at the other party wearing a Taoist robe and was instantly dumbfounded. It was the purple-robed Taoist priest costume. You have to know that Taoist priests also have a hierarchy. Only heavenly masters are able to wear purple robes. These old men could be heavenly masters. A total of a dozen heavenly masters. What kind of clothes is this? Why the purple Taoist robes? Asterisk. This is the purple-robed heavenly master. A dozen or so purple-robed heavenly masters. What are they doing here? Gosh. A dozen celestial masters are here. Are they here to pay their respects to the old master? Only heavenly masters are able to wear purple robes. Ordinary people are not qualified enough. This is not the kind of clothing that a normal Taoist priest can wear. The more than 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room watched the scene and were instantly nonplussed. A dozen purple-robed celestial masters gathered together. Zhang Yangyun laughed. Do I look like a liar? Then who are you? If you don't say your name, you're a liar. Zhang Yangyun stroked his white beard. Haha, what a quirky little girl. Old Taoist Zhang Yangyun. The 68th generation of Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. Celestial Master. What does a Celestial Master do? Tianchi, it's, where's your grandfather? Zhang Yangyun wanted to explain, but the moment he saw Zhang Lingling, it was better to forget about it and explain anything to a little girl. What? This is the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. This one is over 100 years old Heavenly Master. The Dragon Tiger Mountain, a total of 3 Heavenly Master. He is one of them. This one is Tianchi Zhang. I once saw him at Dragon Tiger Mountain. I looked it up and it's really him. The Heavenly Master of Lungfu Mountain has come in person. What do they want to do? It's really the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Needless to say, it must be for the magic weapon. Chapter 37 Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain seeks to meet Zhang Chen. Zhang Yangyun, where's your grandfather? Humph. I won't tell you. Why? What are you doing here? We've come to meet your family's oldest ancestor. Zhang Chen. Zhang Lingling exclaimed. Do you know my old ancestor? Not recognizable. Why are you meeting him if you don't know him? Zhang Yangyun headache. How to explain with the little girl? This little girl is quirky. How to explain cannot be explained clearly. Simply straight. We see your family's old ancestor. Is something to discuss? Discuss what's going on. Can't tell you. Talk to me about anything. Zhang Yangyun gave a blank look. Who discusses with you, a little girl liar? Just then, the crowd looked at the small courtyard where an auger dragon was lying on the roof of the house. And when they saw that scene, the crowd gasped in shock. That's the legendary dragon. Look at that auger's mana. It's at least 1,000 years old. Gosh. I didn't realize that augers still exist today. This must be Elder Zhang's guardian beast. It must be. Then Senior Zhang must still be alive. What's surging mana? This auger is not ordinary. Zhang Lingling looked at the scaly dragon and beckoned to it, saying excitedly, come here. The dragon flew forward and stood next to Zhang Lingling, as tall as Zhang Lingling, with a lime green body, a glistening dragon armor, and a dragon horn on top of its forehead. It's just as cute as a pet. Zhang Yangyun clasped his fists and said solemnly, Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master Zhang Yangyun, meet Senior Long. Greetings, Elder Dragon. The dragon nodded his head. It was clear he understood. Zhang Yangyun bowed his head and said with a serious face, this time I came to pay my respects to Senior Zhang Chen. There is something to discuss. Please also report to Senior Jiang that my junior, the 68th generation of the Longhu Mountain heir, Zhang Yangyun, has come to pay his respects. Hearing Springs couldn't sit still. Old ancestor John was indeed in the sarcophagus. Asterisk. What is this situation? The Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master calls himself a junior. Could it be that Zhang Chen's identity is even higher than that of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? Wait, isn't Zhang Chen from the same period as Li Bai? Does that mean Zhang Chen is a Taoist priest? Whoever meets the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master must not be respectful. But the Heavenly Master even calls himself a junior. So who the hell is Zhang Chen? So powerful that even the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master came to pay his respects. The Zhang family's ancestor is too good. The ancestor of the Zhang family must be an immortal. The 100,000 fans in the live broadcast room were very surprised. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master all called himself a junior. So what exactly is Zhang Chen? Being able to make even the Heavenly Master incredibly respectful. The dragon shook his head. A few people were puzzled. What did this augur mean? Zhang Yangyun inquired. Dare I ask Senior? Is Senior Jiang in seclusion? The dragon nodded. Zhang Yangyun, this time the enemy is coming in force. If we are not careful, I'm afraid that China's Qi luck will be taken away from us. We as Taoist sect members, we absolutely cannot allow them to take away China's Qi luck. Please also report to Senior Jiang. The dragon shook his head again. Zhang Yangyun had a hard look on his face. He was thinking of paying a visit to Zhang Chen, but he didn't expect the other party to be in seclusion. This time the ghosts were different. It could be said that they were all over the place, laying out formations and robbing Huaxia's Qi. Zhang Yangyun wanted his senior to come out to the mountain, and he would surely be able to defeat all of them and preserve the Qi of China. Just then, Zhang Lingling said, my grandfather is back. Zhang Yangyun looked up and saw an old man coming with a bamboo basket on his back and a firewood knife in his hand. Zhang Zhongming was also full of doubts. These people were Taoist priests? Zhang Yangyun immediately stepped forward. Old Taoist Zhang Yangyun. The 68th generation of Longhu Mountain has met senior. Jiang Zhongming hurriedly waved his hands. Don't dare! Don't dare! Jiang Zhongming looked at Jiang Lingling with a reproachful expression. Why don't you bring the Taoist master inside to rest? Little girl, you don't know your manners. Grandpa, I don't know if they're good guys or bad guys. Jiang Zhongming was still about to open his mouth when Zhang Yangyun laughed. The young girl has a quick mind, so don't blame him for the old man. This time I came to ask for something, so please forgive the old gentleman. Do it inside. Little girl, pour the tea. Oh Bruce, follow me into the house. Jiang Zhongming looked at the scaly dragon and pondered in his heart. The dragon is out of the world. Then the old man is getting close. Could it be that chaos is coming? Jiang Zhongming's brows furrowed. He had once heard Jiang Chen say that once the augur dragon woke up, he would wake up shortly afterward. And when he woke up, it would be the time of chaos. Jiang Zhongming looked at Zhang Yangyun and guessed in his heart. Could it be that they came for the chaos? In the small yard, Zhang Yangyun told Jiang Zhongming the cause and effect. Jiang Zhongming nodded. I know. Back then, when the ghosts invaded, the old ancestor woke up. I didn't expect that after so many years, those ghosts still wouldn't die. But the old ancestor is in the middle of a deep sleep. If he wakes up, he will inevitably wake up. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can you let us meet Senior Jiang Chen? The augur dragon is the old ancestor's guardian beast. It will be fine if it agrees. Zhang Yangyun shook his head. Then Elder Long did not grant permission. Then there's nothing I can do about it. This time is different from the past. They have already set up the formation. According to our estimation, in 3 days, it will be the summer event. They will definitely invoke the formation and suck the chi of my huaxia. Once the absorption is complete, my China is bound to be plunged into misery. Jiang Zhongming was filled with doubt. Then why didn't you strike earlier? Unable to strike early, the only way to protect the entire Central Plains is to utilize powerful mana and defeat the ghosts after they've activated the formation. It is a pity that I cannot assist you. A celestial master stood up and said, there is no need for the old gentleman to worry. This time we have come here specifically to ask Senior Jiang to make a move. And since Senior Jiang is in seclusion again, it is not good for us to force the issue. However, could I borrow a magic weapon from Senior Jiang to ward off the crisis? A magic weapon? What magic weapon? Jiang Zhongming was confused. How come he doesn't know about this? Zhang Yangyun said, it's a wooden seal. And Jiang Lingling knows where it is. Jiang Zhongming looked back at Jiang Lingling. Lingling, do you know about spells? Jiang Lingling cried out straight in her heart. It's over. Found out by this awful old man. How did he find out? If Grandpa finds out that I'm going to sell Big Grandpa's stuff, that's not a scolding. Ling Ling, I'm asking you a question. I know, Big Grandpa's baby. Where? It's inside the crate. Jiang Zhongming understood and immediately returned to the house and took out that one large wooden box from inside, then opened it in full view of everyone. A dozen or so celestial masters immediately stood up, their eyes excited. The mana is scattered in all directions. They felt that one magic weapon. Jiang Zhongming opened the wooden box. You are talking about this wooden seal? Zhang Yangyun nodded. Yes, I can sense that this wooden seal is a true magic weapon, carved from lightning-struck wood. This is bound to be the belongings of old Senior Jiang. Jiang Zhongming handed the wooden box to Zhang Yangyun. This is something of the old ancestor. Please also return it after using it. That's natural. It's a pity that I won't be able to meet Senior Jiang. It won't be long before the old ancestor wakes up as well. Back then he said that when the augur dragon came out, he would follow suit. And now that the guardian beast has left the sarcophagus, I'm sure the old ancestor will come out as well. Zhang Yangyun was puzzled. Senior Jiang didn't pass on your Dao? Jiang Zhongming smiled awkwardly. Old ancestor said I have no talent. Jiang Lingling said, Old Tao, remember to return it to me. Jiang Zhongming gave a blank look. You girl, you don't know what's good for you. What old Taoist? Call the Heavenly Master. Chapter 38 Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. Borrowing a magic weapon. Jiang Lingling said, Grandpa, what does a celestial master do? I can't tell you even if I tell you. Old ancestor is also a cultivator. Zhang Yangyun took the wooden seal from Jiang Zhongming's hand, and several people gathered around, looking at the wooden seal and feeling the mana in it. Sure enough, it's a 1,000-year willow's lightning wood, carved with the 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound puwa heavenly honors, with which one can make divine thunder talismans that can break enemy formations. With this, we can completely block the enemy. There's no time to lose. Let's go back immediately and step up the production of the divine inner talisman. There are divine thunder talismans that are sufficient to destroy the formation. Zhang Yangyun nodded his head as he sensed the surging mana on it, which also contained powerful divine power. Even under the cover of a piece of paper, it possessed the power of divine thunder. If you were to make a talisman, it would inevitably be even more powerful. Zhang Lingling looked at Zhang Yangyun lovingly, afraid of being snatched away, so she said, "That's my toy, Heavenly Master. Remember to return it to me." The corner of Zhang Yangyun's mouth twitched. Toys? This is not a toy, this is a magic weapon. Looking at Zhang Lingling's appearance, her heart viciously spat. This girl, treating the magic weapon as a toy. However, Zhang Yangyun wouldn't dare to keep it for himself. That senior is still alive. With Zhang Daoling is also a teacher and friend relationship. According to the generation, that is the real ancestor of Longhu Mountain. Even if he gives him 1,000 guts, he would not dare to covet the things of the ancestor. Zhang Yangyun nodded. Don't worry, once I'm done using it, I will definitely return it. Zhang Yangyun put away the wooden seal and cupped his fists. Thank you, old sir. The poor Taoist will take his leave first. Farewell. Thank you for your kindness, old man. And farewell. Take care, old-timer. Take care of yourself, old man. A dozen or so celestial masters bid farewell one by one. Zhang Zhongming watched them leave and sighed in his heart. Is the chaotic world coming? Zhang Lingling cocked her head. Grandpa, is old ancestor a Taoist priest too? Why I don't know. Zhang Zhongming laughed. There's a lot you don't know. Not only is old ancestor a Taoist priest, he's also a mentor and friend to Zhang Daoling. Who is Zhang Daoling? That's the first heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Hearing this, Listening Spring was scared silly inside. The first heavenly master of Lungfu Shan, Zhang Daoling. Wouldn't that be living for more than 1,000 years? Knowing that Zhang Daoling is the oldest Taoist ancestor. That's the founder of Taoism. ********. The Zhang family's old ancestor is so powerful that he lived in the same period as Zhang Daoling, which is too awesome. That's not living for more than 1,000 years. Did you guys hear that just now? The old ancestor is going to be resurrected, and I'll be the first to sign up if he takes on a disciple. When will I be able to see the old ancestor? I just heard the celestial master talk about it as if it was some kind of summer event. Does anyone know? Summer events. Isn't that a festival held in the Central Plains? And it's said to be a summer event that comes over from Tokyo. I was in Hunan myself and had the honor of seeing it. And it was indeed a summer festival. Damn. These devils are thieves. Get them killed. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** not a Taoist priest, or I'd be the first to join. I was working at the hotel and saw many Taoist priests entering the hotel, and I wondered why there were so many Taoist priests all of a sudden, but it turned out to be for the purpose of fighting against the ghosts. Jiang Lingling cocked her head. Grandpa, is the heavenly master very powerful? Very impressive. You can fight? How can Grandpa fight them? They're monks. Then I'm going to monasticize too. Jiang Zhongming laughed and looked at Jiang Lingling and said, in the future, when old ancestor wakes up, let old ancestor teach you, but you just won't be able to. Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Zhongming and said in a milky voice, why? Cultivation depends on talent, which is even more difficult than cultivating martial arts. I'm very talented. Jiang Lingling lifted the corner of her mouth in a smug manner. Ha ha. Jiang Zhongming looked back at Jiao Long. Elder Dragon, please also help out. The dragon nodded. Jiang Lingling looked at Jiao Long. Dragon, do you see any talent in me? The dragon shook his head. Humph. You must have misread it. As a descendant of the Jiang family, how could I not have talent? My talent is higher than even my old ancestor. Don't you think so? The dragon lay on the ground. White. I'll give you a look and experience it for yourself. Haha, this girl is still thinking about monasticism, but it is a pity that she has no talent. Gives you a blank stare. Experience it for yourself. This dragon is so cute. I want to keep it. How much? I'll take it. Raising dragons? You're crazy. This ogre has intelligence and understands human language. Too cute. Kao Lung. I have a dog at home. Can it be paired up? The live feeds have been trolling. Zhang Yangyun and a few others got into the helicopter. Fly all the way to the Middle Kingdom. Inside the conference room, a dozen or so celestial masters hurriedly drew the divine thunder talisman. And then Zhang Yangyun added his seal with a wooden seal and printed it on top of the yellow talisman. Zhang Yangyun said excitedly, this divine thunder talisman. Its power is increased by more than times. With these, it's enough to resist. 10. Yes, I feel the powerful power of the god within. 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound po hua tianzuan. That's the god of thunder. And only this wooden seal can make the 9 heavenly thunder come out. Even if Senior doesn't come, he can still defeat the ghost formation with these charms. Disciples under the door. 10 sheets each. To kill God in the face of God and Buddha in the face of Buddha. A dozen or so celestial masters were very excited. This wooden seal is an ancient treasure, made from 1,000 years of willow wood, but also a lightning strike wood. Engraved with 9 heavens should be the sound of the thunder of the universalization of the Heavenly Father. That's the God of thunder, capable of mobilizing the divine power of the 9 heavens. When divine thunder strikes, all demons and monsters must die. A dozen or so celestial masters kept carving talismans and adding seals. Within a day, several hundred talismans were made, and the dozen or so celestial masters were tired enough to sit on chairs, when a middle-aged man entered the room. This one was 749 Senior, Chongyang Taoist priest Zhang Mantian. Zhang Mantian said, "Senior brother." Zhang Yangyun said, "Senior brother, you're here." "Senior, this is the Jade Seal, a magic weapon obtained from the hands of a senior, engraved with the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Heavenly Honors, capable of summoning the power of divine thunder from the 9 heavens. In this fight, they must be driven to extinction." Zhang Mantian immediately stepped forward, looked at the wooden seal, felt the power of thunder in it, and exclaimed, "This is a lightning strike wood, or 1,000 years of willow wood made. I'm afraid that this willow wood has become a spirit." "Which senior is it?" "Jiang Chen." "What? Elder Jiang? Isn't that a character who lived during the same period as the old ancestor?" "This is the man. This is his wooden seal magic treasure." "Is he alive?" "Alive. Then why not ask his old man to come out? He's in seclusion." Zhang Mantian nodded his head. It turned out to be in seclusion. It is normal for Taoist priests to be in seclusion. Often it is a few years, a dozen years, or even up to several hundred years. Zhang Mantian sighed. With this wooden seal capped, the power of that divine thunder talisman has been enhanced by more than times. With these talismans, it's enough to fight them. 10. Zhang Yangyun solemnly said, "Immediately gather all the disciples of the Tao sect, 10 talismans each. Kill God in the face of God. Kill Buddha in the face of Buddha." Zhang Yangyun was confident in his heart. "Little devils, let you steal the nation's fortune. With the former wooden seal in hand, let's make sure you don't come back." Chapter 39. Jiang Chen awakens. The fighting begins. Inside a hotel, a dozen or so Tokyo Taoist priests gathered together, and placed in front of them at the moment was a map of the Central Plains, including the entire Central Plains, a dozen or so urban areas. At the head of the group is Tokyo Yin and Yang Master Isawik. He is also the head of the Tokyo Yin Yang sect. At this moment, Oik Yuta's eyes were excited. "After years of preparation, we have finally completed the deployment. The entire Central Plains is under the formation, and we will steal the Central Plains Dragon Vein and add it to the Empire. Since then, we in Tokyo will also have the Dragon Vein," a Yin Yang master reminded. "There's movement from the Taoist priests over in the Central Plains. They seem to be plotting something." Oik Yuta snorted coldly. "I naturally know, but they don't know what formation we use. This time we will summon the Yin spirits of the Central Plains and let those Taoist priests deal with the Yin spirits, while we will steal the Dragon Vein. By the time they deal with the Yin spirits, we will have long since transferred the Dragon Vein to the top of Mt. Fuji. At that point, they are powerless." In his heart, Oik Yuta knew only too well that by stealing the Dragon Vein, the Taoist priests of the Central Plains would surely stop it. But he had the means to summon the Yin spirits and disrupt the entire Central Plains. Through the array, the Dragon Vein was stolen. The spirits are just for dealing with those Taoist priests. This time we steal the Dragon Vein, and we will have a real Dragon Vein to hold in Tokyo. Those Taoist priests have the Divine Thunder Talisman, but they can only deal with ordinary Yin spirits, whereas our formation will cover the entire Central Plains, making the Yin spirits immensely powerful, and there's nothing they can do about it. This time, not only will we steal the Dragon Vein, but we will also take the entire Central Plains and restore the ancient battlefield. Sect leader, that demon sword Muramasa is still in Kyoto. Oki Yuta sniffed. "I saw the message. That thing must be taken back. Wait until the Middle Kingdom is in crisis. We are waiting for the opportunity to steal it. There are the place. 749 Bureau experts guarding. Once the Central Plains are in crisis, the Kyoto Museum's defenses are bound to be empty. So when we steal the Dragon Vein and steal the demon sword Muramasa, then we can use Orochi to devour the Dragon Vein. We will occupy the entire Middle Kingdom forever." The more Oik Yuta said, the more excited he became. Demon sword Muramasa is still secondary. This time the purpose is to steal the Dragon Vein first. The day after tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Start the formation. This time the fight. I would like to see the other side in the end what is capable of. Get everyone ready to start moving. Understood. Zhang Yangyun looked at the Central Plains and said solemnly, "Fellow Taoists, now that it's imminent, let's set up the 5 elements formation with Zhengzhou as the center. Seal off all entrances and exits. Once you meet the enemy's shadowy soul, kill without mercy. Once they activate the formation, we'll activate the formation as well and block off the sky. We definitely can't let them steal the Dragon Vein. According to the information that came back, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, they will activate the formation. The poor Taoist will be in the center of Zhengzhou, employing the wooden seal spell, using the wooden seal as the eye of the formation and the divine thunder talismans on all of you as the cornerstone, to sacrifice the divine thunder talismans and destroy the enemy's formation. The eyes of the many heavenly masters were excited and their hearts were pounding. According to the heavenly masters' orders, they rushed to other cities in the central plains, at the highest places, to set up the formations. Zhang Yangyun stood at the highest point in Zhengzhou. Look at the clear sky. The central plains is the foundation of the whole of China. All the sources of the dragon vein converge on the central plains. With the central plains as the center, the dragon vein disperses in all directions. Once the dragon vein is stolen, then the central plains will be plunged into boundless darkness. Ancient emperors all thought about striking at the center. It is not because the Middle Kingdom is a place of war, but because it is the source of the dragon vein. And at this point, the sky was drizzling. Zhang Yangyun stretched out his right hand, his brow furrowed. A yin-yang master's formation outreach, causing rain? It seems that there are experts present over in Tokyo as well, but now that I have the wooden seal as the eye of the formation, and thousands of divine thunder charms as the foundation, I will wipe you all out this time. 2 days later, Kunlun Mountain, outside the small courtyard, the sky was drizzling. Jiang Lingling walked out of the small courtyard. Milky voice, oops, why is it raining? Jiang Lingling looked at a lone figure standing outside the small courtyard, dressed in Taoist clothing. Immediately spoke out, hey, who are you? What are you doing standing outside my house? Jiang Chen turned around, looked at Jiang Lingling and smiled. Little girl, I'm your big grandpa. You're my great-grandfather? Jiang Lingling cocked her head, puzzled. Are you Jiang Chen? Yes. Jiang Lingling ran out and looked up at the man in front of her. She was surprised. The man was handsome, with a head of white hair, but that look was no different from a 20-year-old. Jiang Lingling said, you're lying. You can't be my great-grandfather. Why? You're very young. My grandpa is old. You're older than my grandpa, but you only look about 20. You can't be my great-grandpa. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. She was small, but not stupid. This one, who claimed to be a great-grandfather, did not look like an old man at all. Where's your grandfather? Grandpa's sleeping at home. Take me to your grandfather. I'm really your great-grandfather. I don't believe it. You're too young. Your hair is dyed right. Why did you dye it white? I see a lot of people dye it yellow. Yellow is the color to look at. Jiang Chen smiled. This hair is natural, not dyed. When he finished, he walked into the yard. Jiang Lingling straightened her hands and directly stopped Jiang Chen, saying in a milky voice, this is my house. No one is allowed to come in. My grandfather is an expert. Little girl, quirky. Jiang Chen stroked Jiang Lingling's head. The auger dragon then appeared behind him, lying on top of Jiang Chen with strange eyes looking at Jiang Lingling. Jiang Lingling exclaimed, are you an old ancestor? Looks like your grandfather told you all about it. I'm the oldest ancestor. But why are you pretending to be my great-grandpa? It's not impersonation. I just don't want people to know who I am. So great-grandpa and old grandpa are the same person? Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Lingling hugged Jiang Chen's thigh and looked up. Old ancestor. Lingling misses you so much. Jiang Chen smiled and hugged Jiang Lingling. Jiang Lingling plopped down beside Jiang Chen and touched his hair. Old ancestor. Is your hair really not dyed? No. Why don't you have a beard? Grandpa has a beard. Not for long. So are you a eunuch? I heard eunuchs don't grow beards. Jiang Chen is speechless. How is this girl so tricky and weird? I am your old ancestor. Not a eunuch. I am a Taoist priest. Jiang Zhongming walked out of the courtyard and coughed. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, excitedly, he knelt on the ground. Jiang Zhongming pays his respects to the old ancestor. Get up, old ancestor. I finally see you again. Jiang Zhongming said excitedly. I naturally have to come out for this fight. It's the ghost side. Jiang Chen nodded. I sensed it. With the old ancestor's hand, they will definitely not dare to commit a crime. Although that group of Taoist priests have my magic weapon, they are fighting. I'm afraid they are not yet opponents. I'll come out ahead of time. I'll definitely make them have no return. Jiang Chen smiled. Quite frankly, Jiang Lingling was puzzled. A fight? What kind of fight? Jiang Chen looked outside. Is this the beginning? Chapter 40. The Middle Kingdom is plunged into darkness, and the fight begins. Inside a hotel. Oik Yuta's eyes were cold. Activate the formation. Steal the Chinese dragon vein, and this time turn the entire Middle Kingdom into hell, so that the Yin souls will reappear on Earth. With a command from Oki Yuta, all the Yin-Yang masters in the entire Central Plains immediately activated the formation. Right at the moment of launch, the entire Central Plains was filled with countless Yin Qi. which covered the originally clear sky and made it impossible to reach out. And it was even more gloomy and windy. The whole of the Middle Kingdom was shrouded in darkness. The entire Middle Kingdom looked up at the sky. Why is it suddenly dark? It's only 3 o'clock. What kind of strange phenomenon is this? So many dark clouds. Could it be a rainstorm? Hurry home and collect your clothes. It's so weird. It's suddenly dark. I thought it was the end of the world if I didn't know. Many people looked up at the sky. They all wondered how all of a sudden the sky turned black and they couldn't see out of their hands. A strange never before. And they were all very puzzled. And it's not just the sky that's turning black. It's the wind that's blowing. The rain was pouring down in torrents. On the road, a group of people were driving when the whole sky became dark and immediately turned on their lights. They have poked their heads out and looked at the sky. Just then, the sky suddenly began to turn red, as if the gates of hell at the end of the day were wide open. Countless lightning bolts appeared in the air. The red lightning bolts that dazzled people. They had seen lightning bolts, but they had never seen red lightning bolts. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on here? Why is there lightning all of a sudden? And that lightning is still red. Red lightning? What's the point? I'm not sure. Does it mean it's auspicious? Auspicious my ass. This is someone casting a spell. Casting spells? Funny. What a time to be casting spells. This is indeed casting a spell. It's the little kid who's up to no good. Look ahead of you. What's that? It looks like a human being. At this time, many people looked up at the sky, only to see many strange gases appearing in the sky. These gases were huge, very similar to a human being, with arms, legs, and a head. The crowd was dumbfounded. And at this point, on top of Junzhou's high platform, Zhang Yangyun sacrificed his magic weapon, and that one wooden seal flew into the clouds. In the meantime, the rest of the Celestial Master sensed the overwhelmingly powerful wooden seal and immediately understood that the Celestial Master had already used a magic weapon. If you don't use it now, when will you? All Taoist disciples, listen to the order to sacrifice the Divine Thunder Talisman and slay the evil demons. Kill the evil demons and raise the prestige of my China. Kill, kill. In the Central Plains, every disciple sacrificed a Divine Thunder Talisman, which flew into the sky and echoed with the wooden seal, so that even hundreds of kilometers away, one could feel the powerful fluctuations of mana. Rumble. Just watching the sky flashing with thunder. Those souls that had just coalesced into shape were instantly struck by divine thunder. A moment in time, the entire sky of the Central Plains resounded with a huge roar. The lightning flashed non-stop, rendering the entire sky a cyan color. The Taoist disciple said excitedly, "What a strong divine thunder talisman! Those nether souls just coalesced into shape and went up in smoke. I've never seen such a strong divine thunder talisman before. A constant stream of thunder power, as if it won't disappear. Death to all these damn shady souls. A Myrine soul. Even a little bit of 9 heavenly thunder will cause it to go up in smoke." A celestial master said, "What do you know? This is the power of the magic weapon. With the magic weapon as the eye of the formation, and the divine thunder talisman as the foundation, echoing each other, this is how to destroy the Yingling." The celestial master looked at those Yingling. His heart was shocked. If not for the borrowed magic weapon, these Yin spirits were not easy to deal with, especially the red Yin thunder, which made these Yingling even more powerful. It was a good thing that within 3 days, several thousand divine thunder talismans were made. That's the only way to have a scare. Otherwise it's only. The heavenly master didn't dare to imagine that once these Ying spirits were in chaos, the entire Central Plains would be plunged into endless disasters. Oki Yuta looked up at the sky, at the countless divine thunder talismans, and said angrily, "Damn it, where did they get such a powerful magic weapon that echoes with the divine thunder talismans around it, triggering the 9 heavens divine thunderbolts to exterminate the nether souls?" Oikasamu Taihara had intended to summon the Yingling by virtue of the red Yin divine thunder, and with the red lightning energizing the Yingling, he would have made the whole of the Central Plains so miserable that even if a Taoist priest had taken action, he would not have been able to stop the Yingling. Take advantage of this moment to grab the dragon vein and transfer it to Mt. Fuji. But now the freshly formed Yingling, before it could make a move, was instantly annihilated by the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. Baka, there are experts on the Chinese side to help. Bastard. These spirits just showed up and died. Don't be afraid. There are at least millions of English spirits above the Middle Kingdom. They can't kill them all. But they initiated the formation. And that spell was too powerful, echoing the divine thunder talisman, increasing its power by more than 10 times, and the Yingling couldn't withstand it at all. Oki Yuta snorted coldly. Continue to unleash the red Yin thunder and fight against them. And once the dragon soul is revealed, immediately capture the dragon soul and cast a formation to transfer it. In the sky, there was thunder and lightning. One moment the red lightning resounded non-stop, and the next moment the green lightning shook the miles. Ordinary people throughout the Central Plains looked up at the sky and saw this bizarre vision, taking out their cell phones and recording videos. This weather is so special. One moment red lightning, the next cyan lightning. What weird weather. Suddenly it gets dark and then lightning appears. Never seen weather like this before. What do you know? This is someone fighting. Tokyo Yin-Yang masters and Chinese Taoist priests are fighting. I have a Taoist friend who told me that the Yin-Yang master wants to take away the dragon vein and is fighting with him. I just contacted him and the other party is too busy fighting to answer my call. Really? Fake? It's true. I saw it all. I was next to the Taoist priest. Mama. Scared to death. So many ghosts. Those red lightning bolts are to enhance the Yin souls, while the green lightning bolts are to destroy the Yin souls. What a wonderful fight. Too bad I'm not a Taoist priest. Many netizens have turned on their live streams and have been live streaming the bizarre weather. One of the female anchors even skyrocketed her fans. And there happened to be a few Taoist priests around her holding long swords and pointing them at the sky, at which point the female anchor excitedly said, "See, this is the scene of the duel. My goodness, that was shocking. See those weird gases, the ones that look like people, that's the ghostly netherworld. Asterisk 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 asterisk." I said, why there are suddenly so many Taoist priests? Feelings are people fighting. I work in a hotel, and my hotel is full of Taoist priests. It's shocking. Oof, what do you know? I work in a scientific research company. Today we are all on vacation. I heard the old boss say that it was an order from above to fight with the Yin-Yang master. I'm on vacation too. I was notified yesterday. I'm in the same boat. Is everyone on vacation? Why am I not on vacation? I'm still on the sewing machine. Brother, you don't live in a high-rise. Those who do are on vacation. There was a lot of flirting on the air. It was a lightning storm that lasted for several hours. Suddenly, a huge dragon spirit appeared over Zhengzhou. Zhang Yangyun exclaimed, "The dragon soul has appeared." Chapter 41. Jiang Chen's hand. The district Yin-Yang master is not a matter of concern. One could only see the dragon spirit's body glittering with golden light, and its sharp fangs gleaming with cold light. The body was unusually large and sinuous, like a giant dragon stretching across the sky, waving recklessly in the air and bringing up gusts of wind whistling past. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of monster is that? It seems like a giant dragon, hovering in the air. What giant dragon? It's just a dark cloud. You guys are blind. It is said that the Middle Kingdom suppresses the giant dragon. So the legend is true. The deer in the Central Plains. Why ancient emperors thought of deer in the Central Plains is because the Central Plains land is the place of the dragon vein of the whole of China, the place of suppressing the dragon vein. Many people looked at the sky and watched the dark clouds converge, sometimes looking up to the sky, sometimes hovering and flying, just like a giant dragon hovering and flying in the air. It was spectacular. And in another place, Oki Yuta looked up at the sky, his eyes sharp. The dragon soul has finally been forced out. We can't let the dragon soul escape. Immediately activate the soul locking formation to trap and lock the dragon soul. At this time the red lightning turned into a chain and attacked the dragon soul from the air, binding that dragon soul, only to hear a roar from the dragon soul as if it was venting. Oik Yuta's face was overjoyed at the sight. Once the spirit of the dragon is trapped, in pulling it towards Mt. Fuji, the spirit of the dragon will exist in Mt. Fuji in the future, and in the future, Tokyo's chi will exceed the chi of China, and over Zhengzhou. Zhang Yangyun saw here. His heart was shocked. Soul locking formation. How do the ghosts know this? Not good. Absolutely cannot let the ghosts succeed. Zhang Yangyun waves his right hand. That wooden seal rushed towards the dragon soul with lightning speed, wanting to shatter that red chain with the power of the 9 heavenly thunder. Rumble. At this time, the sky was densely packed with red lightning, like a storm, flashing non-stop, while the white lightning did the same, never stopping. The scene was like the end of the world. Damn it, the demons are really targeting the dragon vein. Is that the dragon spirit of the Middle Kingdom? It's the dragon soul. The ghost's purpose is to lock the dragon's soul. It's a soul-locking formation. How could they? There are experts on the Yin-Yang master's side, utilizing the soul-locking formation to trap the dragon soul. They want to get the dragon soul killed and break my Chinese dragon vein. No, they're not trying to get the dragon soul killed. They're trying to memorize it for themselves. Everyone channel their mana. We can't let them succeed. Broken soul-locking formation. Kill. Kill. When the cultivators saw that moment, they knew what the ghost was thinking and immediately channeled their mana. In the sky, red thunder and white divine thunder flickered nonstop. The storm clouds are changing colors. Thunder clouds rolled in, illuminate the entire Middle Kingdom, especially over Zhengzhou. It was like daytime. Oik Yuta's eyes narrowed. Competing with me in mana. Are you worthy? Oik Yuta casually offered a jade seal. which flew into the air and quickly suppressed the surrounding green lightning, which resisted the wooden seal. Zhang Yangyun frowned. A jade seal? Nope, that wasn't an ordinary jade seal, but an ancient jade seal that wanted to take away the dragon's soul with it. Damn it! How could they have the jade seal? Zhang Yangyun really did not expect that the other party possessed an ancient jade seal. The other side. Zhang Chen stood outside the courtyard, feeling the gentle rain, then said, Zhang Ming, bring out my large wooden box. Okay, old man. From inside the house, Zhang Zhongming took out the large wooden box. Zhang Lingling was filled with doubt. The old ancestor was trying to sell something. Old ancestor, I know of a brother who can acquire treasures. Sell it to him. Zhang Chen turned back and touched Zhang Lingling's head. There are some things that cannot be sold. Why? You're too young to understand. I've grown up. Then the old ancestor asks you, why are you selling? If you sell it, you'll have money, so you can buy a car or a big house. Silly girl, the jade seal of transmission can't be sold. That's something that can command China. Although it's only a mundane thing, it's something that can suppress all dragon veins. Old ancestor, dragon vein what? The dragon vein is the dragon soul, the soul of China. Don't get it. You'll understand when you're older. Zhang Chen took that side of the jade seal, and then threw it, and that jade seal flew out. And then Jiang Chen offered up a magic treasure, which was a Taoist priest's clothes, and that Taoist priest's clothes followed right behind it, disappearing. Jiang Lingling exclaimed, oops, old ancestor, you lost the jade seal. Jiang Chen smiled. Oki Yuta looked at the jade seal suppressing the dragon soul and his face was overjoyed. It worked! It finally worked! Immediately have the Yin Yang Masters unleash their maximum power and summon all the Yin souls. Now that there is no dragon soul in the Middle Kingdom, there is no dragon vein. I'm going to turn the entire Middle Kingdom into a land of shadows. Oik Yuta was thrilled that his ancient jade seal had worked, and had absorbed the dragon's soul into the ancient jade seal. Zhang Yangyun's face was ashen when he saw that moment. I didn't realize that there were spells, and I ended up losing my job. Without the dragon soul, there is no dragon vein. Not only Zhang Yangyun despaired, other celestial masters also felt despair when they saw that scene. The dragon soul was collected by the ancient jade seal. Once they left, the entire Chinese land became lost. What to do? The dragon soul is gone. Damn ghosts. What was that thing just now? Why was it able to collect the dragon soul? It should be a party of jade seals. A jade seal? The jade seal has this function? All the ancient emperors wanted to have a jade seal. It was a symbol of orthodoxy. I didn't realize that Yin Yang masters still had jade seals and even practiced them as magic treasures. You guys in the sky. What is that thing? Numerous celestial masters looked at the sky, only to see a jade seal suddenly appear in the air, followed closely by a piece of Dao clothing. That piece of Dao clothing quickly enlarged and enveloped the entire central plains. A moment in time. The entire Middle Kingdom is blocked. Immediately following, that side of the jade seal went straight for the jade seal that Oik Yuta had sacrificed. Oki Yuta was shocked. What kind of person is this, to have such a Taoist method? Using the Taoist clothes to blockade the entire central plains. That's the innate 8 trigrams formation. It's a preparation to blockade all the cultivators. This person is so powerful. However, I, Oik Yuta, am not afraid of you either. Go to. Oik Yuta's heart moved, and that side of the ancient jade seal rushed towards the flying jade seal. The two jade seals collided instantly. Click. Oik Yuta's face changed drastically, and he was horrified. What's going on? That's an ancient jade seal. I sacrificed for 10 years before I succeeded in sacrificing it and turning the ancient jade seal into a magic weapon, which is to collect the dragon's soul, but it was even smashed. What's that? Oik Yuta fixed his eyes and was shocked. Receiving orders from heaven, both life and eternity. That's the jade seal of transmission. That was refined by Emperor Qin Shi Huang. At this very moment, Oik Yuta finally realized what his opponent was using. The jade seal of passage, the great seal of the first Qin emperor. When that ancient jade seal shattered, that dragon soul quickly entered the jade seal of transmission. Oikasamu spewed out a mouthful of old blood. His face was horribly gloomy. Immediately unleash the power of the tourmaline thunder. I will turn the entire central plains into a grave. Even if I can't get the dragon soul, I'm going to sever the entire central plains earth. Chapter 42 The Jade Seal of Passage. Summoning the 400,000 strong army. Zhang Yangyun's face was ecstatic. That's the jade seal of transmission. Isn't that in the hands of Senior Jiang? Could it be that Senior Jiang has come out of the mountain? Great! Senior Jiang has come out. It's always a surprise this time. Not good. The ghost is fighting for his life. He wants to sacrifice the Yin and Yang master. How dare this person? Oik Yuta's magic weapon was shattered, causing his own mana to be damaged, and he immediately performed a formation to sacrifice most of the Yin Yang masters, who immediately turned into yin-yang souls raging in the air. The sky flickered with red shadowy thunder, densely packed with red shadowy thunder covering the entire central plains. A moment in time, countless yin souls coalesced. These are coalesced yin and yang master yin souls. With their help, blocking the power of the 9 heavenly thunder, the sky is gloomy and dense, and that 9 heavenly thunder can do nothing. The crowd looked at the sky in disbelief. Sacrifice the Undertaker? Achievement of the Supreme Yin Soul? Is this still human? They are truly prepared to bury the entire Middle Kingdom. Oki Yuta looked at the Yin spirit that had just taken shape in the sky, and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Good. Great. The Yin Yang Master has achieved the Supreme Yin spirit, and this time the whole of the Central Plains will be subjected to slaughter. So what if you have the Jade Seal of Transmission? You're still no match for me, unless you sacrifice the entire Taoist of the Middle Kingdom. But they certainly won't agree. If I can't get it, I'll destroy it. Oik Yuta was laughing wildly and insanely. Jiang Chen looked at this scene and smiled. The little brats really have nothing better to do than to sacrifice their own companions. And under the Yin Thunder enchantment, ignoring the Divine Thunder. Quite a tactic, but that's about it. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Go to. Jiang Lingling looked at Old Ancestor with a puzzled face and looked back at Jiang Zhongming, asking, Grandpa, Old Ancestor is talking to himself. Is he crazy? Jiang Zhongming whispered, even if you are crazy, Old Ancestor won't be crazy. Old Ancestor is fighting with the ghosts across the sky. Don't disturb Old Ancestor. Stand by the side and listen well. How to fight? Jiang Zhongming shook his head. He was practicing martial arts. How did he know how to fight? He only knew that the Old Ancestor's magic was heavenly. Over Zhengzhou, the Jade Seal of State flew into the air and emitted a powerful light. I told you there were aliens. Look at the sky. That's such a powerful light. It must be aliens coming. What kind of light is that? It's so dazzling. Could it really be aliens? Is it possible that it's all an alien thing? It's hard to say. Maybe it's really aliens. The light just now was too dazzling. Not red lightning, not green lightning, just see also light enveloping the whole sky. I seem to be seeing a lot of spirits. You're being funny. This heavenly thunder rolls. Not to mention ghosts. Even people are scared to death. The crowd only saw a strange light emanating from the sky, and many thought it was aliens descending. Where did they know that it was the light emanating from the Jade Seal of Transmission? Just when Iselwijk was going crazy, countless soldiers descended from the sky. They rode high horses and held sharp swords, killing from the sky and rushing towards those red-in spirits. Densely packed soldiers, like heavenly generals and divine soldiers. These soldiers rushed towards the netherworld like a raging storm. Immediately following, the soldiers raised their butcher knives. Kill! Zhang Yangyun gazed at the sky, excited in his heart. Elder Ancestor Jiang is really powerful. Utilizing the Jade Seal of Transmission and using the power of the Dragon Soul to summon the ancient warriors. That's a general's soul. They have such a big grudge. Could it be that the pit killed 400,000 generals? Zhang Yangyun was shocked. 400,000. The whole 400,000 army. These soldiers died on the battlefield. They themselves had grievances. Not to mention being killed by the pit. That grievance was even stronger. What a ghostly. What a ly. Nowhere near as many soldiers as the pits. They resented heaven, earth, and all living beings, and could be considered the strongest soldiers in heaven and earth. No one can stop them. Only heard a roar. Kill. Those unstoppable shadowy ghosts were instantly slaughtered and disintegrated in a matter of moments. Yuta Oik saw the scene. Face ashen. Lost. I'm a total loser. Who the hell is it? To have such strong mana and be able to summon out the Yin Soul soldiers. These were no ordinary soldiers. Their grievances were simply strong and terrifying. Bishop. Let's go. Sect leader. They are too strong. Claiming that they haven't discovered us yet. Let's flee immediately. Sect leader. We still have a chance. We still have the Yagyu Daigami. As long as we get the Demon Blade Muramasa and release the Yagyu Daigami, it will be enough to turn the tide of the battle. Sect leader. It's time for us to leave. Oik Yongtai lowered his head, his face emitting a sinister color. There is a Chinese saying, stay in the green hills. Sooner or later, we will come to take revenge. Go. Oik Yuta left in a hurry with his men. 10 minutes later, the entire central plains are in the clouds, up in smoke, back to normal again. And on the internet, a fervor was set off when an unidentified Taoist priest put the whole thing on the internet, causing an immediate uproar. The scene of the fight, poor Taoist witnessed. Please listen to my slowly elaborated, an article of several hundred words long. The whole thing always explained once. It has startled countless people into discussing it. Is it really fighting? It turns out that the Red Yin Lei is the ghost summoning Yin souls with? No wonder I said that there are so many humanoid images in the sky. It turns out that they are all in souls. The red lightning is from the enemy, the green lightning is from our side, and the thunderclouds are rolling in. It's horrible. Utilizing the wooden seal as the eye of the formation and the divine thunder rune as the foundation to hit the ghosts hard. Sounds so esoteric, but I like it. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I was surrounded by Taoist priests fighting. We were notified a long time ago to take the day off. Wooden seal spells. I remember if that wasn't the little girl's thing? Longhu Mountain's heavenly master Zhang arrived at the Zhengzhou Hotel long ago, and his room was the arrangement. At the end of the day, the jade seal of transmission appears, and that's not something that belonged to Elder Zhang. There are still 400,000 ancient soldiers unjustly killing ghosts. No wonder I saw so many people on horses. I thought it was a special effect, but it turned out to be real. Countless people are discussing it on the internet. Some people are curious. What's that wooden seal? And who has the seal of the kingdom? Inside the police station, operator Zhang Xiaoxiao was busy. Just within 10 minutes just now, she had received many calls about inexplicable deaths on the road. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought it was a prank at first. Results. Surprisingly, it's true that none of the deaths were easy. They're all from Tokyo. According to the information on the top of their passports, they all came over for a trip and are now unexplained dead. Thought it was a big mess. Who knew that the director was very calm? It's just a few dozen deaths. It's normal. Just follow the normal death records directly. Zhang Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Chapter 43 Refusal to join the 749th Bureau. The Morgue. Taoist Master. There are a total of 106 yin and yang masters. Zhang Mantian nodded his head and looked at the corpses, coldly saying, "Damn it, it's fortunate that Senior Jiang stepped in this time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. What about the body? Just burn it. And what if Tokyo wants someone?" Zhang Mantian snorted coldly. "Even if you want someone, so what? Is it hard to give them back? If you follow Senior Jiang's tactics, you will directly cut off the head and hang it at the city gate." Zhang Mantian remembered that once Jiang Chen had done it, cutting off the head of Tokyo's one sword Dao master expert and hanging it at the entrance of the city. But these are peaceful times. If it was really hung at the city gates, it wouldn't shock the whole world. Solely just burn it. What about the ashes? Zhang Mantian glanced at the young woman in front of him and said without a trace of humor, "Take it home and provide for it." The woman's eyes widened. Zhang Mantian hard ruthlessly spit, "Really no chemical ashes directly thrown not on the line, but also how to deal with. This little doll is how to enter the 749 Bureau." Zhang Mantian whether turned to leave. A middle-aged man next to him laughed. "It's fine if you lose it. Do you know what these people have done? They were going to steal the dragon soul and put my central plains in crisis." Zhang Mantian left the morgue. Take a helicopter ride with Zhang Yangyun and head to the Kunlun Mountains. Jiang Chen sat leisurely in the courtyard. Jiang Zhongming served tea. "Old ancestor, is it over? It's just a district yin and yang master. Nothing that can't be solved. Their purpose is ready to transfer the dragon soul to MT Fuji and use MT Fuji to suppress it and form a dragon vein. These people are abominable. Is there still a war going on? No, it's a peaceful world now. It's long been liberated for decades, and today China is not the same as it was. That's good. I'll take a trip to Tokyo after some days. To do what? Come what may. I'll go create some commotion for them as well." Jiang Chen calmly sipped his tea. "Old ancestor, you don't want to go kill someone?" Jiang Zhongming was alarmed. "What's the point of killing someone? That MT Fuji is pretty good looking. I'll go create some commotion and make him explode for once." Just as Jiang Chen was drinking his tea, ta-da-da-da, Jiang Chen looked up at the sky as a helicopter flew in from not far away and then docked at the back of the mountain as Zhang Mantian brought Zhang Yangyun. Zhang Yangyun looked at Jiang Chen. His face was ecstatic as he respectfully said, "The 68th generation of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain has met Senior Jiang. You know me? The old ancestor of the poor Taoist is Zhang Daoling." Jiang Chen nodded. "So you're Daoling's descendant. Come and sit. Many thanks to Senior Jiang. I've met Senior Jiang. This time, thanks to Senior's intervention, I was able to preserve the Chinese dragon vein." Zhang Mantian cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Who are you?" "Poor Yoko Ku, Deputy Director of 749-inch, an official?" Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't like dealing with people who were officials. Not as an official. Nowadays the times have changed. There has long been no county yamen. 749 is to bless my huaxia specially set up departments. To solve some of the common people cannot solve things. You come over here and sit in too. Senior on top. Where is the reason for a junior to sit? I'll just stand. Zhang Mantian felt the mana within Jiang Chen's body, surging, and didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. Zhang Yangyun returned the wooden seal to Jiang Chen. "Senior, this is your wooden seal. Jiang Chen looked at it. It's for you. Many thanks, senior. Zhang Yangyun was very excited. This was a wooden seal made from 1,000 years of willow wood. It was a powerful magic weapon. This magic treasure was a level higher than the Longhu Mountain magic treasure. A magic weapon is a magic treasure that people in cultivation can only dream of. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to give it to him directly. It made him happy. Jiang Chen said, but it's just a mere piece of millennium willow wood. It's no big deal. This thing? I still have a lot of it. You came all the way here to return the wooden seal to me? Yes, senior. Zhang Yangyun then looked at Zhang Mantian. Jiang Chen's eyes were so venomous that he naturally understood. Then he also looked at Zhang Mantian. Zhang Mantian said bluntly, Senior came out of the mountain. The poor Taoist wants to ask Senior to join Bureau. 749-inch. I'm not interested. Jiang Chen directly refused. Whether it was the government or not, he wasn't interested. He was used to being idle and couldn't stand the constraints. Zhang Yangyun explained. 749 is to solve things that ordinary people can't solve. And usually there is nothing to ask for. What Taoist Zhang means is that he wants to ask his seniors to take action and solve some troublesome matters. Jiang Chen responded indifferently. His cultivation is low. It's normal that he can't solve it. If he meets something he can't solve, just look for me. I can help. Many thanks, Senior. Since Senior has come out of the world, I will naturally arrange a new ID for Senior. No need. This it must be needed. Senior, the times are progressing. Everyone has an identity. One can hide Senior's identity, and the other is more convenient. Zhang Zhongming nodded his head. Old ancestor. Now that times are progressing, there is indeed a need for identity. Old ancestor, I even have an ID card. If you don't have one, you're a black household. I'll show you mine. After saying that, Zhang Lingling ran towards the house upside down. After a short interval, he came out with his ID card and said with a smug look on his face, Old ancestor, this is my ID card. Everyone has one. Grandpa has one too. Jiang Chen looked at the message and nodded. Okay, get me one. Okay, I'll take a photo for Senpai first. By the way, Elder, how many years old does Hope write on it? 18. Zhang Mantian's mouth twitched, and sure enough, men who die are teenagers. The same goes for Kong Senpai. After a long conversation, the two left. Helicopter. Zhang Mantian sighed. This one senior's so profoundly powerful. That's for sure. Being from the same period of time as the old ancestor, his magical power is naturally high and profound. With him around, he'll step in to help you with anything you can't handle. There is indeed something that can't be managed. Recently there has been a cat-faced old man attacking people in the north. 3 children have died, and according to the investigation, the man has borrowed a body and it's still a cat. Zhang Yangyun was surprised. When did this happen? Just a month ago. An old man was abused to death by his daughter-in-law and son, and his bones were discarded deep in the mountains. That old man's grievances were not dispersed, and it just so happened that there was a black cat in the vicinity. So he possessed the black cat, killed her daughter-in-law, her son, and 3 children, and fled to the mountains. If this grudging soul is not gotten rid of in time, the grievances will deepen and it will easily turn into an evil spirit. Zhang Yangyun's face became serious. The black cat is psychic. It must be that the black cat saw the resentful old lady and let her possess her to take revenge. But the resentment is aggravated. Sooner or later, that black cat will turn into a cat demon, or even a malevolent spirit. This demon must be exorcised. I'll go with you to the north. Now that we have Senior Zheng's wooden seal in our hands, if we're not opponents, we'll ask Senior Zheng to make a move in. Good thing too. You have the wooden seal, which is capable of summoning the 9 heavenly thunder and can suppress that old lady. The two traveled quickly to the north. Chapter 44 Worshipping Yourself? Less than 3 hours. An ID card was then sent to Jiang Chen's hand, and the 749th Bureau stepped in and took care of it in less than a few minutes. Zhang Lingling looked at the identity information. Oops, I can't call you old ancestor from now on. How about I call you big brother? Zhang Zhongming looked serious. Nonsense. You call him big brother? What do I call him? We each talk about our own. You call him old ancestor. I call him big brother. Big brother is only 18 years old. You see written above is 18 years old. Zhang Lingling said in a milky voice. Zhang Zhongming gave a blank look. This girl, really quirky. Jiang Chen laughed. Alright, from now on, you can call me big brother. Cauldron. Big brother. Cauldron. Jiang Chen. Zhang Lingling said. Cauldron. Do you have any antiques? What do you want with antiques? Of course I want to buy it. I want to go to school. It's so far from the county town. I can't live here. I want to go to kindergarten. I want to study. Zhang Zhongming was silent. This girl is quirky, but what she said is true. In the future Lingling will have to go to kindergarten. And this place is dozens of kilometers away from the county town. Walking there is simply impossible. It would also take half an hour to drive. And the point was that he didn't know how to drive yet. In the future, when Ling Ling goes to kindergarten, she will have to live in the city. At least rent a house for that. Jiang Zhongming said, Grandpa will go rent a house and let you go to kindergarten. Old ancestor just came out and needs to understand the whole society. Grandpa won't let you not study. The antiques are there, inside the catacombs. Then show me, and we'll sell them all and read to me. Jiang Zhongming, that's old ancestor's thing. Apologize to old ancestor immediately. Jiang Lingling spat out her tongue and made a face. Jiang Zhongming was so angry that he wanted to make a move. Jiang Chen laughed. Alright, there's nothing usable in that thing. You've worked hard all these years. It's time for you to enjoy life. There's no need to guard this mountain. Let's go. Brother will take you to the catacombs. Take your pick. Hold on then. I'll contact someone. Jiang Lingling took out her cell phone. Now she can finally enter the old ancestor's tomb. The old ancestor must have treasures. And she will sell everything so that she can go to kindergarten. I also want to buy my grandfather a big house and a big car so that he can live comfortably. And a great-grandma for grandpa. I've heard that there is a dowry. And I don't know how much it costs. And I don't know if it's enough. Jiang Lingling thought this in her heart. Jiang Chen inquired. What is it you're holding? A cell phone. Cell phone? It's just the internet. Internet access? It's just for fun. You can also take pictures. You can also contact others on the internet. In short, there are many benefits. Cauldron. You don't have a cell phone yet. When the antiques are sold, I'll buy you a cell phone. And in the future, you'll accompany me to play the game. Stinky girl, don't keep pestering old ancestor. Old ancestor awakening is not to play games with you. Jiang Zhongming had a serious face. The one standing in front of you is an old ancestor, not your cauldron. Jiang Chen was unconcerned. It's fine. I've come out of seclusion and it's time for me to adapt to this world. Jiang Lingling connects to hear the springs. Doodle doodle. The connection was successful. Jiang Chen looked at his cell phone and was surprised. What kind of sense was this? Someone else is moving? The world has changed so much. Is this what you call technology? Listen to Quan, Ginger Ling Ling. Got a baby? There is This time, I go to the old ancestor's secret room to see. You give a look. Is it worth it? To introduce you to some. This one is my cauldron. Is a distant relative. Jiang Lingling turned on Jiang Chen. Listening to the spring looked at the young man. Why was this person so familiar? Isn't that the guy in the picture? Hearing Springs exclaimed. He's your brother? Yeah, my brother is handsome. Isn't he? It's cool. It's so cool. No. Where did Jiang Lingling get a brother? Aren't they a single lineage? How did a brother suddenly appear? That young man is so handsome. But why the gray hair? Why do I feel that this young man looks so familiar? Have I seen him somewhere? Isn't that the same person in the photo? It's the one standing with the old man. The appearance is not changed at all. Only the hair is turned white. Is this Jiang Lingling's great-grandfather? That is, the oldest ancestor of the Jiang family? That's impossible, isn't it? There isn't even the same person. Who looks alike, but has the wrong hair color. Fans on the air have seen photos of Kong Jongmyeon with his big brother. The young man in that photo was exactly the same as the young man in the video just now. The only difference being that his hair was a different color and the clothes he was wearing were different. It's like everything else except this. It's almost as if they were carved from the same mold. Jiang Lingling laughed. Cauldron, say hello to the fans. When you have a cell phone in the future, you can turn on the live broadcast, and later make money for me so I can go to school. Jiang Chen smiled. This girl, her mind was really weird. Let Lao Zhu make money for you. What the hell is live streaming though? He didn't understand. Listening to Quan was full of doubts. This young man didn't have a cell phone? Don't we all have cell phones these days? Even 7 and 8-year-olds have one. Not to mention youngsters. Some even have 2 or 3. Kong Chen, what does he do? He's a treasure hunter and can identify antiques to see if they're real. Antique dealer. Jiang Chen understood. In the old days, there were antique dealers, acquiring famous paintings, porcelain and so on, so the young man in front of him was a merchant. So young to be an antique dealer. It seems this young man is not simple. Listening to the spring, this brother, where do you work? Idle clouds and wild cranes. There's no work after all. Could it be that this guy is looking at the things in Jiang Lingling's home? To know that everything is worth a lot of money. Rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Poor in the downtown no one asked. Listening to Quan flirt. Shall I introduce a job to my brother? How much? How about 8,000 a month? 8,000. So little? Listening to the spring frown. Good guy. You a idle person. Smack 8,000 a month? Jiang Lingling, big brother. Let's go to the secret room to see the treasure. Go. The two of them walked toward the back of the mountain. Jiang Chen's collection can be quite a lot of things. Not just any painting, calligraphy, porcelain, every piece is a treasure. Enter the cave. Jiang Lingling borrowed a cell phone torch and shone it on the way forward. Walking to the sarcophagus, something came to his mind. He couldn't let Brother Listening Spring find out that Big Brother was the old ancestor. Jiang Lingling knelt on the ground. Old ancestor, I came to take your things. You do not want me, Who let you do not leave the baby? You know in the spring. Do not count. Jiang Chen smiled. Quirky girl. Jiang Lingling turned around and said, Big Brother, you also come to pay your respects. Jiang Chen, I worship myself. Jiang Lingling blinked and walked over to Jiang Chen, whispering, we can't let them find out who you are. Jiang Chen nodded. This girl's mind was quite sharp. Jiang Chen, yes, I'm a junior, so naturally I have to pay my respects, and his old man won't be blamed if he knows it in his spring. Jiang Chen knelt on the ground. It's a first to worship yourself. Jiang Chen then opened the sarcophagus. The fans on the air were thrilled. Finally open the sarcophagus and enter the chamber. And I wonder what kind of treasure. Chapter 45 Ancient Artifact. Regulus Sword. Beneath the sarcophagus was a secret passage. Jiang Chen carried Jiang Lingling down to the basement, which was a rectangular basement with bookshelves on both sides displaying various treasures. In the center was a huge stone that emitted a bright light that illuminated the entire stone room. Listening to the spring looked at that one glowing stone. His heart was surprised. Could that be a night pearl? Hear Quan exclaim. Little girl, see that rock in front of you? Stone. Is that a treasure too? You walk up and see. This might even be a real treasure. Jiang Lingling took her cell phone and walked forward to the huge glowing stone. At this time, Jiang Lingling was very puzzled. Is not just a stone? That can be sold for money too. Hearing Springs, did you turn on the light behind your cell phone? It's open. Try turning it off. You can't see it when it's off. I can see it. Try turning it off. Oh. Jiang Lingling turned off the rear light of the cell phone. And after it was turned off, the entire chamber was clearly visible, emitting a faint bright light. And the thing that was glowing was that one stone. Jiang Lingling, this is the head will glow, Look closer. Jiang Lingling close to the stone, listening to the spring looked at the stone carefully. Cannot be wrong. This thing is too good. This is the pearl of the night. The natural formation of the pearl of the night. That stone glows. Could it be a night pearl? A night pearl of this size looks like it at least in diameters 40 centimeters, which is a little too big. I remember that Empress Dowager Cixi had a night pearl, as big as a small thumb. Empress Dowager Cixi regarded it as a treasure, and after her death, she was buried with it, and that night pearl was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and such a big one was worth at least $100 million or more. Is this natural or synthetic? It would be worth a lot more if it was natural. What a big night pearl. This thing is a treasure. Asterisk 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 so big, it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Live fans have been shocked. Yuan Dajo Seymour. Suddenly appeared a diameter 40 centimeter night pearl. Let them completely dumbfounded. What Tiangong one cannot be compared with this one night pearl? Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Is this broken stone worth money too? Worth it. So worth it. Listening Spring was thrilled. How much is it worth? Enough to pay my tuition? Enough. Too much. It's a night pearl. A real night pearl. I've never seen such a big night pearl. It's a little too big. Old value. Jiang Chen heard the other party say that this was a night pearl, and nodded in his heart. It seemed that this young man was quite good, and saw at a glance that this was a night pearl. Night pearl in ancient times. Only the emperor is worthy of having. Cixi Empress Dowager has a night pearl. As precious, but that a night pearl but the size of the thumb. And the nightshade in front of me is hundreds of times bigger than the Empress Dowager Cixi. Crystalline translucent body. Electroluminescent. Illuminating the entire stone room. Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen. Brother, is this a night pearl? How much is this worth? It's 10,000 taels of gold anyhow. Things are expensive. This thing in ancient times, 10,000 taels of gold are very difficult to buy. This thing is only one. It is also something Jiang Chen built. The body is round. Listening to the spring was puzzling. What was the matter with this young man? 10,000 taels of gold? That's an ancient unit of calculation. Nowadays it just says how many billions. 10,000 taels of gold. At least 300 million yuan according to the current algorithm. This is worth 300 million but not too much if it is a natural night pearl. It's only 300 million. Overthink it. It's a rare treasure. A night pearl this big is worth at least $1 billion. There's only one of these in the whole world. Good stuff. This is the real good stuff. Then more precious ones. The Heavenly Palace. Is this lifting a corner of the Heavenly Palace? This is what the Forbidden City does not have. I have it all. This collector is great. This is not even the Forbidden City. The Imperial Palace's demon sword Mora Mesa is still a donation from the old man. This is really the Forbidden City or not something awesome. Live broadcast of 100,000 fans are confused to know that such a big night pearl, even the Forbidden City does not have, which if placed in the Palace Museum, can be said to be the treasure of the town. Jiang Lingling inquired, "Brother, is this broken stone worth 10,000 taels of gold?" "Worth? This thing 10,000 taels of gold cannot be exchanged. I can say that this is the world's largest night pearl so far. Even the Forbidden City does not have this thing. That's worth a lot of money. It's so worth it. Brother, let's sell him. How about 1 share for you? 1 share for my big grandpa, and 1 share for you?" Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen and said in a milky voice. Jiang Chen smiled. "This is not for sale. Why not sell? I still have to go to school." Jiang Lingling face unhappy. "You just promised. Inside the things are sold. The old ancestors certainly backtracked." Jiang Lingling was thinking in her heart, this broken stone is not much use. Now they all use electric lights. It's not cheaper to use electric lights. It's also more affordable. Hearing Quan said, "Ling Ling, look around. There are collectibles on both sides. Start looking from the left. Let me see what treasures your old ancestor has." This one night pearl alone shocked Hearing Spring, not to mention the other treasures. From the moment Jiang Lingling entered the stone room, she knew that the things inside were not simple. "Ginger, well, my brother said it's not for sale. It's okay, there's other good stuff. Look again. Hearing Springs was a bit impatient. Jiang Lingling walked to the left and looked at the first display case. It was a long sword. "Come closer. Get in closer." He had seen the weapons used in ancient times. All of them were made of bronze, but this long sword was different. Listening Spring looked at the long sword. The sword's body is long and straight, and its shape looks very ancient. Upon closer inspection, there were also exquisite lines carved on the sword body, which were like small, agile snakes that snaked and coiled above the sword body. Some of the lines were intertwined, some stand alone, like a unique symbol. Listening to the Spring, there is one thing to be said for the long sword. It's very ancient, which is outside of my knowledge, and it looks old. Brother, can't you see? It's impossible to tell, and it's impossible to determine as to what it's worth. Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen and inquired, "Brother, what kind of treasure is this?" "This is Regulus." "Regulus? Is this thing a treasure?" "Of course it's a baby." Listening to the Spring, the whole thing was dumbfounded. "Regulus? Isn't this the legendary longsword?" Listening to Quan said, "That is one of the 10 divine weapons, and legend has it that it was cast by the Yellow Emperor, who, according to the records of the Historical Records Book of Feudal Chancellors, collected copper ore from Jing Mountain to cast this divine sword. You know quite a bit. Big brother, is this true? Aren't you an expert in appraisal? Can't you see it too?" Hearing Springs was speechless. "Brother, there's only one of these. I have not seen it. How can I tell if it is a treasure? If you take out yuan datu, porcelain, bronze or whatever, I can help you identify. But it's Regulus. How can I identify it? Unless the Yellow Emperor himself comes." Listening to Azumi mentally hated spitting. Chapter 46 Bronze God Tree. "You have one too? Regulus? Really? What kind of person is that Jiang family's old ancestor? He even has Regulus. This thing is one of the 10 divine weapons. The first time I saw Regulus, I remembered it as legend. Regulus does exist. There are records in the history books. I just don't know if it's true. If it's true, the things in the Palace Museum can't even be compared to it. This is the real proof of that sentence. The Forbidden City does not have. I have." Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. "Cauldron. Is this thing worth anything?" Hearing Springs didn't know what to say. Is this thing real, or is it fake? He couldn't figure it out either. Listen to Quan's vague remark. If it's real, it must be worth quite a bit of money. Jiang Lingling looked up at Jiang Chen. "Cauldron. Is this true?" How do you prove it's real? It's also not for sale." Jiang Lingling was furious. "You're useless anyway. Why don't you sell it?" "Little girl, there are some things you can't sell. This isn't for sale, that isn't for sale. So tell us what's for sale, and let's appraise what we can sell. Will you see?" Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Lingling. This girl, why is she still anxious? Listen to the Spring laughed. "I say a bad word. Big Brother's collection should be in the collection world." Hearing Springs was just about to speak. Kong Ling Ling moves the camera and focuses on another collection. At this point, Hearing Springs became even more numb. This Nima. Surprisingly, it's the Tri-Star Bronze Tree. Listening to Quan exclaimed, "Brothers, at this moment, I can no longer describe it in words. This thing is enough to blow for a lifetime." Regulus he didn't recognize. But this stuff, it's world famous. The Samsung Dewey bronze tree, the only one of its kind, is now preserved in the museum. But now, a second piece appears here. The live feed went crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Samsung Heap bronze tree. This Nima is really fake. I remember not in Samsung Heap museum. I also went to see once. Does it mean that this thing is also upsell? The second Sangsingwi bronze tree. Are you kidding me? This must be a fake. Is this the National Treasure Gang coming? Even the Sangsingwi bronze tree is able to imitate? Ha ha ha, at first glance is a fake. That thing in the Sangsingwi museum now is the treasure of the town museum. How can it be real? If this is true, I'll eat 10 tons of poop. It's definitely a fake. Live fans are laughing. Samsung Heap bronze god tree only one. But here there is another one. The museum has a one. This is bound to be false. There are only two possibilities. Either it's a knockoff or it's stolen. Imitation is very possible. As for stealing, isn't that too much to ask? This stuff, life sentences and up. Listening to Quan, Big Brother. How did this come about? Robbed. Listen to the fountain just drinking a glass of water and jetting out between the smooth. Robbed? Could this have been robbed from the museum? But no news came out. Who the hell would dare rob this? Dude, did you rob it? It was snatched by the old ancestor. Brother, this thing is fake. Jiang Lingling laughed. Cauldron. Is this fake? Fake. So fake. Jiang Chen smiled. Take another good look. This doesn't need to be seen. It must be a fake. How are you sure it's fake? Listen to the spring speechless, brother. You really do not know or pretend to be confused. This thing is the Samsung Heap Museum of the town treasure. How can it be true? If this is true, that Samsung Heap inside the thing is not fake. That thing? Wouldn't it be a life sentence if you had to get it out? Listen to the spring looked at the bronze god tree. Even if you imitate, you also imitate other things also line. This thing imitation out. Must be a glance of the fake things. This also used to see it. Kong Chen, Samsung Heap Museum. What's that? Hearing spring, pretend. Keep pretending. Little sister. Is he really your big brother? Yeah, he's the big brother. Have you been tricked? This thing is fake at a glance. It can't be real. Zhang Lingling looked up at Zhang Chen with a meaning that seemed to say that this thing was fake. Zhang Chen smiled without saying anything. Zhang Chen looked at the bronze god tree and said, "This is true." Hearing Springs rubbed his head. Good man. Here comes another one for real. This big brother is loaded. Ha, who is this young man? Dare to say that his collection is real. Then the museum is not a fake? Fake can't be fake. I guess I've been tricked and I'm still fooling myself here. Who the hell is this big brother? What makes him say this is true? This thing has absolutely no collector's value. It's weird that this is real. I don't need to see it. It's all real. Too fake. The fans on the air were not convinced that it was the real thing either. Listening to the spring said, you can never wake up a person pretending to be asleep. Let's appraise the next treasure. Zhang Lingling looked at the bronze god tree up close, pointed at a bird on it, and inquired, Cauldron, what is this thing? That's the sunbird. What's a sunbird? Sunbird means sun. There are 10 birds on this tree. Hoey shot the sun and shot down 9 golden crows. The old ancestor collected them and used his magic power to refine the 9 golden crows and ultimately molded them. Is that the golden crow up there? Jiang Chen nodded. There were indeed 9 golden crows on it. It was refined by him. This thing is a treasure. A real treasure. Hearing Quan say that it was fake, Jiang Chen didn't care in the first place. He had lived for so many years. How could he possibly try to discern the authenticity of this thing from a mortal? That wouldn't be crazy. Zhang Lingling, why is it a stone? Zhang Lingling reached out and tried to touch the first golden crow, and Jiang Chen immediately stopped it. You can't touch it. Be careful of getting your hands burned. What do you mean? The remaining power of the golden crow is not something that mortals can touch. I don't believe it. Ouch, it's hot. Zhang Lingling reached out to touch it, and just as she did so, she felt her palm burning and immediately retracted it. Zhang Lingling looked at her left hand with a distressed expression. It hurts. I've told you not to touch it. You girl, you're just bold. How can a mortal touch the golden crow? Jiang Chen said with a scolding face. Hearing Quan saw the scene and instantly sat down. Through the camera, he was surprised to see Zhang Lingling touching a bird on top of the bronze god tree with her left hand, which quickly glowed and raised white smoke. Is this even electrified? Jiang Chen stretched out his right hand and placed it under the golden crow, which seemed to come to life, turning into a golden bird that stood on Jiang Chen's hand and looked at him. Jiang Lingling exclaimed, Cauldron, is it alive? Dead. It's the remnants of a spirit. It's so cute. Can I keep it? Hearing Springs was frozen in fear. What the hell is going on here? The bird's alive? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this Nima? Is this the legendary golden crow? This is still alive? Impossible. It must be a lie. How can this thing be real? What the hell is going on here? Anyone who can explain it. This ing thing is alive. This is surely the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow is the legendary Sun Ah. Chapter 47. Jiang Chen is deceived by Jiang Lingling, and performs the technique of transforming the three purities into one breath. The live feeds were dumbfounded. What the is going on? That thing came to life. Jiang Chen said, "This is a Yuan spirit. You can't raise it." Cauldron. How many are up here? You count? 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. How many 8 have passed? Jiang Chen hard a spit. This girl will not even count. It seems that it is not learning material, but also think of going to school. School is not a waste of it. Listening to the spring looking at Jiang Chen. Could it be that Jiang Lingling's elder brother? Jiang Chen was in fact the Jiang family's oldest ancestor? At the thought, hearing Springs looked surprised. Is he the Master Li by Sikhs? How many years do you have to live? It's been counting for at least 1,000 years. Listening Spring said excitedly, "Senior, is this a magic weapon? You actually know about spells?" Sure enough, this is the magic weapon. The 9 golden crows according to ancient records. Is Ho-E shoot the sun, the sky 10 golden crows, shoot down 9, the remaining 1 in the air to shine the world. First, there was Quester who chased the sun. Later there was Ho-E shooting the sun. It's not all legend. How can that be true? Listening to Quan, Senior, isn't Ho-E shooting the sun a fake? How are you sure it's fake? Jiang Chen asked rhetorically. Hearing Springs was confused. Is that even a sure thing? Ho-E shoots the sun. A total of 9 golden crows shot down. This bronze god tree also has 9 golden crows. Could it be that Ho-E shoots the sun is true? How is that possible? If the golden crow is the sun is so big and so hot. How can it shoot down? The distance is so far. It can't be reached at all. It must be false. There is no such thing as the golden crow. It's all just a legend. This senior has a good point. How are you sure it's fake? Understanding it in a modern way. It's simply impossible. But what if the ancients possessed divine power? That's not necessarily so. Who knows what was going on in the ancient times? I have questions. How did these stories get passed down? Upstairs, never heard of the Sutra of the Mountain and the Sea. A lot of fans on the air were confused. How are you sure it's fake? Which made it impossible for the crowd to refute. Hearing the Spring exclaimed, could it all be real? It is indeed real. How is it possible? How can a man shoot the sun down? Why not? Too hot. Too far. Jiang Chen smiled. No explanation. With a group of mortals to explain what the hell he knows on the line. Jiang Chen wrist turn. The remaining 8 golden crows into light. Convergence in the hands of Jiang Chen. The 8 divine birds looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Lingling's eyes widened. It's so cute. Cauldron. Why can't we keep it? Of course you can't raise them. They're all dead. They're all meta-spiritual beings. Oh, that's too bad. It would have been nice to raise even if I let you. Can you afford it? Listening to Quan was confused. If this bronze divine tree was real, so what was excavated at the Samsung pile? Isn't it a fake? Nope. The things of the Sangsingui cannot be fake. Only that they are specially built by the descendants for the purpose of offering sacrifices. And the bronze god tree is also 9 god birds, which is the same as what was recorded in the ancient times. If the classic of mountains and seas is just a legend, how do you explain the bronze god tree dug up at Sangsingui? How to explain the 9 sacred birds up there? And the Shanhaijing records that there is a Fusong tree on the Tanggu, which is bathed in 10 days and resides in the water. 9 days reside in the lower branch, 1 day in the upper branch. It's very similar to what was dug up. Ing look stupid. This 9 golden crows is actually the spirit of the Yuan. The spirit of what is the thing? Senior, you give an explanation. This has turned my perception of the world upside down. Ho-E shooting the sun is actually real. I thought it was fake. Gosh, is it possible that the ancient legends are all true? It's not likely. This is the bronze god tree. Then isn't the one dug up at Sangsingui a fake? Perhaps the descendants built the bronze god tree for the sake of sacrifice, which is how they created the bronze god tree. But the ancient craft is very simple, and can only make some simple bronzes. The Sangsingui is a fake. The real one is in the hands of the predecessor. And this is the real bronze god tree. After watching for so long, didn't you guys realize that this senior is actually the Jiang family's oldest ancestor? Maybe people lived in the ancient times. Senior 666. Jiang Lingling saw that scene just now. Cauldron. Do you know spells? What? Can you teach me? Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of anticipation. You can't even count and you want to learn spells? Can counting be the same as spells? And it doesn't say that you need to count to learn spells? Jiang Lingling was filled with doubt. No indeed. You're not selling anything? No more selling. No more selling. You teach me spells, I'll learn spells from you. Jiang Lingling was already small and thought of one thing. It was meant to be a carefree age. Okay, go outside and teach you. The live feed was instantly shocked and, learning Taoism? This is good. Senpai won't really teach it. We want to learn too. That must be Senior Jiang. We want to follow and learn. Elder, you can't hide anything. Listening to Quan excitedly said, that's Senior. Can we follow you and learn? It's okay to listen. The two of them walked outside. Jiang Lingling was full of anticipation, thinking in her heart, I can't do math, but I don't need math to learn Taoism. I'm sure I can be as good as my old ancestor. Jiang Lingling said excitedly, Cauldron, you want to perform. What do you want to see? Able to attract lightning? You want to see lightning attraction? Last time that wooden seal attracted lightning. It almost struck me. That's a magic weapon. You can't just use it. I know. Teach me to invoke lightning, and if anyone bullies me in the future, I'll use lightning to strike them. The corners of Jiang Lingling's mouth were complacent. Then let's show you the Five Thunders Heavenly Heart technique. Jiang Chen was casual. Jiang Chen stood in front, his gaze fixed. To invoke the Five Thunders Heavenly Heart technique, you need handprints and energy. Handprints are secondary. Energy is the key. Handprints? Is it a seal? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Lingling, surprised. You know about sealing? I know. I can still do seals. Let me see. Then hold the cell phone for me and point it at me. Jiang Chen took his cell phone and pointed it at Jiang Lingling. At this time Jiang Lingling was full of excitement, stood up straight, and then began to form a seal, bursting out. The card gives no Shinhua on the sub. Jiang Chen had a puzzled look on his face. What kind of strange form of sealing is this? And what kind of spell is this? Jiang Chen had been practicing for many years, but he simply couldn't see it. Listening to the springs piss themselves laughing. The live feeds were even mad with laughter. Haha, card to not new Novo on the second. This is the shadow doppelganger art? I did not think that Jiang Lingling also liked to watch this anime. A small age is not simple. Elder Jiang only looked blinded. What kind of strange way of nodding is this? And what kind of strange colloquialisms? Totally unintelligible. You don't say. This girl is acting quite like it. The little girl is a Naruto fan. She knows all about it. Learning by example. You don't have to tell me. It's really like that. If a shadow doppelganger comes out of this, I'm just going to go crazy. Chapter 48. Jiang Chen is curious to know who this one master of Naruto is. Jiang Chen was filled with doubt. You've learned? I've learned. How about it? Isn't it great? Jiang Lingling had a smug look on her face. It's kinda like that. It's a spell? The art of shadow splitting. Shadow divergence technique. What does it mean? It's the use of chakra to create a shadow doppelganger. It's another self. He's a doppelganger, not the main body. Jiang Lingling explained. It took her a long time to learn how to do it. The live feeds were laughing. That young man is definitely not a Naruto fan. And I knew what kind of spell she was casting when I heard Kong Lingling's voice. Hasn't he ever seen Naruto? It's pretty awesome. People may not have seen it. Upstairs. You guys are new here. Don't you know that the person in front of you is the Jiang family's oldest ancestor? I guess I've only just come out of seclusion. How do I know about this? Little girl, even no chakra. Not simple. The Ginger family's old man is confused. What is chakra? No wonder the little girl wants to learn jutsu. She's been watching too much Naruto. Kong Chen, what is chakra? Cauldron. You're such an idiot. Chakra is chakra. As if it's an energy. Through energy. Jutsu. Coalescing into a corresponding jutsu. Jiang Lingling explained. Jiang Chen was astonished. This girl actually knew so much about the arts. Could it be that he's really a genius in cultivation? But it's not right. There was no energy at all in Jiang Lingling's body. Jiang Chen probably understood what Lingling meant when she said, using the energy, the way of conjugation, to create another self. Jiang Chen laughed. I can do this one too. Jiang Lingling's eyes widened. You know the shadow divergence technique as well? It's not shadow divergence, but the one breath transforms three Qing technique, which is a profound secret technique of the Taoist family, capable of manifesting two selves. Hearing Springs was stunned. Elder also knows the art of shadow divergence? Even though this is an anime and made up. What the hell is one breath transforms three purities? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could it be that the doctors really have a secret method that allows them to perform the shadow divergence technique? The technique of transforming the three purities with one chi. I have never heard of this Taoist art, and it is a fake at first sight. Any Taoist priest, who knows this Taoist art, come out and explain it. I myself am a Taoist priest. There is no such thing as the so-called one chi that transforms the three purities. It's all a lie. And this guy isn't a Taoist priest either. Really? Fake? Why do I feel that old brother is bragging? One breath transforms three purities. That's a familiar name. Jiang Lingling took Jiang Chen's cell phone and turned to him, saying excitedly, "Cauldron, try it and let me see. Then you watch." Jiang Chen clenched his hands together and then exhaled a breath as two white clouds appeared in the air. Jiang Lingling's eyes widened. The entire broadcast was confused. Seeing those two masses of white qi, they slowly coalesced and took shape in the air, and then turned into two other Jiang Chen, who stood on the left and right sides at the same time, looking at Jiang Lingling together with a smile on their faces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? Two selves? Is this the art of one qi transforming into three qing? Isn't this a shadow doppelganger? Senior 666, I didn't think there was really a shadow splitting technique. This is going to be too powerful. It's really not a ing special effect. It's real. I'm blinded. It's really two seniors. This is ing awesome. Are Taoist arts so powerful? Bull. Too bull. I wouldn't have been single for 30 years if I had learned a trick or two. Is this really ing okay? The live broadcast room 100,000 fans dumbfounded. Listened to the spring wide open eyes. Completely unable to believe what he saw. He is also a Naruto fans. Did not think there is really a shadow doppelganger art. This is incredible. Jiang Lingling said excitedly, "Wow, Cauldron. You're awesome. You really know shadow doppelganger magic. You must be Naruto's disciple." Who's Naruto? Naruto is the one who can perform the shadow doppelganger technique. He can split into many shadow doppelgangers, dozens of them. He's very powerful. Jiang Chen frowned. In the age of the end, there were still people who could perform the split technique. But why was it called the shadow split technique and not one breath transforms three purities? Murphy, is this another practitioner? Not an acolyte? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Lingling. This girl wasn't lying, and from the spell just now, there was a pattern. But it was just that her body didn't have any energy. It seems that after years of slumber, there are experts in this world. Can't be careless. It was important to know that to be able to perform the one breath transforming three qing technique, one was at least below an immortal, and one breath transforming three qing was a high-level secret technique, not something that an ordinary person would be able to perform. From the ancient times until now, only Zhang Daoling was able to perform such techniques. As for other cultivators, there was no chance to cast it at all. Even Zhang Sanfeng, there wasn't enough mana to cast it either. Jiang Chen said, "When the time comes, you tell Naruto to come out and I'll communicate with him." Yeah. Jiang Lingling nodded her head and agreed with her mouth full. Hearing Springs was confused. This senpai really hasn't watched anime? Naruto is nothing more than a cartoon. It's real there. Senpai got ripped off. Right. The other party could be that he had just come out of seclusion and didn't understand the whole world yet. Rather than, haha, seniors actually believe Jiang Lingling this girl. She does not know that it is anime. That is fictional. Not real existence. Looking at Senior Jiang, he really doesn't seem to know. No way. There's no one who hasn't seen anime, right? I suddenly had a bold idea. The old senior is not unaware of the anime. It would be better to deceive the senior, so that he can teach us the Tao. Elder may have just come out of seclusion, not realizing that nowadays technology is so advanced that he may not have seen anime before. This girl actually dares to lie to senior. Be careful that senior knows to beat your ass. I didn't realize seniors could be cheated too. Jiang Lingling looked at the other two. Cauldron, can they talk? Will, and do they know spells? Yes, but the spells aren't very high, only a third of the power of the main body. Jiang Lingling nodded her head, then like Naruto senpai, the shadow doppelganger technique he split into will only be a crude spell, and the doppelganger will disappear if it is harmed. Jiang Chen was thoughtful. It seemed that the other party was really high up. This diversion indeed. Who the hell is this guy? Being able to use a diversion. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. What else does he know besides the shadow divergence technique? There will be other spells. What spell? Spiral pills, spiral big fish balls, and psionics, and immortality. Jiang Chen was surprised. So many jutsu, but what the hell is a spiral maru? Spiral fish balls? Psionics, immortal techniques and all that. Jiang Chen is not even heard of. The other side seems to be a master. If it is a friend then it is good. If it is an enemy then, what is this spiral pill thing you speak of? Just a big atom. The great atom? It's just rubbing a ball of energy in your hand, and that ball blows something very bright. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and immediately thought of something, extending his right hand. Is that so? Jiang Lingling was stunned. The live feed was also a sight to behold. Chapter 49 Hand rubbing thunder and lightning? This is too awesome. Only green-colored lightning emerged from Jiang Chen's hand, and that lightning bolt niggled in his hand. Listening to Quan was startled. Hand rubbing thunder and lightning? How the hell does that work? Asterisk 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 what the hell is this? Is this Kakashi's Raikiri? Is this Kakashi's possession? This senpai can still rub lightning in his hands. This is a cultivation mage. Or a magician. This hand of special effects is too shocking. Is this the magic of the monks? You guys tell me to believe in science. This is ing science. Isn't it normal for monks to rub thunder and lightning with their hands? What's all the fuss about? Do any of the Taoist masters know? What kind of technique is this? Explain it. Does it mean that all people in the monastic world know how to do it? How come I haven't seen other Taoists use it before? They are practicing monasticism. Seniors are practicing immortality. Is this nifty real or is it just a program effect? The moment he saw Jiang Chen's hand rubbing thunder and lightning, the entire live broadcast room was not calm and was instantly stunned. They say you have to believe in science. Is this ing science? Jiang Lingling said excitedly. Cauldron. You're so strong. Just like Kakashi. You know this move too. Jiang Lingling is a Naruto fan. The moment she saw Jiang Chen's hand rubbing thunder and lightning, she associated it with a person. That is, Kakashi in Naruto. Isn't this thunder cut? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed once again. If it's not Naruto, why is there a whatchamacallit now? Kakashi? And who is this guy? How did so many experts emerge after decades of seclusion? The name, though, is so special. Kong Chen, and who is this Kakashi you speak of? That's a senior. He's just like you. He can also rub lightning with his hands. His name is Thunder Slice, able to cut off any matter. Very powerful. I didn't expect that old ancestor would also. He's not Chinese? No, it's from Tokyo. Oh Tabe. Is this a Raikiri too? No. What's that? It's exactly like Ray Cut. It's palm lightning. And can you turn the palm lightning into a circle? Can't do it. Then you're not very good. People Naruto is able to turn into a small circle. Jiang Chen was silent. Turning palm lightning into a small circle. That was something only an expert who had comprehended the laws could do. Unless it was the god of thunder or the mother of electricity who was able to utilize it. And he couldn't reach that realm yet. Listening to Quan listen to the two speak. He muttered in his heart, should he tell senpai that this is a ing anime? Not real. On second thought, it's better not to tell. He also wanted to see the other means of his predecessor. Cultivation bigwigs were tricked by the little girl. If the seniors knew about it, they would probably be very angry. The actual hammer. This one must be the cultivation of immortal big brother. This means unheard of. The original really have the palm of the thunder, so say. This is the Chinese Taoist spells. Tunima shock. Hand rubbing Raikiri. That's just awesome. Palm thunder is indeed a Taoist spell. It is a Maoshan Taoist technique. It is a secret treasure of the town school. How come this one senior also knows it? Could it be that he is a Maoshan Taoist priest? Senior has just come out of seclusion. And the whole thing has already panicked. And I didn't expect there to be any other experts besides him. So this is a real sit down. If I say if this girl cheats senior, do you think senior will teach cultivation techniques? Jiang Chen inquired. How many other experts are there in Tokyo? There's a lot of them. They're all very powerful. The Uchiha clan. They can breathe fire. And the eyes are very powerful too. I can't even tell you all. Jiang Chen secretly wondered. How do you know so much? Saw them use it, yeah. Jiang Lingling defended. A lot of people know? A lot of people know. A lot of people in the live broadcast room know. Why don't you ask your brother? He should know it too. Jiang Chen looked at the listening spring. Listening to the spring with an embarrassed face. This does exist. They are indeed very powerful. Jiang Chen lamented. I can't imagine that I've been in seclusion for many years. And this side of the world. There are such powerful characters. And all of them are Tokyo ghosts. If they come to fight, I'm afraid that I may not be able to win them. Cauldron. Is that the afternoon fight? What a bunch of people are coming. What kind of people I don't know. But they're all small characters. Not enough to be feared. But if the Naruto you're talking about comes, I might not be able to win against him. Jiang Chen looked despondent. I thought the brats were nothing to write home about. But from the mouth of Jiang Lingling, no. The originals still have masters exist, but also will shadow split art, which is the same as one chi to transform the three Qing. To know one chi to transform the three Qing art, but the higher secret art. It's not a random cast. Just then, Jiang Zhongming came. Lao-di, Taoist Zhang Yanyun gave me a call. There's something I need to ask you to do. That Lung Fu Mountain Heavenly Master? What is it? The thing about the old man with the cat face seems to be tricky. Jiang Chen laughed. This old man is too far from his old ancestor Zhang Daoling. Not even 1/10,000th of him. That's fine. Since the poor Taoist is out of seclusion, naturally he won't care. In what place? Taoist Master Zhang will send a helicopter to pick you up. Let him come over. Jiang Chen was full of concern. Before he closed his mind, he had seen that thing, commonly called an airplane, capable of flying through the air at a very high speed. The resistance suffered a lot. Especially when that bomb falls, the whole mountainous area will explode. And the lethality is extremely powerful. Zhang Tianshi. Longhu Mountain Zhang Yang Yun Tianshi. This one is a Taoist Tianshi Ah. Listen to the tone of the senior. As if Zhang Tianshi's magic power is not good. You guys are really stupid. You listen to your seniors as if you know Zhang Daoling. Zhang Daoling is the founder of Taoism. A figure from the Western Han Dynasty. More than 900 years ago. Could it be that senior is from the same period as Zhang Daoling, and that's not an immortal? Zhang Daoling heard about feathering and flying to immortality. I wonder if it's true. It must be true. Just look at how powerful senior's Taoist skills are. The incident of the cat-faced old man. Wasn't that a case that happened a few days ago, which spread all over the north, and a lot of people know about it? Why don't I know? The sound of the fight didn't come out, either. I know about this. I was thinking of sending Du Young to it, but it was blocked for 10 days just after I sent it out, and I've only just unblocked it. It's forbidden to spread it. Only the north knows about it. It's normal that you guys don't know about it. Jiang Lingling's heart fluttered. Cauldron. I'll go too. Jiang Zhongming had a serious look on his face. What are you going to do? Lao Di is going to help. Are you going to be able to help? No. I want to go. Jiang Lingling hugged Jiang Chen's thigh and begged. Fine. You go too. But no messing around. I'm definitely not going to make a mess. Jiang Zhongming was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the old ancestor was preparing to pass on Jiang Lingling's Tao? Jiang Lingling, brother. I'll close the live broadcast first. Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. I want to see it again. Jiang Lingling, don't turn off the live feed. We want to watch. I want to see how to catch a demon. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Catching a demon live on air. It must be very exciting. Brother Quan, say something. Don't turn it off. Ling Ling's tuition will cover it. Each person contributes $10. Enough for Ling Ling to go to day school. Yes, let's reward and give Ling Ling a schooling. Listening to Quan cough. That Ling Ling, don't shut it down. We all want to see it. My fans are your fans. Later when you go live, we'll give you a bounty to pay your tuition. How about it? Yeah, you guys can't lie to me. Zhang Lingling was full of joy. Ta-da-da-da. A helicopter came in from a short distance away. Chapter 50. If you can't handle the cat demon, you're not good at cultivation. Zhang Yangyun came down from the helicopter and looked at Jiang Chen, his originally serious expression immediately becoming respectful. Elder Jiang, a mutated cat demon can't even handle it. Zhang Yangyun, you're too far from Zhang Daoling's Taoism. Zhang Yangyun smiled bitterly. Senior is too flattering. Where can I compare myself to my old ancestor, who has already feathered his wings and flown to immortality? I'm not as good as 1/10,000th of him. Zhang Yangyun heart viciously spit. The old ancestor that is the founder of Taoism. His magic power can only cast 5 thunder spells, these trivial small arts. Compared with Zhang Daoling, that is not a level at all. The same spell, in different hands, can make a world of difference. Listening Springs heard the two men talking. Zhang Yangyun called Jiang Chen senior, and Jiang Chen called him by his first name, so it was evident that Jiang Chen's seniority was so high that he was only comparable to Zhang Daoling. ********. Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master in front of Senior Jiang, also have to call themselves late generation. This senior is too bull. That's the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master in front of the senior, like a child. If Senior Jiang accepts the apprentice, I must sign up for it. This identity is here. That is the same period of time as Zhang Daoling. Can it not be powerful? People in cultivation value seniority the most. Catch a demon live. Make sure you record it. I wonder what a cat demon looks like. It won't be the same as in the anime, right? Cute and slim. Are you guys crazy? That's a cat demon. It said that it died because it was abused by its son and daughter-in-law, hung itself from a beam, and finally its body was abandoned in the wild and became half human, half demon, and it's very scary. A large group of people are still thinking about being cute and slim? If you really see it, you'll be scared to death. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and looked at Zhang Yangyun, who already had half a foot in the coffin and didn't have a few years to live. The three got on the plane. Zhang Yangyun was surprised when he watched Jiang Lingling get on the helicopter as well. This girl is going too? And it's on live? Will this work? Could it be that senior just came out of seclusion and is interested in new things as well? Interested in live streaming too? Never mind. He is a senior, and his powers are limitless. What can I, a junior, say? Zhang Lingling, Celestial Master Zhang, do you know the art of transforming the 3 purities in one breath? Zhang Yangyun shook his head. One chi transforms the 3 purities. This is a spell that only those who have cultivated to a high level of profundity know how to perform. The poor Taoists' minuscule tricks are not yet able to perform such mysterious spells. Oh, You can't. But my cauldron can. He's a senior. It's normal for him to know these Taoist techniques. Why don't I have cauldron teach you? Zhang Yangyun shook his head. It's not that I'm unwilling to learn, but I haven't reached that realm yet to learn this kind of profound technique. Knowing that spell casting requires mana. If one's own strength is insufficient and one forcibly casts a spell, one will lose blood in qi. What does blood qi loss mean? Jiang Lingling tilted her head and inquired in confusion. Everyone has blood qi. When you enter the qi refining realm, if you don't have enough mana to forcefully cast it, and the spell requires mana to maintain it, and if you can't maintain it, it will forcibly extract your blood qi, causing you to die instantly. Jiang Lingling was startled. Is it that dangerous? Zhang Yangyun nodded. Naturally, it's incredibly dangerous. Can't that be interrupted? Can't. Some techniques can't be interrupted. Forcibly interrupting them, there is a possibility that the meridians will be damaged, thus turning into an invalid. So the Tao can't be taught lightly, and the method can't be passed on lightly. That's the reasoning. Zhang Yangyun explained. So it's like this, casting Tao magic is so dangerous. It's better if I don't learn it. I still want to live for a few more years. No wonder there are so few people practicing monasticism. The feeling that if you are not careful, you will have to meet the king of hell. This is also too damn scary. It's too dangerous, isn't it? Death at every turn? Who the hell studies anymore? Didn't the heavenly master say just now? Forcibly cast. You don't forcibly cast, not on the line. A group of people here blindly commenting. Whether they are qualified to learn or not is still hard to say. No wonder the Taoists are so mysterious. There are only a few thousand of them for so many people in China. Jiang Lingling looked at old ancestor, cauldron. Is it true? Jiang Chen nodded. It's true. Zhang Yangyun was right. If Jiang Chen were to pass on the one breath transforms three purities technique, he would not be qualified to perform it at all. He did not have enough mana to perform it and pass on his powerful technique. Zhang Yangyun was not qualified to learn either. A quote. If mana is not enough, blood will come. Jiang Lingling, cauldron, when are you going to teach me Taoism? What's your hurry? You should practice qi first. When you have qi, I'll teach you slowly. Jiang Lingling's mind turned, and she excitedly said, Cauldron, then don't you just give me your true qi directly. Give me a little bit and I'll be able to Jiang Chen gave a blank look. Is there really such a thing in heaven? Little girl, must have watched too many kung fu movies. I don't know if it's really possible, but if it is, it would be great. Don't even think about it. There's no such thing in heaven. The little girl is so simple-minded that she wants to become a martial arts master. I want to. Jiang Chen said. Girl, it can't be passed on to you. Why? You can only rely on yourself to cultivate and become. Only by cultivating yourself can you enter the qi practicing realm. When you go back, I will teach you how to practice qi and see if you can comprehend it. But you most likely can't. Don't I have a gift? It's hard to see. I'll teach you when I get back. Oh, then you can't back out. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't know if this girl had any talent. If she did, Jiang Chen wouldn't be stingy in passing it on. It was his own offspring. If you don't have the talent, there's nothing you can do about it. As did Jiang Zhongming. It's not like he didn't pass it. But alas, Jiang Zhongming is suitable for practicing martial arts, not for cultivation. Practicing martial arts can be different from cultivation. The helicopter traveled quickly to the north. 2 hours later, arriving at a village, there were even more armed police deployed around it. Zhang Mantian walked forward and respectfully called out, Senior Jiang, what about the cat demon? Deep in the mountains, nowhere to be found today. May there be something on that cat demon. There are a few hairs. Give it to me. Zhang Mantian handed it over. Jiang Chen looked at the hairs and felt the demonic power in them. It's just a half-human, half-demon that has refined its essence and transformed its qi. You all can't handle it. Your cultivation is not up to par. Zhang Mantian did not dare to retort, and in his heart he ruthlessly spat out. Who dares to compare with your old man? But you have lived for thousands of years. He was also a mentor and friend of Zhang Daoling. His mana was only higher than Zhang Daoling's. However, Zhang Mantian was very puzzled. According to reason, Jiang Chen had already been able to feather his way to immortality. Why are you still staying in the mortal world? Zhang Mantian couldn't figure it out. Neither could Zhang Yanyun, and they didn't dare to ask more. Jiang Chen held the hair in his hand and blew gently. The hairs then flew into the air and then headed for the deep mountains. Zhang Yangyun was surprised in his heart. What kind of ability was this? Is it possible to track a cat demon just by blowing on it? Don't you need a tracking charm? Chapter 51 One palm to deal with the cat demon. Zhang Yangyun was shocked at Jiang Chen's magical ability. With this senior, what cat demon? Was a small problem. Zhang Mantian stood on the side, watching Jiang Lingling live, and did not dare to make a sound. 749 Bureau belongs to the paranormal event. Once a paranormal event occurs, the entire town will be blocked. Not to mention live streaming, even posting Duiying won't work, it's directly blocked. Jiang Lingling asked, Cauldron, what kind of spell is this? It's a tracking spell. What's a tracking spell? Tracking is the art of tracking where an enemy is based on the items they have on them. Cauldron, do you know psionics? What is psionics? It's just summoning powerful fey beasts to fight ya. No. Naruto will he'll summon a giant toad to fight. That toad is huge. Hundreds of meters tall. Jiang Chen's brows were furrowed. A few hundred meters tall. I'm only afraid that the beast was about to cross the threshold. Zhang Yangyun was filled with doubt. Who was Naruto? Looking at Senior Jiang, it seems that the other party is very powerful. Zhang Mantian froze. Naruto? Is that Naruto from Naruto? This girl, still a Naruto fan? Zhang Yangyun didn't know, but Zhang Mantian knew. He hadn't seen it, but he had heard about it, and although it wasn't comprehensive, he remembered some of it. Zhang Mantian thoughtfully, Zhang Senior in a few decades ago will be closed, counting down at least with 70 or 80 years. In that era, technology is not yet developed. Technology is ahead of its time these days. What with all the anime and movies coming out? Senior Jiang naturally wasn't aware of this. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Yangyun and Zhang Mantian. You're both heavenly masters. Have you heard of the character Naruto? Zhang Yangyun shook his head. I'm in seclusion and haven't asked about the world for a long time. Zhang Mantian, I also closed the door. Aren't you the deputy director of bureau? How come you don't know about this as well? According to reason, you should know it clearly. Even this girl knows about it. You don't? 749-inch Jiang Chen was filled with skepticism. Zhang Mantian bowed his head and after some thought, he was still prepared to tell Jiang Chen. Before he could speak, Jiang Chen said, listening to this girl, that Naruto is very strong, and there are many experts. On the contrary, on our side of China, we don't even have any decent experts. This time out of the gate, I must teach you guys properly. Zhang Mantian's heart stirred. Senior Jiang as a teacher? Wouldn't that be? Zhang Yangyun looked at Zhang Mantian and was puzzled. Who was Naruto? There's still a character under the sky who scares Senior Jiang? Jiang Chen watched as the hairs levitated into the air and drifted deeper. Follow them. What did I hear just now that Elder Jiang is preparing to teach us? Is he preparing us to learn monasticism? Asterisk. I found a new continent. If we keep it hidden from Senior Jiang, is it that we can all learn Taoism in the future? Elder Jiang was cheated and didn't even know it. This girl is too bad. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the little girl. He is only 7 years old. 7 years old, know what it? Maybe this girl Jiang Lingling is doing it on purpose. I have a feeling that Elder Jiang came out of seclusion and is ready to make a big splash this time and teach us the Tao. Elementary schools are now starting to learn about Taoism. That's morality and the rule of law, not Taoism. Upstairs, you're overthinking it. A few people trailed along the way. Jiang Chen walked at the front. Zhang Yangyun followed behind him, stopping in his tracks and watching Zhang Mantian follow, inquiring in a low voice, who is that Naruto? I feel like Elder Jiang is very scornful. I'll talk to you about that later. What? Is there really such a powerful character? I'll tell you when it's done. Zhang Mantian went after him. Zhang Yangyun was puzzled as to what this guy was hiding. Soon, several people followed behind Zhang Chen, entering the deep mountains and walking through the dense forest for about half an hour before the hare hovered above a thatched cottage. Zhang Chen stopped and looked at the hut. Bang! A dark shadow broke through the roof. The crowd suddenly saw a cat demon with a huge body, standing firmly on top of the roof. This cat demon was extremely strange looking. Its body took on the shape of a human, but its head was clearly a cat's head. The cat's head looked hideous and terrifying, with a pair of flashing green eyes set in its face that gave off a chilling glow. The clothes were tattered and torn, while the exposed body was covered with a thick layer of black hair, and the bloody mouth, which was covered with sharp teeth and fangs. At this moment, he was baring his teeth and roaring loudly at Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Lingling looked at the cat demon and was startled, hiding behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gently stroked Jiang Lingling's head. Don't be afraid. There's brother here. Listening to the spring scared silly. This is really a ing cat demon. The live broadcast saw that cat demon as if it were an evil spirit. Asterisk. Is this a ing cat demon? Is this really a human? This look is a little too scary. The first time I saw a cat demon. Can this be live streamed? Aren't you afraid of being shut down? I guess the next second, the live broadcast will be gone. This is a demon. Didn't they say that after the founding of the country no one is allowed to become a spirit? This dam has become a spirit. Except for the head that is a cat. The whole body is completely human. It turns out that there really are monsters in this world. And it's the first time I've seen such a horrible monster. Zhang Mantian stepped forward and whispered. Senior, this image cannot be spread out. What do you mean? The cell phone in Kong Ling Ling's hand. To be turned off. Jiang Chen nodded. Kong Ling Ling then shut down the live stream. She didn't care. Listening to the spring, sure enough it's gone. I told you the live feed would be blocked. And it was. So I can't watch it now. The one who spoke just now is the deputy director of bureau. What is this guy trying to hide? We can all see it. 7:49. I guess the next day, the news would be all over the place. Come on. You can't send it out. It'll be blocked immediately. And the paranormal won't go viral. What a shame. I wanted to see Senior Jiang catch the cat demon. This is gone. Too bad. That who? Your uncle. Brother upstairs. You're tired of living. The other party is the deputy director of 7:49. The 100,000 fans in the livestream have been spitting. This just saw the highlights. And then this is gone? Jiang Chen looked at the cat demon with a calm face. This was still only half human and half demon. Not a real cat demon. Such a weak cat demon. Even the celestial masters could not do anything about it. At this moment, the cat demon roared angrily, and his body leapt towards the tree, jumping back and forth in the big tree. He slowly approached Jiang Chen. Zhang Yangyun's face was grave. Senior, it's coming. At this moment, the cat demon roared angrily. From the air, he lunged at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen fiercely struck out. A palm print was struck out, only to see a green lightning bolt, which was printed on the cat demon's chest, only to hear the cat demon screaming miserably, rolling on the ground, with white smoke coming out of its body. In less than 3 seconds, the cat demon was dead, lying motionless on the ground. When Zhang Yangyun saw Jiang Chen strike, he reacted and exclaimed, Senior, this is the Five Thunders incantation technique? Not bad, it's the Five Thunders incantation technique. Chapter 52 Big Plans. Making Imaginary Enemies. Jiang Lingling said excitedly, Cauldron, you're so powerful. You killed the cat demon in one go. Quickly teach me. Quickly teach me. I've told you. I can't teach you until after you've practiced. Not yet. And even if you learn it and forcefully use it, it will immediately drain the blood chi from your body and turn you into a dry corpse. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Lingling. This girl, I'm only afraid that it's hard to cultivate. It's not good to rush things. To put your mind at ease. Jiang Lingling is only 7 years old. How would she know this? Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Yangyun and asked, how many Taoist priests are there in Longhu Mountain? There were about a couple thousand. How many people have entered the refining realm? Zhang Yangyun lowered his head. This is about 3 or 4. Only 3 or 4. I think that when Daoling founded Taoism, there were hundreds of people who refined essence and transformed qi. There were even dozens of people who refined qi and transformed God. And there were several people who refined God and returned to the void. How come it's only single digits nowadays? How can you, the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, live up to the old ancestor? Zhang Yangyun bowed his head, ashamed. In his heart, he spat viciously. How can modern society compare with the ancient times? The ancient times were full of aura. But now, where is the aura? Not only that, society is even more technologically advanced now. What games? What networks? What anime? These are too confusing. How can anyone really have a mind for monasticism? Zhang Yangyun bowed his head. Elder Jiang, this is the end times. I know, but it's more than single digits. Even if one's qualifications are limited, 10 years into refining essence and transforming qi isn't a big problem. I'll find some time and make a trip to the Dragon Tiger Mountain to help you out. Those who don't pass, go straight home and farm. Qualified to stay. Longhu Mountain is the place to cultivate Taoist talents. I don't want the Longhu Mountain that Brother Daoling created to turn into a place to raise pigs. Disciple understands. Many thanks to Senior Jiang for his teachings. Zhang Yangyun didn't dare to retort. The one standing in front of him was Zhang Daoling's master. Strictly speaking, he was also one of the founders of Taoism. For this senior, he only had respect and didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. Even a 70-year-old man had no qualifications in front of Jiang Chen. 70 years old was nothing. Jiang Chen was from the same period as Zhang Daoling. And according to his current age, he was already over 1,000 years old. Zhang Mantian, send me back. Understood. After sending off Jiang Chen, Zhang Mantian laughed. Alright, didn't Senior Jiang say a few words about you? You are old enough to be in your 70s. Why can't you look away? Zhang Yangyun shook his head and sighed. It's not that he can't look away. Senior Jiang is right. Longhu Mountain was created by the old ancestor. And nowadays, although it's booming, it's a lot bigger than it was back then. But so what? Some of the disciples of the Taoist sect are really not suitable for cultivation, and the current Longhu Mountain is tainted with worldliness. I have decided to follow in the footsteps of Elder Jiang and revive the might of Longhu Mountain back then. Zhang Mantian nodded his head. You're right. The last time I went to Longhu Mountain to see you, I ended up being charged for the entrance ticket. More than $100. You have to give it back to me. Nowadays, Lungfu Shan has become a place for tourism, and there are all kinds of hotels, sightseeing tour buses, and other industries. Then again, just how much money have you made over the years? I'm not making any money. Come on, you don't get a share of the tickets, and even if you don't, your offspring don't? Are you really prepared to cut off future generations? Zhang Yangyun lamented. Longhu Mountain Zhang Yangyun is ashamed of his old ancestor. After saying that, Zhang Yangyun descended the mountain. Wait, there's one thing left unsaid. Zhang Mantian went after him. After some exchanges, Zhang Yangyun exclaimed, What? You dare to lie to Senior Jiang? Are you tired of living? When he realizes that Naruto is an anime character, he is instantly surprised with a face. How dare you? Aren't you afraid that Elder Jiang will slap you down and leave you with no bones left? Zhang Mantian looked at the sky and lamented. When we fought with Tokyo, if it wasn't for Senior Jiang's intervention, we would have already lost, and the Chinese dragon vein would have been stolen by them. The whole of China will become barren without a dragon vein. When the time comes, Chinese talent will wither away. Nowadays, that Naruto is Senior Jiang's opponent, and what he said just now is to tell you to revitalize Longhu Mountain. My meaning is very simple. It's to let Senior Jiang be the teacher and teach all the Taoist priests, and open a Taoist academy, so that Senior Jiang can sit in on it, and the many celestial masters will become the teachers. Start with one academy and grow slowly. Zhang Yangyun understood. To put it bluntly, it was to create an imaginary enemy for Senior Jiang, develop and grow the whole of Taoism. Sounds like fun. Zhang Yangyun frowned, but what if Senior Jiang finds out? It won't. Are you so sure? He is a person in monasticism. He is not interested in those high technologies of cell phones. Just now I saw that he deliberately avoided cell phones, as if he was very resistant to those signals. How would he know who Naruto is if he doesn't look at his cell phone and enter the city? But he has the girl Jian Lingling by his side. This girl, you more assured. This girl, mind bad it, has not told Naruto as anime characters. Do not look at her small, but the mind meticulous. She is the offspring of the predecessors, even if still no, at most beat a meal just, but will be in deep if we cheat Senior Jiang. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. That's what you said. Nonsense. Everything I'll bear. Jiang Senior also went to Longhu Mountain. You hurry back to deal with. What tickets? What tourist attractions? What sightseeing cars? These do not want. If Elder Jiang finds out that you've turned Longhu Mountain into a tourist attraction, there's something in store for you. Hearing this, Zhang Yangyun fidgeted. Yes, hurry back and rectify Longhu Mountain. It can't go on like this. Longhu Mountain is a place of cultivation. How can it be a place for sightseeing? Right. To start enrolling students, let Senior Jiang sit in and look for Taoist talents. Zhang Yangyun immediately returned to Longhu Mountain. Zhang Mantian shook his head. This old man. I am afraid that these years have made a lot of money, but it is a pity not my share. Kunlun Mountain Range. Jiang Lingling pestered Jiang Chen. Cauldron, quickly teach me to practice qi. Jiang Chen smiled. Come here, I'll tell you to breathe and exhale. Jiang Lingling was filled with excitement as she walked over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhongming sighed with emotion. The old ancestor really wants to teach Ling Ling to learn the Tao. This is a good thing. If Ling Ling learns, she can continue to guard the old ancestor in the future. Jiang Chen said, the mind is like water. All thoughts are empty. What do you mean? The mind is as calm as water, without a single distraction. Don't think about anything. Oh, I see. Inhale deeply and exhale in 3 breaths. Cauldron. What does this mean again? Take a deep breath and exhale 3 times as long as you inhale. Jiang Lingling cocked her head in confusion. Jiang Zhongming laughed. It takes 5 seconds for you to inhale a breath. Then it takes 15 mid-seconds for you to exhale. What's 15 seconds? Jiang Zhongming, well, you can't even do math. It's just hard to monasticize. Jiang Chen smiled. No rush. I'll teach you. Inhale. Exhale. Don't stop. Keep spitting. Continue to. Oops. I spit out all the apples I ate. Chapter 53 Longhu Mountain shocked. Old ancestor master preaches the way. Jiang Chen gave a blank look. Letting you exhale, not letting you spit out apples. This girl. Jiang Chen said. The so-called spitting out qi is to spit out the dirty qi in your body in a gradual manner. Week after week. After you finish spitting out the dirty qi in your body, you can feel the qi traveling around in your body. Cauldron. I know. Jiang Lingling closed her eyes and began to breathe and exhale according to the method Jiang Chen had taught her. Breathing and exhaling is the simplest and most basic form of cultivation. Jiang Chen watched Jiang Lingling slowly get into the rhythm, and smiled in his heart. This girl is not good at math, but she is quite good at learning to breathe and exhale. Very well, continue to exhale as I just did. Jiang Zhongming inquired. Old ancestor, Ling Ling, is she suitable for cultivation? The girl is still young, without many worries, many desires, just passable. That's good. Then, in the future, follow old ancestor's cultivation. Jiang Zhongming let out a sigh of relief. You have at least 10 years to live. 10 years? That's enough. Jiang Zhongming smiled. He was already 100 years old. Living for another 10 years, it was time to slowly enjoy life. He also wanted to cultivate, but his age did not allow it. Jiang Zhongming looked at Ling Ling, sitting on his knees, and was pleased in his heart. Decade. 10 years, Ling Ling is all grown up. He was also able to leave with peace of mind, and with his old ancestor awake. He didn't have to worry about anyone looking for trouble. Jiang Chen walked out, lamenting in his heart that there was a strong person like Naruto in this world, and that Zhang Yangyun's strength was really unimpressive. Not even 1/10,000th of Dowling's. It was only a chi refining realm cultivation. How is this going to fend off a foreign invasion? What? Can't get into the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion? I just bought a ticket. How can I not get in? Could it be that a demon has hit the mountain? Demons and monsters dare to go up there? That's the Heavenly Master's mansion. That's not going directly to meet the King of Hell. I've heard that this is an order from the contemporary Heavenly Master Zhang. No one can go in within 3 kilometers of the surrounding area. But I'm the one who purchased the tickets? Naturally, I'll return it to you. I heard that an accomplished master is coming. It's Senior Jiang, who is widely rumored on the internet. Elder Jiang? Who is that? Higher in status than the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? Humph. What is a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? When you see any young man, you still have to call yourself an old ancestor. That's impossible. The old ancestor is Zhang Daoling. You don't understand, do you? That one senior is said to be on a relationship with Zhang Daoling as well as a teacher. He's Zhang Daoling's disciple? No, he's the master. How is it possible? Zhang Daoling has been dead for over 1,000 years. So didn't he live for over 1,000 years? Not bad. Is living more than 1,000 years old. He is going to come to Longhu Mountain. Within 10 kilometers of Longhu Mountain. Will close all the scenic spots, and will not be open in the future. Even Zhang Daoling had to call out to his master. What do you think the contemporary heavenly masters call him after seeing him? These were people who had come to visit and were shocked to hear this. Zhang Daoling's master? Isn't that Lord Tai Shan Lao? The heavenly master's mansion at Lungfu Shan. Zhang Yangyun looked at the many disciples and said solemnly, you have all heard that Senior Jiang is going to come to our Longhu Mountain. That one Senior Jiang is a friend of the old ancestor who is also a mentor, and is half of the old ancestor's master. The many Taoists were in an uproar. Zhang Daoling's master? Isn't that the old man's master? Zhang Yangyun continued. Within 3 kilometers, all tourist areas have been closed. All visitors are not allowed to enter the Lungfu Shan Heavenly Master's mansion. Lungfu Shan is a place for monasticism, not a place for tourists to sightsee. I now solemnly caution you that this one, Senior Jiang, has just closed his doors and is still ignorant of the world. And everyone is not allowed to mention anime, movies, and all things technological, especially Naruto. Don't mention it to anyone, and as soon as someone goes against the rules, they are immediately expelled from the division. Never hire. The crowd clamored again. And why is that? In favor of Naruto. However, when they heard that they were expelled from the division, all of them knew the seriousness of the matter. And when they saw that one old ancestor in the future, they would never mention it. Zhang Yangyun continued, Senior Jiang will come and he will teach you the method of cultivation, and if you fail, you will leave Longhu Mountain and find another way out. Zhang Yangyun decided this time to completely change the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. Being the land of the Chinese Taoist sect, how can it be a place for sightseeing? Isn't this defiling the holy ground? How can we practice in the future? Cultivation is all about avoiding the world, avoiding the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and having a mind as clear as water. That's what the practice is all about. Zhang Yangyun waved his hand and turned to leave. The rest of the dowsers didn't know what to do. What the hell is going on? Why is the viewpoint suddenly closed? I guess the seniors are coming, and the back will definitely be open. Otherwise, what are we going to eat? I'm just here to mingle. Let me cultivate. How am I going to do that? So is it true that the senior really lived for over 1,000 years? How come I haven't heard of it? What the celestial master says can't be false. More than 1,000 years old. I can't imagine. Then wouldn't his magic power be through and through? It is inevitable. You know that fight. It was Senior Jiang who made a move to make the 9 Chrysanthemums faction dead or injured. I also heard that if it wasn't for Senior Jiang making a move, The dragon vein would have been stolen by the 9 Chrysanthemums faction. I was present at that fight. That 9 Chrysanthemums school was very powerful. Een thunder added een souls. And if Elder John's Dharma treasure was there, we would really be rivals. This is actually a good thing. After all, this is a place of cultivation, not a place of sightseeing or tourism. And people in cultivation are supposed to be clear-minded and indifferent to fame and fortune. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Make it sound like you're a high roller. Humph. I'm telling the truth. Some of the many dogs were happy and some were not. Within 3 kilometers, any tourist sightseeing is prohibited. Isn't that a lot less money? You should know that the Longhu Mountain tickets alone have tens of millions of dollars in revenue. And that's just the ticket revenue. Hotels, restaurants, and other industries. Zhang Yongyuan returned to his room and immediately dialed Jiang Zhongming. Jiang Zhongming said, "Old ancestor, the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, wants to ask you to teach the Tao." "When?" "Tomorrow." You reply to him, "I agree. I also want to go to Longhu Mountain to see how the Zhangyi sect founded by Dowling is doing." "Okay, Cauldron. I'll go too," Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Jiang Chen nodded. "Good. Take you to see." Longhu Mountain was created by Dowling and contains the 8 trigrams formation. Although it is now the age of the end of the laws, practicing in Longhu Mountain is twice as effective. Cauldron. Will we be practicing at Longhu Mountain from now on? No. I'm just going to take a look. I'll set up a formation later so that you can cultivate here. It's not good to have too many people instead so that you won't be affected. Jiang Zhongming immediately returned the call. The Celestial Master said that he would send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Forget about picking me up. I'll just take Ling Ling. How? Fly over. Jiang Lingling exclaimed. Cauldron. You can still fly. Will. But you don't have wings. Little girl. This is a Taoist technique. In the future, when you learn it, you can also fly with a sword. Really? Jiang Lingling was very excited. Flying with a sword. That's old and powerful. The next morning. Chapter 54, Musk's Shock. Is this a new flying machine? With a wave of Jiang Chen's hand, a Qingfeng sword hovered in the air, and Jiang Lingling looked dumbfounded. How did this sword fly up? The art of the sword. Cauldron. You have to teach me. Definitely teach you. Jiang Chen held Jiang Lingling's small hand as he stepped in the air and stepped onto the flying sword. Jiang Zhongming sighed. The old ancestor is worthy of cultivating the immortal congregation. They cultivate Taoism. You cultivate immortality. If that group of Taoist priests see your old imperial sword flying, they must not be shocked off their jaws. Jiang Lingling looked down and was so scared that she clung to Jiang Chen's thigh, afraid of falling. But fear aside, Jiang Lingling was still happy and excitedly said, Cauldron, I can fly, and so will you in the future. Then when? When the aura revives. When will the aura recover? I don't know. It shouldn't be long now. The heavens and the earth are reincarnating, and now they are entering the next cycle. The two flew all the way, a luxury private jet, sitting next to the window, holding a wineglass and savoring the red wine. His visit to Rongqing was to prepare for the construction of the second factory. This trip to Hibiscus is all about examining the weather, the location, and also the transportation. It was accompanied by several company executives. At this point they are sitting down to discuss it. If this expedition is successful, get them to give full concessions before they do, especially in terms of price. Last time it was 1/10 of the price to take the land. This time it's at least 1/20th of the price to take Rongqing. And the tax aspect, it has to be reduced to percentless then, and be able to be at %10 it's best to. 5. Loan subsidies have to come down as well, preferably to %1 lending rate. Mashik smiled. Wait until the inspection is complete, especially the location, transportation, etc. And wait until the inspection is complete before it's time to negotiate terms with them. This one will definitely be lower than the last one. I'm sure they'll meet our demands. The crowd laughed. The crowd raised their glasses. Drinking. A senior looked up at the window and instantly sprayed out a mouthful of red wine. Looking at the old man and the young man in surprise, the senior rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, By karma! What kind of people are those? And how are they flying in the air? The crowd sniffed and looked out the airplane window, instantly stunned. God! It looks like they're standing on top of a flying machine. A flying machine? When did China have such high technology? What advantage do we have if this thing is mass-produced? How come that flying machine is so small? They are not afraid of falling, right? Not even a little precautionary measures, in case of falling is not dead? Huaxiao's intelligent technology is really powerful. If this flying machine is invested, then it will surely eliminate automobiles. Horse ***** looked out and was also dumbfounded with amazement. Even though he is the president and in charge of a company of several $100 billion. But neither had I seen such a flying machine, which was too godlike. I'm ing around with a second factory for cars. And you ended up with a flying machine that you can stand on and fly? Is this a hallucination? Rubbing his eyes, Hisik looked out through the glass only to see the little girl waving at him with a big smile, and Hisik exclaimed, "They're really standing on top of the flying machine. God! I don't need a car when I have this flying machine. Why don't we just get a flying machine?" Outside the window, Jiangchen looked at the huge airplane, was very surprised, did not expect this plane so huge, than the original most. He experienced the war, naturally know that this is an airplane, only this plane was huge, more than 10 times bigger than the original, and at his feet, there were skyscrapers everywhere, and Jiangchen sighed as he flew. The world was changing so fast. Jiangchen wasn't happy. There were inexplicable things everywhere, trying to pass through his body. They were everywhere, which was definitely not the case before. Jiang Lingling, Cauldron, have you ever seen an airplane? I've seen it, but it's the first time I've seen an airplane this big. It's huge. There's people in there. They're watching us. No harm done. Jiang Chen looked away. Ha, a foreigner? Which empire is this? Horse asterisk 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 Kerr took out his cell phone, recorded video, and exclaimed, "This is no ordinary flying machine. They're exposed to the air. How are they defending themselves at such a fast speed? Could it be that they've already researched energy shields? It's really an energy shield. Did you see that? There's a beam of light wrapping around them, unharmed. It's really Huaxia technology is going against the grain. If they develop this, won't we?" The crowd immediately sensed a serious crisis. The same is true of the Marshask. If this thing is popular, what do you need a car for? Doesn't it smell good to buy a flying machine? It wasn't that he hadn't seen flying machines before. It was even their company while they were developing a flying machine. But this thing could only fly at a low altitude, and it couldn't last for too long. And it was absolutely impossible to fly at a high altitude. Flying at high altitude is something only an airplane can do. Fading away, it was soon lost. The Heavenly Master's mansion at Lungfu Shan. Zhang Yangyun led many disciples to gather in the square, lining up in 2 rows, ready to honor Jiang Chen. All the senior officers of the Heavenly Master's house were waiting. Zhang Yangyun was even waiting at the door with a serious expression. At this time, Zhang Yangyun thought in his heart, how did the senior come over? How come there's no news at all? I've already sent someone to the airport to wait for you. Could it be that you're not flying? By train? Zhang Yangyun then asked the people around him to call. Elder Zhang's son. I'm Zhang Yangyun. Heavenly Master Zhang. Is there something wrong? Which airplane did the seniors take? He doesn't fly on airplanes. Old Joe. If you don't fly, do you come in a moving train? Neither is. Then how did he get here? He came flying on his sword. What? Flying with a sword? Zhang Yangyun was horrified in his heart. Senior Jiang still has such means. This is a legendary immortal. Could it be that Senior Jiang is an immortal? If they're immortal, why don't they fly? You should know that the old ancestor has been immortalized. Yes, the imperial sword flew here. And this girl Jiang Lingling also went. This girl really doesn't let people worry about her. Tianshi Zhang, trouble you. The old man is joking. How long have they been gone? About half an hour. I guess it's coming. I see. Zhang Yangyun hung up the phone, then looked at the sky. The senior came flying with a sword. This kind of means was simply amazing. The disciples behind him began to talk. Then when will Senior Jiang come? He didn't say anything, making us wait here for nothing. Li Junming whined, very dissatisfied, knowing that when a big person is coming, they have to make an appointment in advance. Come on, stop whining and just wait. If he comes in the afternoon, won't we have to stand around all morning? What do you care so much for? Can't you see that the Heavenly Master is waiting outside as well? That Elder Jiang, not to mention coming in the afternoon. Even if he comes in the evening, the Heavenly Master will have to wait for him. Yeah, that's Old Ancestor's master. His status is even higher than Old Ancestor's. Che, the Old Ancestor has already flown. Then how come he doesn't fly? There is no before or after learning. The one who achieves is the first. He sees the statue of the Old Ancestor. He also has to kneel down and salute. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at the sky. Is that Senior Jiang? The crowd looked up at the sky and were instantly shocked. Chapter 55 Must shocked. 1,000 years old immortal? The crowd looked up at the sky and were instantly shocked. Only 2 figures stood on their swords and came from the air with their swords. My gosh, is that Senior Jiang? He's stepping on the sword. This is the legendary Imperial Sword Flight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Senior Jiang is so powerful. Flying with a sword. If I learn this move, I won't be single for 30 years. Flying with a sword. Could this be the legendary immortals? I heard that only immortals are able to step on swords. Worthy of being an old ancestor master. This is clearly a tactic that only immortals have. I wonder what it's like to fly with a sword. Senior Jiang is truly amazing. The crowd looked dumbfounded, with excitement showing between their eyes. They were all cultivators, so they naturally knew about flying with a sword. And for them, not to mention flying with a sword, they couldn't do it even if they were driving a magic weapon. Flying with a sword is the dream of every monk. A good number of young disciples with excited eyes took out their cell phones and recorded videos of the two figures in the sky. Zhang Yangyun looked at the two figures in the sky and was surprised. Senior Jiang really came flying with his sword. This is immortal means. Senior Jiang must be an immortal. Zhang Yangyun whisked his robe, knelt on both knees, and loudly said, Zhang Yangyun, the 68th generation heavenly master of the Zhang Yi sect, pays homage to the ancestral master. The rest of the group knelt down. Greetings, ancestor. The two men descended from the sky and landed in front of Zhang Yangyun, saying, get up. There's no need to call me the ancestor master. I'm not from the Zhang Yi sect. Brother Dowling is your ancestor master. Elder ancestor is a former disciple. So naturally, he honors the ancestor. Alright, there aren't that many rules. I'm used to being free-spirited. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Only then did Zhang Yangyun get up, and the rest of them followed suit, looking at Jiang Chen's appearance with shock. The ancestor in front of him looked no more than 20 years old, and apart from his gray hair, he could not tell the other person's age at all, and if he had dyed his hair black, he would have been a proper handsome man. The crowd viciously spat in their hearts. This one, Ancestor Jiang. Why does he look so young? Zhang Yangyun stood to the side and smiled. Ancestor master. This way please. Jiang Chen looked at these disciples. Are these your Longhu Mountain disciples? Reporting back to the ancestor master. They are none other than the disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Jiang Chen's eyes swept. He knew the cultivation level of the crowd. Although they were wearing Taoist robes, there were not many disciples in the Qi practicing realm, so they could not be considered true cultivators. And that fat guy, only 180 pounds. Is this Lung Fu Shan life so good? People who cultivate the way are roughing it. How much meat did this eat to get so fat? Li Chen looked at the signal tower on the hill. What is that thing? That's a signal tower. Used to spread signals. Zhang Yangyun explained. Tear that thing down. All within 10 kilometers of it. Zhang Yangyun recalled Zhang Montian's words that his predecessor deliberately avoided cell phones. It should be the cell phone signal radiation that made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and nodded his head. Understood. Cultivators avoid the world. How can they have this? Elder's lesson is right. I will set up a heaven ceiling 8 trigrams formation around the area to block any signals, envelop the surrounding 10 kilometers, and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon every day so that you can cultivate. Zhang Yangyun's face rejoiced at his words. Many thanks. Senior. The Longhu Mountain has been passed down from generation to generation. One generation is not as good as the next, and now that it has become like this, you, the heavenly master, are really ashamed of Brother Dowling. Jiang Chen lamented. Zhang Yangyun bowed his head, not daring to retort. He had once read in a book that during the time of the old ancestors, one could only join the Taoist sect by entering the Qi refinement realm, and was only qualified to cultivate the Tao. But today it was completely different. Everyone carries a cell phone on them, as well as a multitude of electronics. One by one, they looked at their cell phones, and fix a hair. Entering the main hall of the Heavenly Master's house, Jiang Chen looked up at the statue of Zhang Dowling and did not pay homage. Frowning, how come I don't see Brother Dowling's 3 magic treasures? Zhang Yangyun shook his head and sighed. It has been lost. It doesn't matter. I'll get it back. Those 3 treasures are magic treasures and possess great power. Show me around. This way, senior. The other side. Mashik just got off the plane and couldn't wait to open Duyung and post a message to release the recording video. Today take the airplane. Did not think to meet the new flying machine? This flying machine is awesome. I do not know who invented it. I hissed Grams are willing to contribute 5 billion to invest in research and development. The news has just been sent out, and it's causing an uproar. There was a flurry of clicking on the video. New flying machine? When was there a flying machine? Really a flying machine? This can't be a fake. This is shot on the airplane. An old man and a young man in the clouds. And so on that little girl is so familiar. That is not Jiang Lingling, next to his big brother Jiang Chen. Upstairs, what her big brother? This is clearly the Jiang family ancestor Jiang Chen. My mother's where the hell is the flying machine? This is the Imperial Sword Flight. Flying with a sword. Senior would still have this tactic. You guys look at the video. Look carefully. Zoom in again to be able to clearly see a long sword. What is that if not Imperial Sword Flight? Senior Jiang is really powerful. Royal Sword Flight. Really fake. Let me see. It's really Jiang Senior. This guy slap. The senior is really powerful. If I learn this hand, I will not be single for 30 years. Horse Grams thought it was a flying machine. It's a magic weapon. Less so. Horseshoe no a hair. This is our Chinese cultivation in the people. Not flying machine, obviously is the immortal means. Nay, I am uneducated. A line of goes everywhere. It's not even pretending anymore. It's plainly practicing immortality. The world is ending. You guys cultivate immortals, imperial swords, and I'm the only one pedaling a tricycle. Guys, I'm a delivery man, and I suddenly have a new idea. I wonder what it's like to deliver with a royal sword. Numerous comments under the horseshoe message. Within a few moments, there were tens of thousands of comments. At this point, Horseshift looked at the comments above, scrutinizing each one, instantly frozen with fear. That one is an old god who has lived for over 1,000 years? Or an immortal with profound magical powers? It wasn't a flying machine. It was a magic weapon. Horseshift was puzzled in his mind. A magic treasure? What the hell is that? After searching, it became clear what a mana treasure was. A treasure manipulated with mana. What is mana again? Continue searching. Mana is the mysterious energy that coalesces within a person. Horse cannot sit still. Go out on a plane. Even met the Chinese monks? Or an old god who has lived for over 1,000 years. At this time, the whole person of the horse hissing gram dumbfounded, had thought of the examination. But now where is the mood of the examination? Must have to meet this one old gods. Want to ask him how to live more than 1,000 years old. The rich and powerful think about longevity. And Marshik is no exception. There is also that magic treasure. If it can be developed, it will completely change the whole world pattern. Everyone has this thing. What else do you need a car? Mashik was obsessed with Eastern cultures, especially Taoism, and excitedly said, "You guys continue your expedition. I need to investigate things and go back first." A few of the top brass looked at Horse Husker's urgent appearance and were puzzled. Going back? No more expeditions? Aren't you going to build a second factory site? This boss is a little too irresponsible. Chapter 56. A vision appears. Longhu Mountain becomes a new mecca for karting. Longfu Shan. After Jiangchen set up the heaven-sealing Bagua formation, softly bellowing, up, only to see an ancient 8 trigrams formation suddenly rise slowly from the ground. Each line flashed with dazzling golden light, and as the Bagua formation rose into the air, the light grew stronger and stronger, instantly enveloping the Dragon Tiger Mountain, forming a huge light shield. Look away from. This Bagua formation was like a golden sun hanging above the sky, emitting a strong light that was impossible to see directly. That light pierced through the clouds and shot straight into the sky. As the Bagua formation continued to ascend into the air, a powerful stream of air gushed out from within the formation, sweeping in all directions, wherever it passes. Flying sand. The wind is blowing hard. Zhang Yangyun exclaimed, "What a powerful array power. Senior Jiang has great merit. Do you feel it? I feel the aura pouring into the Dragon Tiger Mountain from all sides, pouring into this formation. I feel it too. Is this the heaven-sealing 8 trigrams formation? Absorbing the surrounding aura." At this moment, Longhu Mountain is the true meaning of cultivation sanctuary. Elder Zheng's merit is immense, and all disciples under his disciples will be able to cultivate in the future. Several celestial masters were full of smiles while at the same time, their hearts were shocked. This was Senior Zheng's formation. After casting the formation, the entire Longhu Mountain changed. From the original lack of aura, it now became abundant. You should know that the most important thing for people in cultivation is aura. How to cultivate without aura. Beyond Longfu Shan, the disgruntled tourists looked at the sky and were instantly dazed with surprise. Asterisk. You guys look at the sky of Longhu Mountain. What kind of stuff is that? It even covers the whole Longhu Mountain. Could that be a formation? Holy, that must be a formation. Looking at the pattern, it seems to be an 8 trigrams formation. What is the meaning of this? Why is it enveloping the entire Longhu Mountain? No wonder the mountain is closed. It's a high-ranking person doing it. It's so damn shocking. Seen with the naked eye. Hurry up and record a video. Yeah, hurry up and take pictures and upload them. I might be able to catch this wave of traffic. Who's so powerful? It can't be that Senior Jiang. That goes without saying. Just now I saw fairies flying over the mountain. Forgot to take a picture. As Jiang Chen flew down from the sky, Zhang Yangyun and several other celestial masters knelt down once again. Many thanks to Senior Jiang for arranging the heaven-sealing 8 trigrams formation, which allowed us to cultivate. The ancestral master's merit is immeasurable. All a handful of years old. Don't kneel. Now I'll set up the heaven-sealing 8 trigrams formation to block off the surrounding 10 kilometers, so that the disciples under the door can cultivate properly, and don't lose the face of the Taoist sect. Disciple understands. That's it. Senpai. Something else? Now that Senior has come out of seclusion, We would like to ask Senior to sit on Longhu Mountain as a celestial teacher and teach students. I wonder what Senior's intentions are. Celestial Master? Not interested. I'm not a Taoist priest of the righteous path. But what you said about being a teacher, I'm willing to help. The Dao sect's talents are withering, and Brother Dowling is my closest friend. So you arrange it. Zhang Yangyun's face was overjoyed. Many thanks, Senior. Several celestial masters are also very happy. There is this one senior in the future. The Dragon Tiger Mountain will certainly flourish. Numerous disciples in the square. There was a flurry of cell phone footage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is my cell phone not getting a signal? I don't have mine either. I can't send anything out. Then how will you ever look at your cell phone or call out? Didn't you guys hear just now? Senior Jiang is going to seal the entire Longhu Mountain, and within a few kilometers around, no signals can be received, making the entire Longhu Mountain become signalless. It's actually a good thing. Just for a moment when the signal wasn't there, I felt much more comfortable and felt all at ease. Come on, how can you play without a cell phone? Are you here for fun? Or are you here for monasticism? Then a phone call is always necessary. What else do people in monasticism call for? The entire Longhu Mountain has no signal, and the seal heavenly 8 trigrams array seals within a few kilometers around Longhu Mountain, covering the entire Longhu Mountain, and in addition to this, it also absorbs the essence of the surrounding sun and moon. A few disciples began to argue. Zhang Yangyun's face was grim as he walked up to the quarreling few disciples, his eyes icy cold. The disciples who had been quarreling over the lack of signal a moment ago bowed their heads. Zhang Yangyun droned. Elder Jiang spent his strength and set up formations to completely transform Longhu Mountain, and now the aura is abundant. While you guys are still thinking about taking pictures and recording videos, and you still don't go cultivate, if there is anyone who can't live without a cell phone, get out of Longhu Mountain immediately. I, Longfu Shan, am not a place for taking pictures or raising pigs. All disperse. After a month, all disciples will be tested. If they are unable to enter the Qi refining realm, they will immediately be removed from the list and leave Dragon Tiger Mountain. When the Heavenly Master spoke, hearts were frightened and the many disciples immediately scattered as birds and beasts. All ING set up formations for you to practice. And you guys are on your cell phones taking pictures and posting videos? Want to be an internet celebrity? This is no place for you. Less than 10 minutes, the entire Longhu Mountain mutation news will be spread out. Tourists cannot enter the Longhu Mountain, but the Longhu Mountain vision but bring traffic code. Zhou Xiaopeng itself is not far from the Longhu Mountain. Itself is a live network red, but not warm. A dozen people online every day. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaopeng turned on the live broadcast and said excitedly, "Everyone see, look at the sky. That's a formation, a real formation, covering the entire Longhu Mountain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really changed. This Longhu Mountain I have been there once. Nothing special now how to become so. The formation envelopes Lungfu Shan. Does it mean that the Taoist priests of Lungfu Shan have begun to cultivate immortality? Is the end coming? When the imperial swords are imperial swords and the airplanes are airplanes, leaving me to pedal a tricycle and run away? Anchor, do you know why Lungfu Shan banned tourists from entering? Is there any inside information? Yes. Is there some kind of inside information? Zhou Xiaopeng looked at the live broadcast interaction. The number of people increasing. The heart smiled open flowers. I really understand the traffic code. This gossip array appeared. Immediately attracted the attention of many people. I'll be a Netflix star in the future. Excitedly, he said, there is insider information. It is rumored that this is an order from Heavenly Master Zhang to close down Longhu Mountain and allow all disciples to practice Taoism. And there is also a Senior Jiang who came to Longhu Mountain to teach Taoism. You guys don't know about Senior Jiang, do you? I heard that he's also Zhang Daoling's master. That's living for over 1,000 years. True immortality. Really envious. It's a pity that we can't get into Lungfu Shan. Anchor, go live to Lungfu Shan if you can. Goes live to Lungfu Shan and sneaks in. Zhou Xiaopeng shook his head. There's a bad news. Once you're within the cage of the formation, all the cell phones have no signal and can't turn on the live broadcast. Anchor, you're so stupid. Your cell phone doesn't work. Can't you use the camera? Yes. Hold a net wire that leads to Lungfu Shan. Who says you need a cell phone for live streaming? Can't you live stream without a cell phone? Zhou Xiaopeng saw the pop-up, slapping his thighs happily. Yeah. Who says you have to use a cell phone to broadcast live? Isn't there surveillance video? There's no cell phone reception in the whole of Lungfu Shan. But there are cameras. Aren't the cameras live? Hurry up and get the connections. Zhou Xiaopeng is not ashamed to know the traffic code, and hurriedly paid the action. He knew that sooner or later, the area around Longhu Mountain would become a new Netflix hit mecca. and whoever live-streamed everything on Longhu Mountain would be the real password. Wait everyone. I'm going to look for connections and live stream LW. Fans add a fan. I'm live streaming LW. Chapter 57 Thunder Punishment. 10,000 thunders roar at the scene of Longhu Mountain. Zhou Xiaopeng is very excited. His old brother is a Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, but it is a back door, with a doorway, just to manage the monitoring equipment. Many years back, some thieves entered Longfu Shan to steal things, will be worth millions of antiques stolen, at that time shocked the whole Longfu Shan, which is to install monitoring, as a way to prevent other people from stealing, but also to prevent other people in the Longfu Shan sabotage. After all, Longhu Mountain is the holy land of Taoism, which if someone in the mountain carving so answer to this trip, this is not an insult to the holy land of Taoism. The forest is full of birds. It's also prevention is better than cure. Zhou Dapeng exclaimed. What? You want to utilize live surveillance? Big brother, help! Are you crazy? If this is known to the heavenly master, not only will you be finished, I will also be finished. No, absolutely not. Zhou Dapeng shook his head, refusing the proposal. Big brother, it's okay, you don't want to see me alone. I'm 30 now. Wouldn't it be nice to get a good job? Get a job for a few dollars. If I live broadcast the secrets of the Longhu Mountain Taoist master's cultivation, it's at least 100,000 fans or more per day. Even millions, 10 million are possible. I was a $10 million internet sensation at that point. It's the same thing out there on the air. How can that be the same? Let me tell you directly. After tomorrow, the entire area around Longhu Mountain will become a mecca for not only netizens, but also more tourists. They want to know what's really happening in Longhu Mountain. If you help me, I'll become a 10 million netizen. You all have families, children, and me, I'm still alone. I just want to become a netizen. Zhou Xiaopeng persuaded bitterly. No, resolutely not. Zhou Dapeng shook his head. He didn't expect his brother to hit the air. If he made a mistake, there was a possibility that he could be expelled directly from the division. He didn't want to give up this salary. If sister-in-law knew about you seducing Zhang's widow, you dare to threaten me. Zhou Dapeng was furious and blew his beard. You also seduced the village chief he. This is a matter for the long haul. Soon, Zhou Xiaopeng is on the air. Sure enough, it was the Longhu Mountain Square, with several hundred disciples standing around, as well as Tianchi Zhang Yanyun, surrounded by several Tianchis wearing purple robes, and a young man standing next to him with a child. Asterisk. Really opened the broadcast. This is really Longhu Mountain Square. I once went to once. Anchor, you are quite capable. This all let you open the broadcast. Is it true that there is no cell phone signal on the mountains of Longfu Shan? It's true that as long as you're within the Bagua array, cell phones don't have a signal. And when you're out of the Bagua array, you're fine. Anchor is very good at this. And you found a way in. This is surveillance, not a cell phone. The same goes for surveillance. I just need to know what's going on in Longfu Shan and if it's being practiced. Reward, must reward. Rewards and gifts for you. Zhou Xiaopeng is very excited. This is 50,000 people. This speed is too fast. Live 50,000 people. Only the big anchors have this treatment. Not only did it go live to 50,000 people, but the fan base grew right up to 100,000 people. From an obscure little anchor, he became a big anchor. It's rare to realize that 50,000 people are watching live online. Only the big anchors get that. As for the 100,000 people, that's the real Netflix. Zhou Xiaopeng looked at the reward amount. His heart was excited. This is only after a while. There are several thousand reward amount. When the big net read to earn money is too easy. Live video on. Zhang Yangyun stood out, surrounded by several hundred disciples standing next to each other, with a light bulb in the center. Not knowing what it was for, Zhang Yangyun said, now that Senior Jiang has set up a formation to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi, you will be given 1 month to cultivate, and after 1 month, if you are unable to light up and cast spells, you will leave Longhu Mountain. From this day forward, Longfu Shan is not a place for fish. All disciples should practice diligently, and if there is anything on the subject, they can ask us directly. Thunder Law is the first of all laws. Next I will show you the Thunder Laws. You have all already learned the hand seals and the incantations, so I won't explain them one by one. Zhang Yangyun was being ruthless this time, reviving the prestige of Longhu Mountain. From here on out, Longfu Shan is no longer a place for sightseeing and tourism. Originally a good Taoist shrine, turned into a place for tourists to take pictures, which in itself is disrespectful to people in monasticism. Zhang Yangyun stood forward. The hand pinched the spell. Recite the incantation. A hairline-sized lightning rushed to the light bulb. Instantly the light bulb emitted bright light. Attracted the surrounding monastic people continue to applaud. This is the thunder method. The tens of thousands of people in the live stream crowd got excited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this ing magic? The light bulb actually lit up. This is awesome. Thunder magic is the first of all magic. The old celestial master is right. This hand is too beautiful, too powerful. This is the real Taoist magic. The old heavenly master deserves to be called an old heavenly master. Finally witnessing Lung Fu Shan imparting Taoism, which is much better than the TV series. After the retreat, they were really practicing immortality. Oh my god, is the world coming to an end? When they are imperial swords, flying airplanes, leaving me alone to pedal. It's not fair. We want to learn too. Tianchi is just awesome. This is at least 220 volts. Zhang Yangyun had a serious look on his face. This month's time is for you to practice your lightning techniques. Make sure you cultivate this after a month. After a month, a new round of enrollment will begin. At that time, you will vacate your positions for your senior brothers and sisters. The crowd's faces changed drastically as they heard the words. Is this a dropout? It's only a month. Where is that enough? Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Yangyun casting thunder, shook his head and lit the light bulb. It's really hard for you. How can this little trick or trickery make them feel at ease with their studies? Zhang Chen said. Yang Yun, get out of the way and let me cast. Zhang Yangyun's face was ecstatic. I also ask senior to let us observe and learn. Zhang Chen stood out and looked at the many disciples. Yang Yun is right. Thunder technique is the first of all techniques. Not only can you carry thunder in your palm, you are also able to summon and invoke heavenly thunder by virtue of your magic weapon. Lei Fa is the nemesis of demons and devils. As long as one is armed with the thunder technique, any demon will have to retreat. Of course, inviting heavenly thunder requires strength. The god of thunder is the nine heavens Ingyuan thunder sound Puhua heavenly honors, an incarnation of the great emperor Changsheng of the South Pole, whose subordinates are the Duke of Thunder, the mother of electricity, the uncle of the wind, the master of the clouds, and the master of the rain. Under the Thunder Duke and the Electric Mother, there are the 5 great Thunder Generals. Under the Thunder General, there is the Thunder Messenger. Different gestures and slogans invite different heavenly deities. As long as you are strong enough, you can ask the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua heavenly honors to help you in the battle. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and pinched the spell. In a high voice, 9 heavenly thunder, wish me divine might. Thunder god and mother of lightning, come and show yourself. By the order of the 9 heavens Ingyuan Puhua heavenly honors. In haste, pardon. Jiang Chen had just finished speaking. Countless sounds of thunder resounded in the sky. A moment in time. Thunderclouds rolled in. Thunder roars. Chapter 58. Even Reiku and Elect Roma must give me face. Only thunderclouds rolled across the sky and thunder roared. The many disciples looked up at the sky, stunned. Just then, a thunderbolt pours down. Rumble. Split in the center. The fans on the air instantly dropped their jaws in surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Jiang Seniors? This means is simply shocking. That day the master and Jiang Seniors to cast the art. Completely different. Tianchi can only make the light bulb blow, while Senior Jiang directly triggered the 9 heavenly thunder. This Nima completely not in a level. They say Elder Jiang can do Taoist magic. This is ing immortal magic. I remembered the spoken language. I'll try it right away. Upstairs. Do you want to die? Just now the seniors have said, inviting the gods needs strength. No strength. Beware of losing 10 years of life. No wonder the saying is not to be passed on lightly. The way is not to be taught lightly. This thing is killing people. You remember what's the use, if you have the ability to try. This is the real Taoism. I'm in an ing science program in college, and my professor told me to believe in science. And this is ing science? Very good. You all learn Taoism. I'm the only one who's sending it outside. You're so cruel. The surrounding disciples of the Tao sect were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Is this the 5 thunders heavenly heart technique? This mantra is nothing like the one they learned. Invoke the descent of divine thunder from the 9 heavens. Which demon or devil can stand up to it? Jiang Chen, I just invited the thunder god and heavenly general. The 2 of them, Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother. If you want to invite Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother, you can't do it yet. You can only invite the Thunder Messenger to send down heavenly thunder. What strength invites what? Once the mana is insufficient, it will backfire on you, devouring your cultivation and your lifespan. Do you understand? Understood. The many students were all cultivators and naturally understood. A mortal wants to invite Thunderbolt? Dream on. Not only will it be impossible to invite, but it will also suffer a backlash. And even if it is invited, perhaps the one who splits is not the enemy, but himself. It's not just a mere mortal trying to invite the city council leader to dinner. People don't even you. Jiang Chen continued, after the practice, burn incense and return the gift. This is a necessary procedure. It must not be forgotten. And there is one more thing. Please, heavenly thunder must not do evil. It's okay to deal with demons and devils. And it's okay to deal with people who do evil. But if it's used for something bad, there will be divine retribution. So keep that in mind. A female disciple raised her hand. Say, if one's cultivation level is high and exceeds that of the thunder goddess, wouldn't one not suffer from backlash? You've surpassed the thunder goddess and the mother of lightning. Do you still need their help? Your question is a bit redundant. The female disciple smiled awkwardly. It seems like that's really what's going on. The live feeds were laughing. Haha, this female disciple is really cute. Are damn more than Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother. Still invite them to do what? You directly out of the way is not good. That's a bit of an idiotic question to ask. It's kinda true, but why burn incense? Upstairs, you do not understand the return of courtesy. People help you. You do not return the favor. The next time they will help you. This do not understand. You are not a Chinese. In fact, Zhang Seniors is the meaning of this. Please people, naturally, to burn incense to return the gift. This is the custom, but also the meaning of courtesy. This hand is awesome. A male Taoist priest inquired, then how to return the wish? I didn't learn. Jiang Chen was calm. Numerous students were surprised. Never studied? What do you mean? Soon, the crowd then understood what was going on. There were expressions of surprise. When you ask the gods in heaven to help you, you need to return the favor. That's because you are of low rank and they are of high rank. And when you ask someone of high rank to help you, you have to buy them dinner and drinks anyhow. But what if it's someone of high rank? What's the point of wishing? I gave you the honor of asking for your help, and you're still rubbing it in? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What does Elder Jiang mean? Why can't I understand it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is not even understand. People level high, then the level of the thunder god, the mother of electricity are higher. Let the thunder god, the mother of electricity to cast spells, is to give them face, not to invite them, so do not need to return the wish. My mother, what level of deity is that Elder Jiang? We must know that thunder god and electricity mother are famous. According to the current position, at least the central cadre of the heavenly court, could he be the Jade Emperor? Listening to Senior Jiang's tone, there is no need to give face to the thunder goddess and the electricity mother at all. Elder Jiang is so powerful that he made the thunder goddess and electricity mother help for free. This is so awesome. I've given you face, and you're still returning the favor? Who the hell are you? Senior Jiang is flipping out. Cut. People have that strength. 666. The fans in the livestream heard the conversation and instantly understood what Jiang Chen meant. Yet just then, a loud bang in the sky. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. These two old guys. Forget it, Yang Yun. You go to set up the road. I go to return the wish. They are still not happy. I thought we didn't have to return the wish? These two old guys threatened me. If I don't return my wish, you guys won't be able to invite the thunder goddess or the electricity mother in the future. You can't let you guys follow and be punished because of me alone. The crowd was shocked. Two old guys? Is that what Elder John's called thunder goddess and electricity mother? Jiang Chen turned back and said seriously, when inviting the gods to help you, you need to have reverence and not slack off. Of course, if you have the strength, you can also call them old guys. If not, the consequences will be your own. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. That's a must. The first lesson they learned was to have reverence for heaven and earth and for God. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have to. A gross ACA. Who the hell are you? Who fear you? There was a lot of flirting on the air. Only Jiang Senior can call them old guys. This strength is not a vain name. Jiang Senior in the end who is who knows? Self-reporting the family name. To have reverence for the gods, for heaven and earth, and for one's parents. This is said with good sense. I remember a statue of a wrestling god that ended up not working. Was it a hit? I know the man, who then mysteriously disappeared, as if he had been hit, and finally apologized to put the matter to rest. When I read that there are some things not to believe in, but please don't blaspheme. Yes, I also know, that guy had a serious illness, and finally donated money, which calmed things down, and did not dare to live broadcast in the future. I heard that now in the delivery. Don't believe it, but stay in awe and don't take offense. As the saying goes, better to believe it than not. Unless you have the strength of Senior Jiang, you'd better be good with your tail between your legs. Soon, return the wish that the altar be ready. Jiang Chen continued, in the ancient times, there were many evil gods, demons, mountain gods, river gods, and thousands of strange ones, especially during the Shang dynasty. In those days, It was all about living sacrifices. Pray for the blessings of the mountain and river gods. So much so that the Shang dynasty fell, and it was finally King Wu of Zhou, GFA, who took the throne as emperor and slowly abolished living sacrifices. But not now. All it takes is a glass of wine, and a scented candle to return the wish in good faith. Chapter 59, Musk exclaims, Mom, I've seen God. Sacrifices have existed for ages. In ancient times, there were indeed inhumane living human sacrifices, which were indeed recorded in history, and Bowie Cow even made meat soup, so it can be seen that living human sacrifices were indeed horrible at that time. Zhang Yangyun brought a few bottles of wine. Jiang Chen looked at the wine and casually asked, which one is expensive and which one is a bit cheaper? It's Wulianye, quite expensive. It's Mao Tai, and it's expensive too. This one would be the cheapest. It's called a two-pot. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Two pots are fine then. Zhang Yangyun was taken aback. Erdwo? That's not too good. After all, it's returning a wish. Humph. Treating them to Erdwo is giving them face. And I would still like to also treat them to Wulianye? Do you think he's Yuan Shi Tianzun? Or Tai Shan Lao Jun? Jiang Chen was indignant. These two old guys' tempers are getting longer and longer. How dare you ask him to return your wish? It would be nice to buy them a two-pot drink. And Wulianye? The Taoist disciple laughed. Elder Zhang's status is really impressive. Treating Thunder Goddess and Electricity Mother to a drink of 2 pots of wine? Haha Erguotu greetings. Thunder God and Electric Mother are also only worthy of drinking Erguotu. Senior Jiang is too cute. They don't cooperate with Wulianye. Even Mao Tai is not qualified. Senior is senior. Gave them face. Do they deserve it? Senior Jiang is awesome. Asterisk. Jiang Senior is hua. Listen to this tone. As if completely did not put the Lei Gong, mother of electricity, in the eyes. This senior identity could not be the same level as the beginning of the Heavenly Father? Drinking 2 pots of rice? That's okay? Returning the wish has already given face. And there are 2 pots of wine to drink. It's very facetious. If it weren't for the many Taoist priests, Senior wouldn't return the wish. Love it or leave it. Isn't it just a favor? And you want to drink Wulianye? Give them face. Jiang Chen was full of concern. Lit the incense and candles, and poured 2 cups of 2 potatoes. Zhang Yangyun stood next to him. He was calculating in his mind. In the future, if you invite the Thunder God and the Electric Mother, you must have the best wine to do. Definitely not Erguotu. Mao Tai is good. Light the scented candles. Jiang Chen hand holding incense and candles. Stand straight. Hands to do the action. And then insert it into the incense sandalwood, only to see that the aroma to the air, less than a moment's effort to become missing. Zhang Yangyun said, returning a wish is simple. It's visiting the altar and writing the name of whoever you invited. Then pour the wine. Then burning incense and giving thanks to the gods is. It must be sincere and not slack. Numerous disciples nodded their heads. And outside of Lungfu Shan, a large number of netizens went outside of the Longhu mountain and began to broadcast live. Either young handsome men or young beautiful women. One after another mouthing to the live broadcast room. That heaven-sealing 8 trigrams formation enveloped the entire Longhu mountain. And the golden light flickered so brightly that it could be seen with the naked eye. These anchors are all about the traffic. It's become the new mecca for hitting the town. And outside of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Bagua formation, the villagers were confused. I thought no tourists would come after the sealing of Longhu mountain. But now there are so many tourists. Several times more than usual? That's for sure. Didn't you see that Bagua formation in Longhu mountain? It's too bright. A lot of people are very curious about the Bagua formation. And there are a lot of Netflix live broadcasts. It's a new flow that's expected to last for years. After the mountain was closed, there was more traffic. They couldn't get into Lungfu Shan, so they had to stay down there. And from what I heard, there was no signal up there at all. Hurry up and come out to set up your stall. These days, making money is the king's way. Monasticism has nothing to do with us. Some villagers immediately came out to set up stalls. Zhang Mentian looked at Longhu mountain. The mind is amazed. Originally thought that seniors to go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain teaching. Just did not expect seniors to make such a big movement. The use of formations to seal the Dragon Tiger Mountain, but also to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth aura. Good man. Such tactics. Amazing. Deputy Director. What to do now? This has become the new Wang Hong karting mecca. That Bagua formation is moving too much. It's all here to build a spectacle. There are still people broadcasting live videos of the inside of the Dragon Tiger Mountain on the internet. Should they be blocked? Now so many people are saying which of the predecessors lived for more than 1,000 years. Should they all be sealed? Even horse Kirk here sends out videos. Zhang Montian's brow furrowed. Seal the hell up. No need to seal it up. Whatever you like. The rest of them looked surprised. Isn't that rumored all over the place? Jiang Mantian, this is also a good thing. At least it proves that Taoism is indeed capable of cultivating immortality. Wait for it. In a few days, they will also leave and send a warning to the Duiying head office not to push the stream. Send someone to stop here. And don't allow anyone to intrude. Understood. Jiang Mantian looked at the imposing array that enveloped the entire Longhu mountain. The heart exclaimed. There is no array that covers the whole of China. It would be nice if there were. Find a day to ask Elder Kong. MT Longhu, the northwest boundary of the Sichuan Basin, an active geological fault line. Jiang Chen said, little girl, you stay here. I'll go out. Cauldron, where are you going? Jiang Lingling inquired in a milky voice. Just now. Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother gave me a message saying that there was a snake in the East China Sea that had transited and had succeeded in doing so, but it was severely injured and is now being chased by the Yin Yang Master. I'm guessing that the Yin Yang Master wants to capture the dragon's soul and suppress it with a magic weapon to become a dragon vein. I'll meet them. Cauldron, I'll go too. What are you going to do? Go and see. Take me with you. Jiang Lingling opened her eyes wide and begged to look at Jiang Chen. Fighting? This is so much fun. She'd like to check it out, too. Jiang Lingling was quirky and naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Can't really do anything with you. Jiang Lingling's face was ecstatic as she followed Jiang Chen out the door. And with a wave of her hand, the Qingfeng sword appeared at her feet as Jiang Chen said, Yang Yun, I'm going out for a trip, and I'll think of a way to help you retrieve the 3 major magic weapons. Thank you, Senpai. Daoling and I are close friends. As an elder, how can I not take care of 1 or 2 things? You lead your disciples to cultivate well. And after January, check your cultivation. Jiang Chen stepped on the sharp sword and flew off into the sky with Jiang Lingling. Jiang Yangyun looked at the many disciples. Don't go cultivate yet. Check your cultivation after January. If you don't pass the test, leave Longhu Mountain directly. But don't blame me for being unforgiving. No matter whose disciple it is, even if it's my son, if my grandson can't, he has to leave. This time Zhang Yangyun was determined to rectify Longhu Mountain. Since it is monasticism, how can you not have a bit of real skill? With the seniors formation in place, within 1 month, if you still can't enter the qi refining realm, it would mean that you have no connection to cultivation. Numerous disciples left in droves. Horse Sizzle stood outside of Longhu Mountain. He inquired in many ways. Then he knew that one senior was in Longhu Mountain. So he quickly came. Looking at that huge formation, he was shocked. What the hell is that? It enveloped the entire peak. It's a miracle. Is the other person a real god? Asterisk 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 look up in the sky. You guys, the old fairy master is flying away. Holy cow, it's really flying with a sword. So excited. I didn't think I could see the legendary immortals with my own eyes. Really flying with a sword. So excited. Hurry up and take pictures of it. It's so shocking. Is that Senior Jiang? Really cultivating immortality. This is too good. Old immortal master. 666. Marshak looked at the figure, vaguely thinking it was the same as what he had seen on the plane. At this moment, Horse Husker was extremely shocked in his heart. Mom, I met God. Chapter 60. The Yin Yang master of the sect fled at the scent of the wind. And he was actually Su Fu's master? Jiang Lingling said. Cauldron. There are a lot of people down there. Jiang Chen glanced over and looked at a large group of people standing at the bottom of the mountain and many others on other mountains, saying, don't worry about them, now that the Dragon Tiger Mountain is sealed. They can't go up the mountain. The two flew all the way to the East Sea. Just as Jiang Chen was returning the wish, he heard the voice of the Thunder God and a snake flew through the tribulation. And although it had survived the tribulation, it was covered in scars and seriously injured. The Thunder Tribulation is a tribulation that demon cultivators must undergo. Once you can't get through it, you'll go up in smoke. Once crossed, one is transformed into a dragon and soars into the sky from then on. Jiang Lingling inquired. Cauldron, what does transmigration mean? It's a process that people in the practice go through. Then will I also need to cross the tribulation in the future? Jiang Lingling inquired. Yes, but people are different. All things in heaven and earth. People are the spirit of all things. In the future you will also have to cross the tribulation when you reach the realm. This is the Thunder Tribulation that people in cultivation experience. In the future, when your cultivation is high, I'll say hello to Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother, and you can go through the back door. Jiang Chen said seriously. Ling Ling, in the future, when you have accomplished your cultivation, you must not do evil, or else the God of Thunder and the Mother of Lightning will not give me face. Cauldron, I know, I'm a good person. I won't do evil. Jiang Chen smiled. In fact, the thunderbolt can be avoided. When your cultivation is complete, you can do good deeds, and when your merits are added, even the thunderbolt won't dare to split you. Why? Back then, Dowling brother healed the patient. Merit and virtue, the thunderbolt did not dare to split him, as well as his founding of Taoism, is a disciple of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun, what kind of person? That thunder god, the mother of electricity, also have to kneel down and worship when they see. I wouldn't dare to split the Taoist mausoleum, Jiang Chen explained. Jiang Lingling touched her head and seemed to understand. Is merit a good deed? Demons are different. There is no doorway, and they are not disciples of the Taoist sect, and they do not do good deeds, and their merits and virtues are added, and they cannot die under the thunderbolt, which is considered to be powerful. If it's an evil person, then they must die. Throughout history, no evil person has ever crossed the thunderbolt. Cultivators of the way all help the world and have a heart for the common people, which is how they are able to survive the thunderbolt and fly to immortality. Jiang Lingling's head turned. Cauldron, aren't you very powerful, thunder god? The electric mother is afraid of you. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't reply. Then why aren't you a flying fairy? There's no point in flying up there. Why? Isn't it good to be an immortal? Yuan Shin become immortal. Not cool at all. Big brother is not the same as others. They are feathered fly immortal. Is the life expectancy to the end, which become immortal. I do not want a feather fly immortal. On earth how comfortable. Oh, I see. You're pretending on earth. Jiang Chen. This girl. At this time a small island. A dragon is lying on the ground, dying, and several yin and yang masters have set up a formation around it to encircle the dragon, including Isao Oik and several of his companions. Oik Yuta said coldly, Jiao Long, just resign yourself to your fate. Become my Mount Fuji dragon vein and increase the national fortune for my Tokyo. This is your destiny. This augur happens to be deeply affected by the thunder tribulation, or else it wouldn't have been able to besiege him at all. Kill him while he's sick. Get it killed. Extract the dragon's spirit, and suppress the dragon's soul. It's just an augur, but it's enough. Several people whipped out their mana and attacked the augur, only to hear the scaly dragon hissing and roaring. Seriously injured body. Mana is all gone. There is no place to resist. Oik Yuta pulled out a mirror. The light shone on the augur. Soon, a spirit was then extracted from the body of the dragon. Oik Yuta's face rejoiced when he saw this. With this dragon spirit, after suppressing it in Mt. Fuji, in the future, Mt. Fuji will become the first dragon vein in my Tokyo. With the dragon vein, there is national fortune. Not as good as the dragon vein in the Central Plains, but good enough. Just as Oik Yuta was extracting the dragon soul, only to see that the dragon soul flew toward a short distance. The crowd was shocked. It is not a seriously injured body. How can it still escape? A few people turned back. A young man with gray hair was seen standing on the sword holding a child. Oki Yong is too horrified, flying with a sword. This kind of means is the means of the immortals. Who is this young man? Oops. It's him. It's Jiang Chen. It's Su Fu's master? Move it. Oik Yuta couldn't think too much and instantly leapt into the sea and disappeared, not even having time to notify a few of his companions. The other 5 watched Yuta Oik's maneuvers, clueless. What's going on? It's gone? Not even a greeting. It's just a young man. How many of us are still afraid of him? What kind of person is your excellency? This is our dragon soul. What gives you the right to take it away? Change it to me immediately, or don't blame me for Izuno Yuto's hot and merciless hands. Kid, you're a Chinese. This is our eastern land, not a place for you to be wild. If you're sensible, call out the dragon soul or don't let us be rude to you. Jiang Chen looked at the few people and sneered, a few yin-yang masters. They don't know what they're talking about. Kid, looking for death. One could only hear a yin-yang master's eyes widen in anger, and a deafening roar came out of his mouth. A moment in time, a huge and illusory figure suddenly appeared behind him. The figure was a huge and sinuous long snake, flickering with a strange light. The scales on its body were like armor. With a lightning-fast momentum, he lunged towards Jiang Chen, in the blink of an eye. Then he had rushed to Jiang Chen. As the long snake approached, the bloody mouth was opening greatly, revealing incomparably sharp teeth that emitted a creepy cold light. The hideous and ghastly appearance was going to swallow Jiang Chen in one gulp. Jiang Lingling was startled and stayed close to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at this scene with disdain and casually waved his hand. A single bolt of mana then rushed towards the long snake, instantly annihilating it. A flash of panic appeared on the face of the old man who had just summoned, violently spewing out a mouthful of old blood as he said in horror, "What a strong magical power." Obviously the god died and the old man suffered a serious injury. The eyes of the remaining 3 people are horrified. This is where to come out of the guy. His mana is so thick, like the sun and stars as powerful. Jiang Chen then swung, and 3 swords she rushed towards the 3. A moment in time, the 3 men went up in smoke, but it was just a mere yin-yang master. Jiang Chen destroyed it with a snap of his fingers. Jiang Lingling said, "Cauldron, Didn't you say you wanted to do good? But now you're killing people. When I say do good, I mean universalizing the world and having a heart for the world. For ordinary people, not for the enemy, to whom one must be decisive and ruthless, not merciful. Do you understand? I see. In the future you will understand that mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. And that is the first thing I will teach you. Cauldron. Someone just escaped. Forget it, this guy is quite good at running away. Even if he did, he should have seen me coming. Does he know who you are? He doesn't know, but being able to tell my identity, he is bound to be from Su Fu's lineage. This kid is only not dead. Who is Su Fu? That was one of my disciples who learned half-assed alchemy and made pills for Emperor Qin Shi Huang. This seed later tried to hunt him down, only for him to escape, far away overseas. Who is Qin Shi Huang again? Jiang Chen. Forget it, what's the point of explaining to a little girl? Just then, the dragon soul unexpectedly broke free from the palm of his hand and flew inland, disappearing in less than a moment's work. Chapter 61 Accidentally. Sending you a great creation. Jiang Chen, talking to you? I got distracted and let this dragon soul run away. I didn't expect this dragon soul to be quite powerful. Jiang Chen turned around and went after him. At this time a young man stood on the roof of the building, looking at the sky, sighing. In the end, what is missing? It is about to be developed to the point that what is missing. This young man was called Liang Xiaofeng, a cutting-edge AI technology talent. Liang Xiaofeng stood on the roof of the building with a despondent look on his face. Just when Liang Xiaofeng was despondent, a dragon-traveling cloud immediately flew from not far away and drilled into Liang Xiaofeng's body. Liang Xiaofeng was confused. What the hell was that? Inside me? Is it possible that I wrote the program and hallucinated? Liang Xiaofeng shook his head. Illusion. It must be a hallucination. However, after a while, two figures appeared in the sky above. Stepping on their swords, Liang Xiaofeng shook his head. It's over. I'm really hallucinating. Jiang Lingling, hey, who are you? Liang Xiaofeng looked at Jiang Lingling and rubbed his eyes. This is not an illusion. You are human beings. Cauldron. Is this person a little cutie? Jiang Lingling was puzzled. Jiang Chen looked at Liang Xiaofeng. Come out. Don't hide. No matter where you hide, I'll be able to find it. Do you think I won't be able to find it if you hide on him? Boy, who the hell are you? You don't need to know. Now that you're just a remnant of a soul and your physical body is gone, do you want to take over this young man? Humph. Now that I am fused with his soul, what are you going to do? Do you want to kill me? But unfortunately, you are one step too late. I have already succeeded in taking over the body. Why don't I take over this now, young man? Worship you as a teacher. And how about following your cultivation? I'm a dragon soul, and once I have a new physical body, my cultivation is incomparably fast. Liang Xiaofeng was shocked. Who spoke just now? Jiang Chen said, did you see a dragon drilling into your body? You, how did you know? Of course I know. I'm here to arrest him. He's inside me? He's ready to take over your body. Taking over me? Liang Xiaofeng's eyes widened as he viciously spat in his heart. Big brother. You're kidding me. Everything is scientific nowadays. You're telling me about taking over? Messing with me. At this moment, Liang Xiaofeng viciously spat out. Have I traveled across the world? That's not right. Isn't this the real world? At this time Liang Xiaofeng's stomach began to speak again. Senior, why do you need to do this? This young man's body is just right for me. There's no need to fight and kill. In the future I'll worship you as my teacher and cultivate again. It's just a mere mortal. An ant. Why kill me for a mortal? If you try to take out the dragon's soul, this mortal will surely die. Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully. Threaten me? I, Jiang Chen, have never been threatened before, not to mention you. Even Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother would have to be respectful when they see me, let alone a god transformation stage Jiao Dragon. Liang Xiaofeng was baffled by what he heard. He also heard voices, which happened to come from his stomach. His first thought, I have a ghost in my stomach? Was that really a ghost? Jiang Chen flew down and slapped Liang Xiaofeng's chest. Slowly and slowly, young man, this dragon soul has fused with you. I can't take it out, so I'll send you a creation. Jiang Chen exerted his mana and blasted into Liang Xiaofeng's body, only to hear a miserable cry coming from the dragon soul. You are trying to overwrite my divine consciousness and send him a creation. Is it not good for me to take over him? And in the future, I will worship you as a teacher, so that you can ascend to the immortal realm. No! Mercy! Mercy! In less than a moment, Liang Xiaofeng's stomach lost its voice. Jiang Chen looked at Liang Xiaofeng and inquired, what do you do? Senpai, I'm researching artificial intelligence. What's an AI? Liang Xiaofeng gave a blank look. Artificial intelligence don't even understand? You don't even know anything about artificial intelligence? Jiang Chen gave a blank look. Do I need to understand? Jiang Chen said. Forget it, you have a great future in the future. No matter which region can walk horizontally. Go remember, be careful in the future. The other party wasn't a cultivator. So what was the point of nagging him? Hurry back to Lung Fu Shan. Liang Xiaofeng frowned and said two strange words and left. Immortal, please make it clear. Liang Xiaofeng shook his head. Forget about it. Just then, Liang Xiaofeng's head suddenly flashed with a hint of excitement. I get it. I finally understand the algorithm. Aha, I'm really a genius. Think about it. Nope. Could this be an epiphany? Am I getting the hang of it? Could this be the creation Elder was talking about? Liang Xiaofeng returned to the office. Hands on the computer. An instant epiphany. As if nothing could stop him. And in less than a moment's work, a program was written. He was seen with his fingers on the keyboard, tapping haphazardly. A segment of code is then formed. Like a godsend. The more Liang Xiaofeng wrote, the more energetic and excited he became. Jiang Lingling was full of doubts. Cauldron. What is this creation you speak of? Jiang Chen explained. Just now, that dragon soul entered Liang Xiaofeng's body, causing him to have a sudden enlightenment of wisdom. If this thing is inside you, your cultivation will be incomparably fast. It's important for people in monasticism to talk about epiphanies. According to mortal understanding, it is wisdom. Aya Cauldron, why don't you punch into me? It's too late. He's already fused with the soul of that brat Liang Xiaofeng. I can only extinguish his divine thoughts, and if I want to take out the dragon soul, I'll have to kill that brat. Oh, so that's how it is. Cauldron, are you going to punch into me? I was going to give you a ride, but I let the dragon soul get away. Humph. Blame it on the cauldron. Jiang Lingling was disgruntled. Jiang Chen smiled. Chatting with Jiang Lingling, he didn't notice that the dragon soul could still vanish, which was unexpected. Jiang Chen laughed. It's okay, there will be opportunities in the future. Then give me the later. Sure. When Jiang Lingling heard this, it made her feel better. Return to Lung Fu Shan. Zhang Yangyun came. Senior, have you captured that dragon soul? Jiang Chen laughed. In a moment of carelessness, he let this dragon soul get away and ended up giving it to someone else. Zhang Yangyun was confused. Gave it to someone else? Jiang Lingling explained. That dragon soul ran into the body of a man named Liang Xiaofeng, and Cauldron said that the dragon soul wanted to take over that young man and fuse with Liang Xiaofeng's soul. The Cauldron had no choice but to extinguish the dragon soul and give that young man a chance at creation. Zhang Yangyun's jaw dropped in shock when he heard this. The dragon soul to a young man? You should know that the soul of the dragon is a dragon vein. The entire Chinese land only a few dragon veins. There are dragon veins in the place. It must be a place of great talent, directly to the soul of the dragon to give a young man. Wouldn't he be? It is not a flight of fancy. Jiang Chen said, when one's luck comes, one can't stop it. I had wanted to suppress the dragon soul in Dragon Tiger Mountain, so that the dragon soul could absorb the entire heaven and earth aura, at least 10 times more. Unfortunately, that dragon soul was cunning and wanted to devour other people's souls. So in the end, I could only extinguish the dragon soul consciousness and give him a creation. And I couldn't take out the dragon soul, otherwise that young man would have died. Elder, who is that young man? Liang Xiaofeng said something about engaging in artificial intelligence research and development. Do you understand that stuff? Jiang Chen inquired. He did not understand at all. What the hell? What is artificial intelligence? I don't understand it either, but it's supposed to be in research. Forget it, give him a makeover. That's a dragon soul. There are only a few dragon souls in the whole of China. Zhang Yangyun was shocked to know that in the ancient times, the person who possessed a dragon soul must be the emperor. For example, Wu Zetian. For example, Zhu Yuanzhang. These were founding emperors of great prestige. If the other party has a dragon soul, then it must be blessed with good fortune and soar to the heavens. Chapter 62 DeepSeek released. World shocked. Jiang Chen glanced at him. What? You want me to kill him and take out the dragon soul? That's not what the latecomer meant. It's just, that guy's okay. Don't worry about it. Since Senior said so, then I am relieved. Zhang Yangyun was worried in his heart. If the other party defected to someone else, it would be equivalent to taking the dragon soul into other countries. The live feeds couldn't sit still. I understand what Senior Jiang means. The dragon soul took over a young man called Liang Xiaofeng and in the end had no choice but to give him a creation. What is the creation? Can anyone explain? I don't even understand this. This is a great opportunity. If you give it to me, won't I soar into the sky? The creation that Senior Jiang is talking about. That's bound to be earth-shattering. Damn. I'm jealous. I wish I'd given it to me. This is harder than winning the lottery. Once in 1,000 years. Liang Xiaofeng, I'll immediately go to flatter him and follow him to eat 9 meals a day. Dragon soul equals dragon vein. Dragon vein equals national fortune. National fortune equals Liang Xiaofeng. My ass, this young man is too powerful. Live fans have been tweeting. Zhang Mentian watched the live broadcast. The heart is very shocked. The dragon soul actually entered a young man's body. Then he is not a dragon vein. A person with a dragon vein. If this is in ancient times, it is the life of the emperor. It is rumored that Zhu Yuanzhang was the one who obtained the dragon vein and became the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Wu Zetian obtained the phoenix vein and became the first female emperor of China. Zhang Mantian's expression became serious. Immediately tracked down a young man called Liang Xiaofeng. Make sure it's 24 hours and send special forces to protect him. Understood. Liang Xiaofeng reclined on the chair, looking at the lines of code. His heart was satisfied. Liang Xiaofeng looked at his hands, with an unbelievable face. This is done? It doesn't seem that hard. Several employees entered the office, dumbstruck. Mr. Liang, this is the code you wrote. You complement the most core algorithm. What is this algorithm? Why can't I see it? What a complicated code. Mr. Liang, are you a hormonal outbreak? And you wrote it in a few hours? This is too awesome. Right. This is simply artificial intelligence cutting-edge software. You're trying to over the entire tech scene in Eagle Jam. If this is released, it won't shock the entire world. Mr. Liang, how did you manage to get there? A few young men were surprised at this sudden epiphany? Or is it a hormonal outburst? All of a sudden, just patch the core algorithm. Liang Xiaofeng laughed. I met a fairy, and then I solved the whole core algorithm. A few people laughed. Good lord, even the gods say it? Is it possible that the gods know about artificial intelligence? You lie. It's also a little too outrageous. Liang Xiaofeng said. Immediately release into the market. DeepSeek. Understood. Zhang Tao hid in front of the computer, was tapping the code line by line. Suddenly his head awang. What is the next step to come? Zhang Tao is agonizing. If it cannot be completed, this damn not barbecue. We've got a mission to finish tomorrow. Yet just then, Zhang Tao received a call. Taozi, are you still writing code? It's ing bull. It's due tomorrow. You try the program. DeepSeek. What? DeepSeek? Yeah, try it. That's a new AI. I just tried it and he was able to help with the code and it was ing right. What do you mean? An AI helping to write code? You're drunk and confused. Really? Try downloading it. It's still free and open source. Okay, I'll try. Zhang Tao immediately searched, saw DeepSeek software, looked at the introduction above. Instantly not calm. Artificial intelligence software that can also help with code. What software is so awesome? Really? Fake? Hurry up and try the download. Zhang Tao entered the requirements he wanted. Soon, lines of code appeared on the computer screen. And not only that, there were comments on them. Zhang Tao instantly sat up. This ing really can This code meow than my optimization. But also ing open source? Which big guy created this AI? This is ing awesome. Soon, DeepSeek downloads have skyrocketed, going from the first time to 1 million in just 10 minutes. And not only that, but it's the number of downloads that are still skyrocketing, not only on the Chinese side, but also on the North American search list. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. That download went straight through 10 million times. Upon release, it directly shook the world. Promoted to number 1 in artificial intelligence software. There are even countless messages below. Asterisk. This big brother is powerful. This artificial high intelligence is too good. And can write code. My god. In the future, I'm not no job? I said I was traveling. And the software directly found the optimal roadmap for me. And even calculated the weight of my luggage. Just ask you if it's awesome. This core algorithm is nifty powerful. So powerful. This is a direct challenge to Eagle Jam's supremacy. I've heard that U.S. tech companies are starting to decline. Is that true? Direct open source? Is this a ing shock to US stocks? Isn't it just a piece of software with that much power? Upstairs, you're obviously not in that field. If you were in AI research, you'd know how powerful this software is. Global shock. Eagle sauce. Is this from the East? What power? This is too powerful. From now on DeepSeek is my personal secretary. Thanks to the great Chinese, created a miracle. Great Britain, this is still just an artificial intelligence invented by a startup company. This is the mysterious power from the East. It's so nifty and shocking. Thanks to the mysterious power of the East, I can have my personal secretary. Stickman, DeepSeek is still based on chat. They are replicas. Eagle sauce, Stick, you know nothing. It's open source. You know nothing about technology. Read more. Stupid Stick. Poland, after the DeepSeek was released, in beta was anxious. That stock slid % directly take out several hundred billion. Eagle Jam, you know the Stargate program, which tried to surpass Wasia through the artificial realm, and got straight up by killed? Depseek, Poland, Eagle Sauce opens Stargate, only to find a bunch of rabbits standing at the door. Deputy Chief, found it. Where is he? In the Golden Sea, a founder of a quantitative fund company with a hobby of developing artificial high intelligence. This person is named Liang Xiaofeng, and has just released a new AI, Today Depseek. Zhang Mantian was confused. What the hell? Hobby is developing artificial intelligence? Zhang Mantian nodded his head. Artificial intelligence. This was the same as what Senior Jiang had said. It's a pity. If this were to enter a cultivator's body, I'm afraid that another immortal with a feathered and flying body would appear. Zhang Mantian didn't know much about artificial intelligence, but someone behind him said, "My lord, he released a software and it's open source, and it has shocked the world." And US tech stocks plummeted. Zhang Mantian was full of concern. I don't understand this stuff. You immediately dispatch special forces to protect each other day and night. Understood. Zhang Mantian was shocked in his heart. So quickly, the power of the dragon soul was displayed? The Middle Kingdom is then suppressed by the dragon vein. Many emperors wanted to pursue the Central Plains, not only because the Central Plains had a good geographic location, but because it had a dragon vein. If a person acquires the dragon vein, wouldn't. Zhang Mantian didn't dare to imagine how terrifying that would be. Chapter 63 Liang Xiaofeng, I've really met an immortal. Inside Liang Xiaofeng Company, several company personnel were very excited. Just the moment the Depseek was released, less than a few hours, the number of downloads rubbed up. Not only the domestic downloads reached millions, even foreign downloads are in the millions. It's only been a couple hours. With so many downloads alone, one can only imagine the horror that will follow. Mr. Liang, that's great. We have millions of downloads on the European side. In the next few days, I'm afraid Depseek will shock the whole world. I'm just afraid those tech giants are dumbfounded and Stargate will have to go bankrupt. Haha, it's so awesome. These artificial intelligences of our China can finally raise their eyebrows. It's open source now. Do we continue to open source in the future? Liang Xiaofeng's eyes were firm. Open source. Definitely open source. Why? Liang Xiaofeng explained. As a citizen of China, I can't choose not to open source because of my own selfishness. You all know about the Stargate. Several employees nodded. They naturally knew. Stargate, a great developed by Eagle Sauce AI program with the intention of creating an AI myth, aims to blockade the entire Chinese AI and cutting-edge technology. Liang Xiaofeng was enlightened after obtaining the Dragon Soul. Liang Xiaofeng explained, the so-called Stargate is actually Eagle Jam's cutting-edge technology's young plot, and their development of Stargate is to collect funds and create the AI myth, building the myth of artificial intelligence. Once they complete their deployment, all the world's money will flow to Eagle Jam's side. After all, their AI is very powerful, and at that time, we, China, will definitely be isolated by them, even blocking cutting-edge technology. The crowd nodded. Hawk Jam had always been like this. They wouldn't share cutting-edge technology with China. They were targeting China all the time. As long as it was a Chinese company, a Chinese person, it would be impossible to gain access to the secrets of cutting-edge technology. Even a photolithography machine would be blocked. Liang Xiaofeng continued. By then all the money is flowing to Eagle Sauce, and once they're done building it, after open sourcing it, it's already too late. There are a lot of companies in the world that can't do AI, and they'll all throw themselves at Eagle Jam's side, seeking cooperation, and once they form a partnership, they're bound to promote the Eagle Jam AI myth, a chain reaction, and by that time, we in Huaxia will only be able to research and develop it on our own. You all know about photolithography, and after all these years, we still can't finish it. We still can't finish building cutting-edge technology, and that's the weakness. And this time I chose open source to end their Stargate program. Hit them hard, and once we're done deploying, all the companies will come to us to work with us because we have less money, fewer algorithms, and are more powerful than they are. All the money in the world will reconsider, and even all of it will flow to China in search of AI development. The crowd understood why Liang Xiaofeng chose open source, so that's what it means. Making money is secondary to destroying the Stargate. An employee was surprised. Brother Liang, how did you come up with that? Immortal guidance. A few people laughed. Immortal guidance? Again? Brother, you can just say that the immortal dreamed it. Just then, a group of special forces entered the office with long guns. Several members of the team were dumbfounded. Did we break the law? That was their first impression. A leader said icily, may I ask who is Mr. Liang Xiaofeng? I am. Hello, Mr. Liang Xiaofeng. I'm Special Forces Soldier Li Kuei. Director of Bureau Wang Qishui wants to see you. 749. Liang Xiaofeng was confused. Bureau? 749. Could this have something to do with the dragon soul? At this time a 70 to 80-year-old white-haired old man entered the office with a smile on his face. Sit down all of you. We'll have a meeting together. I'm just passing over to take a casual look. The special forces immediately withdrew. Closed the door. Several people were apprehensive. This one was the director. Mr. Wang Lao? The 749 is the most mysterious unit in China. Wang Qishui looked at Liang Xiaofeng and smiled. You saw that Senior Jiang? Who is Senior Jiang? It's the young man who came flying with a royal sword. See? The co-worker next to me shocked a face. What? Did you really need a ferry? Several of the RDs were in a daze. Wang Qishui nodded. Tell me everything. Liang Xiaofeng told the other party one by one. And the team members next to him were numb. To give you a heavenly creation? Does it mean that this is the creation? Wang Qishui nodded his head once again, looking at Liang Xiaofeng admiringly. I see. What are your plans for the next step? I heard what you guys said just now. I know that you are a patriotic young man, and I am very pleased. I will continue to develop AI and open source it. Sabotage the Stargate program. Let the world's money flow to China. Make Huaxia stronger. Liang Xiaofeng had a serious face. I believe you. You probably don't know the significance of the dragon soul. I'll be honest with you. There are several dragon veins in the central plains, and the several dragon veins are the dragon souls. They are equivalent to the national fortune. You probably don't understand what the national fortune is. You know Zhu Yuanzhang, right? He obtained the dragon soul before he became the founding emperor of the great Ming dynasty. There's also Wu Zetian and Qin Shi Huang. All of them obtained dragon souls in order to become founding emperors. And dragon souls are equivalent to dragon veins. And your current identity, if placed in ancient times, would be the king of a country if it were a chaotic world. If it is a peaceful and prosperous time, as Li Bai and Du Fu, they become a generation of poetic immortals. Speaking farther, as Zhang Daoling did, he became successful in his cultivation and flew to immortality. This is the creation that Senior Jiang is talking about. Liang Xiaofeng nodded. He felt it, especially after obtaining the dragon soul. It is like what ancient novels say, opening the two veins of the Rondu and becoming a master in one leap. He is an expert in the study of artificial intelligence. Everything is watertight. There's no impediment. This is the creation of heaven. Wang Qishui continued. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'll send special forces to protect you ours. You're of great significance. You can be said to represent the nation's fortune. 24 a day. I understand. Luckily you're a patriot. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to see me. And Elder Jiang would have drawn out your Yuanshan. You should understand that he won't allow the dragon soul to enter other countries. Of course, even if he allowed it, I wouldn't. Liang Xiaofeng broke out in a cold sweat. If it's unpatriotic, he's dead, and died twice. Wang Qishui stood up. Alright, let's all just talk as if we were chatting. And you guys shouldn't spread the word about this matter. And as for the matter of the dragon soul, don't tell anyone else either. Several employees watched Wang Qishui leave. Looking at Liang Xiaofeng, he said excitedly, Big brother, is what you just said true? Is there really an immortal? And that soul that entered your body, did you open the Runwu 2 veins? Big brother, did you really see an immortal? Big brother, what does an immortal look like? Big brother, this is a heavenly opportunity for you. Liang Xiaofeng flirted. I'm also a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead mouse. Letting me get this piece of heavenly fortune. We'll all work together in the future with one heart and one mind to build Depseek. A few people had firm eyes. I will follow you. Big brother, even if you whisk me away, I refuse to go. Gosh. We were studying science and it got me into theology and I got a little dizzy. Chapter 64. The person who created the heavenly creation turned out to be Liang Xiaofeng, the founder of Depseek. 3 days later, Tay Chopper sits in his office, looked at that Depseek software and was outright dumbfounded. I just built Stargate. Bring back a lot of money to build the #1 mythical AI to ensure leadership in the field and attract global funding. And you end up with some kind of Depseek. Straight up bankrupting me? Okay, that's the way to play it. You do not speak of martial virtues. It wasn't just him who was shocked. In beta boss Huang Xiaoshuan and his executives are on vacation. Mr. Huang, this time when the Stargate program is launched, the company's stock will rise at least % about, and a lot of money will flow back. 10. Not only returning. In the future we will create the first AI myth. In the future, high-tech products we say, in terms of artificial intelligence, we will stand in the first column. Once the Stargate program is launched, other countries will immediately invest to follow suit and keep up with our company. And in the future we will become the #1 company in the world. Huang Xiaoshuan smiled. That's a given. In the future we will become a global myth. Doodle doodle. Huang Xiaoshuan picked up his cell phone. The secretary called. Frowning, did not I tell her? There is no important thing. Do not interfere with my vacation. Hey. Huang Xiaoshuan stood up. What did you say? Company stock down? Down percent 10? Chinese side releases new artificial high intelligence DeepSeek. Or open source, all of it? Huang Xiaoshuan immediately investigated. Originally fantasized with the Stargate program. To create AI myths. Blockade of Huaxia technology. Heard this scene. Instantly not calm. The stock drop is but a small matter. But this DeepSeek once released. A direct impact on the U.S. stock market. Not only that. Then the Stargate program. Straight up. Goes out the window. That's a whole $500 billion invested. And you did it for a couple $1 million? You're still a ING startup. Not even a cutting-edge tech company. How does this kid do it? Huang Xiaoshuan was directly confused. It's completely incomprehensible that a startup could come up with something that reaches the very top of AI software. And even open source the hell out of it? How are you going to keep us alive if you play like that? Huang Xiaohan said angrily. Fark. Where Huang Xiaoshuan still had the leisure of vacation. He immediately said. Immediately returned to the company for a meeting. The Huaxia side has released a big move. Researching the top artificial intelligence. That fast? No way. Is that a mistake? Top AI. How did they do it? Huang Xiaoshuan shook his head. I don't know how they did it. They open sourced it. Several of the executives were alarmed. What? Open source? You should know that open source and not open source are two different things. After open source, AI is available to anyone who wants it, and anyone who wants to utilize it can do so and use it for free. Even a 3-year-old can use it. And without open source, there is only the right to use it, not the right to view it. This is the biggest difference. If an AI software goes open source, that will hit the entire cutting-edge tech market. As for the $500 billion investment, not at all. Why invest in your when I can damn well use the free one's AI myths? I have a lot of money. I have no place to spend it. Once open source is realized, it will have a huge impact. A high-ranking officer was puzzled. Is the Chinese side crazy? Once the open source is open we can use it as well. What the hell are they up to? Huang Xiaoshuan's eyes narrowed into slits. I'm only afraid it's for the Stargate program. Zhou Xiaopeng live. Many fans started discussing it. Asterisk. You guys know who the founder of is? It's Liang Xiaofeng, the one that Senior Jiang said. It's really a ING great creation DeepSeek. It's really the other side. Damn it, why not me? If only I could. Rumor has it that Zhu Yuanzhang once obtained a dragon soul and became the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty generation. And that Liang Xiaofeng, after obtaining a dragon soul, directly soared to the heavens and created the artificial intelligence DeepSeek, which is very powerful. Isn't it just a software? So powerful? Those who say this can only mean that you are an ordinary person. Have you heard of Eagle Sauce's Stargate program? With an investment of $500 billion. This after was released, that program directly fizzled out. DeepSeek. The average person doesn't understand what means at all DeepSeek. So how you tell it is understood. Liang Xiaofeng is really powerful. Obtaining the dragon soul is equivalent to obtaining the national fortune. Shaking the world. Or Jiang Sr. is great. He is a cultivator of immortality. The fans on the air have been trolling. And there are a lot of AI masters out there who could know what DeepSeek means. Significant. Directly subverts Eagle Sauce's perception of technology. Sent you. Stocks tumbling. That's still secondary to sabotaging the Stargate program. A senior explains what the significant implications of are. DeepSeek. The Stargate program is ostensibly investing in $500 billion development AI to ensure they have a leadership position in the field. But in reality, they're only putting up a portion of the money. The rest is provided by other countries' funds. Japan, South Korea, Middle East tycoons, and old European funds, making in beta an AI myth and attracting global funding, pulling other countries onto Eagle Sauce's AI chariot. That's what they're really after. Many countries don't have AI intelligence R&D capabilities, and because of the large amount of money invested in Eagle Sauce, they expect to hitch a ride. And these investors will help promote the Eagle Sauce while getting a return on their investment AI product. Let the global capital become an alliance of interests in the industry chain. So that even if Huaxia breaks through the technological bottleneck, it can only develop locally, and Eagle Sauce remains in control of global high-tech AI. DeepSeek breaks this situation. After the open source, can stop the flow of capital into the Eagle Sauce. In attracting to China, DeepSeek open sources the global capital on the investment plan hesitation, weakening the advantage of the U.S. stock market. Eventually making Stargate go bankrupt and money flowing back to China is what DeepSeek is really on. The netizens in the live chat room instantly felt it made sense when they saw what this one senior big brother said. No wonder that DeepSeek was able to shock the world. The big brother explained it so eloquently. This is what makes strategic sense. It's awesome. I told you why DeepSeek shocked the world when it was released. So that's what it is. I seem to understand something. This big man explains eloquently. Worthy of being a senior big man. Worship. Actually, the one to worship is Senior Jiang, saying that it is the greatest creation to be given to him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So, is that dragon soul so powerful? Dragon soul in the body. One flew over the cuckoo's nest. Grass. I also want the dragon soul into the body. On the internet, the uproar. The dragon soul entering the body was like a god's help. Straight up the US stock market. And in Tokyo, inside a secret room, Oki Yuta knelt on the ground. Old ancestor, Zhang Chen has appeared. Chapter 65. Su Fu is shocked. The master has come out again. The coffin slowly opened. A figure slowly sat up from inside. It was a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist uniform. This person was no other than the old Yin-Yang master, Su Fu. Su Fu lamented, "How many years has it been? It's been a long time since I've seen my master." Su Fu looked at Oki Yuta and laughed. "You saw him and you're actually still alive? The first time I saw him, I disappeared into the sea. He probably didn't react." Oki Yuta said sincerely, "No wonder you're alive. Old ancestor, can you get him killed? If he's in China, we're no match at all." Oki Yuta asked unwillingly, "Are you asking me to go to my death? He's my master. Even now, I'm no match for him. If I hadn't sealed my own cultivation, I would have been killed by him. And he won't leave you alone? I'm not sure. Maybe after so many years, he thinks that I've long been dead. Back then, when I was refining pills for Emperor Qin Shi Huang, he didn't allow it. And as a result of refining the pills, that Emperor Qin Shi Huang actually didn't let me go, and tried to kill me, causing me to go to the Liuli Island." Oki Yuta exclaimed. "Qin Shi Huang is still alive? It's unclear. Perhaps killed by the master. Perhaps like me, exiled overseas. The master would not allow the emperor to live forever. That power is too strong." Oki Yongtai was shocked in his heart. He had once seen Zhang Chen's portrait, which was why he chose to vanish into the sea to escape the moment he first saw Zhang Chen. This person is so powerful. What should we do in the future? Living forever. That's everyone's dream. Su Fu asked. What is he doing now? He is at Lung Fu Shan, teaching Lung Fu Shan Taoist priests the ways of the Tao. Dragon Tiger Mountain? The Dragon Tiger Mountain founded by Zhang Daoling? Yes, I've heard of this latecomer. Feathered flying immortal. Quite a powerful junior. I didn't think that master was actually in the mood to help indoctrinate a group of stinking Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain. Su Fu was disdainful. Old ancestor, why doesn't he feather his wings and fly to immortality? He can't fly. Why? I've heard that he's also Zhang Daoling's master, so his cultivation should be very powerful. There's no way he wouldn't be able to fly. I don't know, but he just can't fly. He's also the last immortal of China. He's different from the others. In short, be peaceful lately. Don't mess with him. Disciple understands. Su Fu lying down. The heart is pondering. Master, this time out of the world. I am afraid you will not be in seclusion. Lung Fu Shan. Inside the school, Zhang Chen began to teach the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist sect spells. It wasn't that he missed his teacher, but he had a relationship with Zhang Daoling, who was also a teacher and a friend. And all these juniors didn't have a bit of talent and were weak. If Zhang Daoling was still around, he would only be angry and spit out blood. It was packed down there, and one was extremely serious. The celestial master could only listen to the lesson from the sidelines. Zhang Chen, ask whatever you want to ask. Elder, the dragon soul you spoke of yesterday, is that the soul of a true dragon? A male Taoist inquired. Yes, the snake transformed into a scaly dragon, and the scaly dragon transformed into a dragon. That was a god transformation stage scaly dragon that crossed the lightning tribulation, but was severely injured, only to be escaped in the end. So what are the benefits if you obtain a dragon soul? There are many benefits. Know about the dragon vein. The many disciples nodded their heads. They naturally knew about dragon veins. Wasn't there a few dragon veins in Huaxia? Could it be that the dragon vein is the dragon soul? You can't say that. Some dragon veins are formed naturally and some are created. For example, creating a yellow river. Over time, there will be the aura of a dragon vein. If you want to shorten the time, then chop down a dragon and suppress the dragon soul under the yellow river. That way, it will form a dragon vein faster. This is still just one of the benefits. If the dragon soul is suppressed underground, it can form a dragon vein, but if it is used by an ordinary person, it is highly likely to become an emperor. Just like Qin Shi Huang, Wu Zetian, and Zhu Yuanzhang, all of them acquired dragon souls and became emperors of their generation. Jiang Chen explained. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. What? Can you become an emperor by obtaining a dragon soul? Then yesterday, you said that Liang Xiaofeng obtained a dragon vein and that he would also become an emperor? I'm talking about the chaotic world. Nowadays it's peaceful and stable. He won't become an emperor, but he was able to have an epiphany. It's considered a blessing. This dragon soul I had wanted to suppress in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Once it's suppressed, the aura will be increased tenfold. So that's how it is. This dragon soul is so good. Then Liang Xiaofeng is well off. You guys don't know yet, right? I specifically went to Liang Xiaofeng's company, and I was stopped by special forces. My ass. That's real special forces protection. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you telling the truth or not? This is true. I also saw it. The special forces are downstairs. I thought it was a big shot, but it turned out to be protecting Liang Xiaofeng. This guy in ancient times is the emperor, even if it is not the emperor, but also killed the U.S. stock market fell. Reportedly fell several $100 billion. I've seen it too. And now that Eagle Sauce is in a hurry, the Stargate is fizzling out. So it's all the means of Senior Jiang. A pity. Why not me? If I get the dragon vein, immediately cultivate the road. Now after the release of software, it shocked the whole world. DeepSeek. Especially since DeepSeek is still open source. Anyone can use it and anyone can modify it. This has made it available to many companies, many countries, especially those areas that don't have AI. And the DeepSeek software came along and was a huge gift. As for that Stargate, don't even think about it. There's no need to use the ING free ones. Still investing a hair even if you want to invest. But also with Liang Xiaofeng company cooperation, people are open source. Investment is not better. The future they also have the right to use and modify. If you invest in Stargate and only have access to it, it's useless. None of them are their own. A Taoist priest stood up and inquired, Senior Jiang, have you seen Qin Shi Huang? The crowd was full of anticipation. Zhang Chen nodded his head. They already knew his identity and there was no need to hide it anymore. It was no big deal if they had seen it. The crowd was thrilled. I'm sure I've seen Qin Shi Huang. Senior Jiang, how do you evaluate Qin Shi Huang? Zhang Chen smiled. That Ing Zhang was quite good. Only later he listened to the words of that boy Su Fu. Building the Great Wall and refining immortality pills. Wanting to be an emperor for 1,000 years. It turned out to be dead in the second life. The crowd was puzzled. Was it bad to build the wall? Wouldn't it be nice to build the Great Wall of Hellhuns? You don't understand. I don't blame you. There are a total of 3 dragon veins in China, all originating from the Kunlun Mountains. After Qin Shi Huang unified the country, he was worried about his dominance being disturbed, so he destroyed both the northern and southern dragons. The northern dragon's method of destruction was to repair the Great Wall, and that guy Ing Zhang used the whole country's efforts, and there were a lot of complaints. Some say it's to ward off the Huns, and there's something to that, too, but the real purpose is to break the dragon vein, and he guarded a dragon vein, just so that he could rule for a long time, which was also the idea of that boy Su Fu, and later on, he even refined the longevity medicine to be the first emperor of all time, and Su Fu followed to become the prime minister of all time, enjoying the incense for generations. That Ing Zhang was extremely ambitious and later suffered a backlash and died. Didn't he die from poison? It's said that all the pills made by the ancient refiners were poison. They were all mercury. That's a heavy metal. It would kill you if you ate it. Zhang Chen gasped and laughed. If not, wouldn't you all go into alchemy? Wouldn't everyone live forever then? Then Zhang Daoling's refining of the 9 heavenly divine pills, where the dragons and tigers appeared on the day the pills were completed. Wasn't that a fake? A bunch of little dolls. Where's the fake? Zhang Chen is very disdainful. Really, if it is fake, then Zhang Daoling refining pills are fake. Then what is he flying for? Is it possible that he was poisoned to death? He lived to be 123 years old. That's how you get to the Tao and fly away in a feathered body. Chapter 66, What? Qin Shi Huang is still alive? The live feeds couldn't sit still. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What does it mean? Does it mean that all the ancient alchemists are not real? Does it mean that Su Fu has been successfully refined and Qin Shi Huang really lives forever? Su Fu is a famous square scholar, said to be a disciple of Ji Guzi, who is a legendary figure. It should not be a fake. If it is a fake, then Zhang Daoling's alchemy is also a fake? Maybe it's all true. Maybe it's all false. True or false? Who knows? I guess only Elder Jiang knows. Knowing from Elder Jiang that perhaps Su Fu's refining was successful. Does it mean that Qin Shi Huang is still alive? Upstairs. It's really possible. If Jiang Sr. is alive, then Qin Shi Huang is probably alive too. The many Taoists were dumbfounded. From Zhang Chen's mouth, he knew that the immortality pill Su Fu had made might not be untrue, and that perhaps Qin Shi Huang was not dead, and might be in the tomb. Elder Jiang. Is Emperor Qin Shi Huang not dead? You go asking Zhang yourself. Dispersed, I'm going back to my retreat. One doesn't think about cultivation. Asking questions. By the way, don't tell anyone my identity. I'm Ling Ling's big brother now. I'm 18 now, but I have an ID. Don't reveal my identity. Senior Jiang, we are not going to reveal your identity. We all know that you will only be 18 years old. Sure enough, men, no matter how many years they've lived, wish they were 18. It's the same as women. It's good to be 18. Men know best. And 18 is just fine. Only just coming of age. We all know the seniors are 18 years old. Now the whole internet knows that senpai is only 18 years old. I have money. I don't know if I can maintain my brother. You're crazy. Don't you dare say it out loud. Beware of Zhang Senior's slap down. You're finished. Zhang Chen turned around and left, not knowing what's going on. Teaching you guys, but you ask about other things. One by one thinking about obtaining a dragon soul? There's no such thing as a good thing in heaven. Not even 1,000 years would see the emergence of a god transformation stage augur. Zhang Chen left Longhu Mountain with Zhang Lingling and returned to Kunlun Mountain to cultivate. Zhang Yangyun's face was gloomy as he entered the classroom. Letting you guys ask questions. Seniors explaining the path of cultivation for you. Look at you guys. What kind of questions are you asking? Qin Shi Huang? Wu Zetian? Su Fu? Dragon Soul? What do they have to do with you guys? Will you not ask how to sense the aura of heaven and earth and how to exhale? What? You guys still want to live forever? Zhang Yangyun was so angry. Really rotten wood cannot be carved. If he has this opportunity, will not now only be the refining realm. There is such a good teacher does not grasp. It is really a waste of his hard work. The many disciples of the Tao sect lowered their heads. How nice to chat. Zhang Lingling took out her cell phone and said happily, Cauldron. Finally I can play with my cell phone. There's no signal at all in Longhu Mountain. Is it bad to practice monasticism with less cell phones? I'm still small. Closed a few hours. Legs are sitting numb. Zhang Lingling beamed, protesting in a small voice. Zhang Chen laughed. There was really nothing he could do with this girl. Cauldron. Are there any heavenly treasures that can make me cultivate faster? Zhang Lingling asked in a milky voice. There are for example, 1,000 years of ginseng, 1,000 years of Ganoderma lucidum, 1,000 years of Hisho. These things can be alchemized. The older the better. But these cost quite a lot of money. Zhang Lingling said excitedly, how much does that cost? Anyway, a lot of it is. Unfortunately, I don't have any money. Little girl, cultivate slowly in the future. You're still young. Zhang Chen touched Zhang Lingling's head and laughed. Zhang Lingling thought for a moment. She meditated for several hours in the Longhu Mountain. Her legs are tired of disc. If there is 1,000 years of ginseng, 1,000 years of Hishawu, these would be good. If only cultivation could be as simple as eating and sleeping, then there would be no need to meditate. By the way, there is still something in the cauldron's secret room. If that thing is sold, there is quite a lot of money. I don't know if it's enough to purchase 1,000 years of ginseng. Who cares? The cauldron won't be able to use it anyway. Might as well give it all away. Zhang Chen didn't tell Zhang Lingling that these things, even if money couldn't buy them. The two returned to the Quinlan hut. Zhang Zhongming, old ancestor, back. Zhang Chen looked at Zhongming and said, Oh Zhongming, when I have the chance to refine the longevity pills for you, living for another 10 or 20 years won't be a problem. Old ancestor, there's no need. I'm not afraid of death. It's good to live some more years. I'll go to the mountain to retreat, and then go to Longhu Mountain every other day. Old ancestor is still going to Longhu Mountain? Brother Daoling and I are close friends. So many Dao laws have been lost. That Longhu Mountain is completely out of shape. When I help them retrieve the 3 magic artifacts, I will be teaching them the Dao laws. Zhang Chen turned around and flew towards the mountain. Zhang Zhoming looked at the old ancestor's back, then looked at Ling Ling. Why don't you go? My legs are so tired. Cultivation is so tiring. I'll take a break and rest before cultivating. Zhang Lingling also didn't expect cultivation to be so hard. Sitting cross-legged and motionless, just like a log. All she was thinking about now was selling antiques and then purchasing the 1,000-year-old ginseng or whatever Zhang Chen had said and refining it into a potion. So that cultivation wouldn't be faster. Zhang Zhongming laughed. If you can't bear it in just a few hours, won't you be even more tired in the future? We'll talk about it later. Grandpa, I'm going to the cave. What's the point of going to the cave? Old ancestor said for me to go to the cave. He told me to cultivate inside. It's better inside than outside. Go on then, but don't touch old ancestor's things. Understand? I know. Zhang Lingling said, running upside down toward the back of the mountain. Zhang Zhongming shook his head. This child. Zhang Lingling took out her cell phone and quickly connected. After so long, she didn't sell a single thing. this time taking advantage of the cauldron to leave. It was just the right time to sell him things and purchase the 1,000-year ginseng before she did. Listen to Quan, Ling Ling. You're online again. Big brother. This time I'm going to sell something. What is it? My cauldron of stuff. I'm going to sell it all. Hearing Springs was startled. Money-grubbing little guy. You really dare to sell it. You dare to sell. But I don't dare to take it. If you sell behind our backs, when your ancestor finds out, he'll give us a hard time. Jiang Senior things? This can also be I do not know if there are pills and so on. Preferably longevity pills these. It is estimated to be worth a lot of money. If there really is an immortality pill, then it mustn't be given to the old man? Maybe there really is. I just came from the Dragon Tiger Mountain live broadcast and heard Senior Jiang say that this Su Fu guy has refined the immortality pill. It seems to be true. This girl is selling things behind Senior's back again. You don't want to sell the magic weapon. If Senior Jiang collects something, it's bound to be something good. Jiang Lingling entered the stone cave. Go down quickly. The crowd was looking forward to it, and they didn't know what kind of goodies Senior Jiang had. Is it possible to have immortality pills these? Chapter 67 Jiang Lingling appraises a parchment scroll. What? The Jesus manuscript? Hearing Quan's entire body went numb. That bronze god tree, that Xian Yuan sword, can be a treasure but that is a magic weapon. Who the hell has the ability to buy? Who has the ability to cast the magic weapon? But it's good to see. Jiang Lingling entered inside the stone room. The place was the same as the original. What came into view was a huge night pearl. A Xian Yuan sword was placed on the shelf next to it, and a tall bronze tree. Jiang Lingling, these two things cannot be sold. In addition to these two things, there are other treasures. There is a book. Kong Ling Ling takes it off the top. It was a black book covered with strange writing that looked ancient and mysterious. Jiang Lingling, big brother, is this thing worth money? Listening to Quan's entire body was confused, staring at the books on it. If he took out Yuan Datu, bronzes, porcelains, paintings and calligraphy, he would still be able to understand them, but he really couldn't understand this strange black book. Listening, Spring shook his head. I can't see it. You can't even see it. That's your something from old brother's collection. I can't understand it, but there's one thing to be said for it. It looks very old. It should be hundreds of years old. So open it up and take a look. Okay. Jiang Lingling turned to the first page. There were a lot of things written on it, and the words were like snakes encircling them. Jiang Lingling couldn't read them even more. She didn't even recognize the words, let alone these crooked words. Listening to the Spring, he looked at the words on it and was amazed. This is not an ancient script, nor is it an oracle bone script, kind of like Western writing. There are a few differences from the Western script though. Listening to the Spring in his heart spit, he is at least an expert in appraisal. Whether it is the East or the West, all have an impression. But this thing is completely unreadable, kind of like alien writing. Jiang Lingling, what does it say? Is it a cultivation method? Can't read. You can't read it either. Can't you read either? It's not that I can't read. What's written here should be an ancient script, not like the Chinese script, but rather like a script from the Western side. It should be an ancient script from the West. Is it worth anything? Not really. It looks very old and should be worth a lot of money. I English can't understand what's written on it even if I'm at level, but Quan is right. It's really an ancient Western script with clear ancient writing on it. 12. How come Jiang Senior still collects these things? Has he been abroad? What was the West like 1,000 years ago? Could it be the same as our East? It looks very old, so it can't be a book of cultivation techniques. Maybe it's a Western cultivation technique. Unreadable. Totally unreadable. This thing should be worth a lot of money. Western ancient text. This text mold ********. It's a little bit like the ING Book of Darkness. Upstairs, you know? I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. I once went to Europe and America. I had the honor to enter an ancient family to treat others. I have seen that cover. Is there a skull on the back? Listening to the Springs, he looked at the pop-ups and saw someone say they recognized them. Immediately, he said, Ling Ling, flip over and see what's in the back. Okay. Ling Ling flipped it over. Behind that black book was a skull. That skull was printed in the center. Very weird. Jiang Ling Ling touched the skull. It looks like a skull. Skulls indeed. Oops, and he glows. The crowd looked at the skull. Its eyes flickering and emitting a red glow, and couldn't help but lose their colors. Still glowing? This can't be a magic treasure. Can it? Could it be that there are magic treasures in the West as well? The Western ones are called magic. Maybe people really know about magic. We have Taoism in the East and magic in the West. Maybe this is a book for casting magic. What a creepy skull. This book is definitely worth its weight in gold. Good stuff. Must be good stuff. The things that Senior Jiang collects must be good things. Listen to the spring hard to spit. Seniors cannot collect true a little something. This damn skeleton books. That skeleton also emit red light? This is a little too weird. Jiang Lingling put her things aside and saw another book next to her and immediately picked it up. There's another book. Jiang Lingling picked it up and was puzzled. This is not a book. What is this made of? Listening to the spring also could not see that it was not paper. It seems to be some kind of fur with a lot of lettering on it. These fonts. Listening spring couldn't read either. Hearing spring said, "Baby, hold it closer." "Yeah, closer. That's the angle." "Very well, let me see." Hearing Quan's brow furrowed up. "I don't recognize these words, but I think I've seen these fonts in one of the museums. I must have seen them before. I couldn't think of them for a while." Hearing Springs rubbed his head, thinking, "It dawned on me. I've seen it. I did see it. I've seen this in museums. It's Hebrew. Yes, it must be Hebrew. It's a parchment scroll. Could this be the Bible? My goodness. Your big brother collects handwritten Bibles? This is going against the rhythm of heaven." The live feeds couldn't sit still. It's really a parchment scroll. How could Senior Jiang collect these things? Does it mean that Senior Jiang is a religious person? That can't be right. How could he be a Christian? Definitely not. Even Thunder God and Electricity Mother have to give face to Senior Jiang. How can he be a religious person? This might be his collection. Does it mean that Elder Kong also reads the Bible? What is Senior Jiang doing collecting these things? Could it be that Jesus is Senior Jiang? Upstairs, you have an overactive imagination. My mom. The parchment scroll is many years old. At least 1,000 years. This thing is worth a lot of money. Fans on the air have been tweeting. Ancient times, there can be no paper. Record important words are recorded with parchment scrolls. And in ancient China use bamboo to record words. And parchment scrolls are very old. At least 1,000 years old. Jiang Lingling was puzzled. The Bible? What is it? The Bible is a book. It's not a book. It's not paper. This is not paper. But it is even older than paper. This is a parchment scroll. Something that was recorded using a parchment scroll. Although I don't know what it is, but it is something good. Something really good. Is it worth it? Worth it? Too much. For what it's worth. Look who wrote it. Usually parchment scrolls are signed. Where? The last parchment scroll. It should be signed. Look through the last one. Jiang Lingling pulled out a parchment scroll from the bottom, which was half written, while in the bottom right corner there was a name. Hearing Spring said, "Yes, that's the one. And that's the signature on it. You hold it closer." "Yeah, let me see who it is." Listening to the spring looking at the writing on it, listen to the spring's rush to search for it. Instant nonchalance. The name that came up in the search turned out to be Jesus. Jesus Manuscripts? Chapter 68 Illuminati Pope Clueless. This is the Book of Darkness? Listening to the spring looked at the name that came up in the search, which was exactly the same as the one above, and instantly froze. Did Jesus write this? Jesus wrote the manuscript? Could it be that Elder Kong still knows Jesus? This, is the world going crazy? Listening to Quan excitedly. Fans, viewers, I just searched the name and it really shocked me. Do you know who the name on it is? Brother Quan. Who is it? Seeing how excited you are. Could it be someone famous? It's just a Western thing. Nothing gross. Upstairs, what do you know? The West has the same history and culture as our side, but they just don't have porcelain, and their stuff is exceptionally valuable. Elder Jiang may have been to the West. Brother Quan. Who is it? You old six. Now you're selling out. Laolu rushes to say. Hearing Springs coughed. Listen up. That name is Jesus. The live feed was instantly unsettling. What the hell? Jesus? Did Jesus write this parchment scroll? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Quan. Don't you joke. This is written by Jesus? This is a manuscript of Jesus. Could you have misread it? Jesus manuscript. Does it mean that Jesus and Elder Kong knew each other? It's hard to say. You know that Senior Jiang was acquainted with Qin Shi Huang, and that was all in B.C. It's more than 2,000 years old now. According to the documents, it seems that Jesus was after B.C., which is equivalent to more than 2,000 years, more than 100 years later than Qin Shi Huang, and if Elder Jiang saw Qin Shi Huang, he must have seen Jesus as well. The Bible records that Jesus did live B.C. around when the Qin dynasty had long since been extinguished, and Qin Shi Huang predates Jesus, perhaps in the Jesus manuscripts. 4 A.D. 30. Are the Jesus manuscripts worth much? This is not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is Jesus? The status of the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang, according to the status of the words, and even higher than the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang status. His manuscripts are bound to be worth money. Good man. All the treasures in Senior John's collection are treasures. This is not going to shock the world. Ginger, who is Jesus? It's a person's name. Is he famous? Very famous. That means this thing is worth a lot of money? Jiang Lingling was very happy, finally finding something worth money. If this thing was sold, I don't know if it would be enough to buy 1,000 years of ginseng. Just when Jiang Lingling was happy, when he heard the sound outside, Jiang Lingling was startled, immediately put it away, shut down the phone, and ran to the outside of the cave. But he hid it from Jiang Chen to come in, looking for something to sell, but not to let Jiang Chen know. The dragon appeared at the entrance of the cave and looked at Jiang Lingling inside. Jiang Lingling breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaolong, it's you. You scared me to death. I thought it was a cauldron. The dragon cocked his head. What was this girl doing in here? Jiang Lingling, do not tell me that I came to the cauldron. I will buy you something to eat. Jiang Lingling took out a lollipop, set aside. It was then handed to the ogre, who took it in his mouth. What the hell? It's so sweet, so delicious. Jiang Lingling laughed. Is it good? The dragon nodded. Don't tell old Joe I was here, and I'll buy you more and more lollipops later, okay? The dragon nodded. Great, I'm going to practice. Hearing Springs was confused. That's closed? This girl doesn't even say hello. But is that really a manuscript of Jesus? If that were true, it would have shocked the entire Western world. Knowing that Jesus is the Son of God, the faith of the entire Western world. Some good people posted the video on foreign networks. Title, what the hell is this thing, and is this parchment scroll a manuscript of Jesus? There was an instant uproar, especially the name Jesus, which was their God. A large number of devotees flocked to it to watch the video, causing an instant uproar. By karma, isn't that black book the Book of Darkness, which contains a large number of spells and sorceries? How did he appear over in China? What the hell is the Book of Darkness? The Book of Darkness is rumored to be an ancient book that records dark sorcery and dark magic, and it is rumored to be a book written by Satan. And whoever possesses the Book of Darkness is a son of darkness. God, is that the real handwriting of Jesus? Really the handwriting of Jesus? This is somewhere. Please get it back immediately. A parchment scroll? That's a parchment scroll, at least 1,000 years old. And the writing is too small to know what's written on it. China is up to something again. It's just to discover the Sangsingui. How come they also found the manuscripts of Jesus? It's a scam. This must be the work of the Chinese. They always like to deceive people. It looks like a fake, ready to fool us. Chinese are treacherous. Illuminati Center. Julian, the Pope's secretary at his side, watched the sudden surge of heat on the internet, clicked on the video, and was instantly nonplussed as he watched a young girl holding the Book of Darkness. When the Book of Darkness returns to the earth, there must be havoc on that earth. It must be reported to the Pope so that the Pope will know. How did this book end up in the hands of a little girl, seeing as she has black hair? Could it be in China? As the video plays, the more Julian looked at it, the more shocked he became, and when he saw the end, he was even more dumbfounded. This byline turns out to be the main. How is that possible? Could this be the manuscript of the Lord? Julian was going crazy. How this thing could have appeared, and immediately reported the discovery to the Pope. At this time the Pope is praying. Julian waited beside him until it was finished. Then Julian stepped forward with a respectful look on his face. Your Holiness, something wrong? Please take a look at this video first. It's a video that appeared on the internet where I saw the Book of Darkness appear. Julian said respectfully. The Pope first stared at the Book of Darkness. The Pope watched the video and stared at the book in Jiang Lingling's hand. A black book with a skull on the back, which glittered. The Pope frowned. Not bad. This is exactly the Book of Darkness. Where is this book? It must not fall into the hands of the Bloods. There are blood incantations and spells recorded on it. In addition to these, there are powerful sorceress secret techniques. From the information, it seems to be in China. Xia. How come it's in Xia? Not quite sure. According to my investigation, it's in the hands of a man called Jiang Chen. And according to the news coming back from over there, he seems to have lived for 2,000 years, and is still a long-lived person. What? The Pope was horrified. Are you sure it's immortality? Yes, very sure. Most likely that Jiang Chen is the elder of the Blood Clan. Only the Blood Clan can live forever. I didn't expect them to escape to China. Damn the Blood Clan. Displaying the Book of Darkness in public. What is the meaning of this? At this point the Pope's brow was furrowed. The Book of Darkness possessed incomparable power, and whoever obtained the Book of Darkness would have access to the spells and sorceries on it. So how could they show it in public and record a video of such a secret? The Pope couldn't figure it out left or right. Julian continued. Your Holiness, please watch the video. The Pope continued to look, then saw the end and was instantly nonplussed. This turned out to be Chapter 69 Western powers shocked. When the Pope saw that final moment, his hands could not stop trembling and his eyes were full of passion. That final name. Surprisingly, it was the name of the Lord. That turned out to be the Lord's manuscript. The Pope agitatedly said, "Immediately send orders for all the cardinals to come. I need to consult with them." Understood. The Pope watched the video and looked at the Book of Darkness and the manuscript. The mind is wondering, who the hell is Zhang Chen? Why do you have the Book of Darkness? And is that manuscript real or not? If true, this is the Lord's manuscript. And on the other side, inside the Church of Darkness, Ashburn reclined in his chair. He was the patriarch of the Dark Church. A blood, looking at the recent news, when he saw that headline that moment, smiled. Jesus manuscripts? How can it be true? Jesus died 2,000 years ago. Ashburn clicked in, a fine light emanating between his eyes. It's the Book of Darkness. Why is it in the hands of a little girl? Ashburn's mind was agitated. The Book of Darkness must be obtained. Ashburn looked at the pop-up. Was in the hands of a Chinese immortalist? Yashaborn stood up and quickly searched for this one Jiang Sr. This search instantly scared Silly. This is the Chinese side of the thunder method. Invoke the divine thunder of the 9 heavens and kill the evil demons. This one is a little too powerful for a senior. According to the information above, this senior had lived for more than 1,000 years, and was an immortal existence just like their blood race. Ashaborn had wanted to snatch it up. However, when he saw Jiang Chen performing the thunder law, he didn't dare to have the slightest intention of snatching it. With such a powerful technique, he was simply unable to resist it. Ashburn, come on man. A young girl entered the room. My lord, summon the 12 counts. I need to open the Dark Gods Society. Understood. The young girl turned to leave. Ashaborn looked at the video. The Book of Darkness must be obtained. Even if he can't get it himself, he can't let the ecclesiastical side get it. This thing is a supreme treasure. Less than 10 minutes. Inside the dark conference room, Ashburn looked at the 12 earls. His eyes cold. This time I summoned you all because the Book of Darkness came out. You all know the importance of the Book of Darkness. There are many secret arts and cultivation methods in it. This is the root of our blood race. The 12 counts had excited eyes. The Book of Darkness was the blood clan's greatest treasure, which not only contained many secret arts, but also many cultivation methods. They are poking around the Book of Darkness all the time. But more than 1,000 years have passed and there is still no news. Now the Book of Darkness appears. Then they must obtain the Book of Darkness so that they can be promoted to Marquis, Count, or even Prince in the future. Prelate, where is this book? The Book of Darkness has appeared, heralding the growth of our blood clan. After 2,000 years of searching, there is finally news. And I don't know in what hands. Teacher, where is the Book of Darkness? The 12 couldn't wait to ask. Yashburn placed the video. The 12 looked at the little girl holding the Book of Darkness, and when they saw the skull emitting a red glow, they knew that it was the Book of Darkness, the true Book of Darkness. The 12 counts had excited eyes. Sure enough, it's the Book of Darkness. Who is that little girl and where is she? I'll move immediately to grab that Book of Darkness. Listening to their language, it should be the ancient Chinese language. It should be in China. That's fine. Just need to find someone to screen where that little girl is. There aren't many capable people in China today, and the acolytes are all untouchable. I've heard that they need aura to cultivate, and now that it's the age of the end, their strength is very average. Bishop, let me go and bring it back. Ashburn shook his head. This person has an expert by his side. This is a true expert. From what I understand, this person has lived for over 2,000 years. Once we do it, it's highly likely that we'll all be wiped out. You all saw it just now. That little girl is going to sell this thing. Since it's trafficking, we'll just buy it over. It doesn't matter how many billions it is. This meeting was called so that you guys can gather the money. And once that little girl traffics, we'll be able to obtain the Book of Darkness in a dignified manner. Yashburn plays the video again. What was shown on there was a video of Jiang Chen performing the thunder law. The 12 counts were trembling with fear. Is this still human power? Summoning the power of thunder against the enemy. If this were to be struck, one would have to shed a layer of skin without dying. This person was unexpectedly so terrifying. Yashburn continued. This is the big brother of that one little girl, so I advise you all to never make a move to seize the Book of Darkness, or else it will bring disaster to our dark divine court. I'm going to keep a constant eye on the other side next, and once they're trafficking, we need to be the first to get the news. Ashburn watched the video. It's not just money. What he has is, even if you have to dump your family's money to obtain the Book of Darkness. Inside the Illuminati, 12 archbishops confer with the Pope. After the Pope played that video, the 12 cardinals sat back and looked at the Book of Darkness. It's the Book of Darkness. No mistake. The Book of Darkness has reappeared on Earth. humanity will experience a catastrophe. This book of darkness cannot be allowed to be obtained by the dark church. Who is that little girl and why does she have the book of darkness? Judging from what they're saying, they should be somewhere in China. The Pope did not speak, and waited until they had spoken. Then he said, "Look carefully and see the end." The 12 cardinals were confused. Finally, what's at the end? When the video came to an end, the 12 cardinals were instantly nonplussed as they saw a name. The True Lord. That's a manuscript of Jesus. Jesus is the God of light, the Son of a God. The 12 archbishops had tears in their eyes and trembling bodies. Is that a parchment scroll? A manuscript of the Lord? At one time the Lord used parchment scrolls to record secret arts, most of which have been lost. This must be the Lord's manuscript. It must be. Gosh, to see in my lifetime what an honor manuscripts. The Lord's manuscript must be brought back, at all costs. That's good. Make sure you get it back and authenticate it. Whether it's true or not, it must be taken back. The Pope nodded. Whether it is or not the Lord's manuscript is not certain. If it is true, it must be brought back. I am going to send a cardinal archbishop to the land of China to contact that one predecessor. No matter what the cost, bring back the manuscript, and the book of darkness. Lords, I wonder which one of you is willing to travel to China once. The Pope looked at the crowd, and he hoped that someone would go over to China. Get back the book of darkness and the Jesus manuscript. The Jesus manuscript was not known to be true, but the book of darkness must be true. And as Pope, he could not leave the Illuminati, and the person sent there could not be of low status. Think about it. It is also only possible to send the cardinal on a trip to China. Aldrich stood up and volunteered. Your Holiness, I'll make a trip to China to meet with the man in the video. The little girl in the video is the offspring of a senior. After you go, it's best to keep a low profile. Our Illuminati doesn't have any interactions with the Chinese Taoists, but we are all cultivators, together against the demons of the darkness. They should agree. You be careful. Aldrich nodded, his eyes firm. I will definitely go over to China to visit that senior. Chapter 70 Cardinal goes to China to discuss the way? Shocking the Western world. Jiang Lingling was completely unaware that her own blind maneuvers had caused the entire West to go haywire, and the people of the Illuminati and the Dark Clerical Church had been dumbfounded. Both want the Book of Darkness, and the Jesus manuscript. Jiang Lingling opened her eyes and spat out, so tired. Cultivating like this? How long do we have to cultivate until we have a cauldron of cultivation? No, we must accelerate our cultivation methods. Gotta find a chance to sell the stuff for money. Purchasing 1,000-year-old ginseng and having the cauldron help refine the elixir. Jiang Lingling thought like this. Jiang Lingling often look at the phone. What passes? What elixir are in the heart? There are pills, who still slowly meditate and practice. Listen to Jiang Chen said that you can refine pills, then have this idea. But Jiang Lingling couldn't find anyone, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Cardinal that is a member of the divine court under the Pope, second only to the Pope. In the sect, it can be said that one person is above all others, and in the divine court, it suddenly came out. Aldrich is going to Lungfu Shan in China to discuss the Tao with the Lungfu Shan heavenly masters. This news appeared and shocked the entire divine court. It is even more shocking to all believers. Aldrich is going to China to find a Lungfu Shan heavenly master to discuss the Tao? What kind of reasoning is that? By karma. Is God in China? Why did Aldrich, as a cardinal, go to that barbaric land of China, where they are all pagans? And was he preparing to indoctrinate the Taoist priests of Lungfu Shan and convert them to the faith? Unbelievable that Aldrich went to the land of the Chinese barbarians. It must be for the Jesus manuscript, which is the Lord's manuscript, and it must be to meet that one immortal. I don't know if it's Aldrich's divine magic that's powerful, or the Taoist magic of Longhu Mountain. All the believers couldn't believe it when they heard the news. Although the followers of the Light Divine Court were spread all over the world, there were not many followers in the land of China, and in their hearts, there was no faith at all. And it's amazing that Aldrich went to the land of China. This has to be a curiosity. What was the purpose of his trip to China? And at Lungfu Shan, Zhang Yangyun he received a call from Zhang Mantian that Cardinal Aldrich of the Light Divine Court was coming to visit him, and was instantly confused that the other party was someone from the Light Divine Court. What are you doing in Lungfu Shan? Discourse? He's not a servant of God. We on this side believe in the three clearings. It's not even close. Why are you still arguing? I'm going to ask you to do it. On the phone. Zhang Yangyun, are you sure the news is true? It's true. It's a message from the Illuminati. It's been notified to the officials. And I've received word on my side that it seems to be for the Book of Darkness and the Jesus manuscript. The Book of Darkness, the Jesus manuscripts. Where do I get those things? You don't have it. Elder Jiang does. How does he have all this stuff? I'm not really sure. The message is true. The Book of Darkness is also true. As for the manuscript of Jesus, it's hard to determine if it's true, but I believe that with Elder Jiang's character, he shouldn't be able to collect fake things. I see. He's here for Senior Jiang. I can't tell you over the phone. I'm heading to Longhu Mountain immediately. This man Aldrich is a Cardinal Archbishop of the Illuminati. I need to make arrangements. I can't let anything happen to him. Who dares to lay hands on him? The Dark Order. Good. You come to a trip. My head is big. I wanted to close the door to let them cultivate, but then came this mess. Senior Jiang was not in Longhu Mountain, but in Kunlun Mountain. I need to notify Senior Jiang. There's no rush. They haven't moved yet. I'll come and discuss it with you first. Hang up. Soon. Zhang Mantian arrived at Longhu Mountain and met with Zhang Yangyun. The two of them were drinking tea and chatting in the room. Zhang Yangyun was puzzled. How did they know that Elder Jiang had the Book of Darkness and the Jesus manuscript? Since it's a collector's item, it's bound to be very valuable without a doubt. How it came to light. Zhang Mantian laughed. It's all because of that girl who made things happen. This girl wanted to sell the things that Senior Jiang had collected. A greedy little girl. Zhang Yangyun suddenly realized. That girl is really greedy for money. Ah. You're a monk and you're still greedy for money? Little girls are so hard to guess. Zhang Yangyun, how did Elder Jiang come to have the Book of Darkness? Not quite sure. Only Senior Jiang knows. The Book of Darkness is said to be the Dark Clerical Church's greatest treasure, with many dark arts and sorceries recorded on it. All the more reason not to give it to them. It depends on what Elder Jiang wants, but I think it would be a lot better if this thing was given to the Illuminati than if it fell into the hands of the Dark Cleric. After all, the Illuminati and the Dark Cleric are opposites. They would never be willing to give the Book of Darkness to the Dark Order. When Zhang Yangyun heard this, he also guessed Zhang Mantian's meaning, letting them dog eat dog, which had nothing to do with them. And if the Book of Darkness was left in Huaxia, it would cause prying eyes to be seen by those who had the intention. Although Jiang Chen was very powerful, the many Dark Cleric experts entering China would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Zhang Mantian got up. I'll make a trip to Kunlun Mountain first. I thought they weren't here yet. What's your hurry? It's not about that. What's the matter again? Someone digging in the north dug out a mysterious cave, in which there live monsters that are inhuman and ghostly, with a lot of power, and even more so, they are invulnerable to swords and spears. Zombies? Zhang Mantian shook his head. No, it should be an experiment. North? You mean it's something left over from 731-inch? Zhang Mantian nodded his head. Yes, I'll go ask Senior for help. These ghosts and monsters aren't even afraid of Taoism, and bullets aren't afraid either. Zhang Mantian leaves Kunlun Mountain Range. A helicopter slowly docked on the mountain, and Zhang Mantian walked towards the hut. Elder Jiang. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Mantian. Something's up? Truth be told, I would like to ask Senior to take a shot at something tricky. Tell me about it. A bunch of slash and burn, man-less, ghost-less monsters. Jiang Chen looked surprised. You met a zombie. What level? Not zombies. If it's not a zombie, then what is it? Not even afraid of bullets? It's a group of experiments. I think something left over from Unit. These people were hidden inside a cave. It was discovered by a miner who went digging and eventually opened the cave. 731. I'll send someone to investigate. These people aren't even afraid of bullets. We want to capture a monster alive and want to study it. Jiang Chen got up. Let's go. I'll go see what the hell it is. Jiang Lingling said excitedly. Cauldron. I'll go too. It's good for you to see. In the future, when you have accomplished your cultivation, you will have to face the demons and devils alone. So it's kind of a lesson for you. Zhang Mantian pondered, listening to Senior Jiang's meaning. It seems to be cultivating Kong Ling Ling. This girl is quirky. Maybe she can be absorbed into the in the future 749th Bureau. Royal sword? There are airplanes, do not sit. Royal what sword? Ah. Save mana. Chapter 71. Killing a half-human, half-corpse monster in seconds. North side of the hill. The 749 personnel stood outside the cave. A deep cave. So deep that they couldn't see the bottom, only to hear hissing sounds constantly coming from inside. The leader is the Captain Zhao Gang. Middle-aged, stout, bare-fit physique, carrying a machete, followed by 3 team members, 1 male, 2 female. Zhao Gang said seriously. According to the intelligence, within this cave, there are more than 30 monsters in total, and they are the test subjects left behind by Unit 731-inch. Not only are they impervious to knives and guns, they are not even afraid of bullets. I'll take the lead. Sun Jie and Sun Li, you two will be on my left and right, and Duan Gao Yan you'll deploy behind you. The 3 of them nodded their heads and followed behind Zhao Gang, entering the cave, only to hear hissing sounds coming from inside the cave. The 4 of them didn't dare to be careless and were careful and vigilant. Just then, a humanoid monster rushed out from inside. scales covering his entire body, nails sharp and glowing with a ghostly light. Muscles were gnarled and sinewy. The moment it saw the four, both legs fired and fiercely attacked towards Zhao Gang. That speed was fast and incomparable. In an instant it arrived in front of Zhao Gang. That black sharp claw lunged towards Zhao Gang's body. Zhao Gang's face was shocked. His right hand held a sword to resist that sharp claw attack. When Zhao Gang's face changed drastically. What kind of monster was this? So powerful? And this sharp claw, it was able to withstand my sharp blade? Zhao Gang yelled. Do it! Duan Gao Yang pinched a magic seal and pressed it on the ground. The humanoid monster instantly plunged into the ground, half of its body shrinking underneath. And at the same time, Sun Jie and Sun Li made a move with their hands. It was a flame, and that flame was quickly sprayed on the monster. Only a miserable scream was heard from the monster. A miserable and harsh sound, like a ghost crying. Watching the humanoid monster not move a muscle. It's nothing to be afraid of. Dead? Unclear. Zhao Gang slowly stepped forward and looked at the monster, only to see that the monster was full of hideousness. Just as Zhao Gang crouched down, the monster awakened and roared at the several people. Asterisk 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 is alive. Zhao Gang's hand rose and slashed the monster's throat. When? Fire and light. Zhao Gang was filled with surprise. This actually couldn't be hacked in? What kind of monster is this? Seeing that the monster was about to run out, Zhao Gang shouted, retreat! Exiting beyond the cave entrance, he happened to see Zhang Mantian and Zhang Chen rushing in. Deputy Director. Zhang Mantian nodded. Fought with the monster? Zhao Gang said seriously. Yes, they are impervious to swords and guns. Their fleshly bodies are extremely powerful, and I don't know how they were cultivated. They are going to rush out soon. Zhang Chen looked at the cave. This used to be an extremely Yin land with great Yin Qi. There are Yin and Yang masters who set up formations here. Let's go in and take a look. Zhang Chen was full of concern, holding Jiang Lingling's hand and walking inside. Zhang Mantian followed behind. Zhao Gang warned. The monsters inside are powerful and invulnerable to swords and spears. That's because your cultivation is not strong enough. Zhang Mantian, this one is Senior Jiang. With his hand, he can keep you all safe. Zhang Chen looked at the four. They're Inhumans? Yes. Zhang Chen didn't say anything, and Jiang Lingling inquired in a low voice. Cauldron, what is an Inhuman? Inhumans are just like ordinary people, but they are more powerful than ordinary people. They control every talent. Wind, fire, thunder, and electricity, and are able to use special arts. Jiang Chen explained. Jiang Chen muttered in his heart. It seems that the Bureau, too, is not a group of drunkards. 749th. That middle-aged man was Jean sex. 2 girls, that's fire sex. As for the young man, it should be earthy. The 4 looked at Jiang Chen. They naturally knew of him, being a character from the same period as Zhang Daoling, being able to live until now. It could be said that he was truly immortal. However, they hadn't seen Jiang Chen make a move, and they didn't know how strong he was. Right now, the monster rushed out of the cave, and Jiang Lingling was startled, clutching Jiang Chen's arm tightly. The monster roared and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Blade-like sharp claws attacked. Jiang Chen waved his hand. A golden light covered the whole body of both of them. The monster grabbed at Jiang Chen and couldn't get within 3 feet. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and a powerful lightning appeared on his right hand. Gently, huge thunderbolts rushed into the monster's body. Instant explosion. There were no bones left, and green blood splattered. The 4 people behind them are confused. This is also a little too strong. Is this Senior Jiang? The power is simply unrivaled. Jiang Lingling said, Cauldron, isn't it necessary to recite the spell? Spells are learned by beginners. Those who are truly powerful don't need to recite spells. They don't need to utilize the power of the gods. And when you reach the realm, you won't need to recite spells either. Jiang Chen patiently explained. Jiang Chen continued to advance, and the deeper he went, the denser the Yin Qi inside became. The cave got bigger and bigger as we went deeper, entering inside a stone chamber. The mottled walls, some wooden shelves scattered around, some bottles and jars, placed on them, and several iron frames, similar to medical beds, with chains beside them, and on the wall directly above it, there was a pattern of the 9 chrysanthemums and 1 school. Zhang Mantian exclaimed, 9 chrysanthemums, 1 school? Zhao Gang thought for a moment. Could it be that unit, with the involvement of the 9 chrysanthemums faction? 731 inch. Quite possibly. Elders said that the Yin Qi here is extremely heavy, and that they might be plotting something. This is obviously a place for experiments. Those iron beds are to secure the test subjects and prevent them from moving around. And there are glass bottles next to them, obviously a place for potions. Just then, in the depths of that passage, a hissing sound was emitted. Jiang Chen turned his head to look, then held Jiang Lingling's hand and walked deeper. With the bright light, He was able to clearly see that there were many rooms around him, and Jiang Chen opened a door. Squeak! The door was made of fine iron, wide 20 centimeters, and inside it was poured concrete with a simple wooden bed, like a prison. Jiang Mantian, Sr., this should be the place where the experimenters are kept. It looks like the 9 Chrysanthemums sect has been messing around here for quite a while, and the Yin Chi here is so great that it should be the 9 Chrysanthemums sect capturing someone and trying to create a whole new species. What do you mean? The person who died just now. Skin as tough as iron. A corpse gas, although alive but without any intelligence, belongs to half man half corpse, which is very similar to zombies. I'm guessing that the 9 Chrysanthemums faction must have captured a zombie and utilized the blood from the zombie's body for their experiments, and the zombie is born of heaven and earth, not into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Itself is not any wisdom, the heart is only bloodthirsty killing. That 9 Chrysanthemums of faction to seize that zombie, ready to create a test subject with wisdom. Jiang Mantian was puzzled. The zombies are powerful. Their bodies are invulnerable to swords and spears, but unfortunately they don't have any intelligence. Once they have intelligence, whoever owns an army like this, wouldn't it be invincible? Fortunately, these ghosts did not study it, otherwise the war of resistance back then. It is really not certain who won and who lost. Jiang Mantian, no wonder these devils want a blockade. If this thing runs out, won't the world be in chaos? A few people continue to go deeper. Lime green eyes emerged from the darkness as the bright light reached them. Just a few roars. Chapter 72 The Roots of Cholera. 300 Years of Vampires. A few monsters madly lunged towards Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Mantian several people were standing by, ready to strike at any time. These monsters were all invulnerable to swords and spears, and it was difficult for spells to cause damage. Jiang Chen didn't move a muscle and just looked at it. Inside his body, the mana shook. A streak of green lightning surrounded Jiang Chen, and he saw that the few monsters that rushed up were instantly attacked by the lightning and turned into powder, and several monsters' corpses were left without bones under the powerful lightning. Zhao Gang's eyes were horrified. The senior Jiang was so strong, instantly killing several monsters in seconds, with such a terrifying ability. I'm only afraid that he has long since been promoted to the spirit transformation realm cultivation. Jiang Mantian saw that thunder and lightning. His heart palpitated. Senior John's magic power was so powerful, cultivating thunder magic to such a high level. I'm afraid that even the thunder goddess and the electricity mother were not as good as him. It was terrifying. Only immortals possessed such cultivation. Jiang Chen rambles on. He sensed the powerful corpse aura right in the deepest part, which was the true source of evil. Come to the end of the hallway. There is a flight of stairs below. Down the stairs, another huge stone room, just like the last, with patched walls, iron shelves, iron beds, and bottles and jars of experiments containing various potions. And on the other side of the stone room, the corridor appeared again. Hissing sounds kept coming from inside. Jiang Chen stepped forward, looking to the left and looking inside through the glass. There was a humanoid monster similar to an octopus form imprisoned inside, with a size undoubtedly similar to that of a human, but the head was an octopus, and there were several tentacles. Jiang Chen was surprised. What kind of monster was this? Zhao Gang exclaimed. What kind of monster is this? A humanoid octopus? Jiang Mantian looked at the note on it. Experiment number 1. No intelligence. This is ghost experiment number 1. They should have fused the octopus gene with a human and injected it with zombie blood to create a monster using the Yin-Yang Taoist method. These ghosts are horrible. They were trying to create powerful monsters with intelligence for them to drive. Fortunately it didn't work. If it had, that would have been the most terrifying. It looks like this monster is a bit stronger than the one outside. What to do? Jiang Chen was calm. What else can we do? Naturally kill it. Can't we still bring it back and raise it? Jiang Chen looked at the gate and threw a punch. The closed door came crashing down. Rumble. The octopus monster's tentacles grew infinitely, trying to surround Jiang Chen with its tentacles. Jiang Chen just looked at it, and a few of the tentacles instantly spread from the tentacles to the whole body as if they were electrocuted. The body turned into powder. Several people just watched Jiang Chen perform, walked to the second stone room. Jiang Chen glanced inside, only to see that it was silent and unmoving. Jiang Mantian, there doesn't seem to be any monsters here. There's a monster, only it's invisible. Stealth. Monsters still have this skill? Jiang Mantian was surprised as he looked inside the stone room, which was empty. Several people were also puzzled by the glass room inside. No one indeed. Jiang Chen threw a punch. Jiang Chen entered the room, and several people followed, and the iron door behind dozens of centimeters of steel plate was instantly blasted open, showing how powerful Jiang Chen's strength was. Jiang Chen's eyes looked at a corner. Several people were feeling inexplicable. Is there anything in that corner? Just then, suddenly the corner silhouette flashed and rushed to Jiang Mantian's side. The huge tongue wrapped around Zhang Mantian's body. Zhang Mantian was shocked. What kind of monster was this? Yet the next moment, the monster then turned into powder. Zhang Mantian's heart palpitated. What was that thing just now? It was clearly not seen, but it suddenly appeared. Zhao Gang thoughtfully responded. It should be something similar to a lizard. Lizards have the gift of stealth. I'm only afraid that it's the same as the octopus monster just now, and they want to create a new species. Zhang Mantian exasperatedly said, how many things have these damn devils drummed up? They seem to have succeeded. But then again, they don't seem to have succeeded. They did succeed, but created something that kills and has no intelligence whatsoever, except to kill. 3 walk out. Keep going. The 3rd stone room. Zhangchen killed with a punch. The 4th stone room. The 5th stone room. Until the last stone room, which was covered with runes and spells. Looking inside through the glass, the entire room was covered with runes and spells, densely connected to form a set of formations. That formation sent out countless chains, trapping a zombie. The zombie that had been standing quietly suddenly snapped its eyes open. A pair of blood-red eyes stared deathly at Zhang Chen and the few people beside him. And immediately afterward, a shocking roar of rage roared from the zombie's throat. Several people shuddered at the suddenness of the scene, especially when they got a good look at this zombie's hideous and terrifying face. They couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Only this face was covered with bruises and black spots, the skin taking on an eerie greenish-gray color, while the 2 sharp fangs protruded from the corners of the mouth, flashing with a chilling cold light. Is that a zombie? Oh my god, how is he still alive? Zombies are inherently undead and indestructible existences, and after so many years have passed, they are naturally still alive, and powerful zombies. Where did the ghosts find them? What a huge inchi! If this zombie goes out, I'm afraid it will only plague the entire world. A few people had to marvel that this was the source of the virus. The ghosts want to use the blood from the zombies to create powerful monsters, but the ones created are unintelligent monsters that don't follow orders. Zhang Chen raised his palm. Zhang Mantian, Sr. What? You want to work on this just like the ghosts? Zhang Chen looked at him lightly, and that look forced Zhang Mantian to lower his head and not dare to speak. Zhang Chen snorted coldly. This is a zombie, undead and indestructible. Once it goes out, wreaking havoc on people. Luckily it's only 300 years. Zhang Mantian wanted to say something else. Zhang Chen blasted a handful of heavenly thunder into the zombie's body, instantly turned zombies into powder. He didn't want to see the zombie still alive. If he escaped, this thing would definitely be a big trouble. As for research, what's so great about zombies to study? Zhang Chen turned around and returned. You don't need to follow. I'll just go back with Ling Ling. Elder, there is one more thing. Speak. Zhang Chen's expression was calm. Recently people from the Illuminati are going to Longhu Mountain. They should be looking for you. The Illuminati? Yes. What do they want with me? They heard that the Book of Darkness and the Jesus manuscript are in your possession, and presumably they want to buy it back. It's very important to them. Zhang Chen thought about it. The Book of Darkness was indeed in his hands. He had been collecting it for many years, and the thing was a book that recorded Western secret methods and sorcery. Zhang Chen had studied it, but it was all just a few carvings. As for the Jesus manuscript, he had traveled to the West and met Jesus once. Zhang Chen nodded. I'll bring these 2 items to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Having said that, Zhang Chen turned to leave. Chapter 73 Jiang Lingling's Little Mind. Pope is not calm. Zhang Mantian said, pack up, seal the documents, and destroy the entire lab. Zhao Gang nodded. Understood. Then what exactly is Senior Jiang? Didn't I tell you guys? He's Zhang Daoling's closest friend. Half of Zhang Daoling's master. Even Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother have to give face to people. Don't mess with Senior Jiang in the future. Otherwise, even if I step in, I won't be able to guarantee your safety. It's a good thing that Elder Jiang is very good at talking. On the sword, Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Cauldron, have you ever been to the West? Been there. Then what does the West do? Just look around. Is that Book of Darkness a treasure? It's a supreme treasure of the Dark Church, containing some dark arts with some sorcery. Jiang Lingling said excitedly. Cauldron, can I study then? Zhang Chen laughed. What's the point of learning those gadgets? When you enter the Qi refining realm, Big Brother will teach you the arts and crafts just like that. The Western arts and crafts are just small tricks. They're completely no match for our Eastern arts and crafts. Cauldron, don't you know how to concoct pills? Concoct pills for me, so that I can become an expert in one leap. Zhang Chen smiled at his words. Silly girl, there is no such elixir. Even if there is, there are no materials to refine it. Do you think that Big Brother is the Supreme Lord, able to casually refine elixirs? Zhang Chen could sort of see that this girl wanted to practice monasticism. Cultivation is often closed. The little girl can't take the pain and wants to rely on pills to improve her strength. If there really was such an elixir, wouldn't harmonized God realm experts be flying all over the place? Cultivation is not that easy. Cauldron, didn't you say that 1,000 years of ginseng, 1,000 years of hishowu, and 1,000 years of Ganoderma lucidum aren't capable of refining elixirs? Yes. Then if we sell the Book of Darkness, won't we have money to buy it? 1,000-year ginseng is simply not available in this side of the world. It can't be bought at all. That's because you don't have money. You'll have it if you have money. Jiang Lingling didn't believe that as long as she had money, she could buy it. Jiang Chen didn't retort. There was no such thing as 1,000 years. Those are all unattainable treasures. Not to mention 1,000 years. Even 100 years would be difficult to encounter. The two returned to the Kunlun Mountains. Jiang Chen continues his retreat. Jiang Lingling immediately ran towards the back mountain stone room, but she had just heard Zhang Mantian say that someone wanted to acquire these two treasures, although she didn't know what the Illuminati were. But since someone acquired it, that's fine. It was just the right time to sell the things and purchase up the 1,000-year ginseng. As long as she had the money, she didn't believe that she couldn't purchase these treasures. Now Jiang Lingling just wants to know how much this thing is worth. So are the Illuminati rich? So, Jiang Lingling took out her cell phone, ready to discuss with Brother Listening Spring. She did not know how much it was worth, but Brother Listening Spring is a treasure expert, should know that it is worth a lot of money. Hearing Springs looked at the person who was connected. This friend, yours is genuine. That's all. Ling Ling, another baby? The little girl is finally here. After waiting for 2 days, this girl has finally started connecting. I wonder what kind of treasure she has this time. I heard that the book is called the Book of Darkness, the supreme treasure of the Dark Church. I wonder if it's true. I heard that people from the Illuminati went to Longhu Mountain to discuss the Tao. Is this true? It has long been rumored in the West, shocking the entire Western world. But I don't see that they have come to discuss the word. But for the Book of Darkness and the Jesus manuscripts, it is estimated that he has come to appraise whether the manuscript is true or not. And if it is true, it will surely be a sensation to the whole Western world. I know who it is. Aldrich. That's the Cardinal Archbishop, second only to the Pope. In the Illuminati it can be said that one person is below all others. I heard that Aldrich had already departed, coming on a plane to Lungfu Shan. Then again, the things that Senior Jiang collects are all unrivaled things in the world. The Book of Darkness, the Jesus manuscript, they're all worth a lot of money. Listening to Quan also heard that Cardinal Aldrich of the Illuminati traveled to Longhu Mountain to discuss the Tao. At the time, Hearing Springs wondered about it. How can you, a follower of the Illuminati, come to our Dragon Tiger Mountain to discuss the way? We don't all have the same beliefs. You believe in God, and Lungfu Shan worships the three pristine ones. We're not on the same side, so how is it relevant? Is it possible that we're all related? When the Book of Darkness and the Jesus manuscript were revealed, Listening Spring understood that they had come for these two treasures, especially the Jesus manuscript. Who is Jesus? That's a son of God. Son of God. How precious are his manuscripts. And this preciousness is no less than the Chinese heirloom jade seal. And when Jiang Lingling's connection was successful, it immediately drew the attention of the light and dark clerics. The Church of Light. The Pope and 11 cardinals stared at the live feed. The Pope's expression became serious. It is this little girl whose elder brother possesses the Book of Darkness and the manuscript of, both of which appeared in her hands. The Lord. Live streaming. Jiang Lingling took out those two items and placed them on the desktop quite casually. The Pope's mouth twitched. Little sister, can you hold it gently? It's the Lord's manuscript. What if you break it? Don't mess around. Jiang Lingling said. Big brother, I heard that someone wants to acquire these two things, isn't it? Hearing Springs, there are people who want to acquire it. After I went off the air, I had a lot of people contacting me, wanting to acquire that one Book of Darkness. Is this it? That's the one. If your big brother agrees, they'll pay for it. Listening to the Spring said. When the video came out and caused a stir in the West, Listening to Quan then realized that there were a lot of people contacting him in private messages, trying to acquire the Book of Darkness. At least a dozen people inquired about the price of the Book of Darkness, but they were all rebuffed by Listening Spring. It wasn't his and he had no right to dispose of it. Jiang Lingling, how much is it? A lot. Probably in billions. And in dollars. Listen to Quan's eyes become serious. The Pope's brow furrowed. It must be someone from the Dark Cleric. I didn't expect them to move so fast. They have already contacted that one young man and want to acquire the Book of Darkness. The Book of Darkness cannot fall into the hands of the Dark Order. Absolutely not. I only hope that Aldrich will be quick to meet whichever of the seniors will bring back the Book of Darkness and the manuscript. He's just leaving now, so he should be in time. Several people watched the video. In their hearts, They all understand that the person who is interested in the Book of Darkness must be a member of the Dark Church, which is the most precious treasure for them, and it contains records of dark arts and many sorceries. Once they were allowed to obtain the Book of Darkness, then their strength would definitely increase by a large margin. So, they would never allow the Book of Darkness to fall into the hands of the Dark Church. At this point in the video, Jiang Lingling breaks her fingers and calculates how much a billion is. Chapter 74, Jiang Lingling's Math. 1 piece 1 billion, 2 pieces 20 billion. Listening to Quan watching Jiang Lingling move, he was also speechless. This girl's concept of money, not to understand. The girl is counting how much is billion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So expensive. Not just a Book of Darkness or in dollars as a unit, but also ing billion. Converted into yuan have to 6 or 700 million. The little girl, who has no concept at all, doesn't know how much a billion is. If these two items are sold, the little girl will instantly become the richest person in the world. The Book of Darkness is sold to the Dark Church and the Jesus manuscripts are sold to the families of light so that there is more money. Why don't you just auction it off directly? It saves effort. It's good. Just auction it off. People. Jiang Lingling is only 7 years old. How does she know about the auction? Jiang Lingling pulled at her mouth, still unable to understand. How much is $1 billion? Lots and lots of it. And you can buy whatever you want. How many lollipops can I buy? It wouldn't fit in a room. Listen to the spring laughed. Not to mention the lollipop. You, even if his company will be bought out, is no problem. Eat a stick every day. Eat 1,000 years cannot finish. Jiang Lingling said, Big brother, what do you think is a good price for me to offer? Hearing Springs froze. He probably understood what Jiang Lingling meant by contacting him. This was to ask for clarification on how much the price was, but he didn't know how much. He only knew that it was worth a lot of money. The Illuminati watched the two men chat. Feelings are money. You should have said so earlier. I'll just give it to you. Whether it's dollars, euros, just name your price. Hearing Spring was silent for a moment. How can it be more than $1 billion? A billion? I'll keep that in mind. I'm talking dollars. $1 billion. I remember. Both pieces are $20 billion. I'm good at math. They can't fool me. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Hearing Springs let out a bitter laugh. $1 billion for one. For two $20 billion? Who taught you math? Who did you learn that from? The live feeds are going crazy with laughter. Not bad. That's the price. One piece is $1 billion. Two pieces is 20 billion. They love to buy or not. If not sell, get lost. Bite the price. See if they give money. It's great. The math teacher who taught you is a wizard. It's a heavenly wizard. Good guy, really good guy. Who said she can't do math? This girl is old and smart. $20 billion. Only the Illuminati are scared silly. They're not cuties. How could they be willing to pay $20 billion for it? That's not necessarily true. If the Jesus manuscripts were real, they'd certainly be willing to pay for them, depending on whether they were real or not. Do you know how many people are in the Illuminati? Billions of people, less than $1 per person. If it's true, they're bound to buy it. 20 billion. I think it's less. At this time, the Illuminati, the Pope, was dumbfounded. A piece $1 billion. No big deal. But how did two pieces become $20 billion? Who the hell taught you math? Aren't you just being a jerk? This girl, you're just trying to make us lose our money, aren't you? Pope, if any of the seniors really wants to sell it, it's definitely not a little girl making the call. So don't worry, that little girl is just making up her own mind. It doesn't make any sense how. When Aldrich arrives, we'll be in contact with him. Tell him to move fast. We can't let the Dark Order get it. Who taught this little girl math? $20 billion. That's not robbery. Don't be general with a little girl. It's mostly up to that one Chinese expert. What does he say? According to the time, Aldrich will arrive in China in the evening and go to Longhu Mountain the day after tomorrow. The crowd watched the video. Listening to the Spring laughed. Good. That's the price. Bite the bullet on that price. If they don't pay, you won't sell. No, it's for your big brother not to sell. Listen to Quan think this girl is too cute. You say she doesn't know math, but then she knows some. 10 plus 10 is equal to 200? It's ing math. It's a ing money grab. If this girl were to start a loan company, she would bankrupt the lenders in minutes. Jiang Lingling said, I remember. $20 billion. I won't sell it if I don't buy it. Jiang Lingling was arrogant. Hearing Springs laughed. This girl is even more competitive. And on the other side, inside the Church of Darkness, Yashburn watched Jiang Lingling live the entire time. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yashburn frowned. From the conversation between the two, he had a premonition that the Illuminati had struck. In particular, Aldrich's entry into the Chinese Dragon Tiger Mountain must have been for the Book of Darkness and the Jesus manuscript. Once the Book of Darkness fell into the hands of the Holy See, acquiring it in the future would be even more difficult. $1 billion? He can still get it out. As for the $20 billion, there was nothing he could do about it. Ashburn immediately said, "Get Arvis over here. I'm going to give him a task." Understood. Early morning on the third day, wearing a red vestment, Aldrich entered the boundaries of Longhu Mountain under the guidance of several people, not only with personal bodyguards, but also with the protection of experts. 749. Aldrich is the Cardinal Archbishop of the Western Illuminati, second only to the Pope. Never let Aldrich be assassinated. Protected inside and out. Today's Lung Fushan has long been occupied by Netflix. One by one, the cameras were trained on Aldrich. That is Aldrich, the Cardinal Archbishop of the Illuminati. What is he doing at Longhu Mountain? He can't really come to discuss the Tao. Discuss a chicken hair. People are here to buy the Book of Darkness and Jesus manuscripts. We are not all the way. How can we discuss the road? Now the network is all over the place. What do they know? We Taoists believe in the three purities. They believe in God. Neither are on the same path. The purpose is self-evident. It's for the Book of Darkness. Jiang Lingling, this girl is going to ruthlessly slaughter them. Immortal Kong won't really sell out. Cardinal, second only to the Pope. This is the first time in 1,000 years. The status of a cardinal is equivalent to that of a prime minister in ancient times. Aldrich looked at the peaks, staff in hand, as he made his way forward. Slowly step into the LW. Aldrich received a phone call yesterday, listening to the Pope. The other side wants to make a bid, but the price is very expensive. $20 billion, which is a little too expensive. The bishop meant to hope that the other side would reduce the price, hopefully under $5 billion. Aldrich spat viciously in his heart. $20 billion down to $5 billion. And I don't know if it's going to work. 2 hours later, Zhang Yangyun watched Aldrich come, walked forward, and smiled. Fellow Daoist, you've come a long way. This way please. Thanks. Aldrich nodded in polite response. We all belong to different denominations, but we still have basic manners. Aldrich spoke up. I wonder if that one Jiang Chen is available. Zhang Yangyun spat in his heart. This guy is really here for the Book of Darkness and the Jesus manuscript. You really don't hide it at all? Chapter 75. When Jesus sees me, he has to call me Big Brother. Zhou Xiaopeng is broadcasting live from Lung Fushan. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of people instantly flooded into Longhu Mountain. Zhou Xiaopeng exclaimed. The number of people in this dam is too much. Hundreds of thousands of people. Close to 1 million people. It's heaven-breaking rich. Zhou Xiaopeng's heart trembled. Which anchor live broadcast has 1 million people? Even those big internet celebrities can't do it, right? Aldrich asked Elder Jiang as soon as he arrived. So it's true that he's here for the Book of Darkness and the Jesus manuscript. If the manuscript of Jesus is true, it is of great significance to the Illuminati. It is enough to prove the existence of Jesus, that is the Son of God, which is equivalent to proving that Qin Shi Huang is still alive, shocking the whole world. That's a Jesus manuscript. Extraordinary. Not just anything. Nonsense. The things that Senior Zhang collects are definitely not ordinary things. Great Redeemer. Use your divine light to purify these heretics. Let the divine light shine brightly in the land of China and let them believe in God. According to HWA, God is a son of a... What is the situation? How suddenly there are so many people. And foreigners. So hilarious. This is the dark church people. Right. The dark church also like to surf the internet. God is... Zhou Xiaopeng was instantly stunned when he saw this scene. What's going on? What's with all the fighting all of a sudden? These foreigners are really hard to serve. You quarrel. How to quarrel in my live room? This is to be blocked. The live room instantly turned into a battlefield. All sorts of name-calling and swearing went on and on. Chinese netizens stood by and watched the show with great excitement as they sparred. Zhang Yangyun, please wait first. Senior Jiang is about to come over. Aldrich nodded. It wouldn't hurt to wait. Just then, Jiang Chen came with Jiang Lingling stepping on the sword. Aldrich looked at the two black shadows in the sky, instantly nonchalant, sitting up in shock. His heart exclaimed, is he not the immortal that Huaxia said? Previously he had read the ancient Chinese loading. Legend has it that immortals are able to fly with their swords. And now it's true. Zhang Yangyun stepped forward. Senior Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded his head, then looked at that Cardinal Aldrich. At such an old age, what was he doing running here? Jiang Chen walked towards Aldrich. Aldrich respectfully said, Illuminati Aldrich has met Mr. Jiang. You want to buy the Book of Darkness and the hand scrolls of that Jesus kid? Aldrich frowned. Mr. Jiang, that's our Lord. Please show some respect. Jiang Chen laughed. What? You're still not happy that I called Jesus that kid? Aldrich's eyes were angry. And that wasn't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's the Son of God. Son of God. Who are you to call that boy? Jiang Chen said, when Jesus sees me, he must also call me a big brother. How come? I can't call him boy? Zhang Yangyun, who was next to him, had a surprised look on his face. What? Elder, you still know Jesus? The hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room were instantly shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Senior powerful Jesus C also have to call a big brother. Could it be that Jiang Senior is God's eldest son? Jesus is the younger son? Holy, does that mean that Khan Senpai has really seen Jesus? This must be the case. Or how else would Elder Khan have the manuscripts of Jesus? This seniority all of a sudden came up. Jiang Seniors have seen the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang. According to the time estimation, Jesus is still more than 100 years later than the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang. Has seen Jesus is not very normal. Bastard. He is slandering our almighty Lord. By karma. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ha Jesus is dog asterisk 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 asterisk. This must be a fake. It is impossible for him to know the almighty Lord. Live Chinese netizens began to get excited. Jesus saw me. Also have to call me a big brother. This generation is not up? As for Western netizens getting angry. This is slander. Pure and simple hype. How did Jesus get a big brother? Aren't you just saying that to prove that you are the Son of God? Aldrich shook his head. No way. God only had one only son and that was Jesus. You'd be wrong. I'm not the son of that old man God. The so-called big brother is not a brother. It could also be a friend. Jiang Chen explained. What do you mean God that old guy? Could it be that God really exists? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could it be that Senior Jiang has seen God? And called the other party an old man? This name is too powerful. It's pagan to not even honor God. Ba Jiang Seniors worship the three Qing. Respect what bird God? See God also have to give him a knife. Elder Jiang is right. Big brother. It's possible that it's just a term of endearment on friends, but they don't understand it in the West, and it's not their fault. Whoever that is, please show some respect. It's the Lord Almighty. Please don't slander God. That's a good way of saying that God is just an old guy who still stinks. Grace. I couldn't agree more. God is actually an old man. Smoking with anger, Aldrich took a deep breath to calm himself and spoke slowly. This man is too arrogant. Please, Lord Almighty, forgive him his sins. Jiang Chen froze and smiled, and ignored it. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Lingling. Lingling, take the things out. Wow. Zhang Lingling takes out the Book of Darkness, with God's manuscript. Jiang Chen said, if it weren't for the sake of Jesus, I wouldn't have sold it to you. Favors for favors, trade for trade. I'm a fair person. Ling Ling, you make the offer. Ling Ling said in a milky voice, one book is $1 billion. 2 books is $20 billion. I'm talking about Knife Lu. Listen carefully, it's Knife Lu. Aldrich God sucked in his breath, shocked by the price. Girl who taught you math. 1 book is $1 billion. 2 books should be $2 billion. How did it become 20 billion? The live feed went crazy with laughter. Yes, a book of 1 billion. 2 books of 20 billion. Who said Ling Ling? This girl will not be able to math. This math is not quite good. Counting accounts so clear. 2 right, a math expert no less. Must have been taught by a math professor. I'm speechless. Luckily, Ling Ling is still young. If she opened a loan company, she would not become the world's first instantly become the world's richest man. That's the price. Love it or leave it. Bastard. What a book of 1 billion. 2 books of 20 billion. Not 2 billion. This is sitting on the ground. Who knows if it is true? This is extortion. Outright blackmail. This thing, it must be given to us unconditionally. It's ours. Damn it. Who did this girl learn her math from? It's clearly 2 billion. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Lingling. This girl, she's pretty good at math. Chapter 76 $3 billion. That's the same price Jesus came for. Aldrich took a deep breath. I'm going to see if it's real before I decide. Jiang Chen couldn't care less. Of course, Ling Ling handed it to him. Okay. Aldrich took the Book of Darkness from Zhang Lingling's hand, looked at the skull behind him, looked at the glowing eyes, and instantly understood that this was the Book of Darkness of the Dark Church. It's true. Aldrich turns to page 1, page 2, page 3. It really recorded the dark arts and sorcery on it. This thing absolutely can't fall into the hands of the Dark Church. Otherwise there will be endless consequences. Aldrich then handed the Book of Darkness to those around him. Take the Jesus manuscript. Hands began to tremble as they scrutinized the writing on this. This is indeed a manuscript of Jesus. On it were recorded the past deeds of Jesus, as well as some of the lost arts of the light. It's priceless. To know that now the Church of Light does not have many divine arts. A lot of them are lost. There are these divine arts. Not only can you practice, but also able to communicate with the Heavenly Father, have a strong power. This thing has got to get. Aldrich suppressed his excited expression and said, Mr. Jiang, a book of 1 billion, right? What are you asking me for? Just ask the girl. Jiang Chen didn't care about money or power. Money is a complete waste of paper to him. Aldrich looked at Jiang Lingling. Miss Lingling, a book is 1 billion, right? Yeah. This one is 1 billion. And this one is 1 billion, right? Yeah. That adds up to 2 billion. How is that 20 billion? One book is $1 billion. 2 books is 20 billion. Ah. Jiang Lingling rationalized. It's 2 billion only. Otherwise you ask Big Brother. Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen, who nodded helplessly. Unconvinced, Jiang Lingling wiggled her fingers and started talking to herself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus. 10 plus 10 equals. Jiang Lingling thought about it for half a day, but couldn't figure it out. She knows numbers, but addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division have yet to be learned. Zhang Yangyun said, it is indeed $2 billion. Cauldron, isn't billion too cheap? Ah, should we not add more? Jiang Lingling inquired in a low voice. Aldrich was furious. Little girl, $2 billion is not enough for you? Converted into Chinese currency, that's over 10 billion. You'll never make that much money in your life. Jiang Chen laughed. You make the call. Everything is at your disposal. Jiang Lingling nodded her head and her tone grew. 3 billion then. I'm talking about knife music. Aldrich was furious. Good for you, little girl. A straight-up raise $1 billion? Do you think it's that easy to make money? Aldrich just wanted to reduce the price, only to hear Jiang Chen say, that's it. Sell it to you at the price. Lingling said. Mr. Kong, this is too expensive. If you don't want to, I'll sell you one copy for 1.5 billion, and the other copy to the Dark Order is fine. I'm sure they're interested. Gave you face. Sold you for Jesus' sake. If it wasn't for Jesus, who the hell would care? You're haggling with me? Aldrich took a deep breath. Elder, that group of people from the Dark Order are pagans. They can be bad people. All right, you can buy it if you like. Even if Jesus comes, it's still the same price. Mr. Jiang, he is not willing to pay. I am willing to buy the Book of Darkness price of billion. This thing must be purchased back. 1.5. That is our Book of Darkness greatest treasure, and it must be purchased back. A 1.5 measly billion won't matter. Good guy, is this thing so expensive? A book of 1.5 billion converted into Chinese currency is $9 billion. I have to say, the Illuminati are so rich. Nonsense, which does not look at what it is. Jesus manuscript. 1.5 billion. I feel that it is still a loss. Jiang Lingling is too small. If I have at least $15 billion. Bastards, this is a robbery. They're shameless. This was originally a Jesus manuscript and should be returned to us in the Illuminati. Perhaps he stole it. Upstairs, if you have the ability to return all of your country's Chinese antiques, they're ours. On the internet, the debate begins. Give it back to you for free? On what grounds? Your country stole so many antiques from China. Have you ever returned them to us? You're allowed to loot, but not us? What kind of sense is that? Chinese netizens are indignant. Should increase the prices, right? How only 1.5 billion US dollars? Ah, it's got to be anyhow $150 billion. When Aldrich heard Jiang Chen's words, his brows immediately tightened. The Book of Darkness absolutely could not fall into the hands of the Dark Cleric. Once he missed the opportunity today, perhaps the Dark Cleric would come to his door tomorrow. $3 billion is affordable for the Illuminati. Aldrich looked at Jiang Chen's insistence and nodded helplessly. Okay, just $3 billion. Give me an account number and I'll have someone transfer it immediately. What account? At this moment, Zhang Mantian walked over and handed over a slip of paper. This is Senior Zhang's account number. Aldrich nodded. Zhang Mantian has long been arranged. Deliberately got a bank account. Or Jiang Chen's name. Aldrich turned away. Jiang Lingling, Cauldron, they took it. Shouldn't they pay first? What if they renege? Don't worry, I won't renege on the bill. If they renege on the bill, I'll just make a trip to the Illuminati. Jiang Chen couldn't care less. Although he didn't value money, no one dared to renege on a debt, especially his. Naturally, Aldrich won't renege. $3 billion, the Illuminati can still afford it. Jiang Lingling looked excited. Cauldron, is 5 billion enough to buy 1,000 years of ginseng? Ah, give me to refine the elixir chant. Jiang Chen smiled. That thing is very rare. It only grows in 1,000 years. I'm only afraid that I can't buy it with money. So the little girl doesn't want it. I can't buy it. Jiang Lingling was supposed to use money to buy treasures and refine pills, but it turned out that she couldn't buy them even with money, so it wasn't a waste of money. Jiang Mantian smiled. Indeed you can't buy it, the things you mentioned are all very rare. Jiang Lingling looked disappointed. Jiang Chen stood up. Ling Ling, go home. Jiang Chen's hand moved, and the Qingfeng sword was suspended on the ground. Stood on the sword, and turned to leave. Kunlun Mountain Range. A group of soldiers stood at the bottom of the hill holding 2 wooden boxes. Is it up there? Armed police officer Zhao Long asked. It's up there. His old man lives up there. And there's a little girl that I came to once. Kong Wenqing was only he died 25 years old when, and his daughter had just been born. Both parents are dead. What's his daughter's name? Ginger Ling Ling. Good. From now on Ling Ling will be our real daughter. But unfortunately, the murderer has never been found. We must pursue this and bring the murderer to justice. The soldier carried the coffin on up the hill, revealing a determined look between his eyes. Inside these 2 wooden boxes, it's Kong Ling Ling's father and mother. They used to be soldiers on the border. Died on the border. Has not been looking for the body. 3 days ago in a deep mountain on the border to find 2 bodies. After identification is Jiang Yuanqing and his wife Zhanglan. Chapter 77 Jiang Lingling's parents' heads retrieved. Jiang Chen angry. Jiang Zhongming sat in the courtyard drinking tea. Heard footsteps. Stepped out. Looked at the soldiers not far away holding 2 black wooden boxes. His face instantly gloomy. Could those 2 wooden boxes be grandson and grandson-in-law? Jiang Zhongming smoked a dry cigarette. His eyes moist. 7 years. You finally come home. The soldier came holding the wooden box, and the moment he saw Jiang Zhongming, his expression was serious as Zhao Long saluted. Greetings, Elder Jiang. The rest of the soldiers saluted with solemn expressions. Inside is, I'm sorry we didn't protect Yuanqing and Zhanglan. It's not your fault. Did you find the killer? The soldier was silent and Jiang Zhongming nodded. Put it in. Tap. 7 years ago he had received information that the couple had both perished at the border. Only 2 skull-less bodies were seen, having been inhumanly tortured to death by the enemy, with their heads nowhere to be seen. At that time, Jiang Lingling had only just been born, and only after a month, the news of Jiang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan's fall came back, and at that time, Jiang Zhongming's heart was as if he was dead, and his white hair was sent to his black hair. Unfortunately, there had been no heads recovered, and Jiang Zhongming could only reluctantly bury them. Zhao Long, the captain of the armed police, looked at Elder Jiang and patted his chest. Elder, don't worry. In this life, I will definitely hunt down the murderer and avenge them. Jiang Zhongming nodded. I understand. Thank you for sending them home. It's our duty. Yet just then, Grandpa, we're back. Jiang Lingling cheerfully entered the courtyard and looked at the many armed police officers. Very puzzled, Jiang Chen followed behind Ling Ling into the courtyard. Looking at the 2 crates, his face grimaced as he felt what it looked like inside. Jiang Zhongming was just about to open his mouth when Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop him and calmly said, Zhongming, you take Lingling out to play first. Just leave things here to me. Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Zhongming nodded his head and looked at Lingling, the corners of his mouth barely squeezing out a smile. Let's go. Grandpa will take you out. Why go out? Your brother has something to discuss with them, and you are too young to know. Jiang Lingling looked back at Jiang Chen, who simply responded with a faint, be obedient. Oh, Jiang Zhongming holding Ling Ling's hand, leaving the yard, looking back, muttering in his heart, what so mysterious. Zhao Long looked at Jiang Chen, and you are? I'm Yuanqing's cousin. Jiang Chen, is this Yuanqing and Zhanglan in here? I'm sorry, it's our bad. There's nothing to apologize for. I remember that Yuanqing has some talent. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with ordinary people. The other party is an expert. Our guns can't even hit the other party. Even we don't even know who the other party is. But please don't worry. I will definitely find the murderer and avenge Yuanqing. Zhao Long affirmed. Jiang Chen walked forward and lifted the 2 wooden boxes. The eyes revealed a murderous intent between them. There was a little needle eye in the center of the eyebrow. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. But who was Jiang Chen? Just by looking at it, he knew what it was. Killing people with needles. It was bound to be a foreigner. And only an alien can do that. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, closed the wooden box, and calmly asked, what happened at that time? Tell us. As for finding the murderer, there is no need. Zhao Long spoke slowly. 7 years ago, we pursued a drug case. When a team of us 23 have seized 100 kilograms of drugs, we follow the trail and look for the upline. The upline's name is Li Yan. He's a drug lord, and we've been ordered to arrest each other. But I didn't think that the other party was an expert. Surrounded by more than a dozen bodyguards, and they had a gunfight. And in the end, Li Yan ran away, and we followed closely. so we chased after them. At that time, Yuan Chang and Zhao Lan were the fastest to chase after them. They were fast. They didn't expect to fall into the enemy's trap. By the time we chased them down, all we saw were bodies. At that time we continued our pursuit, but unfortunately broke off the trail. Wait until 3 days later someone found 2 bodies without heads, and it was determined then that they were Yuan Chang and Zhan Lan. All these years, we have been searching for the murderer, never stopping, but unfortunately there has been no news. That Li Yan seems to have disappeared. We've arrested many drug dealers over the years, but there's no news of that Li Yan. I am ashamed of brother Yuan Chang. Zhang Chen nodded his head. Just know who the other party was? I know. I'll take care of the rest. You guys don't need to intervene. No, we'll keep tracking it down. That's our promise. Brother, don't worry. Even if I die, I will keep tracking it down and give you an explanation. No matter who it is that killed my brother, I will take revenge. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, we won't give up. That's our promise to you. Several armed police officers made promises that the murderers would be brought to justice. Have a heart. They are not for you to deal with. Zhao Long was surprised. He heard from Jiang Chen's tone that they didn't seem to be simple. At that time, Zhao Gang felt very surprised. Especially that Li Yan. He was too fast. Just like a cheetah. With a flash of his body, he disappeared. And Zhang Yuan Cheng, Zhang Lan is the same. Their speed is very fast. If placed in the present, what bolt is not as fast as them? At that time, Zhao Gang felt that Yuan Cheng is not a simple person. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, he was even more certain in his heart. Zhao Gang exclaimed, could it be that you know who the other party is? I don't know. I'll check. Okay, if you know who the other party is, please let me know. I will definitely help. Whoever it is that killed my brother. Even if the armed police quit, I will take revenge. Jiang Chen nodded. The inhuman was not something they could deal with. Jiang Chen, your mission has been delivered. Go back. Zhao Long took out a pen, wrote down a phone number, and said seriously, if you have any news, please let me know as soon as possible. A few people then turned to leave. Jiang Chen took the 2 wooden boxes and flew towards the back of the mountain. Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen in the sky. Grandpa, what's the cauldron going for? He went to give them a ride. Whoops, your parents. Then I'm going to. Don't go. Old ancestor gave them a ride. What are you doing there? Your parents can rest in peace in heaven. Jiang Lingling rubbed her head, not understanding what her grandfather meant at all. Jiang Chen stood next to a grave. A casual wave of the hand. The coffin then rose from the earth, then opened the wooden box and placed the 2 heads into it, calmly saying, Yuan Cheng, don't worry, old ancestor is here and will definitely help you guys take revenge. So what if it's an inhuman? I'll exterminate them to console your soul in heaven. Jiang Chen waved his hand. That coffin sinks. Reburial. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. It's an inhuman tactic. Jiang Chen returns. Zhang Ming, call Zhang Mantian and ask him to come see me. Good. Soon. Zhang Mantian came and looked at Jiang Chen's gloomy face, radiating killing intent. His heart thumped. Who in the world is it that has caused Senior Jiang to be so angry? Chapter 78 Going to the Inhuman Li family. Jiang Chen had a calm face. Zhang Mantian, how much do you know about inhumans? I wonder who Senior Jiang is asking about. All inhuman families. There are 8 inhuman families named the Tang family, the Song family, the Nangong family, the Murong family, the Li family, the Sun family, the Yang family, and the Dragon family. The Li family. Is there a person called Li Yan? I don't know if Elder is looking for him for something. Just answer me directly. You don't need to know anything. Jiang Chen's expression was serious. Zhang Mantian immediately took out his cell phone and dialed. One moment. Zhang Mantian nodded his head. Yes, Li Yan of the Li family, now 42 years old, is the son of Li Yuchuan, the head of the Li family. Where does he live? It should be in Eastwood City, the Li family fort. Take me away. Going now? Please ask Elder Zhang to get on the plane with me. No, the Imperial Sword is too slow for airplanes. Okay then, I'll search for the address. You don't know? Navigation. I've been there once, but I only know where it is, and it's dark enough that navigation is best. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. Darkness. Zhang Mantian stood on the sword. His mood was excited and uneasy. Excited because this was the first time to fly on a sword. Although it was Jiang Chen who was carrying it, this feeling could not be better. Uneasily, listening to Jiang Chen's tone, he seemed to be very dissatisfied with Li Yan. Could it be that Li Yan had a grudge against Senior Jiang? But isn't Senior Jiang in seclusion? How can hate be involved? Zhang Mantian was very puzzled and confused. Facing Jiang Chen, he didn't dare to ask one more question for fear of making the senior angry. Jiang Chen seems to have a gentle personality, but who knows? We are all cultivators. Cultivators are concerned about the thoughts, seemingly gentle appearance. Perhaps out of the ruthless, Zhangmantian is so, let alone a cultivation of several thousand years of old Taoist priest. Eastwood City, Li's castle. The lights and colors are on, and there is a lot of activity. Red lanterns were hung throughout Fort Li. Today is the day of Li Wenyu's wedding. The powerful families sent congratulatory invitations. The Li family castle feast. Guests continue to. The butler stood in the doorway, hands clasped and smiling. Levino was smiling. Congratulations to brother Wenyu. Happy new marriage. Grow old together, and be happy and safe in this life. 100 years of goodwill and everlasting love. Happy newlyweds. Thanks a lot, thanks a lot. Li Wenyu walked up. Father, the guests have all arrived. Arrange to be seated. The entrance to Fort Li. Whose wedding is this? This is all unknown. This is Li Yuchuan's fourth son, Li Wenyu, of the Li family castle, having a wedding. They are the true gentry and nobility. How come I've never heard of the mansion nobles? Wouldn't the true gentry be known? You think it's the riffraff? Their family is highly competent in both politics and business. I'm so envious. I wish I could marry into it. Save your breath. Luxury aristocrats. Is it not for you to marry just because you want to? Hurry up and go watch a movie. A few passers-by were chatting nearby. Zhang Chen and Zhang Mantian stood in the doorway, looking at the mansion hanging red lanterns. Hear the noisy voice inside. Zhang Mantian, no. This is the Li family is getting married. Such a major scene to seek revenge. Only afraid of. Zhang Mantian whispered. Senior, why don't we go another day? Zhang Chen smiled. Just in time. They converged together, saving me from looking for them one by one. When Zhang Mantian heard this, he instantly froze like a wooden chicken. Are you trying to exterminate the whole family? Zhang Mantian hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out to remind him. Senior, times are different now. For me, it's the same whenever. You can stay here. This whole thing was never supposed to be any of your business. What happens to Senior is my business. Then let's go. Just keep an eye on it. And by the way, let's let you take care of the aftermath. I'm the one who's most afraid of trouble. Zhang Chen leads the way into it. Zhang Mantian had a headache. This is the inhuman family. The inhuman and the cultivator are the same. All have different abilities. Although the inhuman is not as good as the cultivator. But now it is the age of the end of the law. The inhuman is instead more powerful than the cultivator. They didn't need mana like cultivators. They need real energy. However, the truly powerful ones are still cultivators. Martial artists cultivate true chi, and cultivators cultivate mana. How can they be compared to each other? The two stepped in. Entering it, one sees orderly guests already seated. Li Yuchuan was surprised when he saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that Zhang Mantian, the deputy director of Bureau? 749. What's he doing here? Li Yuchuan stepped forward and cupped his fists, smiling. Brother Mantian, how come you're free to come over to drink the wedding wine? This way please, this way please. Zhang Mantian smiled awkwardly and clasped his fists, as a way to return the favor. This is? Li Yuchuan looked at Zhang Chen's full head of white hair. Young handsome appearance. Very strange. Hair are white. How is still so young? Zhang Chen spoke. You are Li Yuchuan? Exactly. And you are? Li Yan is your son. When Li Yuchuan heard this, he knew that the visitor was not good. But now that it was his fourth son's big day, he still greeted him with a smile. Li Yan is my son. Your Excellency. If you have a problem with Quan Zi, you might as well come back another day. In his heart, the kid in front of him must be relying on Zhang Mantian to back him up. And he dared to come here to make trouble this time. But who is Li Yuchuan? The head of the Li family, naturally, will not be afraid of 749 Zhang Mantian, not to mention that he is still a deputy. Even if the director, Wang Qishui, came, he had to give him face. No, you let him out. Li Yuchuan looked back at his eldest son, Li Yan. Don't you recognize it? Li Yuchuan looked at Zhang Mantian, only to see Zhang Mantian silent, looked up at the sky, and muttered in his heart, tonight's moon is really good. The many guests looked at the trio in wonder. This is to congratulate? Doesn't look like he's here to congratulate. If he really was, he'd have taken his seat already. Looks like he's here to cause trouble to me. No way. Who dares to trouble the Li family? He doesn't want to live. Can't you see that behind you stands Deputy Director? Zhang Mantian? 749 *******. Feelings are someone backing off, but is just a Deputy Director. Do not know thought it was Wang Qishui it. ********. Who dares to be reckless on my brother's wedding day? I'll get him killed. Him. Right at this moment, a group of tall, lanky, tall men walked towards Zhang Chen's side. their expressions fierce and vicious as they looked at Jiang Chen. A big man grimaced. Kid, you're here to look for trouble. You don't look at what kind of place this is. What kind of day is today? Believe it or not. With one word from me, I'll make it impossible for you to get out of this door. Jiang Chen glanced at it and casually pointed his finger. Point on the big man. The big man was then paralyzed, his whole body weak, and he fell backward. Several people behind him rushed to support the big man. Big brother, what's going on? Why are you fainting? The other side is inhuman. What did this kid use? When Li Yuchuan saw the big man fall to the ground, his brows furrowed and his face grimaced. So it's an expert. I don't know if your excellency is looking for my son for something? You tell him to come here. Li Yan's heart thumped in his chest as he headed this way. I don't seem to have offended him. Who the hell is this guy? Chapter 79. You never need evidence to kill someone. Li Yan clasped his fists and said, My name is Li Yan. I don't seem to recognize your excellency. Do you know about Jiang Yuanqing and Zhaolan? Li Yan froze, then realized what the person in front of him meant by the alien he killed 7 years ago. A border couple. Jiang Chen nodded. Looks like it's you. Li Yan's eyes exuded essence. I don't know what you're talking about, nor do I know any Jiang Yuanqing or Zhaolan. Did your excellency find the wrong person? The look in my eyes just now said it all. Where's the evidence? The police need evidence to arrest people. Even if you have the backing of deputy director, you still need evidence. To say that I did this without evidence is too unfair. 749 inch. I don't need proof. Li Yan's expression was slightly angry. He just wanted to strike, but was stopped by Li Yuchuan. Your excellency, this was 7 years ago. We can discuss anything. How much money is needed to quell this matter? Name your price. Li Yuchuan also knew about that incident 7 years ago, but according to what Li Yan described, they only have a grandfather in his 90s at home, and a newborn baby. As for the other party being an inhuman, perhaps an unintentionally awakened inhuman, Li Yuchuan didn't give it the slightest bit of thought. Jiang Chen looked at the other party. So you also know that it's simple to quell this matter, and that's to exterminate your Li family's entire clan. Kid, he is too ungrateful to give you face. Li Yuchuan was furious. Only Jiang Chen suddenly struck out and grabbed Li Yan with his right hand. A soul was then drawn out. Li Yan was horrified. This is my soul? Not only was Li Yan horrified, Zhang Mantian was also surprised with a face. What kind of ability was this? And draw out other people's souls? Li Yuchuan looked at that one spirit body, naturally knew that it was his own son, and was alarmed in his heart that the other party was cultivating the law. Li Yuchuan stormed back and roared, All Li family members, prepare to meet the battle. Jiang Chen grasped the soul in his hand, watching the many Li family members converge. Zhang Mantian whispered, Senior, since he is the mastermind, might as well forget about it. Why bother exterminating someone's entire family? You're teaching me things? The late generation wouldn't dare. When Li Yuchuan heard the two men talking, he realized that the young man in front of him was not at all relying on Zhang Mantian's status, but was an extremely high cultivator. At this time, a voice burst out from the crowd. I know who he is. He's the Kunlun mountain deity, the one who preached at Longhu Mountain. Jiang Chen? He's Jiang Chen. What? He's that one immortal who flies with a sword? It's really him. It's him. So it's an immortal. The Li family offended the immortals. How dare they? It's really him. Was seeing him on the internet. Thought it was a rumor. But I didn't think it was true. Oh my god, he's what the internet says he is. Elder Kong. Li Yuchuan's entire body was confused. Recently, rumors have been spreading on the internet, saying something about the emergence of immortals in Longhu Mountain, who not only collect magic weapons, but are also able to fly with their swords, which is something he has also heard. I thought it was a bunch of stinky Taoist priests from Lung Fushan who made the boo-boos, according to his idea. In the end times, where are the monks? Even if the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master has been practicing for decades, he is only in the refining realm, and the age of the end of the law is the age of practicing martial arts, not the age of cultivation. But now it seems to be true. This man's methods are truly unseen and unheard of. Straight out of the soul. It's unbelievable. Jiang Chen walked towards Li Yuchuan in large strides, while a dozen people stood around him. These were all members of the Li family. Li Wenyu snorted coldly and said in a loud voice, In the age of the last Dharma, I, Li Wenyu, do not allow there to be fairies on earth. Li Wenyu jumped out and mobilized his true qi, running the palm technique. He only saw yellow light flashing around him, suddenly attacking in the direction of Jiang Chen. A Bagua divine palm rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously and didn't take it to heart at all. His body's mana dispersed and a golden light mantra appeared on his body, tightly encircling him. That 8 trigrams divine palm just hit on top of the golden light curse, and it dissipated in smoke. Jiang Chen was as steady as a mountain. Unbelievably, Li Wenyu looked at the palm of his hand. Could it be that my palmistry is fake? Just as he was wondering, Jiang Chen stretched out his right hand and casually made a point. A green-colored lightning bolt appeared at the fingertips of his right hand, and then blasted at Li Wenyu's body at an extremely fast speed. Next, Li Wenyu then went up in smoke and his entire body turned into powder. Zhang Mantian stood by the side, mocking in his heart, has this guy watched too many TV dramas and doesn't allow there to be fairies on Earth? Who do you think you are? Still want to exterminate immortals? It's so uninformed. Fourth brother, you kill my brother. I let you die. Fourth brother. Son, I'm not going to die with you. Kill him and avenge big brother. Old thing, go to hell. The eyes of the Li family were bloodshot and extremely angry, and they released big moves to deal with Jiang Chen, only to see the sky filled with palm prints greeting Jiang Chen. Bang bang bang. Jiang Chen remained unmoved, and all of his mana was unable to break through the golden light mantra. The Li family looked dumbfounded. What kind of person is this? Could it really be a god? How can there be immortals in the mortal world? Shocked, Li Yuchuan snapped back to his senses and yelled at the top of his voice. All Li family members, listen to the order. Quickly converge all of your true chi into my body, so that I can perform a surefire kill move, and I will definitely kill this brat in one fell swoop. With Li Yuchuan's order, many of the Li family's children responded. They mobilized their entire body's true chi and surged towards Li Yuchuan like a tidal wave. A moment in time, Li Yuchuan only felt an extremely majestic true chi pouring into him. The majestic true chi seemed as if it was going to burst through his body. However, in the face of this surging and powerful force, Li Yuchuan did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he was grimacing and laughing, only to see his hands clenched into fists, his true chi surging madly around his body, forming a huge cyclone. The air around him was stirred up and whirring. At this moment, Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was still wearing a smile and stood calmly in place. He seemed to have anticipated the actions of Li Yuchuan and the others. Right at this moment, Li Yuchuan fiercely exerted his strength, releasing as much of the huge true chi that had gathered in his body as he could. For a time, dazzling light blossomed eye-catching, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept out in all directions with him at the center. Wherever they passed, tables, chairs and other things were shattered by the powerful chi energy, and broken limbs and debris shot out in all directions like rain. The whole scene was a shocking mess. Zhang Mantian was surprised and his body unconsciously took a step back. With such a huge amount of true chi gathered together, would Senior Jiang be able to resist? If he couldn't resist, wouldn't even he die? Zhang Mantian was a cultivator, but he couldn't resist such a powerful attack. Jiang Chen remained motionless, never took them to heart. At this time Li Yuchuan roared, die! A powerful 8 trigrams divine palm blasted out, forcing its way towards Jiang Chen. The power was several times more massive than the 8 trigrams divine palm that Li Wenyu had cast just now, and wherever it passed through, tables and chairs lifted up and flew away, making a mess. And at that moment, Li Chen stretched out his right hand, gently. Chapter 80, wiping out the Li family fort in human. At this moment, Jiang Chen stretched out his right hand and gently pointed. A green-colored lightning bolt shot out from his right hand and clashed with the flying divine palm. Just a moment, that thick palm power instantly turned into nothingness, and that lightning power pushed straight towards Li Yuchuan. It was at this point that Li Yuchuan was truly afraid. The palm force that gathered more than a dozen Li family disciples was shattered like tofu. How powerful was this person's mana? Before Li Yuchuan could react, that lightning power then bombarded Li Yuchuan's body, then pierced through Li Yuchuan's body and spread in all directions, instantly piercing through a dozen or so Li family disciples, penetrating their bodies. A moment in time, a dozen or so Li family disciples then died at Li Chen's hands, their bodies going up in smoke. The guests around them, stunned. Such terrifying mana was simply too shocking. With just one strike, the entire Li family was reduced to powder. Zhang Mantian was even more surprised and speechless. Was this the true strength of Senior Jiang Chen? Even the Duke of Thunder and the Mother of Lightning have to respect it. The power of the gods was surprisingly so terrifying. Jiang Chen turned back, his eyes without a trace of pity, and calmly said, Mantian, take care of this, I'll wait for you outside the door. Zhang Mantian nodded, then took out his cell phone. Less than 10 minutes, a group of armed police then rushed over, as well as the members of the bureau. Zhang Mantian explained to them, everyone must shut up, not to spread the word. Once it is known to all, will be held accountable. 749. After Zhang Mantian instructed, he then went out from the door. Looking at Jiang Chen standing under the tree, he immediately walked up and commanded, Senior, it's been resolved. Settle what? Aren't all the Lis ambushed? That Li Yan is just the leader. His strength is very average. Although I haven't seen Yuan Chang, Li Yan is not his opponent, and Li Yan is not the real murderer, not the real killer. With a wave of his hand, a spirit appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen made a point with his left hand, tap on Li Yan's forehead and look through the layers to see memories from 7 years ago. At this moment, Zhang Mantian also looked over. That scene played like a movie. Is that Yuan Qing? And Zhang Lan? Zhang Yuanqing is the descendant of Zhang Senpai. They are border warriors, tracking down drugs, but unfortunately, they were assassinated by Li Yan and a few foreigners. Zhang Mantian looked at the scene with mixed emotions. Li Yan turned out to be a big drug lord 7 years ago? In addition to Li Yan, there is the Tang family, Fort Tang family, Song family, Nangong family, Morong family, Sun family, a total of 5 families, plus the destroyed Li family, is 6 families. Jiang Chen said, these people deal drugs. You don't know? Never knew. Don't know even if you don't know. You should have seen them all just now when they made their moves. And those clans? The one who used a concealed weapon just now should be the Tang clan of the Tang family fort. That's their unique skill. The Stormy Rain Pear Blossom Needle. The one who used the Yin 5 Thunders was the Song family. The one who used the Spirit Detainer to dispatch the general should be the Sun family. The Divine Machine 100 Refinements should be the Morong family. The Chimeras should be the Nangong family. Zhang Mantian also understood that Jiang Chen waited for him for what purpose? That is, to let him lead the way to find them to take revenge. The 8 heterosexual families. There are actually 6 families involved in drug trafficking, but also killed the offspring of Jiang seniors. Lead the way. Could you let me make the call, senpai? No harm done. Jiang Chen didn't care. Zhang Mantian took out his cell phone and immediately dialed his master's phone. Something? Master. The Li family was exterminated by Elder Jiang. I see. Anything else? And the other 5 great clans. Just lead the way. Master. The influence of the Inhuman is too great. I've known about their drug trafficking for a long time. Only that they've recently tightened up a bit, and when they break the law can't punish them, so let Elder Jiang take action. There's nothing to worry about when it comes to deserving death. But inside the Bureau 749th, I'll take care of the rest. Understood. Zhang Mantian hung up the phone. He kind of heard out. The original master has long known that they are drug trafficking. Has not been action. Perhaps 749 Bureau inside their people. It has been held back. Perhaps until now. Zhang Mantian exclaimed in shock. Could it be that master also knew about this matter of Jiang Chen's juniors being killed? Thinking about it, Zhang Mantian walked up to Jiang Chen and respectfully said, Senior, where is the next house to go? The Don's castle. Good. Zhang Mantian immediately searched for the address of the Tang family fort, then stood on his sword and followed behind Jiang Chen as he traveled to the Tang family fort. At this time, inside the Tang family's castle, Tang Aotian had a gloomy face. Just a moment ago, he had already heard the news that the Li family fort had been exterminated, and the person who exterminated it was Jiang Chen, a cultivator who had recently appeared. Not only did he have profound magical power, but he also had the ability to fly with a sword. With his own strength, he wiped out the Li family fort. As the same Inhuman family, everyone's strength was equal. Patriarch, who exactly is that Jiang Chen and why did he exterminate everyone in the Li family? Asterisk. We Inhumans messed with him. They cultivate Taoism, we cultivate truth. It's not supposed to be the same way. Why should we kill the Li family? This person is too arrogant. We definitely can't let him go on with his nonsense. Yes, he must be finished off. Come on. He exterminated the Li family fort by himself. This person cultivates the Tao. We cultivate the truth. It's not even on the same level. I've seen that Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master before, but he's only in the Qi refining realm, and he doesn't have much magical power at all. A Heavenly Master is a Heavenly Master, but he's different. Rumor has it that he's cultivated for 2,000 years. You've seen who is cultivated for more than 2,000 years. That mana is definitely not something we can fight against. What does he mean? Is he not allowing us Inhumans to exist? Inside the conference room of the Don's castle, numerous people were discussing why Jiang Chen wanted to destroy the Li family fort. Tang Aotian looked at the crowd, his face gloomy. Enough, all of you don't make any noise. That Jiang Chen entered the Li family fort. The first thing he wants to find is Li Yan. At the same time, he also mentioned 2 people, Zhang Yuanqing and Zhang Lan. Zhang Yuanqing should be his descendant. I'd like to know if any of you people in the congregation have seen Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan, who are a couple. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and they all shook their heads to show that they didn't recognize it. Among them, Tang Qing's face was shocked. Tang Aotian looked at Tang Cheng. Qinger, do you have something to say? Father, do you know Zhang Yuanqing, with the 2 Zhang Lan? Everyone looked at Tang Cheng, their faces gloomy and uncertain. Tang Cheng lowered his head. Yes. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Tang Aotian had a gloomy face. Tell us what happened. Tang Cheng recounted the story one by one. 7 years ago, a few of them were young and ready for some excitement. So they trafficked drugs along the border, and by virtue of their stature, they became rich by transporting drugs. This matter was naturally known to Tang Aotian. Continue. At that time, there were 2 people. I don't know what his name was. They were Inhumans. They were rather border police officers. And after discovering Li Yan's drug trafficking, they continued to pursue him. It was then that the 6 of us fought them. Ended up killing a man and a woman. And then what? Then, in order to teach them a lesson, this guy Li Yan chopped off the heads and threw them in a corner, leaving their corpses separated. Tang Aotian's face was terribly gloomy. Chapter 81 The Tang Family Fort's Reaction. When the crowd heard the words, they revealed their surprise. What? The separation of the corpses so that they can't be reincarnated. So that their souls are tormented. Just kill people and make them unable to reincarnate. You guys are too. No wonder. That Jiang Chen wanted to slaughter the entirely family fort. You guys have gone too far. I'm just afraid they're turning into stern ghosts now. I'm only afraid that it can't be turned into a severe ghost. Is there someone from the Sun family among them? When the crowd heard this, they looked at Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng nodded helplessly. The Sun family. Detain the spirit and send the general, treating them as knights and becoming slaves. You have to know that the Sun family has this kind of means. When you kill someone, when you detain the other party's Yuan Shen, seal the other party's memories, as a general, so that the other party cannot be reincarnated into the next life, become a slave forever. This is to detain the spirit and send the general. Tang Aotian was silent for a moment and inquired, is that couple still there? Become a great general of Sun Yuanzhou. No wonder he was able to become the 2nd generation young family head. So that's the reason. You go out and kneel outside and tell Senior Jiang everything. Father, then I'm not dead? Tang Cheng was horrified. If you don't die, we all have to die. Only if you die can we end this matter. Tang Aotian's eyes were cold. It was better for one person to die than for the whole family to die. That Jiang Chen was able to overthrow the entirely family fort. If he didn't hand over Tang Cheng, he was afraid that the entire Tang family fort would follow in the Li family's footsteps. As the head of a clan, he had to do it. Tang Cheng didn't want to die. He was still young and had a great age ahead of him. So he said, Father, why don't we join forces with the other clans and work together to deal with Jiang Chen? He's just one person, with hundreds of us. Could it be that we can't get him killed? I just don't believe he's immortal. Tang Aotian shook his head. Flying with a sword. This is indeed the means of the immortals. They are cultivating the law. We are cultivating the truth. If it's in the early stages, we are naturally stronger than them. But at a later stage, we fall behind. Cultivation can become immortal. Have you ever heard of cultivation being able to become immortal? But you can't just watch your child go to his death. Tang Cheng was unwilling, still thinking of making Tang Aotian change his decision. If you don't die, his thoughts won't get through. Tang Aotian said. Tang Cheng saw that it was hopeless and walked outside in a grayish manner. The crowd remained silent, speculating in their hearts that Jiang Chen was able to overthrow the Li family fort. He would surely be able to overthrow the Tang family fort. Tang Lingling, dressed in regal attire, entered the Tang family castle and looked at Tang Cheng kneeling on the ground and laughed. What's the matter? What did you do to be punished by father again? Tang Cheng looked up, his face ashen. Sister. Alright, don't kneel. I'll greet father and exempt you from the punishment. Get up. Tang Lingling looked at her brother. Although her brother was unruly, he was ultimately her own brother. Tang Cheng shook her head. Sister, this time is different. What? You kill people? It's not just killing a person. With our Tang family castle's connections we still can't handle it. It's fine. There's sister to take the blame. This time is different. If I don't die, the entire Tang family fort will have to die with me. Tang Lingling frowned. Who dares to make my Tang family fort perish? Jiang Chen. Who is Jiang Chen? Never heard of it. Sister, don't worry about it. It's better to hurry up and leave, or else you'll be implicated as well. This person is a cultivator with profound magical power. Humph. Those stinking Taoist priests. It's the age of the end. They're nothing more than the Qi refining realm. He's different. He's already wiped out the Li family fort. Tang Lingling exclaimed. What? The Li family fort has been exterminated? Just an hour ago, news came from the Li family castle that it had been exterminated. Only that it would be the turn of the Tang family castle. And father told me to kneel here to be punished. Tang Lingling frowned tightly and took out her cell phone. Her eyes firm. Don't worry. You're my own brother. Even if the greatest immortal comes, I'll save you. Doodle doodle. Tang Lingling, hubby, something happened at my home. Bring a few thousand men over. Be fast. Just let you bring it here. The other side wants our Tang family exterminated. Come at once. Less than 10 minutes. A dozen or so military vehicles came, and from the vehicle came down a mighty man. Hundreds of soldiers followed off the vehicle and quickly walked towards the Tang family fort. This man was Tang Lingling's husband, Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe frowned. What's going on? Tang Lingling, my brother killed someone 7 years ago, and the other party came to seek revenge. An expert. What does the other side want? To take my brother's life. With me here. Who dares to take his life? And who is the other side? Jiang Chen. Jiang Xinghe shook his head. He had never heard of this name. Was it powerful? Jiang Xinghe snorted coldly. There are dozens of guns here. Could it be that the other party isn't afraid of bullets? Don't worry. With me here. No one would dare to act recklessly. Even a god would have to die. Just then, Tang Aotian walked with the crowd. His brows furrowed. Ling Ling, who told you to bring people here? Father, I can't stand by and watch my brother die. You're stupid. Do you know who the other party is? Tang Aotian angrily rebuked. Even if it's a god, so what? He's my own brother. Besides my brother's life. What does he want? We compensate him Isn't it just a human life? 10 million, or 100 million. As long as he opens his mouth, I'll give it to him. Just can't let my brother die. Ling Ling's eyes were cold, vowing to guard her brother to the death. You'll only bury the entire Tang family castle this way. Father, leave this matter to me. Tang Aotian was silent. Looking at his son, he had 3 daughters. This was his only son, and he didn't want to watch his son die. Tang Aotian exasperatedly said, you deal with it. Jiang Chen took Zhang Mantian towards the Tang family fort. Looking at the soldier, Zhang Mantian frowned. So many soldiers, where was this transferred from? Zhang Mantian whispered, Elder, word has gotten out that the Tang family fort is on the defensive. So why don't we come back another day? So what's another day? Today. There are soldiers, and if they do it, they are only afraid. It's not like I'm an evil demon. I'm only targeting the Tang family fortress. I won't target anyone else. But they. Jiang Chen looked at the many guns and didn't care about them at all as he continued to walk forward. Stop. What man? A soldier blocked the way. The rest of the soldiers saw an old man coming with a young man and were stopped at the door. Tang Lingling looked at the other party. He's Jiang Chen? Yes. Tang Lingling nodded, then walked towards Jiang Chen. Tang Lingling, you're Jiang Chen? Who are you? I'm Tang Qing's younger brother. My brother listened to slander 7 years ago and did a wrong thing. Father has already punished him. How much money do you need to put this matter to rest? As long as you make a price, I'll give it to you. Jiang Chen looked at the young man standing in the doorway. Tang Cheng, who also killed Jiang Yuanqing. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Lingling. You want to take his side? Chapter 8-2 No one can stop you from killing everyone. Tang Lingling's eyes were icy cold. He is my brother. I don't favor him. I favor him. This is the condition I open to you. You say it, 10 million, or 100 million. No one can stop me. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a military uniform walked over and said majestically, Kid, don't give your face away. Jiang Chen looked at the other party in his military uniform and inquired, and who are you? Jiang Xinghe. You think you can stop me with these people? Back then when I killed the ghosts, I didn't care about any guns. Go back at once or I'll even kill you together. Damn. This kid's tone is quite arrogant. Take him away from me. I'd like to see how much he can do, daring to talk big in front of me. Jiang Xinghe cursed angrily. At once, several soldiers approached. Jiang Chen stomped his foot and shook several soldiers out. Jiang Xinghe's face changed. He knew that the other party was capable. He just didn't expect it to be so strong. But he had a gun. And all the soldiers around him had guns. He didn't believe that with dozens of guns pointed at him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Moments. Dozens of guns were pointed at Jiang Chen. As soon as you make a move, shoot. Jiang Xinghe said grimly. I know you're strong, but with so many guns pointed at you, even though your cultivation is high, do you think you can outrun the bullets? Tang Lingling's eyes were ice cold. I'll give you one more chance. I'll give you $10 million. And this matter will be settled. Otherwise the pistol won't be long-eyed. Even if it's an immortal, it's hard to escape the bullet. The rest of the Tang clan disciples also stepped forward with arrogant faces. Kid, don't give a damn. Giving you $10 million is a gift to you. Leave here immediately or you won't get a dime. This is the Tang family fort. It's not a place where you can be wild. Even if a god or goddess came, they'd have to kneel down. It's the age of technology now. What's the point of being good at martial arts? Bullets don't have eyes. Hurry up. Take the money and get out. Zhang Mantian frowned. These guys are really. Zhang Mantian looked at Jiang Xinghe. Your father's name is Jiang Panghai, and your grandfather's name is Jiang Zhongwei, isn't it? Jiang Xinghe looked at Zhang Mantian and was surprised in his heart. How does he know about my father and grandfather? Could it be that he still knows them? Who are you? Jiang Mantian, Deputy Director of Bureau, 749-inch. Jiang Xinghe was astonished. He had heard his grandfather talk about this department as the most mysterious department in China. Jiang Mantian took out his cell phone. This place has nothing to do with you. You'd better think clearly. Then he turned to look at Jiang Chen. Senior, let me make a call and it will be resolved soon. Jiang Mantian was afraid that Jiang Chen would make a move and kill all the soldiers around him. After all, they were all Chinese soldiers, defending the frontier, so they couldn't be allowed to die here in vain. Jiang Chen nodded his head as a way to give Jiang Mantian face. If he strikes, no one can stop him. Jiang Mantian took his cell phone and headed out. Doodle doodle. Hello, who is it? Jiang Zhonghua. I'm Jiang Mantian. You're the one from Bureau? 749-inch. It's me. Your grandson Jiang Xinghe clashed with one of my seniors and even brought soldiers over to surround the seniors. So immediately notify him and tell him to leave. This matter has nothing to do with him. What exactly is it? And the senior you mentioned. Which senior is it exactly? Li Zhongyi, his oldest brother. What? He's Li Zhongyi's savior. Jiang Zhonghua. Don't make a mistake. I know. Jiang Mantian hung up the phone. Soon, Jiang Xinghe's phone rang. Jiang Xinghe looked at the fact that it was his grandfather's call and stepped aside. Grandpa, I don't care what you're doing. Pull back with the soldiers immediately. Grandpa, who's on the other side? That's Chief Li's savior. Just now Chief Li has already called me. Your duty is to protect your family and your country, not to protect the Tang family fortress. Do you understand? But he's going to kill Ling Ling's brother. Humph. I told you a long time ago to stay away from those Inhumans and return to me immediately. Right away. No, I can't let him kill Ling Ling. Stupidity. This is an order from above. Your first job as a soldier is to follow orders. Don't make me say it twice. I'll take Ling Ling away. No, you can't take anyone from the Tang family fort. That's my wife. And as a soldier, how can I be a soldier if I can't protect my wife? Why are you so confused? That senior Jiang is Chief Li's elder brother. The foreigner is not bound. The above has long had the intention. You give me to leave immediately. Jiang Xinghe hesitated for a moment. I am not leaving. Very well, let's pretend I don't have this grandson. Jiang Xinghe was confused. Grandpa is giving up on me? I'm your grandson. Right at this moment, the satellite phone of a soldier next to him rang. This is Jiang Zhonghua. Jiang Xinghe has been dismissed from his military position. All soldiers will return immediately. If they don't, they will be dismissed from their military positions immediately. All soldiers follow Zhao Long's orders and escort Jiang Xinghe back. If he refuses, shoot him on the spot immediately. Zhao Long, execute the order. Dozens of soldiers were confused. It was the voice of the chief. He went so far as to shoot his own grandson. Is the opponent's identity so horrible? Jiang Xinghe's face changed drastically. Zhao Long shouted, all soldiers, immediately escort Jiang Xinghe back and return to the military camp with me. The Tang clan disciples' faces changed drastically. What's the situation? Who the hell is that guy? Isn't the Jiang family related to us? Now it doesn't care? They're gone. So what do we do? Oof. We'll just strike together and finish him off. Tang Lingling was also confused. He didn't expect that things had developed so suddenly. He originally wanted Jiang Xinghe to bring someone and settle the matter. But he didn't expect that the other party's identity would make the head of the department send a message. Could this guy also have a military background? Zhao Long quickly left with his soldiers. As for Jiang Xinghe, he was also taken away. A Tang clan disciple stepped forward and arrogantly said, Kid, killing is against the law. Jiang Chen's eyes were disdainful. Green lightning surrounded Jiang Chen as a bolt of green lightning bombarded the Tang clan disciple, who immediately exploded, his body turning into powder and dissipating into the air. The remaining Tang clan disciples' faces changed drastically. Strike together and finish each other off. Kill. Stormy Pear Needle. Several Tang clan disciples instantly struck out, countless silver needles rushing towards Jiang Chen. Dang dang. A golden light covered Jiang Chen's entire body, blocking any attacks, and with a single step, he entered the Tang family fort. The doors then closed. There were dismal cries from inside the door. Tang Lingling was dumbfounded, watching the Tang clan disciple die at Jiang Chen's feet, his body turning into powder. What kind of technique was this? The rainstorm pear blossom needle couldn't penetrate this person's magic shield either. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Lingling and casually clicked his hand. A moment in time, Tang Lingling died. As for Tang Cheng, he had long since pissed his pants in fear. Jiang Chen, are you trying to drive everyone to extinction? Chapter 83. What? Going to the immortal world means going to the 10,000 souls streamer to cultivate? Tang Aotian continued, this is my son's fault. It's not wrong for you to take revenge when he kills your juniors, but this has nothing to do with us. Please be merciful, senior. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath if you go on such a killing spree? Dragon, Tiger, Mountain, Heavenly Master. All of them are helping the world. Aren't you afraid of going to hell if you do this? You kill innocents indiscriminately. The heavenly Tao will punish you in the future. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly tribulation? The moment they saw Jiang Chen strike, they all understood that the young man in front of them was unstoppable, and that hand of golden light incantation shrouded his entire body so that nothing could penetrate. Jiang Chen said indifferently, Heaven's wrath? Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother have to call out to me as seniors when they see me. Do you think I'm still afraid of them? Tang Ao Tian was confused. Who is this guy? The Lord of Thunder and the Mother of Lightning are not afraid. Tang Ao Tian knew that people in cultivation often help the world and have a heart for the living. Only then can they have merit and virtue. Can they become Taoist and immortal? And can they be immortalized? Once a monk commits an evil act, he will inevitably have to suffer heavenly punishment. Sanctions were imposed. Even during the time of the tribulation, that Thunder Goddess and Electricity Mother would inevitably strike down those in the cultivation path. But the man in front of him wasn't even afraid of the Thunder God or the Electric Mother. Tang Ao Tian said loudly, Do it! A dozen Tang family members, instant action, 1 flying eaves, will Jiang Chen surrounded in which, casually show the Tang family's unique stunts. Torrential rain pear flower needle, a moment in time. Thousands of silver needles rushed towards Jiang Chen. However, around Jiang Chen, lightning flashed like an impermeable net, instantly defeating all the silver needles, locking the Tang family members in the periphery and seeing only lightning flashes. A dozen or so Tang family members instantly turned into powder. Zhang Mantian stood outside inside. Who are you guys offending that you don't want to offend Senior Jiang? But he's someone who isn't even afraid of the Thunder Goddess or the Electricity Mother. At this moment, Zhang Mantian was puzzled in his heart. Who the hell is this senior? If you're an immortal, why don't you fly up to the immortal world? If he is not an immortal, then how come he is not afraid of the God of Thunder and the Mother of Lightning? It was not known which of the 3 Qing's disciples it was, but even if it was a disciple of Taoist San Qing, it wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately. You should know that people in cultivation are most afraid of heavenly punishment. Doors open. Jiang Chen stepped out. Zhang Mantian looked inside the gate. There was not a single body. It seemed that the Tang family disciples had all gone up in smoke. Zhang Mantian asked in a low voice, Senior, do we need to find someone to overpower us? When I strike, I never go over the top. Why? Not only is the physical body extinguished, but even the soul is extinguished. So what's the point of transcending? Zhang Mantian shocked a face. Even the soul is extinguished? That means they are not even qualified for reincarnation. This, Zhang Mantian exclaimed. Senior, if you do this, how will you go to the immortal realm and fame the future? Future? What's so good about the immortal world? Jiang Chen gave a blank look. Zhang Mantian cannot believe. Cultivation people are want to become immortal. This is the dream of the cultivation people. The immortal world is not good? That's immortality. Is the fairy world bad? Nothing to look forward to, but all cultivators want to go to the immortal world. Jiang Chen said, Let me put it to you this way. The immortal realm is the same as the Hellmouth. It's all Yuanshan. You know about the God sealing list. No some. What's the use of a genjutsu to become an immortal? This, Yuanshan become immortal. Equivalent to the soul to stay in the immortal world. And the soul has no physical body. No physical body, there is no fun in terms of. Don't think of becoming immortal in the sky. To become immortal is to go on the list of the gods. And the list of the gods is the 10,000 soul streamer. Do you understand? Zhang Mantian was shocked. Seal the gods list on the 10,000 soul streamer? This, how can this be the same? Zhang Mantian thought of Zhang Daoling. Then wouldn't the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Daoling? He's just Yuanshan becoming an immortal. Well, it's just that he's on the god sealers list. Becoming an immortal is too boring, and there's no need for me to go to the immortal realm. I'm not the same as them. Jiang Chen explained. It's so boring in the fairy world. Nothing happens. Might as well stay in the mortal world. Where to next? There are also 4 great families. The Song family, the Sun family, the Nangong family, and the Murong family. But nowadays these 4 families have long since fled. Escaped? When Senior made his move, I let the dark side keep an eye on the 4 great families. But now that the Li family and the Tang family have been exterminated, they must know. So the families are long gone now. But if Senior wants to know, I'll have them send a message. Go to the Song family first. But they've escaped. No one can escape from my hands. Just lead the way. Jiang Chen was unimpressed. Run away? How can I let you escape? The Song family, long gone, one hidden from the other. Inside a hotel, several of the Song family's old men sat together. Damn it, the Li family don't exterminate. And now there's no news of the Tang family. It seems like that Jiang Chen is determined to eliminate our 8 heterosexual families. It's all because of Son Yuanqing's trouble. Now is not the time to dwell on this. I suspect that Jiang Chen is preparing to overthrow our 8 heterosexual clans. That old man Wang Qishui has never wanted to watch us grow. Damn it, now that we're hiding like lost dogs, why don't we just gather the other clans and get that Jiang Chen killed? A Song family member's eyes were filled with killing intent as he viciously said, "Don't think about it, the Li family and the Tang family were all exterminated. He's very powerful. I just watched the battle video. His golden light divine spell is very powerful, and he has a handful of thunderbolts that are even more ferocious. This guy is at least at the transformation god realm cultivation level." Upon hearing the cultivation level of the god transformation realm, the crowd once again remained silent. The spirit transformation realm, that was several levels higher than the chi refining realm. Cultivators are those who cultivate the law and the immortals. Inhumans, on the other hand, cultivate and practice martial arts. Although they could all be cultivated, the effects were completely different, and there were corresponding grades of cultivators, starting from the chi refining realm and going all the way up to immortal. And while the foreigners may seem powerful, they are unable to achieve immortality, unable to feather their wings and fly to immortality. The realms of inner strength, bright strength, Hotian, innate, Grand Master, and Grand Master. And Grand Master was equivalent to the Jindan realm cultivation. Song family head Song Qinzhen said, "Well, nowadays, let's keep a low profile and hide it's best to take refuge in a foreign country, where we can still live a prosperous life." After Song Sungun saw that video, he knew that this person was very strong and was completely unbeatable. As for begging for mercy, he didn't dare. From the fact that Jiang Chen had struck, it was clear that this person was ruthless and would not let the Song family live. Even if he kills someone, he will cut off the roots. Never leave a chance for an enemy descendant to counterkill. The family head is right. Let's go through the formalities of leaving China as soon as possible. I just don't believe that they will be able to go abroad to kill us. Just hide your identity. His power alone is limited after all. Everyone rest. I'll set it up. Song Sungun nodded his head and viciously spat in his heart. Jiang Chen, even though you're powerful, as long as we escape to a foreign country, you can't do anything about us, and one day, I'll think of a way to get you killed. Song's castle. Jiang Chen was led by Zhang Mantian to the Song family fortress. Except for a few ants left behind, the Song family all ran away. Zhang Mantian, Sr., it's just like I said, they've all run away. I can't run away. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Chapter 84. No one can run away. Master bedroom. The room was gilded with a bed frame made of solid gold, beautifully carved with patterns and motifs. Exquisite headboard with dazzling gemstones. The walls are hung with expensive oil paintings. The floor is covered with thick woolen carpets. And the room is decorated with all kinds of precious furniture and decorations, all of which show the owner's wealth and grandeur. Every detail reveals luxury and prestige. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is damn better than the palace. Walked to the bed, looked at a hair on the bed and squeezed it in his hand. Zhang Mantian was puzzled. What did the senior use his hair for? Jiang Chen, let's go. What does elder use his hair for? Naturally, it works. Walk out of the room and into the courtyard. Jiang Chen held the hair in his right hand. Then a flame set the hair on fire. Then he cast a spell and wrote a few big words in the air. Then with a wave of his embroidered robe, those big words flew into the air and disappeared. Zhang Mantian was puzzled. Senior is casting a spell? Let Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother help. As long as they are related to the hair by blood, they will be locked by the heavenly thunder. And no matter where they escape to, they can't get rid of it, unless they have the ability to resist the heavenly thunder. Zhang Mantian was shocked in his heart. What kind of Taoist magic was this? I can't believe that I asked the god of thunder and the mother of lightning to do something. Heavenly thunder, even a demon of the transformation god realm could not survive it, let alone a foreigner. And if a cultivator wanted to become an immortal, if there was no one to shelter them, they would need to have at least the cultivation of the ferrying realm before they could achieve immortality. Outside a bar, Song Yuanqing came out of the bar and a few black-clothed men came forward. Big brother, the patriarch told you to leave as soon as possible. You can't stay in China. It's already been investigated. The Li and Tang families have already been exterminated. And now that Jiang Chen has already arrived at the Song family fortress. Fortunately the patriarch instructed us to hide in advance. Now that there is no one in the Song family fort, it would be in vain for him to go. Big brother, we need to leave China as soon as possible. A few black-clad minions advised. Song Yuanqing angrily cursed, ******* this. I didn't expect that there was such a powerful old ancestor behind that kid back then. Sooner or later, one day, I'm going to get him killed. Where are they, father? At the hotel. It's all right then. He's only one man and the sea is vast. He won't find us. It's better to be careful. He's a cultivator. And from the family's analysis, he's at least at the spirit transformation realm cultivation. When Song Yuanqing heard this, he was instantly silent. He had once heard of the hierarchical division of cultivators, and the qi refining realm was but the first realm, the foundation building realm was the second, and the Jindan realm was the third, whereas the transformation god realm was equivalent to the fifth level. They inhumans could cultivate up to the third level at most. Song Yuanqing said angrily, afraid of a bird. If you have the ability to let him come and kill me, do I know where I am? Yet just then, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky and struck at Song Yuanqing. Song Yuanqing instantly fell to the ground. Big brother, how did this happen? Big brother was struck by lightning? Does it mean that one has done too many bad things and suffers the wrath of God? What are you talking about? Maybe it's a trick that Jiangchen has pulled. How can that be? Does he have it in him? Report to the family head immediately. The other side. Song Sungun was shocked when he heard the news on the phone and sat up in shock. What do you mean? Struck by lightning? Yes. When? Just now. Can you see Jiangchen? No. I know. Song Sungun hung up the phone with a silent expression as several Song family elders gathered around. Big brother, what's going on? Big brother, something happened? Who got struck by lightning? Song Sungun's eyes narrowed into slits. Just a moment ago, Yuan Qing was struck by heavenly lightning outside the bar and has died. Several Song family members were shocked. What? Struck by lightning? Several people looked at each other with nothing but shock. Is it possible that it was an accident? How can there be so many accidents? And why did that heavenly thunder strike Yuan Qing instead of others? It must be Jiangchen who messed up. What kind of Taoist art is this? Why was he able to lock onto Yuan Qing? And isn't he in the Song family fort? Damn it! What does he want? That goes without saying. Naturally it's the same as the Li and Tang families, letting our Song family be exterminated. An elder Song family elder said. The crowd was silent. Extermination. He must have wanted the Song family to perish. Song Sungun's eyes narrowed to a slit. We can't wait. Let's split up immediately and leave China. We have to leave as fast as possible. And we have to leave in batches. We can't converge together. Immediately notify the descendants below to leave at once. The crowd nodded and spent the night packing up and getting out of the hotel. Song Sungun stood inside the hotel, watching the crowd leave, and was just about to walk out of the hotel's front door when he saw a few bolts of lightning streak across the firmament. Then, several elders of the Song family then died tragically under the heavenly thunder. Song Sungun's eyes were horrified, looking at what was in front of him incredulously. Murphy, could it be that as long as the Song family is exposed, they will be locked by the heavenly thunder? What kind of Taoist magic is this? Why it's so scary? Song Chenjian was scared. Fear spread and his legs went weak. He believed that if he went out, he would also be locked by the heavenly thunder and struck by it as well. He knew that this was the scene of a transformation spirit realm demonic beast's tribulation. Even the transformation god realm couldn't resist, let alone a Jindan realm and human. What's the situation of this Nima? These people are also too unlucky. Just like this, they were struck by heavenly thunder. Asterisk. This hotel can't stay. What's the matter with these guys? They came out and got struck by lightning. Did the old heavens open their eyes? Be careful. Don't walk out lest you get struck by heavenly lightning. What the hell? I didn't do anything bad. How could it split me? Hurry up and call the police. What's the use of calling the police? Call an ambulance. When Song Sungun saw this scene, he immediately stepped back, not daring to take a step out of the hotel. Once he stepped out of the hotel, it would inevitably end in being killed. But he couldn't stay inside the hotel either. Song Sungun immediately went back to his room, not even daring to approach the window. The heart is scared to death. Immediately sent a message to the group. Song Sungun, all Song family members, don't leave your room. Don't expose yourself to the street. Uncle, what's going on? Eldest uncle, is Jiangchen here yet? Uncle, why? Song Changnan, that Jiangchen didn't know what spell he was casting. Once he was exposed, he would be locked by the heavenly thunder and struck by it. The second, third, fourth and fifth were struck and have died. How did this happen? What did this guy use? Who the hell is he? Is this man so terrible? Is this an attempt to wipe out our Song family? What do we do? Can't we get out all the time? This is too unfair. Not just kill his offspring, let us destroy the door. This guy is definitely an evil cultivator. Cannot let him be so arrogant. Must find a way to get him dead. Song Sungun's eyes flashed with a glint. Song Sungun, I've thought of a way. You guys just wait. Just commiserate for now. Subsequently, Song Sungun dialed another number. Chapter 85 The Morong family's 1,000-year-old zombie. Not turning bones. Song Sungun dialed the phone. Morong Bo. Song family head. But Jiang Chen has come to the door? We evacuated long ago when he arrived at the Song family fortress. But it wasn't much use. This guy doesn't know what kind of spells he has. Once we're exposed, we'll be locked in by heavenly lightning. Several of our Song family members have already died. Morong Bo, your family's old ancestor should come out to help. Is it heavenly thunder? Yes, that heavenly thunder is terrifying. That Jiang Chen is at least at the Yuaning realm cultivation. Your family's old ancestor has lived for more than 1,000 years. Once we die, it will be your Song family's turn next. I didn't realize there were such capable people in the world. I know. Doodle doodle. Song Chenjian was pondering. The Morong family's old ancestor used to be a foreigner, proficient in all kinds of foreign arts, and even refined himself into a zombie for more than 1,000 years. Counting. Nowadays, that zombie's cultivation level has only long become an immaterial bone. Immortalized bone is the highest level of zombie. Hump Jiang Chen, you want to get us killed. Don't you know that our inhuman family has the same means to get you killed? Even if you are at the God transformation realm cultivation, you still have to die. In a hidden basement, Morong Bo put down the phone and looked at the many Morong family members and said, just now, the Song family head gave me a call. A few Song family members died, and he was able to summon heavenly thunder to lock onto the enemy. Morong Bo had just finished speaking when the entire family's faces changed drastically. Using heavenly thunder to lock onto the enemy, this was too terrifying. Morong Bo continued. Song Chenjian said inside the phone call that this person's cultivation is at the Yuaning realm. But I see that he has some reservations, and as I see it, it's at least a Huanshan realm cultivation. A young man said. Family master. He can't be an immortal. I heard that he can even fly with a sword. I naturally know that. Flying with a sword, the Jindan realm can do that. As for an immortal, I'm sure he's not. Why? There are no immortals in the mortal realm. If he were an immortal he would have feathered his feathers and flown and become a true immortal. The fact that he hasn't flown means he's still a mortal. Still a cultivator. Morong Bo explained. Then the words changed. But even if it's a cultivator, it's not something we can deal with. But it's not like our Morong family doesn't have any cards. The crowd sniffed with excited eyes. Old ancestor. The Jiang family has an old ancestor. And so does the Morong family. 1,000 years ago, the Jiang family's old ancestor learned all sorts of foreign arts. He himself is the Jindan realm cultivation, but also refined himself into a zombie, as a way to achieve the purpose of longevity. Every year, the Morong family would capture a large number of young boys and girls and offer them to the old ancestor. It's for the old man's cultivation. Now in a time of danger, the only way is to ask the old ancestor to make a move. Morong Bo said, all Morong clan members follow me to the stone room and ask old ancestor to come out. A group of people followed behind Morong Bo. Big brother, what is the old ancestor's strength now? Evolved to immobilize bones 300 years ago. What about now? Not clear. The undeveloped bone is the highest level of zombie. In high is Shogun, drought demon. But the old ancestor can't evolve to this level. They are the originator. Don't worry, when you reach the undifferentiated bone realm, you can kill immortals, and ordinary immortals are no match. What about that heavenly thunder? It's said that Zhongchen thunder punishment is very powerful. Would not the undifferentiated bone be afraid of heavenly thunder? The undifferentiated bone has already exceeded the 6 paths and is not in the 5 elements. It is the highest rank among the zombies. Do you think that the old ancestor is an ordinary zombie? Morong Bo was extremely disdainful. Zombies? Zhang Mantian nodded. Yes, there is a zombie in the Morong family. It is said to have existed for more than 1,000 years. That's the old ancestor of the Morong family. And every year they would capture many boys and girls to sacrifice. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. Aren't you guys dealing with paranormal events? Why don't you deal with them as well? Zhang Mantian was bitter. Senior, that is 1,000 years of zombie now the past so many years. Who knows what his level reached the realm? I'm afraid that has evolved. I heard that he refined himself into a zombie. I don't know what he was thinking. Refining himself into a zombie. This guy is crazy. Jiang Chen calmly said. It's not madness. He doesn't enter the wheel of reincarnation. If he is refining himself, his Yuan Shen still exists, which means that he is a zombie with intelligence. Senior, over 1,000 years, what level do you guess the other party has advanced to? It should already be at the unmold bone. What? The highest rank among zombies, the unmold bone? Zhang Mantian was shocked. There are ranks in monasticism. Zombies also have grades: purple, white, green, hairy, flying, and undeveloped bone. An undeveloped bone is the highest grade, equivalent to immortal existence. Zhang Mantian's heart thumped. Then senior, am I still going? Go. You're not afraid. That's an undifferentiated bone zombie. Jiang Chen laughed and mocked. Immortalized bone. That's it. Not my opponent. If he evolves into a drought demon, I'll have to put in a lot of effort. But merely immortalized bone. Dryad. Can he evolve? Yes. But this dryad is not a dryad. What do you mean? The drought demon, Ho-Ching, and Ing-Ho, were conceived by heaven and earth, not formed later in life. Even if he evolves into a drought demon, he'll just be a little drought demon. There's nothing to worry about. When Zhang Mantian heard this, he was quite relieved. The 4 great zombie patriarchs. He also understood. That's definitely a great power comparable to the 3 purities, born from the opening of the heavens. Of course, it's just a legend. Zhang Mantian looked at Zhang Chen, and muttered in his heart, who is this senior in the end? Not even afraid of the immutable bones. Could it be that it is a person in the ancient cultivation of immortals? So powerful. There is always a name. But Zhang Chen's name? Never heard of it. Zhang Chen, could he be a descendant of Zhang Zia? Keep flying. Zhang Mantian said. Elder, that's it up ahead. The Morong family is situated on top of a mountain. The surrounding several mountainous regions are owned by their family, and they are the only family around. I see it. This peak is not simple. What's the problem? Zhang Chen stood on the sword and looked up at the towering peak. A chill surged in his heart. The mountain ahead was shrouded by a thick blood aura that seemed to wrap the entire mountaintop tightly. The blood aura tumbling like boiling blood water, emitting a sickeningly fishy odor. Countless grievances filled the surroundings, and those grievances were like invisible ghosts. Emitting low whimpering sounds, these grievances were imprisoned at the top of the mountain by some kind of powerful force, unable to escape. They hovered at the top of the mountain, forming a huge vortex of resentment. Countless grievances coalesced, the sky was dyed blood red, and the entire mountaintop seemed to have become a sea of blood. Waves of blood rolled over and blood mist filled the air. It's like hell has descended to earth. Just then, a figure flew up into the sky, emitting a powerful corpse aura. Zhang Mantian exclaimed, "Is this the 1,000-year-old zombie? What a terrifying aura. It's only equivalent to a Taoist priest of the realm of transformation. It's much stronger than the transformation god realm." Zhang Chen had a calm face. At this time, the zombie opened his eyes, looked at Zhang Chen standing on his sword, and exhaled. "You're the kid who's going to harm my Morong family." Chapter 86. The immutable bones of the district are annihilated by a slap. And at this point, Morong's family members walked out of the villa one after another, looking up at their old ancestor before turning their gaze to Zhang Chen. That brat has indeed come, but now that the old ancestor has come out, he will surely die. Is this the strength of the old ancestor? He can still fly in the air. This is a strength that can only be reached by flying stiffs. Humfold ancestor is already an immortalized bone, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, and is not afraid of any spells. That Zhang Chen is dead. Old ancestor. It's this person. This person wants to destroy my Morong clan. Please also ask the old ancestor to make a move and finish this person off. Please also ask the old ancestor to make a move. The Morong clan knelt on the ground and pleaded with the old ancestor to take action. The zombie looked at Zhang Chen, looked up and down, and said excitedly, "The blood chi rolling around in your body. Obviously you've been practicing for many years. It's just right to be used as a sacrifice. By devouring you, I'll become even more powerful." The moment the zombie saw Zhang Chen, it wanted to devour the other party. Blood chi rolled over. This was no ordinary cultivator. It was at least a cultivator of the Yuaning realm or above. These cultivators, after devouring them, were even more powerful. Zhang Chen was extremely disdainful. "Immortalized bone zombie. Your Morong family is quite capable, but that's all. Wanting to evolve into a zombie patriarch is simply impossible. Kid, you actually know about the zombie patriarch?" The zombie's eyes narrowed into slits. "Seen. Very well. When I devour you and absorb your memories, it's just the right time to look for the 4 great zombie patriarchs, before devouring them." "Foolish, you want to devour the patriarch with your ability?" With a wave of his hand, Zhang Chen surrounded himself with a golden light divine incantation, encircling Zhang Mantian as well, and his body was even entangled in thunder and lightning, with green-colored electric aura permeating his entire body. Golden light divine incantation. Thunder law. This seed has long been practiced as an immortalized bone. How would I be afraid of the power of your mere thunder and lightning? The word is out. The zombie then rushed towards Zhang Chen. His hands formed 5 fingers into claws and grabbed Zhang Chen, the sharp claws like sharp blades cutting through the sky. Zhang Chen didn't panic at all in the face of the zombie's swift attack, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He made seals with both hands and recited under his breath. The golden light divine incantation around him became more and more radiant, the power of thunder and lightning traveling through the golden light, making crackling noises. "A mere immortalized bone. How dare you act recklessly in front of me?" Zhang Chen snorted coldly. With a violent wave of his right hand, the power of lightning instantly condensed into a thunder dragon, roaring and rushing towards the zombie. The zombie's sharp claws collided with the thunder dragon, emitting a deafening roar. The thunder dragon exploded and the power of lightning scattered in all directions, forcing the zombie back a few steps. The zombie's body was struck by the lightning, making a zipping sound, and a wisp of black smoke came out of its skin, obviously suffering from a considerable amount of damage. Roar, the zombie roared, and the red light in his eyes grew even more, obviously enraged. It leapt violently, pouncing on Jiang Chen again, faster than before. With a cold light on its sharp claws, Jiang Chen was not panicked. His feet moved lightly in pace, and his body dodged like a phantom. At the same time, he strangled his left hand and shouted lowly under his breath, "Heavenly thunder, descend!" In an instant, the sky clouded over and thunder rolled. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket cut through the sky. From the sky, split the zombie's head straight up. The zombie was unable to dodge and was struck by the lightning. His body trembled violently and his movements slowed down. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and with a wave of his right hand, the golden light divine mantra transformed into a golden chain that instantly wrapped around the zombie's body. The zombie was horrified. "You're not in the transformation god realm." The zombie had thought that the other party was at the realm of the transformation of god cultivation, but judging from Jiang Chen's outburst, where was this guy at the realm of the transformation of god? The power of this heavenly thunder was too powerful. Even if he had practiced for over 1,000 years, he would not be able to withstand it. The zombie tried to break free of the chains, but the power of the golden light divine spell prevented it from moving. "It's over." Jiang Chen clasped his hands together and recited the last incantation under his breath. The golden light chains suddenly tightened, and the power of lightning surged into the zombie's body along with the chains. Zombie looks horrified. "No!" Boom! With a loud bang, the zombie's body instantly turned into ashes and dissipated into the air under the impact of the lightning power. The Morong family looked up at the battle and were instantly confused. What's going on? The old man was killed in seconds? How could this be possible? Even if the other party was at the god transformation realm cultivation, he couldn't kill the old ancestor in seconds. Could it be that the other party was really an immortal? Morong Bo exclaimed, "Escape!" The people of the Morong family fled down the mountain. Even the old ancestor was no match. They were even less of a match and could only flee. Jiang Chen glanced at it, fingers pointing to the sky. "Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother, settle this quickly." A moment in time. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, then several lightning bolts swooped down, and one figure that was still running, quickly fell, and in less than a few breaths, the entire Morong family was all wiped out. Zhang Mantian was dumbfounded. "That's settled? Seniors are worthy of being seniors." Zhang Mantian's face was full of doubts. "Senior, what kind of thunderbolt was it that split the immortalized bone just now? So terrifying, more terrifying than even a thunderbolt." "That's the 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound Puhua heavenly honors casting heavenly thunder." 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound Puhua heavenly honors? That's the highest Taoist thunder god. This zombie is quite powerful. Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother can't be killed. Only the 9 heavens should be Yuan thunder sound Puhua Tianzu and can get him dead. Zombies do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Beyond the 6 paths, it can be said that it is very difficult to deal with. Zhang Mantian thought to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder this heavenly thunder was so powerful. Zhang Mantian knew that in order to cast spells and invoke heavenly thunder, one needed to reach a certain realm of one's own mana, and inviting heavenly deities to help one needed to look at one's own mana. And the one who is in charge of thunder and lightning in the immortal world is the 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound Puhua Tianzun. There are 5 major thunder emperors under the banner. There is the king of thunder of the 5 directions. There were also the 36 divine generals of the thunder ministry, and besides them, there were the thunder goddess, the electric mother, and so on, and under the thunderer and the electric mother, it's the thunderbolt. To invite any of the thunder god needs to reach the appropriate strength. Once the mana is not enough, the body will be hollowed out, and even consume the life expectancy. Under the last resort, the thunder god shall not be invited to help. These are the rules. But Senior Jiang was able to invite the 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound Puhua heavenly honors, so it can be seen how strong the strength is. It definitely wasn't a spirit transformation realm cultivation. Just as Zhang Mantian was sighing, his phone rang. "Hey, which one? I'm Sun Yuanzhou. Sun Yuanzhou, what do you want from me? I know that senior is by your side. I can discuss with him and spare my Sun family." "Discussion? Sun Yuanzhou, are you qualified to discuss?" Zhang Mantian, "The souls of Zhang Yuancheng and Zhaolan are in my hands. Do you think I'm qualified to negotiate?" "Zhang Mantian, you actually used them as slaves for you to drive. I should have thought of that. You cut off their heads because you wanted to enslave their Yuanshan. Good. Now am I in a position to negotiate?" Zhang Mantian looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said, "Tell him to find a location and I'll head there." "Go ahead." 1 day later, Sun family castle. Good. A day later, Senior Jiang will head to your Sun family. Sun Yuanzhou, you better think about the consequences. Just now, the Morong family's old ancestor has been destroyed. The Morong family is all dead. I know. I can resurrect them. Zhang Mantian hung up the phone. Senior, just now Sun Yuanzhou said that he could resurrect them. Jiang Chen nodded. Resurrecting 2 people? Quite a means to an end. In the last days, there are still such capable people? Chapter 87. After Huang Yuanjun, Zhang Mantian inquired. Senior, is it really possible to resurrect Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan? They still have their Yuanshen. Naturally they can be resurrected. But this is against the heavenly Tao. Even I don't dare to do this. That kid has a hand. I'm going to see what tactics he plays. Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan have been dead for 7 years. The Genesis is imprisoned. Nowadays, it's not just as simple as being possessed when you want to be resurrected. When people in the cultivation path reach the Yuaning realm, they could possess their Yuanshen in other people's bodies and relive their lives. But there were conditions, and once the conditions didn't allow it, they couldn't possess either. Zhang Yuanqing, on the other hand, was nothing more than an inhuman, and could not reach the Yuaning realm at all. Jiang Chen was also curious as to how the other party would resurrect Yuan Cheng and Zhao Lan. Lead the way to the Nangong family. Senior, didn't he just say that he resurrected Yuan Cheng? The Nangong family is also involved. You're afraid that I'll slaughter the entire Nangong family and you're related to them? No, absolutely not. Zhang Mantian was in a cold sweat. If he really had a relationship, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to escape the sanctions. Who in this world would dare to stop him? Zhang Mantian explained. The Nangong family is the same as the Morong family. Oh, they have zombies in their house too? It's not zombies. The Nangong family is said to have a demon bloodline. The only demon bloodline of the 8 great families. Demon bloodline. What demon race? The 9-tailed demon clan. That is in charge as a female. They never participate in worldly battles. There is also a 9-tailed demon fox that has lived for hundreds of years, and it is said that they speak in the immortal realm as well. Jiang Chen thought about it, and the immortal realm spoke up? Immortal world where there is no demon race. Even if there is a demon race or Yuan Shen Chengxian, has long been bound by the sealing list of the gods. It is impossible to come down to the world. Jiang Chen was calm. Let's go. As long as it's not related to the 3 Qing. Zhang Mantian heart straight. Not with the 3 Qing on the line? Could it be that he is a disciple of the 3 purities? The disciples of the 3 purities, but he knows them all. Soon, the Nangong family has arrived. The Nangong family had long since emptied the building, leaving a few elderly aunts inside. An old nun of about 60 years old saw the 2 come and walked up, respectfully saying, 2 of you, this way please. The Nangong family has been waiting for a long time. Jiang Chen glanced at the old woman. It was well hidden, but with a foxtail behind it. It looked like a vixen. Jiang Chen smiled. A bit of fun. It seems that the Nangong family is even more difficult to deal with than the Morong family. The Morong family only has a zombie, while within the Nangong family, there is still a fox demon in existence. And this old fox cultivation is still good. According to the rank of the cultivators, it was equivalent to the Foundation Establishment realm cultivation, cultivating for hundreds of years before the Foundation Establishment realm. The demonic aura on the fox was pure, so it was evident that it did not practice evil magic. People have a human way, and demons have a demon way. Jiang Chen wasn't a killjoy either. Lead the way. Follow the old woman into the main hall of the Nangong family. A young woman sat in the main hall, with a delicate figure, slender waist, fair and delicate skin, full but not ostentatious, just right to hold up the outline of her clothes. Her figure had the spirit of a young girl, but also carried the flavor of a mature woman. The young woman watched Jiang Chen and Zhang Mantian come and immediately got up, smiling. Senior, this way please. Zhang Mantian looked at the woman and said, this woman is so beautiful. Do you mean to say that she is using a beauty trick on Senior Jiang? Nice guy. Maybe Kan Senpai is going to fall. Jiang Chen fixed his eyes on the 3 tails hidden behind him. Only cultivated to 3. Away from the 9-tailed demon fox is still a long way off. Jiang Chen sat down. You're the Nangong family master? Yes. What is your relationship with the Nangong family? It's not too big to say the relationship is big, but it's not too small to say it's small. The Nangong family is our stronghold here, so it's kind of a favor. You're from Earthrealm? Senpai, isn't it? If you want to plead for them, you're not qualified enough. Wait until you grow 9 tails. Where are the Nangong family and their people? The woman's face was shocked, not expecting to be seen in her true form just after meeting. Could this man really be a god? The woman took out a few strands of hair. This is the hair of the Nangong family head. Jiang Chen smiled. It seems that the rumors were wrong. The Nangong clan is not a demon race, but a human race. The master-servant relationship. The Nangong family is the servant, and the woman in front of me is the owner. Kong Chen, did you know about this? It shall not be known. Even if you don't know. But you have some relationship with Longhu Mountain, and you still have the Tao in your body. Could you be a descendant of Huang Yuanjun? That is none other than my mother. Zhang Mantian was stunned in his heart. Huang Yuanjun? The Huang Yuanjun of the Fox Fairy Hall at Longhu Mountain? Rumor has it that Huang Yuanjun was originally a fox who had practiced for many years, and when he suffered a thunderbolt, he went to the Heavenly Master's mansion to ask for help, and was eventually saved by the contemporary Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and eventually followed the Heavenly Master's practice, and after attaining his enlightenment, he went up to heaven to be ordained along with him. Huang Yuanjun was seriously injured at the time and was pregnant with a daughter. In that case, she is. It's true that the immortal world has some connections. Although Yuanjun Huang served in the immortal realm and was not in a good position, he was still an immortal. Jiang Chen nodded. I know about your mother. I've met her once before. For the sake of you being Huang Yuanjuan's daughter, let's forget about it this time. Huang Wanning exclaimed. Senior knows my mother? That was in the past. Back then, if your mother hadn't been for me fending off the thunderbolt, she would have died. And then your mother wanted to follow me, so I instructed him to go to Longhu Mountain, follow Zhang Zhuzhen's cultivation before he attained the Tao of flying, and since you're her daughter and don't know anything about it, this matter will be taken over. Jiang Chen collected his hair and then walked towards the outside of the courtyard, cast the spell again. As with the Song family, none of them could escape. When Huang Wanning saw this, her heart was horrified. This one senior was really a lifesaver. Her mother had once said that after she was pregnant, she crossed the tribulation, but the tribulation was too powerful. If it wasn't for the help of a senior, she would have died a long time ago. And when her mother was instructed, she went to Lung Fu Shan. He knew my mother. It must have been that one senior. Huang Wanning knelt on the ground. Many thanks to senior for saving me. Get up. There is no way to repay senior for the favor of saving me. So I ask for senior's permission to let Wanning follow you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, as if he could see Huang Wanning's thoughts. Follow me to cultivate so that you can fly to the immortal realm? Don't think about it. You know why I don't let your mother follow me? I don't know about the late generation. Because the immortal realm doesn't interest me, and they won't let me go up there. And if you follow me, you'll never be able to cultivate yourself. Why? Stupid. Can't you see I'm killing people? Huang Wanning was dumbfounded. Murder? This. The corner of Zhang Mantian's mouth twitched. Killing so many people. If this was in the mortal realm, it would be shot hundreds of times. Even in the immortal realm. I'm only afraid that he wouldn't be able to become a god. Those who cultivate the way are all clear-minded and mindful of the world. This ing killed so many people. The immortal world does not accept that monk is a murderer. If this was in ancient times, it would be an evil cultivator. Even evil cultivators want to ascend to the immortal world? Don't even think about it. Huang Wanning wanted to speak. Senior, then how can I be like my mother? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment. Go to Longhu Mountain. There might be an opportunity in the future. Thanks for the guidance. Senior. Chapter 88 Resurrection of Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan. Zhang Mantian asked in a low voice, Senior, is that Huang Wanning really Huang Yuanjuan's daughter? It's her daughter. Then what is Yuanjun Huang's position in the immortal world? I haven't been there. How would I know about this? If you want to know, go to the Fox Fairy Hall of Longhu Mountain and ask. Jiang Chen spat. How dare Zhang Mantian ask? He's a fairy. Will he tell me? Jiang Chen stood in the doorway. The 6 great families were all that was left of the Sun family. He wanted to see how the Sun family would resurrect Yuan Chang and Zhao Lan. If they couldn't, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind giving them a ride. As for ascending to immortality, Jiang Chen was not interested at all. Yuan Shen becoming an immortal is nothing more than being on the God Sealers list. And the seal of the gods is again the 10,000 souls. Who the hell wants to serve on the 10,000 souls? Immortals, dogs are not appropriate. Zhang Mantian, Senior. What is the Earth Realm? That's demon territory. In another time. Is Elder from the Earth Realm? The Earth Realm is full of demons. What am I going to do? Subdue the demons? Or attain immortality? I don't go to that place. And I'm not interested. But Huang Yuanjun is from the Earth Realm. And since she couldn't attain immortality in the demon realm, she thought of the human realm. It's just that she wasn't as powerful as she was. And she ended up defecting to Longhu Mountain before she became immortal. Go to Sun's house. Understood. The Sun family. Sun Yuanzhou looked at the ring on his palm and looked at the many Sun family members sitting together. There were several hundred of them. Yuanzhou, this is a mistake you made back then. That senior Jiang was invincible. Now he is avenging his juniors. Now the only way to settle the enmity is to resurrect the 2 of them. An old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Yuanzhou. Sun Yuanzhou nodded. Father, I understand. You pick two. My daughter Sun Xiaoxiang and son-in-law Gan Pingqi. Sun Yuanzhou's face was certain. The old man was silent for a long time and nodded his head. Fine. You carry it out. Resurrecting someone else will not be allowed by the heavenly Tao. Father, please don't worry. I'm not a cultivator. The heavenly Tao can't control me. Sun Yuanzhou turned around and looked at his daughter and son-in-law who were kneeling on. Now we have to find a way to revive Jiang Yuanqing and Zhaolan. It's the only way to have a chance at a silver lining. Of the 6 great clans, 5 have now been wiped out, leaving them, the Sun clan. As for blackmailing Jiang Chen, Sun Yuanzhou couldn't do it. He wasn't even qualified to hold him hostage. He could sort of see that Jiang Chen was killing people like crazy and didn't have them in mind at all. So now there were only 2 ways to go. Either exterminate the clan or resurrect Yuancheng and Zhaolan to gain forgiveness. And for the resurrection, he chose his daughter and son-in-law, for no other reason than to get a shot in the arm. Sun Yuanzhou looked at his daughter and son-in-law and said solemnly, "You've all heard about the other clans. Now I need your physical bodies to complete the resurrection." Sun Xiaoxiang was puzzled. "Father, why us?" Sun Yuanzhou said. "Foolishness. Only by making you all sacrifices will our Sun family have a chance to live. To tell you the truth, this one is extremely risky, but not without its benefits. That Jiang Chen has lived for thousands of years, and according to the investigation, this person can be considered truly immortal. I will make your Yuan Shen lurk, and allow Jiang Yuanqing and Zhaolan to enter your bodies. They will receive part of your memories. When the time is right, I'll cast a spell that will allow you to devour the memories of Jiang Yuanqing and Zhaolan, and your task will be to spy on Jiang Chen. I want to know how he lived forever, and you have a chance, too, to live forever. Do you understand?" This was Sun Yuanzhou's plan, to use his daughter and son-in-law to find a time to devour both of their Yuanshen after first resurrecting Jiang Yuanqing and Zhaolan. Boom for immortality. Hearing this, the two nodded. "Okay, I'm going to get started." Sun Yuanzhou took out a magic weapon, and with a wave of his hand, he struck 2 magic weapons into 2 people, and the 2 people instantly fell to the ground. And then, Sun Yuanzhou sacrificed 2 Yuanshens. Those 2 Yuanshens were none other than Jiang Yuanqing and Zhaolan. They were originally inhuman, and their Yuanshens possessed good abilities, becoming Sun Yuanzhou's right-hand men, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, hooking the souls of enemies to become one's right-hand men. This is what the Sun family is capable of. When the 2 Yuanshen entered the body, Sun Yuanzhou cast a spell again to unseal the memories of the 2. Jiang Yuanqing looked at Sun Yuanzhou and said angrily, "Sun Yuanzhou, it is you." Sun Yuanzhou's face was gloomy. "Jiang Yuanqing, the narrow path is brave. The matter of that year, you were not defeated. There is nothing to talk about. Now you occupy my son-in-law's body. Zhaolan occupies my daughter's body, so that you can be revived again. This matter is written off." "Humph, my old ancestor is here. You have to do this." "Not bad. I also didn't expect your old ancestor to be so capable. Please, for the sake of my resurrection, please relay the message to the seniors and spare our Sun family. After all, your wife occupies my daughter's body and you occupy my son-in-law's. Though I have imprisoned you for 7 years, now you are also resurrected." Jiang Yuanqing was silent. He now had some fragmented memories remaining, but he knew that what Sun Yuanzhou said was true. This body was indeed Sun Yuanzhou's son-in-law Gan Pingqi, and Zhaolan was also occupying the body of someone from the Sun family. Zhaolan blurted out, "Father kisses." When Jiang Yuanqing heard this, he was silent for a moment. "Fine. I'll ask old ancestor to spare your Sun family. Thanks a lot. Don't ever deal drugs again. We stopped doing that a long time ago. Just remember. Later, let's go." "Wait, anything else? Elder Jiang will be here soon. You have to make it clear face to face, otherwise you leave. If Elder Jiang can't see you, he's afraid that he'll make things difficult for our Sun family. And as a border police officer, you don't want to see your ancestor killing innocents indiscriminately, do you? There are dozens of lives here. I forgot to tell you that your old ancestor killed all the other 5 great clans in order to avenge his death. And according to the estimation, there are at least a few hundred lives." Jiang Yuanqing's eyes were complicated. Had the old ancestor killed so many people? Why is old Joe doing this? Just kill the prime villain. Jiang Yuanqing nodded. "Good. I'll just wait. Thanks a lot. Someone, serve tea." "No, I'm going out for a walk with Lon Air." The 2 left the alibi and walked towards the courtyard, looking at their arms, before looking at Zhaolan. Jiang Yuanqing lamented, "I didn't expect us to be able to be resurrected. And I don't know how Ling Ling is doing. How old is she?" "It's fine. When it's settled, we'll go back to Ling Ling. She's only afraid that she won't recognize us." Zhaolan lowered her head and lamented, "Grandpa, should still be alive. Has the old ancestor come out? Listening to Sun Yuanzhou. He's out of the gate. My old ancestor is immortal. I've heard my grandfather say that he's in seclusion in the back of the mountain, and I've never seen him. Is the old man great? No one in the mortal world is his match. Just then, two figures appeared in the sky. Sun Yuanzhou frowned. Is this coming? I hope I can escape. At this moment, Zhang Mantian and Jiang Chen descended from the sky. Jiang Chen's divine sense spread out and focused on Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan. Sure enough, Chapter 89 Zhang Lingling is happy. Mom and Dad are home. Sun Yuanzhou led all the Sun family disciples to kneel outside the courtyard as Sun Yuanzhou shouted, Sun family head. Sun Yuanzhou pays his respects to Senior Jiang. Greetings to Senior Jiang. Unmoved, Jiang Chen watched as Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan trotted over. Zhang Yuanqing kneeled on the ground. Old ancestor. Yuanqing, it really is you. Old ancestor. You're Zhao Lan, aren't you? Yes, elder ancestor. Get up. Jiang Chen looked at Sun Yuanzhou and at the group of Sun family disciples, revealing a flash of killing intent between his eyes. Zhang Yuanqing, old ancestor, please still spare the Sun family. Jiang Chen frowned. This guy is not a soldier as a bad brain. They are so against you. Will you Yuanqing imprisonment? You still let them go. You are not sick According to Jiang Chen's idea, just kill them all directly. And you're letting it go? Zhang Yuanqing himself is a soldier. He is to eliminate evil, but they are all bad people. Although Sun Yuanzhou harmed him, but it has nothing to do with other Sun family members. Zhang Yuanqing explained. Sun Yuanzhou harmed me, and now the body I occupy is his son-in-law, as well as the body Lana occupies, which is Sun Yuanzhou's daughter. Although we are possessed, we have a trace of memory in our minds. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan and nodded his head. In that case, come with me. Your daughters have grown up. Sun Yuanzhou's face was overjoyed. It worked. It finally worked. Wait until later to devour the two men's Yuanshun, accept their memories, and pry out the secret of immortality. Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Yuanzhou and turned to lead the two away. Nothing can be hidden from him. He had long since seen that in the two men's bodies, there were also two Yuanshen sealed, which must be the Yuanshen of the other two men, ready to seize the body that belonged to them. Zhang Mantian's four men left, their hearts puzzled. Senior is letting the Sun family off the hook? This is not in keeping with the style of the predecessor. Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Chang and pulled off a few hairs without noticing. Zhang Mantian muttered in his heart. Sure enough, the senior is not going to let go of the Sun family. This is preparing to use the heavenly thunder to get the Sun family killed. Jiang Chen slapped his palm on Yuan Chang. Zhao Lan was shocked. Old ancestor. Don't panic. You've been tricked by that Sun clan brat. He's only using a secret method to seal the body's Yuanshen, and waiting until you let your guard down to release the Yuanshen and fight for the body, and you will be devoured by them. I'm now giving Yuan Qing the opportunity to overwrite the Yuanshen in his body, so that he can properly adapt to his new body. Zhang Yuanqing said angrily. Darn it, the Sun family is too detestable. Jiang Chen shattered another Yuanshen inside Zhang Yuanqing's body with a palm, then slapped his palm inside Zhao Lan's body, destroying another Yuanshen before calling it quits. The right hand holds the hair and burns instantly, subsequently drawing charms and spells in the air. Sun Yuanzhou excitedly said, Father, it worked. We succeeded. When their Yuanshen comes out later, they will be able to find out the secrets of Jiang Chen, and we will be able to live forever. I thought the other party was so powerful, but they were still fooled by the patriarch. I don't know who that Jiang Chen really is, actually living for so many years. We can live forever afterward, too. In the end, it's not fooled. Sun Yuanzhou turned around with a serious face. This matter, no one should make a sound out. Understand? Understood. The Sun family was very happy one by one. However, right at this moment, the sky flashed with thunder. A thunder streaked through the sky, bright as day. The Sun family looked up at the sky, puzzled. Rumble. A heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky and quickly bombarded the Sun family. Sun Yuanzhou looked at the sky with a terrified face. He still won't let us go? Damn escape. Just as Sun Yuanzhou wanted to escape, a heavenly thunderbolt struck Sun Yuanzhou. Kunlun Mountain Range. Zhang Lingling blinked as she looked at the pair in front of her. Your dad and mom? Tears welled up in his eyes as Zhang Yuanqing looked at Zhang Lingling's appearance. Lingling, Ling, you've grown up. Zhao Lan squatted down, tears flowing down her face non-stop, and hugged Zhang Lingling. Woo, I have a daddy. I have a mommy. Zhang Zhongming smiled and wiped the corners of his eyes. Didn't realize they were still alive. Murphy, could it be that it wasn't their bodies on the hill? Oh Dad. Mom Zhang Lingling cried and hugged the two, refusing to let go. She felt the warmth of her mom and dad for the first time. She only added Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan inside the photo. feeling the warmth. Jiang Lingling was not daring to let go for a moment, afraid that this was a dream. Jiang Yuanqing looked at Jiang Zhongming and knelt on the ground. Grandpa, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Where's the old man? The old man is outside. You guys have a nice chat. I'm going out to check on the old man. Jiang Lingling looked at the two men, touched their faces, and cried tears of joy. Dad, Mom, am I dreaming? Not a dream. You pinch me. Forget it. It is better for me to pinch myself. Ouch, it hurts. It is not a dream. Both of them laughed and wrapped their arms around Jiang Lingling. Silly child. It's not a dream. It's mommy coming back. Jiang Chen stood outside the courtyard with his arms folded. Old ancestor. Jiang Chen turned around. Something wrong? What's the matter with them? Jiang Zhongming inquired. Isn't it dead? How come you're alive again? Jiang Chen, the Sun family captured their Yuanshan and used them as slaves. And now their physical bodies are two other physical bodies. Jiang Zhongming understood. Hatchetting the magpie's nest. Possessing someone else. Is there a problem? Nothing major. The genesis is real. It's just that the physical body has changed. Evening. Jiang Lingling was lying in the middle. Her heart couldn't be happier. Holding Jiang Yuanqing with one hand and Zhao Lan with the other. Afraid that when she woke up, the two would be gone. Jiang Chen was still standing outside the courtyard. If you think about it. Although the spirit returns, but there is still some trouble. Jiang Lingling, this child is still small. Cannot let her lose her parents. Lost last time. This time let me help you. Jiang Chen slowly turned back, his gaze falling not far behind him, only to see two figures actually slowly drilled out from the ground, both wearing chains with a hook at the head of the chain. These two are the messengers of the netherworld, the ox-headed messenger and the horse-faced messenger. It's been 7 years. Finally we have found the traces of Jiang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan. This time, we absolutely can't let them escape again. Make sure to capture them and escort them back to the hell under strict guard. The bull-headed messenger in the lead gritted his teeth and said, hurry up. They should be hiding inside this small courtyard. Just as the two of them were about to step into the courtyard, they suddenly noticed Jiang Chen standing outside the courtyard with his arms folded. Ha! And who is that young scion? The horse-faced messenger was puzzled and couldn't help but stop and look Jiang Chen up and down. Who cares? Don't cause trouble. Let's go in first and arrest someone. The ox-headed messenger waved his hand impatiently, signaling his companions not to make a fuss. The two ignored Jiang Chen and walked straight towards the courtyard gate. However, just in the moment when they were about to step into the courtyard, a bright and dazzling golden light suddenly flashed up, instantly enveloping the entire hut. The sudden change of events caused the two soul suggesters to be caught off guard, and they were so startled that they couldn't help but take several steps backward. Seeing this, the ox-headed messenger's face suddenly changed drastically, and he lost his voice and exclaimed, not good. Someone has carefully laid down a powerful formation, intending to block us from capturing Jiang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan's souls. The horse-faced messenger on the side was even more furious, and cursed angrily, damn it, who on earth is so bold as to openly obstruct our soul hook messenger's law enforcement work? Isn't he afraid of suffering the wrath of heaven? It's really impatient to live. It's me. Chapter 90. The Jade Emperor has to give me face when he sees me, but you dare not give me face. King of Hell? Ox-head and horse-face looked at Jiang Chen. The ox-head messenger was surprised. Ha, you can actually hear us. Are you a cultivator? Good boy. Living out of your mind. Do you know who we are? Jiang Chen looked at the pair of soul summoners and smiled. How could I not know who you are? Ox-head, horse-face, soul summoners, go back. Tell the King of Hell. Just say that Yuanqing and Zhao Lan souls, I, Jiang Chen, will protect them. Ox-head and horse-face looked at each other. Bailed out? Who the hell are you? Dare to talk to so with the King of Hell? Even Taoist priests do not dare to do so. To know that after the death of people, need to enter the hell of reincarnation. This is the rule, but also the way of heaven. Anyone who dares to stand in the way is breaking the rules and destroying the way of heaven. The bull's head looked Jiang Chen up and down and advised, seeing that you are a cultivator, don't you know that the soul returns to the hell? This is the way of heaven. If you block it, you will surely experience the heavenly tribulation in the future, and you will surely die in the Taoist world. Kid, hurry up and withdraw from the formation and let us apprehend their Yuanshan. Otherwise we'll take you on. Horseface said grimly, two little dolls, you have your own duties. You go back to report to the King of Yen. The King of Yen naturally understands that I don't care to do anything with you. Good boy. Let's see me apprehend you before I say anything. The horse-faced messenger took out the chains on his body and immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just looked at it and extended his right hand. Gently, the chains then returned and struck the horse-faced messenger hard. The ox-headed messenger was horrified. What kind of person was this and why was his magic power so powerful? Where did the two dare to get tough with Jiang Chen? They can only shrink into the ground and then disappear. Jiang Chen watched them leave and flirted in his heart, these two brats. They escaped quite quickly, but they are the messengers of the netherworld, so it's not convenient to kill them, so it seems that they still have to make a trip to hell. Jiang Chen burrowed deeper into the ground. The ox-head messenger said, damn, who the hell was that kid just now? So powerful. Must be a get high. He should be a cultivator. How could a cultivator stop us from capturing souls? This is a violation of the heavenly Tao. When the time comes to make an entry on top of the Book of Merits, isn't he afraid of the heavenly tribulation? The horse-faced messenger was puzzled. Forget it, hurry back to the hell to deliver the message. It's better to let the king of hell make the decision. The two quickly drilled their way to hell, without realizing that Jiang Chen was following right behind him. Hades, a man of stout stature, seated on top of a throne. He wore an official's cap that shone with gold and majesty. King Yin slammed the armrest, his eyes widened in anger, and he shouted, what? Surprisingly, you let a cultivator stop you? The ox-headed messenger knelt on the ground, reporting back to the palace of Yama. It is indeed so. That person of cultivation has high magic power, casting a formation, blocking us. Horseface was even injured by him. The king of hell looked at Horseface. Horseface messenger, your majesty, this man says that he has secured Yuan Sheng and Zhao Lan's Yuan Shen. When the king of hell heard this, he became even angrier. How dare you? Who dares to ensure two souls? And who is this person? He said his name was Jiang Chen. Yama stroked his beard. Kong Chen? Who is it? Do I even know you? How dare you protect two souls? That's a big crime. Yen was silent for a moment. The other party is a cultivator? Yes. Strange. The cultivators are all on the list and have never heard of the name Jiang Chen. Looking at Oxhead and Horseface, he waved his hand and continued. You guys retreat first. This king let black and white irregulars go ahead and detain the soul. No, I'm coming. At this time, Jiang Chen walked towards the hall of Hades. The bull-headed, horse-faced messenger looked at Jiang Chen as he came and said in horror, under the palace of Yen is this man. It's him. The king of hell looked at Jiang Chen, looked him up and down, and said angrily, damn it, this king is in charge of the netherworld. He has never seen such a rampant person who dares to block the netherworld from catching souls. Are you Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen looked at Yen Wang's angry eyes. This bull's temper was quite big. King Yen looked at Jiang Chen's unmoved and waved his hand. Apprehend this person for me. A dozen or so ghostbusters had rushed towards Jiang Chen with swords in their hands. Jiang Chen's mouth was disdainful as he stomped on the ground with his right foot. A moment in time. A mana spread out in all directions with Jiang Chen as the center, shocking a dozen or so ghosts around him out. Yen Wang was horrified. Who the hell is this person? This mana was so strong that it was already at the immortal level. Could it be the immortals up there? But even if the immortal above, without the Jade Emperor's order, also dare not take the liberty to make the decision to protect the two souls. The way of heaven has been determined. The souls return to hell. This is the way of heaven. Yen muttered in his mind. Except for that sun monkey guy, no one has ever dared to make a scene in hell. This kid. The king of hell clasped his fists and said with a smile, dare I ask where in the immortal realm the immortal is working as an official? Can there be an oracle from the Jade Emperor? If there is an oracle, naturally, this king will not look deeply into it. Jiang Chen said, when the Jade Emperor meets me, he has to give me 3 points. Yen was confused. What? Even the Jade Emperor has to give face when he sees you? Are you the Jade Emperor's father? That's not right. The Jade Emperor had a hairy old man, and when his old man died, his soul had to return to hell. King of hell can sort of see that this person's magic power is high and deep, and he is already in the upper immortal realm, and it is best for this kind of person not to cross paths with him, or he will be in trouble. The king of hell clasped his fists and said, Supreme Immortal, it is the way of heaven for souls to return to the earth. You are violating the way of heaven. If the Jade Emperor finds out about this, won't I lose my black hat? Why don't you let me apprehend and reincarnate, rather than let the immortals decide? No, they've borrowed a body. Borrowing a corpse to return to the soul? That won't work either. Although the spirit is still alive and can return to the soul, but the flesh will still rot, and the flesh can only remain for a month, and after a month, they will still have to return to hell. You don't have to worry. Just don't send anyone to come and capture the spirits of Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan in the future. Yen Wang mentally spat. Am I worried? I'm worried about my hood. If you mess up like this, if the top knows about it, I'm not doing it anymore. The king of hell walked down and advised, Supreme Immortal, why are you so bitter? If the above knows about it, not only will my black hat be unprotected, but so will your position. And by then you will also enter the wheel of reincarnation and be reincarnated. That Zhang Zhishuan, you know, he was originally an immortal from the upper world. But he ended up making a mistake and came to the mortal world to atone for his sins. It didn't take long before he feathered his wings and flew up there. Why don't you hand it over to me? I'll make sure they have a good reincarnation. Li Chen coldly said, What? What I said doesn't work anymore. Supreme Immortal, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yan Wang, do you think I'm discussing with you? Zhang Chen's eyes were cold and his face was murderous. Yan looked at Zhang Chen's murderous eyes. Scared, the heart ruthlessly spit. This person then the special one sun monkey is also strong. If I don't say yes, will he kill me? King Yan nodded. Just do as the Supreme Immortal says. Zhang Chen smiled. King of Hell, you are very aware. Don't send any more ghost guards to come and detain souls in the future. Understood. Gone. Zhang Chen turned away and disappeared. Lord Yama, are you just going to let him go? This person is also a bit too brutal, and dares to trespass into the hell. King of Yan snorted coldly. He's an upper immortal. What can I do? This matter should not be spread out. It needs to be discussed in the long run. Chapter 91 Going to Longhu Mountain again. Zhang Chen returned to the Kunlun mountain hut. Hades is sort of settled. But the next problem was a bit troublesome. Yuan Qing and Zhaolan possessed the other two. They were only temporarily possessed, and did not truly merge with their physical bodies. After a month, the flesh would still be rotting, and then it would be necessary to find two more flesh bodies to make it work. If you want a complete solution. Zhang Chen looked at the sky, estimating that only pills could accomplish complete fusion. But where to find the elixir? The entire world's aura has withered, not to mention alchemy. Even basic medicinal herbs can't be found. In a few days we will have to go to Longhu Mountain once and ask Dowling. Zhang Chen thought about it and returned to the cave. Next morning, Huang Wanning set foot on Longhu Mountain. A Taoist priest clasped his hands together. Miss, Longhu Mountain is a place of cultivation. If you want to burn incense you can go to the bottom of the mountain. Longhu Mountain did not receive tourists from some days ago. Since the closure of Lungfu Shan, many tourists are thinking of going up to the mountain. Both were stopped. Nowadays, Lungfu Shan is not a place for tourists to come. So many tourists come to visit. Burn incense, who still ing monastic This is also the order of the contemporary Zhang Tianshi. Huang Wanning, please also inform the Heavenly Master that it was Elder Jiang who asked me to come to Longhu Mountain to cultivate. The two Taoist priests looked at each other in disbelief. Elder Jiang sent you? Exactly. Could it be that the girl is also a cultivator? Exactly. Please come with me. I'll take you to the contemporary Heavenly Master. Huang Wanning followed behind a Taoist priest. Enter within the great hall. Who's this girl? She's so pretty. I don't know. Murphy is also here to cultivate. So many people want to cultivate and are rejected. I feel like she's prettier than a star. Cultivation. Every day you know the stars. There is still half a month to go before the exams. If we fail the exams we will all be kicked off the mountain. Color is empty. Empty is color. Asterisk 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 it. We're Taoist priests, not monks. Huang Wanning smiled. This group of Taoist priests really. Zhang Yangyun walked out of the Dao gate and looked at Huang Wanning. Elder Jiang asked you to come and cultivate? My little daughter Huang Wanning. Huang Yuanjun is my mother. Zhang Yangyun looked at Huang Wanning. A surprised face. This woman is the daughter of Huang Yuanjun? Wouldn't that be a fox spirit? Wouldn't the land of my cultivation? Nope. This was Elder Zhang's command. Could it be that he wanted her to be like Yuanjun Huang? Feathered and flying. Zhang Yangyun, since you are after the deceased, please follow me. Thank you, Heavenly Master. May I visit the Fox Fairy Hall? Naturally. This way please. Zhang Yangyun took Huang Wanning to the Fox Immortal Hall. Longhu Mountain not only enshrined a Taoist ancestor, but also enshrined Huang Yuanjun, who used to be a fox, followed the contemporary Heavenly Master, and cultivated himself, and is now working as a post in the immortal realm. Fox Haven. Huang Wanning looked at the statue, her eyes complex, and took incense from the side and knelt on the ground. Mother, daughter Huang Wanning has come to pay her respects to you. At this moment a golden light shone on Huang Wanning. Zhang Yangyun exclaimed that Huang Yuanjun had manifested. Is this some kind of instruction? Huang Yuanjun, daughter, you're finally here. From now on you'll be practicing at Longhu Mountain. Eunice Wang, my daughter knows. Huang Yuanjun, the great calamity is coming. I hope you can be immortalized and follow me. Eunice Wang, what is the great hijack? Huang Yuanjun, it must not be said. You always remember a word. In the Longhu Mountain cultivation. More good. Not to do evil. The heart of compassion. In order to be able to cultivate the right fruit. Huang Wanning, my daughter understands. Mother, I've met Elder Jiang. Huang Yuanjun, that one senior who saved me? Eunice Wang, yes. Who the hell is he? Huang Yuanjun, I don't know. You just practice. Huang Wanning, that senior has high magic power. I want to follow him to cultivate. Huang Yuanjun, 10,000 times no. His breaking into the hell has already spread to the immortal world. If you follow him to practice, you are destined to not be able to fly to immortality. Huang Wanning was confused. Breaking into hell? Is senior so capable? Huang Yuanjun, that senior is very powerful. Not to be disrespected, my time is up. Wanning Huang, my daughter understands. Huang Wanning got up and stuck the incense in well. Zhang Yangyun inquired in a low voice. What did your mother say to you? Huang Wanning, nothing, Taoist master. Can I practice here in the future and accompany my mother around? Naturally, I hope you'll get your fix soon. Thank you, heavenly master. Zhang Yangyun turned around and left. What? That woman's name is Huang Wanning, the daughter of Huang Yuanjun? Indeed. Didn't you see that vision just now? The golden light was great. That was the Fox Fairy Hall manifesting. I remember that Huang Yuanjun practiced for more than 2,000 years, and she was pregnant before she attained immortality with the help of a contemporary heavenly master. She said she came here on the orders of Elder Jiang. Could she be Elder Zhang's daughter? Nonsense. Zhang Yangyun walked to the square and heard the many disciples talking, his face full of black lines. Angrily, he rebuked, all of you cultivate properly. What are you talking nonsense about? Is Elder Jiang something you can discuss? Is Yuanjun Huang something you can discuss? There is still half a month's time. After half a month, the examination did not pass. All give me down the mountain to return to the vulgar pig to go. Day by day, do not cultivate, just know to discuss. Zhang Yangyun looked at this group of indisputable Longhu Mountain disciples, really fed up. Nowadays the aura is abundant, but do not think of cultivation. Every day hear gossip, and dare to slander Senior Jiang. You are crazy. Kunlun Mountain Range. The family sat down to breakfast in harmony. Zhang Lingling was happy to get up in the morning and both her parents were still there. Mommy, eat this. This is good. My daughter is so good. Why don't you go and call your old ancestor for dinner? Oh. Zhang Lingling walked out of the hut and looked at Zhang Chen standing outside, saying in a milky voice, Cauldron, it's time to eat. Ah. You eat? I don't. You're not eating. Aren't you hungry? Not hungry. So what are you eating? I'll have mom make it for you. Zhang Chen smiled. I don't eat normal food. So do you eat lollipops? No food. You don't eat anything. Where are all the words? Go back and eat breakfast. Zhang Chen doesn't want to chat with the little girl. So many words. Can't you see that I'm thinking about the problem? Cauldron. When I'm rich, I'll take you to eat mountains and seas. By the way, that what foreigners to give money did not. I want to buy mom and dad a big house it, and a big car it. Zhang Chen then handed Zhang Lingling the bank card that Zhang Mantian had given him. Here you go, buy whatever you want for yourself. Is there money? I don't know. Where's the password? I don't know. You don't know anything. What else do you know? Zhang Chen turned around and gave a blank look. You're full of crap. I'm not crap. I don't know the password. I don't know if there is any money in it. How can I go to get the money? Cauldron. You're too stupid. Stinky girl. I should have let the ghost messenger take your parents to the netherworld yesterday. Makes you talk so much. Zhang Lingling took the bank card. Cauldron. If you have money, I'll take you to eat mountains of food. Later. I'm off to breakfast then. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Chen traveled to Dragon Tiger Mountain. It was imperative to solve the problem of possessing the two before they could do so, or else they would be nothing but lonely ghosts a month later. Yuancheng and Zhaolan if they go. Lingling the girl doesn't know how sad she is. Chapter 92. What's the harm in going against the sky? I don't even care about the Jade Emperor. After Jiang Yuancheng and Zhaolan came back, Zhang Lingling this girl pestered her parents, fearing that they were running away, and the family was together in harmony. Especially Zhang Lingling didn't know how happy she was. Of course, Zhang Yuancheng and Zhaolan were also very happy. When they left, Lingling was only a few months old. Now that 7 years had passed, they met again, and neither of them were willing to part. Zhang Lingling said in a milky voice, Daddy, this is the bank card that big brother gave me. Let's go buy a big house and a big car for daddy and mommy to live in. Zhang Yuancheng laughed. That's old ancestors' money. You can't take it. Zhang Lingling's eyes widened. The cauldron are given to me. He is useless anyway. I do not take. How do you take? I do not take. How does grandpa take? Zhang Zhongming gave a blank look. Stinky girl, what are you talking about? Said with a straight face. Ling Ling, isn't it good to live in the mountains? It's fine. Then why go outside? Outside is better. Big houses are more comfortable to live in. And there are big cars. You can drive out in the future. This place is too backward. It's not good to know backwardness at a young age. But the old ancestor is here. Cauldron. The big brother together to take out. I have money. When the time comes to find a daughter-in-law for Cauldron, but also the bride price, I do not know if it is enough. A few people laughed. Little girl, You're still worried about your old man's life? You're being a little too lenient. If the old ancestor really get married, then they will not have to call the old ancestor. This generation is rubbing up awe. Jiang Zhongming laughed. General people. Old ancestor can't look at them. Then don't look for ordinary people, look for stars. Stars are beautiful. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Jiang Chen stood outside and smiled. This girl actually wants to find a partner for me. The tube is so wide. I am your old ancestor, not your big brother. What's a star? Is it pretty? Never mind. First go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain trip. Yuan Chang. Jiaolan cannot be delayed any longer. In the delay also go to get 2 physical body. Must be completely solve this problem before. Only a complete solution will be a long-lasting one. With a wave of Jiang Chen's hand, a sharp sword hovered in the air, and then he headed to Longhu Mountain. Jiang Lingling looked at the sky. Oops, Cauldron is gone. He must be shy. MT Longhu, the northwest boundary of the Sichuan Basin, an active geological fault line. Greetings to Senior Jiang. Greetings to Senior Jiang. The crowd of Longhu Mountain disciples respectfully said. Jiang Chen walked straight towards the main hall, looked at the statue of Zhang Daoling, picked up the incense from the side, and gently blew on it. The incense emitted wisps of white smoke that drifted upwards. Soon, that Daoling statue then emitted golden light, and Jiang Chen sat on his knees. The crowd of Longhu Mountain disciples exclaimed, "Oh my god, is that the heavenly master manifesting? He's glowing. Why doesn't it glow when I worship? Could it be that Senior Jiang is contacting the old ancestor? Definitely. They used to be close friends. They're probably chatting right now. So amazing. In the future, it would be great if we could also contact the old ancestor. And it would be even better to get a personal transmission from the old ancestor." Zhang Yangyun walked over and said solemnly, "No clamoring." Zhang Yangyun looked at the statue emitting golden light, devoutly kneeling on the ground. The rest of the many Longhu Mountain disciples also knelt on the ground, sincerely bowing to worship. Zhang Tianzhi manifestation of this is the first time. A voice came. Daoling, brother Jiang. Goodbye after a long time. Jiang Chen, Daoling, you're in the 33rd heaven. Daoling, I follow my master's cultivation. Naturally in the 33rd heaven. Jiang Chen, just in time. There's something I need your help with? Daoling, brother Jiang. Why be polite? Please just say it. Jiang Chen recounted the matter once. Daoling, hey soul to hell. This is the way of heaven. Jiang brother, this is against the sky. I am afraid that the Jade Emperor has already known about this. Jiang Chen, don't care about the Jade Emperor, that old thing. Is there any way to solve it? Don't you know how to alchemize Dan? Get a few hundred of them down, so that your disciples of Longhu Mountain can also follow the benefit. Daoling, brother Jiang, don't joke around. If the Jade Emperor finds out about this, I'll still have to be relegated down and go through the pains of mortality. Kong Chen, I'm not kidding you. There's a way to get them possessed. Daoling, my master's cave has it. It's called the Tai Shang Chung Dan. It allows them to possess their bodies successfully and prolong their lives for 500 years. Kong Chen, you get a few down for me. Daoling, the immortal world has the rules of the immortal world. This is something I can't do, and I can't send it down, unless you come up. Jiang Chen, it will take some effort to go up. 33 heavens? You need to fly up one layer at a time. You might be discovered. Daoling, you be careful with your cultivation, who can stop you? Now my master has left. Tushio Palace, no one. When the Monkey King also stole once. You in the theft of a time, there is no harm. Daoling, but sooner or later you'll be found out. I reckon that Jade Emperor will definitely want you. Jiang Chen, there's no harm in it. I haven't been afraid of anyone in the 3 realms except for a few old timers. Daoling, brother Jiang. Is it worth it? Kong Chen, nothing worthwhile. Daoling, alright, pass the secret art to the people of the Taoist sect for me. Nowadays the Taoist sect is depleted of talents. I hope there is hope for their cultivation. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and stood up, turning back to look at the many Dao disciples kneeling reverently on the ground. Get up. Daoling is gone. Zhang Yangyun stepped forward and said excitedly, Senior Jiang, you've spoken to the old ancestor? You didn't see it. Has the old ancestor explained anything? Jiang Chen spread his hand and a book appeared in his hand. This is what Daoling gave you guys. This kid has turned bad. He refused to help steal a few immortal pills down here, and I had to help him deliver the message. Zhang Yangyun was overjoyed and dumbfounded when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Stealing the elixir? Stealing the elixir down here. Isn't that a violation of heaven's law? Everyone looked up at Jiang Chen with stunned faces. Don't look at me like that. I'm going to take a trip to the immortal realm and steal a few immortal pills down here. You guys cultivate yourselves well, and if you cultivate well, I'll give one to each of you. I'm leaving, and I don't know if I'll make it in time. Jiang Chen walked out of the hall, holding a Qingfeng sword in his hand. He stood on the square with his arms crossed, looking up at the sky as the long sword in his hand flew towards the sky, quickly transforming into thousands of sword chi in the air and flying towards the sky. Numerous Taoist priests saw this scene. Just now Senior Jiang said something about going to the immortal realm to steal immortal pills. Is this really possible? You guys, look at the sky. What kind of move is that? 10,000 swords returning sword chi? Asterisk. Does it mean that Senior Jiang is preparing to open the gate of the immortal realm, which is in the sky? If not in heaven, is it on earth? That's a cool move. I've only seen it in movies. Awesome. And at the foot of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, many anchors had taken out their cell phones, their eyes excited, and were broadcasting this scene live to the sky. Asterisk. So many swords flying in the sky. What kind of spell is this? It's amazing. So damn handsome. That sword seems to be spinning. What's the significance of this? Is it a stunt? Charged up. You guys look at the sky. How another white vortex. Inside will not be the immortal world. This is opening the door to the immortal world? The crowd only saw countless flying swords rushing up into the sky as if opening up a channel, and then the crowd saw a figure flying into that channel. Chapter 93 Flying in the Daylight. Shocked the whole time. At the foot of Longhu Mountain, the crowd saw a white shadow flash by. Just now as my eyes blurred, I saw a white figure flying toward that vortex. This is the white sun flying up. Big brother, you don't go. Bring me. Gosh, who was that just now? Flying in broad daylight in the middle of the day? Why the daytime ascension? I guess I can't see at night, so I fly during the day. That must have been Senior Jiang just now. He's gone to the immortal world. That's gone. Is he still coming down? Mom, I saw fairies. Mt Lung Fu on top of the mountain. Huang Wanning flew out from her seclusion and exclaimed, that was the immortal realm gate just now? Zhang Yangyun looked back. Miss Huang, just now, Senior Jiang opened the immortal realm's door and has now flown up. What? He flew away? Yes. Why didn't Senior bring me along? Huang Wanning looked remorseful. She should have known that she would have come out earlier and followed Elder Jiang to the immortal realm. But her mother was in the immortal realm. If I follow them, won't I see my mother? Zhang Yangyun, Senior will come down. He went to the immortal realm to do business. What is it? I heard Elder Jiang say that he went to the immortal realm to get pills. Zhang Yangyun didn't dare to say that he was stealing the pills from the Supreme Lord. Wouldn't that make him a thief? Huang Wanning nodded her head and looked at the vortex that was about to close. Now it was too late, so she could only wait for the next time. Zhang Yangyun looked at the closed immortal realm door and spat in his heart. What kind of immortal was Senior Jiang, who was still able to open the immortal realm by utilizing spells and was able to come and go in the immortal realm as he pleased? Jiang Lingling sat inside the house. Jiang Zhongming looked at his grandson and grandson-in-law. What are your next plans? Jiang Yuanqing looked at Jiang Lingling and was silent for a moment. After some time, I will report to the border defense. Jiang Zhongming nodded. A good man should serve his country. Zhao Lan, what about you? I'll stay with Ling Ling for a while, and I'll go back. Also good. Ling Ling, this girl follows the old ancestor to study. The old ancestor will not treat her badly. You guys can't be by Ling Ling's side all the time. There's the old ancestor. Don't worry about it. The two of them nodded their heads as they accompanied Ling Ling for the past few days back. But it can't always be betrayed. The little girl is still learning after all. And knowing from Grandpa's mouth that the old ancestor is ready to cultivate Ling Ling, the girl, they can also rest assured. Oops, Cauldron flew away to the immortal world. Jiang Lingling took her cell phone and walked out of the room, milking her voice. What? Cauldron went to the immortal world? He didn't even take our family with him. He's so selfish. Jiang Lingling came in. Nonsense. It's true. There's a video here. Jiang Lingling took her cell phone and then handed it to Jiang Zhongming to look at. A few people looked at the video, and sure enough, it was a figure flying towards that vortex. That was bound to be Jiang Chen. Who else could it be but him? Jiang Lingling was furious. I'm not lying, am I? He went to the immortal realm without even taking me. Little girl, what do you know? How can a mortal like you go to the immortal realm? So the Cauldron went too. He's not a mortal. Do you think old ancestor is like us? Don't worry, even if old ancestor goes, he's still coming back. He won't leave you behind. Really? Jiang Lingling's eyes widened as she expressed her skepticism. Really, old ancestor should be fine. You don't have to worry too much. Jiang Zhongming comforted. Grandpa, have you been there yet? Isn't the fairy world fun? I haven't been. Dad, have you ever been? Neither have I. Where's Mom? Well, we haven't even been there. Why do you hold your cell phone all day? Be careful of myopia. Zhao Lan looked at Jiang Lingling. This girl was playing with her cell phone when she had nothing to do. It's a good idea to read in the future. That's not wasted. As a mother, Zhao Lan did not want her child to play with her cell phone all day long. Jiang Zhongming laughed. Didn't old ancestor teach you to cultivate? Why don't you go and cultivate so that old ancestor can take you to the immortal world in the future? Grandpa, you're right. I'm going to go cultivate. Jiang Lingling excitedly walked out of the room and headed to the side to meditate, preparing to work hard on her cultivation so that she could go to the immortal realm with Cauldron to play in the future. But she was a little girl after all, only 7 years old, who had the heart to meditate. And before he could meditate for a few minutes, he took out his cell phone and then swiped through the videos. Zhao Lan looked at it and just wanted to go stop it. This girl, looking at your cell phone again. Didn't I tell you to meditate and practice? Yuan Qing laughed. Forget it, kids are like that. No, looking at the cell phone every day, that's not an addiction. I feel like it's more powerful than drugs. It has to be corrected. Zhao Lan walked out after saying that. Jiang Zhongming was silent. Nowadays there is no child who doesn't play. Ling Ling, didn't you say meditate? I'll play for a while. You've been playing for a long time. Play a little longer. I'm still young. It's hard not to wait until I'm older to play. When I'm older, I can't play. Jiang Lingling beamed. Zhao Lan was speechless. This girl, reasoning a set of things. So small no to play with the phone. Do you go to school also take the phone to play? Zhao Lan wanted to say something else. Jiang Lingling then said, why did the Cauldron go away? I don't know. Did Cauldron not have a wife and went to the immortal world to look for a wife? Zhao Lan laughed. Little girl, that's old ancestor, not your big brother. I just like to be called Cauldron. No, I've got to go recruit for Cauldron and get him married here. A few people laughed. Little girl, aren't you being too lenient? Does old Joe need you to recruit? Does he look at ordinary people? Jiang Lingling, Mom, I have a picture of the Cauldron here. Will you write me a message for marriage? No. Why? That's the old ancestor. It's not for me to decide. Jiang Lingling blinked. As long as it's pretty the Cauldron will come back and we can get married Zhao Lan laughed. This girl was thinking too simply. Jiang Chen tore through the void and entered the immortal realm. The sun shone brightly. There were clouds all around. The immortal aura floated. A mountain peak floated in the air. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. The Supreme Lord resided in the 33rd heaven. And the 9th heaven is the biggest obstacle. Jiang Chen stepped on his sword and headed to the 6th heaven. The immortal world has a clear hierarchical division, the 6 heavens of the desire world, the 18 heavens of the color world, the 4 heavens of the colorless world and so on. This is the 6th heaven. And if you want to enter the 33 heavens, you need to fly up one layer at a time. Who is that guy? It's not clear. He flew towards the 9th heaven. Could it be that he's an immortal coming down from the 9th heaven? We can only live under the 9th heaven. Isn't this nonsense? The Jade Emperor is in the 9th heaven. Do you still want to live above him? It's better than being in the 5th heavens, where there's no aura at all. And I've heard that auras are extremely scarce right now. Not only is there an extreme lack of aura, but there's some kind of technology, and I've heard that stuff is wonderful. You fly up here too? What's your name? Zhang Jishuan, the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. I'm also a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. We're from the same sect. Disrespectful. Long time no see. Chapter 94, Whoever dares to stop. One punch will send the giant spirit flying. Jiang Chen continued to fly through the 7th and 8th heavens, and above the 8th heaven is the 9th heaven, where the Jade Emperor lives. And although the Jade Emperor is the lord of the immortal world, he is not the highest in magical power. And above the 9th heaven, there were the 3 purities and others. Jiang Chen stepped onto the auspicious cloud and sped towards the sky above like the wind. His eyes were like torches, and from afar, he could see a huge portal towering majestically in front of him, thrusting into the sky. The gate was like a giant in the sky, stretching across the air, at least thousands of meters high, shining with a bright and dazzling golden light, like a golden sun hanging high in the sky. It reflected the surrounding clouds in a golden light. Jiang Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth. This was the southern heavenly gate, the entrance to the 9th heaven. This was the most troublesome. If you wanted to enter the 10th heaven, you had to go through the 9th heaven, and in the 9th heaven there were immortal generals guarding it. Jiang Chen had yet to enter it. 2 huge gods were seen standing in the doorway, tall and immense in size, wearing golden armor and holding 2 mountain opening axes, with sharp eyes looking ahead. Behind them was a group of immortal realm guards. That giant spirit god looked at Jiang Chen as he came and bellowed, "Come on, stop." Jiang Chen stood on top of the auspicious clouds and looked at that giant spirit god. The giant spirit god shouted, "Who are you and what are you doing here in the 9th heaven?" "I'm going to enter the 10th heaven." "Is there a paperwork for entering the 10th heaven?" "What's the paperwork?" The giant spirit god mocked. "Kid, you don't even know the instruments. You seem to be a small shrimp. Leave immediately or this god will kill you on the spot." The instrument was a credential to the 10th heaven of the immortal world, and the 9th heaven was a hurdle. Otherwise, Wouldn't it be a mess if immortals all flew at will? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, inquiring, "Where do I get the paperwork?" "The paperwork is the paperwork given to you by the gods of the 10th heaven. With the paperwork, I can only let you up. This is the rule of the immortal realm. If you don't have the paperwork, you will not be able to pass. Leave immediately." Jiang Chen was confused. For a moment, where was he going to find the paperwork? If it wasn't for the immortal pills, he wouldn't have wanted to come. What bull ***** paperwork? He, Jiang Chen, didn't need paperwork at all, nor did he need any Jade Emperor's decree. Jiang Chen's eyes were ice cold. "Get out of the way. This seat is going to the 10th heavens." The two giant spirit gods saw Li Chen's posture, which is clearly to break an ah, where can still sit still, have gripped the big axe, shouted, "Kid, let you roll. You still refuse? Then don't blame this god to put you to death." The giant spirit god's eyes glared, emitting thick killing intent, holding a huge axe that opened up the mountain, slashing at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered at the corner of his mouth. "A mere giant spirit god wants to stop me?" Jiang Chen's body emitted a golden light divine spell. When the giant spirit god slashed at Jiang Chen, and in turn was shocked back, at which point the giant spirit god's eyes widened in disbelief. "Golden light divine mantra. You're a Taoist priest. But even if you're a Taoist priest, you can't break into the 9th heaven indiscriminately. Roll." Jiang Chen clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at the giant spirit god. The mountainous body flew backwards, directly crashing hundreds of meters away. The other giant spirit god shouted, "Someone is trespassing on the southern heavenly gate. Immediately sound the alarm. Guards, follow me to kill." Dang dang. The golden bell rang loudly. The giant spirit god rushed up with his guards, and Jiang Chen wasn't the least bit afraid. Infinite lightning emanated from his body, wrapping his entire body. Crackle. The surrounding guards fell to the ground. As for that giant spirit god, he flew out backwards, after which Jiang Chen continued his flight and rushed into the southern heavenly gate, looking up at the entrance to that 10th heavens, and swiftly flew away. Alarms ring through the 9 heavens of the earth. In less than a moment's time, the 4 heavenly kings arrived. Looking at the giant spirit god lying on the ground, as well as the fallen guards, he was furious. Who dares to come to the southern heavenly gate to cause trouble? The eastern holding heavenly king, Devil Li Hai, held a magic chain and looked coldly at the giant spirit god. "Who injured you?" The giant spirit god shook his head. "I don't know who the other party is either. I only know that it is a Taoist priest." "Dog?" "Yes, he knows the golden light divine spell. He said he wanted to go to the 10th heavens, but unfortunately there was no paperwork. And when I didn't let him in, he forced his way in, and now he's already in the 10th heavens." The eastern holding heavenly king, Devil Li Hai, looked up at the entrance to the 10th heavens and snorted coldly. "How bold. A mere Taoist priest dares to come and rebel. You too, follow us immediately to pursue the enemy." The southern growth heavenly king, Mo Li Qing, looked at the entrance. "What are you waiting for? Catch up with him and escort him down to await the Jade Emperor's judgment. Go." The 4 of them took the giant spirit god and turned into light, entering the 10th heaven. At this moment, Jiang Chen entered the 10th heaven and continued upwards. His aim was the Taiching heaven above the 33rd heaven, the place where the Supreme Lord lived. In terms of who was great at refining pills, it was naturally the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. Jiang Chen turned around and saw that a group of guys were following. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. "Damn, these guys are really stubborn. Is that the 4 heavenly kings? Forget it, time is running out. Just ignore them. Realize that a day in heaven is a year in the mortal world." He wasn't willing to wait. Jiang Chen continued to fly, speeding up. The southern growth heavenly king Devil Li Qing shouted loudly, "That Taoist monk rests away. Dare to break into the southern heavenly gate. Immediately follow me to face His Majesty the Jade Emperor to apologize." "Kid, you can't run away. No one can escape under the 4 heavenly kings." "Damn, how is the speed of this kid so fast? Then that Sun Wukong is still fast. This kid is really a Taoist. When is the Taoist so fast? Chase, can't let him get away, or we'll lose both sides." The 4 continued to chase while Jiang Chen continued to run upwards. Jiang Chen didn't want to tangle with them, pass through the 10th heaven and enter the 11th heaven. 9th heavenly palace, idiom, astronomical palace. The Jade Emperor, wearing a golden hat and a serious face, sat on top of the golden hall, where the alarm bells were ringing loudly just now, which had long alarmed the 9th heaven. The Jade Emperor looked serious. "What exactly happened? Your Majesty, a Taoist priest disobeyed orders and broke into the 9th heaven and is now flying to the 10th heaven." The Jade Emperor was flabbergasted. A Taoist priest? Could it be a descendant of the Supreme Lord? Why did he break into the southern heavenly gate? Never knew. "Where are the 4 heavenly kings?" "Your Majesty, the 4 heavenly kings have followed the Taoist priest. There are 4 heavenly kings who will definitely catch that Taoist priest. Pass on my order. Once caught, immediately arrested back. I want to ask clearly, why trespassing the southern heavenly gate? Yes. At this time, Jiang Chen entered the 12th heaven. Looking back, that the 4 heavenly kings are still in hot pursuit. Jiang Chen gas laughs. The Jade Emperor to give you how much money? Need to be so desperate? The 4 heavenly kings were naturally no match for him. But Jiang Chen didn't dare to delay, only wanting to quickly travel to the 33 heavens. In case of delay, then Ling Ling will have no parents. This girl doesn't know how sad she is. The 4 heavenly kings are after all the Jade Emperor's men. The Jade Emperor's cultivation is not good. After all, he is the lord of the immortal world. There are many people, so if you do not get it right, you will only have to go to war with the entire immortal world. Jiang Chen wasn't willing to go to war with the entire immortal world. Giant spirit god ahead. Block this person immediately. This person is a fugitive. As Jiang Chen looked over, 2 giant spirit gods guarded the 12th heaven. When the 2 giant spirit gods saw Jiang Chen flying in, they immediately held their giant axes and shouted, "Come on and stop. Get thee out of here." Jiang Chen arrives with a punch. Chapter 95 Tai Yizhenjin. Are you looking for death? How dare you stop me? Jiang Lingling woke up in the morning, ran outside the small courtyard and shouted, "Cauldron, Cauldron, are you there?" Jiang Lingling called for a long time. Still no sign of Jiang Chen. The heart is very worried. Cauldron, he is not really gone. Will not come? What's Cauldron doing in the immortal world? Is he single for a long time and going to the immortal world to look for a wife? Jiang Zhongming, Lingling, what are you yelling for in the morning? Grandpa, isn't Cauldron back yet? Where does Grandpa know? What if he doesn't come back? Ling Ling misses him. Yes, he'll be back. Ling Ling entered the house with her head hanging down. Is the Cauldron really gone? At this moment, Zhao Lan and Jiang Yuanqing came out of the room. Jiang Yuanqing's face was not good. He had been back for 2 days, but in the past 2 days, he felt something abnormal. Firstly, he couldn't feel hungry, and secondly, he had eaten something and didn't release it. That means there is something wrong with their body. Jiang Yuanqing touched his stomach. In 2 days' time, his stomach had gotten a bit bigger. Could it be that the accumulated food could not be digested and stayed inside his stomach? Zhao Lan looked at Yuanqing's sad face and inquired, "What's wrong? Have you gone to the bathroom in the last 2 days? Why the sudden question?" I felt abnormal. I didn't go to the restroom for 2 days, and I didn't feel hungry. It was like something was wrong with our bodies. Zhao Lan was stunned, and when she heard this, she remembered that 2 days, she didn't seem to have had 3 meals a day, followed by eating, and didn't feel hungry, nor did she go to the restroom. Zhou Lang inquired in a whisper, "You mean?" Jiang Yuanqing responded in a small voice, "Our bodies are only out of order." What then? I don't know. Right now we're trying to eat as little as possible, or not eat at all, and we'll see what happens first. Zhao Lan nodded. Could it be that the body had not yet fused? Death to those who stand in my way. Jiang Chen blasted the 2 giant spirit gods out with a single punch and entered the 13th heaven and disappeared. Devil Liching, damn. Who the hell is this guy? His magic power is so profound. One punch sent the 2 gatekeeper generals flying out. Should we chase after him? Magic Lai Hong, why don't you chase after him? If we don't catch him, what's our face? Magic Lai Hai, I'm afraid that even if we catch up, we may not be able to capture that Taoist priest, with his profound magical power, and I don't know where he came from? Devil Liso, continue to chase, otherwise the Jade Emperor will pursue down. It is difficult for us to escape the blame. If we are not the opponent, we immediately return. What exactly does that Taoist intend to do? Why did he enter the 13 heavens? The 4 watched as Jiang Chen blasted the giant spirit god out with 2 punches, and were surprised in their hearts, knowing that the man was terrifying, and by virtue of that, was at least above the golden immortals. Let's go after them. I'm afraid they're no match. If we don't go after them, in case the Jade Emperor blames them, it's not easy to explain. Magic Liching nodded. Then let's chase after him. Just don't follow him too closely. I have to see where he's going. The 4 of them immediately chased after him, based on the traces left behind by Jiang Chen. Not too tight. Jiang Chen looked back and smiled. 4 old foxes. Forget it. Take the immortal pills to be important. I do not know how long it has been. The mortal world is only afraid that 7 or 8 days have passed. Jiang Chen flew all the way up through the 14th heaven, reaching the 15th heaven, finally to the 32 heavens. In the 32nd heaven, there were still immortals conserved, only to see an immortal Wang with floating dust and white hair standing outside the 32nd heaven, watching Jiang Chen fly in. Fellow Daoist, please stop. Jiang Chen looked at this person and pondered for a moment. Then he knew who this person was. Tai Yizhen. Exactly, poor Taoist. Why do you need to be like this? The master said that the soul returns to the hell. This is the way of heaven. Why do you need to go against heaven? Or quickly return to the mortal world? Joke, what heavenly way or not? If I prefer to go against heaven, what is your suffering? If you return to the mortal world, you will not be held accountable at this time, if you do not repent. I am only afraid that the Jade Emperor will hold you accountable. Tai, mindful of your advanced age, get out of my way. Tai was so angry that he spat out blood. Your sister. I haven't lived as long as you have. Have I? You're telling me I'm old? The four heavenly kings stopped and looked at Tai Zhenzi. Greetings, Tai Zhenzi. Tai Zhenjin nodded, then looked at Jiang Chen. I have been ordered by my master to stop you here. So you, Taoist friend, return quickly at once. Again, for the sake of the first heavenly father, I won't bother with you. Get out of the way immediately. What if the poor Taoist doesn't allow it? If you don't let me, then I won't give him face. Do you really think you're the primordial heavenly father? Jiang Chen cast the golden light divine mantra, a ray of light covering his entire body. Thunder and lightning all around him, green lightning surrounding him, crackling and snapping. Tai Zhenjin laughed. Golden light divine spell. Subsequently, with a sweep of his duster, Tai Zhenjin's body also emanated golden light divine incantations, and thunder and lightning filled his entire body. Exactly the same as Jiang Chen's. All the same techniques, the same moves. Tai continued, fellow Taoist, how is my Tao? Not bad. The golden light divine incantation and the thunderbolt technique, they are all yours. I've learned them, but they may not be much worse than yours. Jiang Chen's words just fell. Then he rushed towards Tai. The four heavenly kings watched the two exchange blows in the air, not daring to make any movements. Devil Liching, he really is a person in the Taoist sect. His magic power is so strong that he is able to compete with the Tai real person. What is the origin of this guy? Devil Gift read, luckily we didn't put up a fight. If we were enemies with him, I'm afraid we would have been killed in minutes. This person is truly terrifying. Devil Lihai shook his head. Didn't you guys hear just now? He said that he was looking at Yuanshi Tianzun Sake and wouldn't bother with Tai Zhenjin. Could it be that this guy is on the same level as Yuanshi Tianzun? Hearing this, the other three looked at each other. What? On the same level as the first heavenly father? Who the hell is this? You know that the first heavenly father is a saint. If he's on the same level as the first heavenly father, then isn't he a saint too? The four's hearts raced as they thought about chasing after the saint just now. Could this guy really be a saint? At this time, Jiang Chen's brows were furrowed. This Tai Zhenzi was really not simple. The golden light divine spell was out of this world, and it was only impossible to defeat Tai Zhenzi by virtue of the Tao. It looks like the only way to do it is to use the body. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and his body emitted an infinite demonic aura that filled the surroundings and covered the entire sky. The four heavenly kings looked dumbfounded and immediately moved away from the demonic aura. What the hell is going on here? Is he a Taoist priest? How did he suddenly turn devilish? Could this guy be a dual practitioner of magic? Tai real face changed greatly. I did not expect this guy to reveal his real body. Looking at the monstrous demonic gas, Tai real person hurriedly said, Tao friend, get thee out of here. Bang! Jiang Chen rushed over and punched Tai Zhen out, and that golden light divine incantation instantly broke, and Tai Zhen flew towards the 33 heavens. Jiang Chen turned back to look at the four heavenly kings, his eyes cold, emitting endless killing intent. Follow me in the dam, and I'll eat you all. Don't dare. We're on our way. We're passing through. Pure and simple. Elder, we'll leave first. Chapter 96 Knocking out Zhang Daoling, stealing the pill. The four heavenly kings were so scared that they hurriedly fled. This person is too horrible. Although there is no saint light, but that devilish aura is not worse than a saint. Who the hell is this so powerful that even Tai Zhenjin was not a match, and was instantly sent flying beyond the 32 heavens. Who is this man? I don't know. What a terrifying demonic aura. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm only afraid that he's on the same level of existence as the three Qing. No way. The three pristine ones are saints. He's not a saint. Not a saint, but possessing the power of a saint. Did you see that punch? It was simply too terrifying, shocking the heavens and the earth. The 32 heavens were going to be blown away by him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up or we'll all die if that punch comes down. The four were so scared that they fled for their lives. Jiang Chen absorbed the devil's gas, recovered his body, and viciously spat in his heart. This tiny old man really does not know how to carry the weight. If not for the sake of the first heavenly father, swallowed you. Jiang Chen continued to fly, heading towards the entrance of the 33rd sky, Kunlun mountain range. Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan sat inside the house, their brows furrowed. They hadn't eaten for half a month. These 7 days they didn't feel hungry. Not only that, It felt as if their bodies were starting to weaken, as if they were able to collapse at any time. The two men looked at each other and both could see that something was wrong. It may not be long before their genesis will be disconnected from their bodies. Knock knock, come in. Jiang Zhongming smoked a dry cigarette and entered the room. Looking at the two people with a sad face, he knew what was happening. Half a month without food, even if it was a little cute, also felt unusual. Jiang Zhongming blurted out, "Is there a physical problem? Grandpa, you know, cutie. It's obvious to all. Only Ling Ling the girl doesn't know. What's going on?" Zhang Yuanqing said, "I don't feel hungry." "You don't eat if you don't feel hungry?" "It's not that I don't eat, but I can't release what I've eaten. And I'm afraid that if I keep eating, my stomach is going to burst, so I choose not to eat. And Grandpa, I feel that we don't have much time left to live." Jiang Zhongming blah 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 smoked a dry cigarette and was silent for half a second. "I know. It's a pity that the old ancestor isn't here. If he were, he would have been able to see it." Jiang Zhongming brightened his eyes. "It's impossible for the old ancestor to not be able to see it. Maybe the old ancestor went to the immortal realm just to solve the matter on you guys. So you don't have to worry. Just wait for the old ancestor to come back at ease." Jiang Yuanqing was stunned. "You're saying that the old ancestor went to the immortal realm just to discover that we're different? It must be like this. Otherwise what would old ancestor be doing in the immortal realm? But why didn't the old ancestor tell us?" "I didn't tell you guys because I didn't want you to worry. You guys just wait at ease. Old ancestor loves Ling Ling so much, he won't let you guys leave just like that." "I know." Jiang Zhongming walked out of the room, closed the door and walked out of the small courtyard. Looking at Ling Ling meditating in the small courtyard, the old ancestor had already known that. And that's why he went to the immortal world? Tai Ching Tin, Nepalese, Sagarmatha. "Brother Jiang, you really came." Zhang Daoling looked at Zhang Chen coming and was filled with disbelief. This was the 33 Heavy Heavens Tai Ching Heaven, the place where the Supreme Lord lived. Zhang Daoling wouldn't have been able to arrive here if he wasn't a personal disciple of the Supreme Lord. "Cut the crap and take me to the storehouse to see what pills are there. We can't return empty-handed this time. Big brother, not master's pills. I really dare not give you all. Come on, isn't he away? Besides, I'm taking it myself. I'm not asking you to give it to me. Cut the crap. I'm in a hurry. Hurry up and take me." Zhang Daoling nodded helplessly and led Jiang Chen to the elixir storage room. Just entered the storehouse. Jiang Chen smelled the aroma of medicine. Intuitively refreshed, Jiang Chen smiled. "Worthy of being the emperor's pills. The collection is rich." Zhang Daoling pointed to the gourd in front of him. "That's the Tai Shang Chung Dan, which strengthens the foundation and cultivates the vitality, allowing the Yuan Shin and the physical body to merge into one. What about the other pills? You introduce them." Zhang Daoling nodded his head and was just about to introduce it when he turned his head with a surprised look. "Don't you just need the Tai Shang Chung Dan? I've come all this way, so I have to get some back anyhow." Zhang Daoling was incredulous. "If you do this, poor Taoist will be miserable. Shall not be relegated to the mortal world. Often make not. Which is so much nonsense. I think these pills are for me to use, for the Longhu Mountain Taoist disciples. Then again, the Taoist disciples are also the Taoist lineage of Taishan Laojun. Although they are not good right now, wait until the aura recovers. They can also rapidly improve their strength." "It's not right. It's not right." Zhang Daoling still shook his head. "These pills can be personally refined by the Supreme Lord. Take 2 Tai Shang Chung Dan, forget it. And want other pills? Then the Supreme Lord will not be angry." Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Daoling's refusal and without saying a word, slapped his palm on the back of Zhang Daoling's neck, watching Zhang Daoling fall to the ground. "Brother, I'm sorry, but since I'm here, I can't make a trip for nothing." With a big wave of his hand, Jiang Chen put all the bottles and jars into his pocket. That's when he turned to leave. Now that the elixir is in hand, it's also time to leave. And I don't know how long it's been in the mortal world, so it should not be too late. Leave from the Tushio Palace. Fly directly to the 32nd heaven and go back how you came. Still on the way back, there wasn't anyone in the way. Even through the 9th heaven, no giant spirit god dared to stop Jiang Chen, and the moment they saw him they had long since avoided going far away, either by pretending to sleep, all the way through Kunlun Mountain Range, brothel. Zhang Yuanqing and Zhao Lan were lying moribund on the bed, their faces waxy, thin, and their bodies had shriveled up, turning them into withered old men, like rotten wood. Jiang Lingling stood next to her and looked at her parents with a worried face. "Dad, Mom, are you sick?" Zhang Yuanqing looked at Jiang Lingling, a pang of shame in his heart. He had wanted to accompany Lingling, but unfortunately, his body had already appeared to be abnormal, and now they could only lie on the bed, and the next moment they would go up and smoke. "Dad's fine. Grandpa, let's take Dad and Mom down to the hospital." Jiang Zhongming shook his head. "It's useless. Why, it's not working. Zhao Lan raised her palm. Ling Ling, come here. Let mommy take a look at you in. Jiang Lingling walked to the other side, wiping tears from the corner of her eyes. Mom. Good boy. From now on study hard, you know? Mom. What's wrong with you? Mommy. Mommy's okay. You can't even speak and you're saying it's okay? Woo hoo hoo. Mom. Don't die, oh hoo. Good boy. Listen to Grandpa from now on. I know. Jiang Zhongming was silent. They were really leaving after all? Just then. Squeak. Jiang Chen entered the room and looked at the withered bodies of the two. It's not too late. Taking out a gourd, he poured out 2 red pills. Ling Ling, come here. Cauldron. Give one to your mom and dad and they'll be cured. Really? Really? Hurry up and give them the dose. Chapter 97, Foundation Pill. Longhu Mountain Taoist shocked. Jiang Lingling walked up and gave one to each of her parents, placing them in her mouth herself. After the two swallowed it, a golden light flashed in their chests, and then disappeared. Just then, the two sensed hunger. Not only sensed hunger, but also sensed a small abdominal distension. It's a bathroom break. Zhang Yuanqing was the first to rush up and head to the toilet. He hadn't pooped for a few days yet. It was all in his small intestine, and at this point, after fusing with his physical body, he sensed the coming. Zhao Lan did the same, rubbing up all of a sudden, without even greeting, and rushing straight to the outhouse. Open the door. Wait a minute. Hurry up. I can't hold it in. I'm still pulling. Asterisk, hurry up. Inside the room, Jiang Zhongming smiled. Old ancestor, are they alright? After taking the elixir, it's naturally fine, and it'll be fine in the future. That's a relief. Jiang Lingling's eyes widened. Cauldron, did you refine the potion? I didn't refine it. I went to the immortal world to get it. Why don't you take me with you? I'll go too, and get some more back. Jiang Lingling huffed. You don't have the strength to enter the immortal realm yet. Then is there more? Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen with big watery eyes that were filled with anticipation. Of course I have. Give it to me. Give it to me. Jiang Lingling was full of joy. Jiang Zhongming gave a blank look. This is something from the old ancestor. You're still a mortal. You can't just eat that stuff. No big deal. Jiang Lingling spat out her tongue and pulled her face with both hands. Making a face, Jiang Zhongming saw Lingling in this manner. His eyes swept around. Where is my stick? Cauldron. Grandpa's going to beat me. You have to help me to do it. Old ancestor. This girl is spoiled. Forget it. You're still generalizing with the little girl. You're not so young anymore. Jiang Chen took out another gourd, poured out a pill, and handed it to Jiang Zhongming. This stuff is a life-extending elixir that will keep you alive for decades. Then I'm not just a 1,000-year-old bastard. Kong Chen, boy. I doubt you're talking about me. Jiang Lingling blurted out. Oops. Cauldron. Grandpa says you're a 1,000-year-old bastard. I didn't. I heard it all. The cauldron heard it all. Stinky girl, you're against the sky. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Jiang Zhongming, that angry out of the room, carrying a small stick over, scared Jiang Lingling around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was speechless. I'm going to make a trip to Longhu Mountain. Cauldron, I'll go too. What are you going to do? Jiang Lingling heartspit. Did not see the grandfather angry. He is to beat my ass. I follow you to take refuge. Go. Jiang Chen held Jiang Lingling's hand and walked outside. Jiang Lingling turned back and said, Grandpa, when I learn the fixation technique, if you hit me, I'll fix you. Stinky girl, come back and see if I don't beat you. Jiang Lingling stood on the sword and looked back at her exasperated grandfather. The corners of her mouth were smug as she looked up at Jiang Chen. Cauldron, don't you have a lot of pills? There's a lot. All for me? Can't give it all away. Why? I'm your junior. If you don't give it to me, I'll give it to someone else. Won't that be cheaper? Jiang Chen looked at the sky. When he went to the Tushio Palace to steal something, he saw a note. That note was left by the old Lord Taishan. The old Lord Taishan knew that he was going to come up, so he purposely left one. Friend of the Taoist, many years have not seen. The elegance is still the same. The wheel of heaven. The recovery of aura. Please, friend of the Taoist in the lower realm, more guidance for the younger generation. Taishan Lao Jun left words. Li Chen Hart ruthlessly spit. This too on the old man is also too unkind. Obviously know that I need pills. Directly give me, not on the line, but also ing superfluous. I was asked to help guide my juniors, and I was sneaking around. You old stomp. You're so insidious. Jiang Chen, that was given to someone else by the Supreme Lord. But don't worry, there's a share for you. Jiang Lingling's eyes widened with excitement. Really? When has Big Brother ever lied to you? Then let's pull the plug. Pulling the hook. Jiang Chen laughed. This girl is still worried about my oath? Lung Fu Shan. Greetings, Elder Jiang. Greetings, Elder. The many Taoist priests were courteous to Jiang Chen, and the moment they saw him, they were incredibly respectful. Have Zhang Yangyun come over to see me. Alright, senior. I'll go and invite Heavenly Master Zhang. Zhang Yangyun hurriedly arrived. Senior. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Gather all the Taoist priests. And by the way, I'll give you something. Zhang Yangyun was confused. Something? What's that? Didn't Elder go to the immortal world? Could it be that Elder has returned from the immortal world with something? Zhang Yangyun immediately followed the instructions and gathered all the disciples. Even Huang Wanning came and stood side by side with Zhang Yangyun. She was a fox demon and her magic power was a bit higher than Zhang Yangyun's. Zhou Xiaopeng live broadcast has been broadcasting live on LHM. He's the one who understands the traffic code. 24 hours are live. The number of people are in more than 100,000. Can be said to be the network red anchor. Popularity than the network red anchor are a little higher. The income is even more lucrative. Isn't that Senior Jiang? He's back? I heard that Senior Jiang didn't go to the immortal world. Why did he come back again? People, Senior Jiang just went there. And this is more than half a month ago. Where exactly is the immortal world? The immortal world must be in an alien space. And at that time it was analyzed that the immortal world was in another high-latitude space. And that the seniors were able to travel through the high-latitude space and come and go as they pleased. What's this about? It can't be preparing for the test. I've heard that all Taoist priests have to take the test, and it's now exactly 1 month. On the square, a group of disciples were neatly arranged. Some were very excited, while some were frowning. A month ago they were told to cultivate properly, and a month later the test would be conducted. Once they failed the test, they would have to leave Longhu Mountain, and not many are able to practice. Jiang Chen, Yan Yuna. It seems like a month. Zhang Yangyun nodded his head. He knew what Jiang Chen was talking about. The 1 month time had come and gone. It was the time for the assessment. Zhang Yangyun turned back. The 1 month time is over. Now all the disciples are ready to be assessed. If they can't pass it, don't blame the poor Taoist for being merciless. All of you will come down from the mountain to cultivate in the surrounding area. Jiang Chen took out a gourd. This is an elixir that I took back from the Elder Lord of the Heavens, called the Foundation Building Elixir. And those who have passed the test will have an elixir. Having passed the test, it means that you are able to cultivate, and after taking it, you will be able to build your foundation successfully. First come, first served. Zhang Yangyun was shocked. What? The foundation pill? Direct foundation? This? The rest of the Taoist priests looked at the elixir with blazing eyes. Direct foundation building success? That's too convenient. This is something you have to get. Gotta get. Numerous Taoist priests have looked at the immortal gourd. Or something from the Supreme Lord. This thing is simply an elixir of immortality. Jiang Chen looked at the many Taoist priests, but it was just the foundation establishment. Dan, look at the look in your eyes. It's like you're trying to swallow me. Chapter 98. My disciples are all in the 10,000 soul streamer. Are you sure you want to be my disciples? The live feed was even more exciting. Directly from the refining realm to promote the foundation realm. There is this kind of elixir? I'm going to cultivate the road. All the friends of the Taoist, Longhu Mountain Sea. No wonder Senior Jiang wants to go to the immortal world. This is to get pills to go, or Taishan Laojun refined pills. Senior, can you leave me one? I'll buy it, for any amount of money. Jiang Senior 666 ING still on a bird class. I went directly to the monastic. Good lord, is this the beginning of the era of universal immortality? Is this the end of the world? You imperial swords of imperial swords. Flying airplanes of flying airplanes, and I only have to carry a bucket to run away. I'll see you in the jungle. I'm going to practice monasticism. Hurry up and go to Lung Fu Shan to learn from the master. Anyone who wants to go, sign up. Zhang Lingling came to Jiang Chan's ear and whispered, Cauldron, save a few for me. Zhang Yangyun said excitedly, Senior, is this really the foundation building pill? I took it from Taishan Laojun. It shouldn't be wrong. If it eats people to death, you find Taishan Laojun. Since it was refined by a Dao Father, it's bound to not be fake. Why don't I try it first? Zhang Yangyun's eyes blazed as he stared at the immortal gourd and spoke. Jiang Chen is speechless. This old man. Forget it. He is the heavenly master. If his cultivation is weak, how can he lead Longhu Mountain in the future? Jiang Chen poured out one. Zhang Yangyun's eyes were excited. His hands trembled as he received the red elixir, and then he ate it in full view of everyone. Zhang Yangyun felt a ball of qi running inside his dantian. And above the sea of the dantian, a small transparent orb appeared. Mana is increased more than tenfold. Zhang Yangyun said excitedly, I've built my foundation. I've built my foundation. Oh my god. The heavenly master has succeeded in building his foundation. I felt a powerful fluctuation of mana. It's true. It's really the foundation building pill. Senior Jiang didn't lie to us. Great. I'm already in the refined Shi realm and feel spiritual energy. This must have a part for me. It's awesome. The Heavenly Master has succeeded in building his foundation. I will succeed in building my foundation as well. 1 elixir to build a successful foundation. How much time does that save? At least for years. Isn't it 100 days to build a foundation? 3 months' time. 100 days to build a foundation. Talking about the ancient times. Not now. Thinking of building a foundation in 100 days. You're dreaming. Watching the old Heavenly Master succeed in building his foundation. The rest of the Tao disciples became even more excited. Jiang Chen impatiently said, "Alright, stand aside. Huang Wanning, come here. Senpai, you are the daughter of Yuan Jun Huang. Your cultivation is higher than all of them. You will supervise them. Whoever passes will be issued a foundation establishment pill. As for those who don't pass, they have no qualifications to cultivate, and will be driven off the mountain." Huang Wanning, disciple understands. Huang Wanning walked up. Zhang Lingling looked at Huang Wanning and blurted out, "Sister, you're so pretty. Thanks for the compliment. Sister, do you have a boyfriend?" "No. My brother doesn't have a girlfriend either. I'll introduce you to Io." "Brother, why are you hitting me?" Zhang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen strangely. "You're the one who talks too much." Huang Wanning smiled. "This girl is really cute. This is the offspring of Jiang seniors. In the future you have to flatter her to do ah." Huang Wanning could see that Senior Jiang loved this girl. But then again, the offspring of the predecessors, who would love them if they didn't love them themselves? Huang Wanning made up her mind that she would get closer to the little girl in the future. Jiang Chen, Yang Yun, there should be more than one Taoist temple in China than just Longhu Mountain. More than that. You find a chance to notify the other Taoist temples to come to Longhu Mountain, so that I don't have to run one by one. As long as they are in the Qi refining realm they can get the foundation establishment Dan. This is also the meaning of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. This old man asked me to take care of the later generation of cultivators for him. Zhang Yangyun was 10,000 times unwilling in his heart. To other Taoist temples? This. Zhang Yangyun nodded his head. "I will definitely inform." "Is there something about to happen, senior?" "It's nothing much. The heavenly Tao is entering another cycle. The age of aura recovery is coming. In advance for you to prepare for it." Jiang Chen downplayed it. Aura recovery meant nothing to Jiang Chen. But for people in the monastic world, that means a lot. The broadcast room instantly exploded. "What do I hear? Is the aura revival coming? Does it mean entering the era of universal cultivation? I've been looking forward to this for how many years, and it's finally here. Woo woo woo, I can finally practice." "Really? Now we're going to start the era of universal immortality cultivation? We'll be able to fly with swords after that, too. After the revival of the aura, there will be demons and monsters, and there will be a catastrophe. Destroy Earth. Hurry up and enter the era of aura revival. I'm going to hit 10 ing. Zhang Yangyun, Sr. I wonder when it is. The time when heaven and earth changed. If the aura recovers, I'm afraid that many people will come to Dragon Tiger Mountain to learn the way. And this Dragon Tiger Mountain will only be insufficient. There's no harm in it. Just have Zhang Mantian establish a few immortal cultivation academies when the time comes. It's just like studying." Zhang Yangyun nodded. This was a good idea. Lung Fu Shan needs to continue to be developed. "Alright, don't ask so many questions. Let the disciples start practicing. Those who pass will stay. Those who don't will go down. When you enter the foundation establishment realm, it will also be convenient for you to accept disciples." Zhang Yangyun led the order and began the examination. Just then, a large group of people rushed up from the bottom of the hill, unable to stop them at all. Coming up and kneeling in the square, they have asked to worship the Master and learn the way. "Celestial Master, please take me. I am homeless." "Heavenly Master," his old man, the first Heavenly Father, told me to worship the Master to learn the way. "Heavenly Master, if you don't accept me, I will kneel here and not leave." "Heavenly Master, I was originally an immortal in the immortal realm and was relegated to the mortal world. So please accept me as a disciple and allow me to regain my immortal status." Zhang Yangyun's face darkened. One by one, they're too unreliable. You're wearing a ING Adidas name tag and saying you're homeless? The first Heavenly Father sent you a dream? And you're a ING immortal? Jiang Chen walked forward, looked at the dozens of people, and smiled. "You're all here to worship and learn the way?" "Yes, Elder. We all are. Elder, please accept us." "Senior, I am willing to worship you." Jiang Chen nodded. "Okay, I'll take it." Jiang Chen's sentence sent the crowd into a frenzy. "What? That's it? It's too easy. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on? Senior Jiang is taking on a disciple here? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I should have known I'd be there. A mistake. If you want to pay homage to Senior Jiang, he is a real immortal. Is it so easy for Elder Jiang to take on a disciple? Good guy. Direct worship success. A step up. Dozens of people have been all excited. Jiang Chen said seriously, but I accept disciples differently from others. He then pulled out a magic weapon, which was a flag that emitted a gust of black gas, and just in an instant, countless skulls emerged from the flag and floated around. Zhang Yangyun was horrified. What kind of magic weapon is this? Why is it so terrifying and eerie? Jiang Chen said, this is called the 10,000 Soul Streamer. All my disciples train inside the 10,000 Soul Streamer. Are you sure you want to be my disciples? Chapter 99 Establishment of Immortal Cultivation Academy. Establishment of Magic Cultivation Department and Harmony Department? The dozens of people who had just broken in were scared silly. The Soul Streamer? If you don't work hard to cultivate immortality, you'll be a disciple in the 10,000 souls? This play is a big deal. Right at this moment, in that 10,000 Soul Streamer, hundreds of souls came out from it again, surrounding the 10,000 Soul Streamer, and the crowd was startled. Even Zhang Yangyun was frozen in fear. He finally understood why this one Jiang seniors in history did not record. This is a evil cultivator. Evil cultivators still want to become immortal? Not at all. How many people did it take to kill so many s? The rest of the human Taoist priests are scared and do not know what to do. Senior, this is an evil cultivator. A real evil cultivator. I have kids at home and I have to get back to them. My daughter-in-law is going to have a baby. Next time I must come and worship the master. Master, I get it. I don't have the talent. I have no connection with immortal cultivation in this life. I'm leaving. Elder Jiang. I'll leave right away. Right away. Just now. The arrogant crowd saw those ghosts. After seeing those ghosts, scared to piss their pants, immediately ran without a trace. Is to come to cultivate immortality, not to become a ghost. The live feeds were laughing. Still dare to worship the master. Cultivation of immortality does not work hard. 10,000 souls inside the streamer as a brother. Jiang Senior powerful. This is the 10,000 soul streamer. It turns out that there is really such a thing. I thought it was fake. Isn't Elder Jiang a Taoist priest? Why does he still have such a thing? I understand. Senior Jiang is an evil cultivator. He must be an evil cultivator. Only the legendary 10,000-year-old devils have this. What 10,000 soul streamer? That's clearly a human emperor streamer. Yes, the human emperor streamer. You're all looking at it wrong. A good evil aura of the human emperor streamer. This is to light up my eyes. This is a devilish monk. Numerous disciples ran away, leaving one young man kneeling on the ground, still refusing to leave. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. What? You want to go to 10,000 souls and be my disciple? Think. Jiang Chen. Zhang Yangyun. The rest of the Taoist priests are also surprised. This person is not crazy. Brother, that is the 10,000 souls. You really want to go in? Jiang Chen had wanted to scare them, but it turned out that one of them didn't know how to die, and there was really someone who wanted to go in as a brother. What a way to go. Did you really take him? That won't work either. What's the point of taking someone's genesis when there's no grievance? Jiang Chen looked at him with a tough face and fierce hostility revealed in his eyes. Jiang Chen said, why do you want to go to 10,000 soul streamer? Tell me the reason. My parents were killed by their enemies. My daughter-in-law is nowhere to be found and is presumed dead. And my daughter is also dead. Leaving me alone in this world. I am willing to go to 10,000 souls to be a stern ghost. And if one day I am successful in my cultivation, I will avenge this revenge. The rest of the group was incredibly moved. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless and silent for half a second. Tell me. His name is Li Kuei. Originally lived in the countryside. Life Force Li Kuei went to the city to work to earn money, which is the ordinary people have no choice. 5 years ago, his family demolition, which would have been a happy event. Not only is your life improved after demolition, but you also get to live a good life. However, instead of improving their lives, they suffered bad luck. That developer, in order to subsidize less money, sneaked to Li Kuei's house at night, and unknowingly pushed to the hut, when Li Kuei's family was still there. The family was buried deep in the ground, and by the time the rescue team came down, only Li Kuei's daughter-in-law was saved, and his parents and daughter died horribly under the house. The two men were upset and immediately called the police, but in return, unexpected events. The house is old and dilapidated, resulting in a collapse, which is an accident, which has nothing to do with the developer. But Li Kuei, his daughter-in-law, witnessed several people holding hammers and hanging around outside. A hammer was used to break the roof beam hard, which led to the collapse. The two men were upset and decided to petition. But I never thought that in the middle of the two were confused, and when they woke up, Li Kuei had long been thousands of miles away, and as for his daughter-in-law, he didn't know where he was. With no other choice, Li Kuei could only petition. Unfortunately, the findings continue to be that the house is old and in disrepair and was an accident. As for his daughter-in-law, he also lost track of her. Li Kuei's face was ice cold. I'm not willing to do this. Even if I become a ghost, I still want to take revenge. I'm willing to be a Yin soul. Please let Elder Jiang fulfill me. Li Kuei fell to his knees and kowtowed. Bang bang bang. The floorboards are shattered. There's a lot of blood. Others see here that it is a deep blood feud that makes this so. The crowd heard Kuei Li's exposition. Oh my god. This brother is so miserable too. It was like this until a few years ago. The compensation for houses was different, and in the case of collapsed houses, the percentage was much less. These developers are abominable. Indeed abominable. If it were up to me, I would take revenge even if I died, getting them killed. If I don't take revenge, I swear I won't be a human being. Brother, I'm with you, even if it means death. I'll get them dead before I do. Cultivation of immortality does not work hard. 10,000 souls to do brother. Brother wait for me. I also go to find Jiang Sr. The crowd in the live broadcast room lamented that this brother is also too miserable. Parents died. Daughter died. Daughter-in-law is unknown. Can be said to be a broken family. Zhang Yangyun looked ashamed. We cultivators, we don't get involved in karma. If you want to seek help, I can. Jiang Chen said. That's for you righteous people, not interfering with karma. I'm not a righteous person. Since you want to take revenge, I'll do as you wish. Don't bump it, you'll have to pay for it later. Jiang Chen pulled out a small flag that was the same as the 10,000 soul streamer, but it was smaller, and the Yin spirit emanating from it wasn't as strong. Jiang Chen said, this is the 100 soul streamer, and there are a dozen or so stern ghosts in it. I'll give him to you, and when you get your revenge, come back to Dragon Tiger Mountain to worship your master. Zhang Yangyun immediately stopped it. Senior, our Longhu Mountain does not intervene in karma. What a joke. The True One sect is a righteous sect. You let evil practitioners join? How is this going to work? Where's all the nonsense? When the time comes, it's not enough to open a magic cultivation class next to Longhu Mountain. Zhang Yangyun was dumbfounded. What? Magic training class? This is the Dragon Tiger Mountain, a Taoist holy place. This open magic training class. If the Taoist ancestor knows, that's not good enough. Wouldn't that be a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk? Zhang Yangyun shook his head. This is not good. Jiang Chen, how about this? In the future, let Zhang Mantian construct an immortal cultivation academy, and open a department of magic cultivation as well. You're not the only ones who can cultivate in the Orthodox Monophysite sect. And what about the Acacia department? Is that possible too? Zhang Yangyun's head exploded. Not only do you have a class for demonic cultivation, but you also have a class for acolytes? Senpai, are you serious? The fans on the air couldn't sit still. Good. This hopscotch department suits me. I think I was born to be a hopscotch student. Elder Jiang is awesome. I've booked the department of Acacia. This is definitely tailor-made for me. Everyone, let's see you in the department of Acacia. Not bad. The Acacia department is the profession with a future. Who the hell is a Taoist priest? I'm going into the Harmony department. Is there really such a sect? I don't think there was one in ancient times. Upstairs, times are progressing. Immortal cultivation should also keep up with the times. I actually like the hopscotch lineage too. Make sure I sign up for that. Acacia department. I think I'll fit right in. The first person on the shore. The first to chop the intended victim. The devil cultivation is suitable for me. The people of my generation. My life by me not by heaven. Chapter 100. So he's the demon cultivator ancestor. The fans in the live stream are starting to get excited. Devil cultivator? This is good. This is suitable for me. What the Orthodox Taoist priests? They all want to become a devil cultivator. Either devil cultivator or Acacia system. In short, the Orthodox way is not much use. Jiang Chen fortunately didn't know. If he did, he would only be too surprised to speak. Meow. Do so many people want to become demonic cultivators? Jiang Chen said, that Li Kuei, you still don't take it. With this 100-soul streamer, you go to take revenge. But I can tell you, don't use it on strangers at will. Do you understand? Understood. If you use it on someone other than revenge, I will personally collect you and allow you to enter the 10,000 soul streamer. Jiang Chen said seriously. Li Kuei stepped forward with a serious look on his face. If I use it on anyone else, I'll kill myself first. With a wave of Jiang Chen's hand, the 100-soul streamer floated around Li Kuei. Li Kuei knelt on the ground and kowtowed in gratitude. Many thanks, Senior. There you go. Yes, Li Kuei had an excited look on his face and turned to leave with the 100 souls streamer. Jiang Chen looked at the many people from the Dao sect and solemnly admonished, anyone who cultivates the devil is not allowed to become an immortal, and the immortal realm will not allow anyone to cultivate the devil, so it's best for you all to choose clearly. Huang Wanning also finally understood why Senior Jiang didn't let her follow him. It turns out that Elder Jiang is a magic immortal master. Whether it is the Zhang Yi sect, or the Wudong sect, or any other sect, they all help the world and have a compassionate heart, and they all gain merit and virtue and fly into immortality. Huang Wanning's mother, Huang Yuanjun, was also in the same boat, and by establishing merit and virtue, she was recognized by the immortal realm before she could become an immortal and attain immortality and ascend to the immortal realm. I've never heard of an evil cultivator who was able to ascend to the immortal realm. A Longhu Mountain disciple asked, Senior, is cultivation the same as devil cultivation? The essence is the same. It's all mana, except that the immortal world doesn't recognize the cultivation of demons, and there are many disasters in the future. Of course, if it's a proper body, it's not afraid of a crooked shadow. Both can become immortal. The only difference is that the immortal world doesn't recognize it. It's even possible to be hunted down by the immortal world. To truly cultivate the devil is not to kill like a man and slaughter living beings, but to act in a forthright manner. You all saw that young man just now. He is suitable for cultivating the devil. My generation of cultivators, to avenge a grudge, to avenge an injustice, and to act in a forthright manner. This is different from your Shoichi sect. The more than 100,000 people in the live broadcast room had a lot of feelings when they heard Jiang Chen's words. It turns out that it's all the same, but I feel that I'm suited to cultivating the devil and not to monasticism. That's why. The devil is suitable for me. My generation is like this. The rate of behavior. Who offended me. Get his whole family dead. Absolutely will not tolerate it. Ha ha ha. Our old devil is on earth now. I'm still fit to go to the Acacia department. I'm fit to cultivate the devil, not the Tao. It's okay that the immortal world doesn't recognize me. Do I need the immortal world to recognize me? When my strength arrives, the Jade Emperor's throne will have to be changed. No wonder Senior Jiang doesn't go to the immortal realm. Emotionally people are cultivating demons. The immortal realm does not recognize Senior Jiang. He still went to the immortal realm and has the strength not to need recognition from others. A Taoist priest asked, cultivating demons cannot enter the immortal realm? You can. Except that the immortal world doesn't recognize it. But of course if you have the strength that I do, you can go as far as you want, and the Jade Emperor won't be able to stop you. Alright, all of you cultivate well and don't ask so many questions. Yang Yun, have Zhang Mantian come over to meet me? I'm going to look for a place to establish an immortal cultivation academy. Jiang Chen turned to leave. The appraisal begins. A disciple excitedly walked to the side of the pile of grass, took a deep breath, concentrated and swung out a palm, only to see the pile of grass immediately rotate. Zhang Yangyan nodded his head. These disciples were still good. 1 month of cultivation. Finally feeling the refined Shi realm. Pass. Huang Wanning poured out a foundation building pill. That disciple took the foundation establishment pill and said excitedly, I can also build a foundation. I can also become immortal. Huang Wanning looked at the disciple's excited appearance and shook her head. You're just building the foundation. It's still a long way to go to become an immortal. Zhang Yangyun, next. Pass. No. No mana. Pack up and go down the mountain immediately. Pass. Not qualified. Li Kuei left with the 100 soul streamer in his hand. His heart was incomparably happy. His left hand touched his forehead. A splash of blood appeared on his hand. Smelling the blood, a dozen or so nether souls surged out from the 100 soul streamer, devouring the blood cleanly. Feeling connected to these shadowy souls by heart and soul, Li Kuei knew what to do. His face became hideous. Boss son, you die. Let your entire family die. Zhang Mantian watched Li Kuei leave from the bottom of the mountain. Commanding a few words, he asked a few people around him to follow him. This Li Kuei was too hostile and said that he wouldn't necessarily get a lot of people killed. Zhang Mantian mustn't let such a thing happen. Just get the mastermind killed. Zhang Mantian looked at the sky and lamented. What is this called? Still possessing the 10,000 soul streamer and opening a magic cultivation class? This is going to be great. It's a good thing that the aura is reviving. After all, more people are able to cultivate. But ING Mojo's class, can that be a good thing? Zhang Mantian can know that now this society has a lot of hostility. If it is not guided, really want the devil cultivation out, then the whole world will be upside down. Thinking about what Senior Jiang did to the 6 families, there was absolutely no doubt that he was a demonic cultivator. Zhang Mantian could only go up the mountain and listen to what Jiang Chen had to say. Half an hour later, Zhang Mantian saw Jiang Chen in the room and respectfully said, Senior Jiang, you got here pretty fast. Just in time for something to come up. I don't know what Senior is looking for me for. It won't be long before the aura will recover. I'm going to establish a cultivation academy to ward off crises in the future. That you find a place. How much you say? Senior, there's no problem with that. But are you sure you want to establish a magic cultivation class? What's the problem? Elder, this is a bit of a problem. Demon cultivators aren't orthodox. What's orthodox or not? It's all the same. But in case the demonic cultivator becomes powerful, won't it be? You're worried about them slaughtering the gods and plaguing the earth? Exactly. Don't worry. I'll restrain them. If they do this, it's just the right time to load them into the 10,000 soul streamer. My 10,000 soul streamer isn't powerful enough yet. The corners of Zhang Mantian's mouth twitched as he looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. Is it true that all my disciples are practicing in the 10,000 soul streamer? I wonder when the aura revives. Not sure. But soon. Then where does Elder want to go to prepare for the construction of the academy? Just find a place high on a hill. Understood. That Li Kuei left. I see he is very hostile. I know. There's no excuse for him to take revenge on the people who killed his parents and also his daughter. If he does something out of the ordinary, the Yin Soul will devour him and he'll enter the 10,000 soul streamer to cultivate and become a part of the Yin Soul. Jiang Chen didn't care. Zhang Mantian nodded his head. So everything was expected by Senior Jiang. Turning to leave, he paused. Elder is a demonic cultivator? Of course. Or what do you think I do? Understood. Sure enough. This is a demonic cultivator. No wonder we can't go to the immortal world. After Zhang Mantian left, then he began to complete the tasks that Jiang Chen had explained. Chapter 101 Immortal Cultivation College. Shocked by the whole internet, Zhang Mantian returned to Bureau 749. Senior, that's how it is. Senior Jiang is preparing to establish an Immortal Cultivation Academy. Wang Qishui nodded. I know. Is the aura really going to revive? The heavenly Tao reincarnates. The heaven and earth change. And now that we are entering the next reincarnation, my master projects that it should be in the next month that the aura will slowly revive. What would the world be like then? After the recovery of the aura, it will be the age of immortal cultivation, and at that time the first to awaken will be those plants and animals instead. How? We humans are the spirit of all things. The senses of plants and animals are more powerful than humans. They retain their primitive forms while humans are all starting to degenerate. Not everyone can cultivate. Wang Qishui explained. Then Senior still wants to open the magic cultivation department, as well as the acacia department, in the future wanted build the academy according to his wishes. Since he made a promise, he naturally won't let the people of the demonic cultivators mess around. Senior, do you know who that Senior Jiang is? I don't know. Can't you project it even if you project it? Wang Qishui looked at Zhang Mantian with a serious face. There are some things that cannot be projected, especially by someone who is stronger than you. Once you project he will know about it and will suffer a backlash. Understood. So where is the Immortal Cultivation Academy chosen? Lixil, the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang? Around the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, where there is a dragon vein, where it fits right in. Dozens of kilometers are fine. Go before it's too late. Time waits for no one. Understood. I'll make the arrangements and strive to finish within half a month. Go on. Wang Qishui watched Zhang Mantian leave and pondered in his heart. Jiang Chen, who are you really? A powerful demonic cultivator. But there is no record of you in history. Wudong Mountain Range in northwest Hubei. Zhang Shuai, Wudong sect master realist, said excitedly, what are you saying? Longhu Mountain has foundation building pills, and as long as one enters the qi refining realm, one can receive a foundation building pill? Yes. Just now the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master has given the information. That's what it says. It seems like Senior Jiang went on a trip to the immortal world and brought back a lot of pills. And among them was the foundation building pill. Zhang Shuai is full of excitement to know that Jiang Chen is often in the Longhu Mountain, but also does not set up the Hotian Bagua formation, absorbing the spiritual qi, to help a group of Taoist priests in the Longhu Mountain to improve their cultivation. Zhang Shuai had always wanted to visit Jiang Chen, wanting Senior Jiang to also set up formations in Wudong Mountain so that Wudong Mountain disciples could also cultivate, but he had never had the chance. Now that he heard that there was a foundation establishment pill that he could receive, he was even happier than his son's marriage. Zhang Shuai said, it's not too late. Immediately gather the qi refining realm disciples and head to Longhu Mountain to pay respects to Senior Jiang. It's not just the Wu-Tang clan. There were also Mao Shan, Ling Bao, Jing Ming, Qingwei, Lu Shan, and so on. And many Taoist sects also received news and traveled to Longhu Mountain without stopping. Overnight, hundreds of Taoist priests from all over the country traveled to Lungfu Shan. And on the internet, it's even more crazy. Immortal Cultivation Academy established. Aura recovery. We are going to start cultivating immortals. Instantly hit the hot search list and became the first place. Within hours, up to millions of comments. Grass. Is the aura recovery really here? We're really going to cultivate immortality. Great. When the Immortal Cultivation Academy is established, I'll quit my job right away. Old me has long wanted to cultivate immortality. The era of universal immortality cultivation has begun. And old Devil Fong is coming back. Still write a novel. Write a hair everyone, the river and lake goodbye. And not everyone can cultivate immortality. You win the cultivation of immortality, so good to repair it. I heard that the Longhu Mountain exam, the pass rate is only %30. People cultivate so many years. Only %30. The elimination rate is too high. Don't think about it. I have no connection to immortal cultivation and can only be a cow or horse for the rest of my life. Is it too late to practice immortality? 35-inch. Is it okay to practice immortality? 45-inch. What's the point of practicing immortality when you're so old? Isn't it good to retire properly? The crowd was discussing the topic of cultivating immortality. One day later, Zhang Yangyun headache. So many sects, so many people, are here to receive the foundation establishment. Dan, how does this make? The elixir must not be much. If this runs out, how can the disciples of Longhu Mountain use it in the future? Zhang Yangyun didn't want to share it out, but he didn't dare to go against Jiang Chen's wishes. Reluctantly, he received the many palms. Zhang Yangyun then found Huang Wanning. Miss Huang, how many foundation building pills are left? There are about 10,000 of them. 10,000 pills. That much? Zhang Yangyun was stunned. Yes. Then did Elder Jiang say how it would be distributed? Huang Wanning laughed. Elder Jiang said that the first batch of people in the Qi refining realm would first be allowed to successfully build their foundations, followed by the second batch of disciples before being brought in to build their foundations, followed by the third batch. After the revival of the aura, the entire world will change, and the rest of the spatial power will weaken. And at that time, there will be a lot of demonic beasts, and a lot of magical beasts that will appear. Ordinary weapons can't deal with these demonic beasts and magical beasts. Elder Jiang means that whoever enters the Qi refining realm first will have the qualification to obtain the foundation establishment pill. It's me who is too narrow-minded. Making Miss Huang laugh, Zhang Yangyun looked ashamed. Senior Jiang said that when the Immortal Cultivation Academy is established in the future, I will go to the Immortal Cultivation Academy to become a teacher, and will open a department, the Demon Department, which will specialize in recruiting those demonic beasts that have wisdom roots. By that time, your Longhu Mountain will also be there. It's natural. I probably understand what Senior Jiang means. Ordinary people go to the Immortal Cultivation Academy first, and once they graduate, will return to the land of their own party's sects and cultivate again. Zhang Yangyun nodded. He understood. Isn't this after undergraduate, graduate school, doctorate? So do you have to issue a document later? Then where is the Immortal Cultivation Academy being built? In the Kunlun Mountains? Unclear. After Zhang Yangyun left, the heart took a deep breath. In the future have to let the disciples work harder. Only 10,000 foundation building pills. First come first served. Kunlun Mountain Range. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Cauldron. In the future, am I going to enter the Immortal Cultivation Academy as well? Just go ahead and go. I thought you said you wanted some kind of faculty. What kind of faculty do I fit into? If you want to become immortal, go to the Longhu Mountain lineage. Why Longhu Mountain? The old ancestor of Longhu Mountain is Taishan Laojun, and his disciple is Zhang Daoling. If you want to have a powerful backer, Longhu Mountain is the first choice. If you don't want to become an immortal, follow Big Brother. Then how about I pick the Acacia Department? Jiang Chen's face was dark. What the hell did you choose the Harmony Department? Is that what you chose? Jiang Chen yanked Zhang Lingling's buttocks and viciously smacked it a few times. I let you choose the Harmony Department. Let you choose. Zhang Lingling looked aggrieved and rubbed her little butt. How can I not choose? Online many people say to choose the Harmony Department. Others can. Why cannot I? Then I won't choose. I'll follow Big Brother. Let's go. Wait for Zhang Montian's phone call. This guy doesn't know if he's building an academy or not. This can't wait. There's still a month to go. Jiang Chen pinched his fingers and counted. That Li Kuei was going to make a move. I hope he won't be infested with hostility, or else he will be devoured by the Yin souls and become a member of the 10,000 soul streamer. Chapter 102. Li Kuei wields the 100 soul streamer to avenge his wife and child. At this moment, Li Kuei was standing outside a villa. Zhao Gang and the other four watched from outside, keeping an eye on Li Kuei's movements at all times. Parents gone, daughters gone, wives dead. After a man has nothing, he is full of despair for the world. Once he is full of despair, Then he will be devoured by hostility and take revenge on the whole society. That 100-soul streamer is a magic weapon. Once this guy takes revenge on the society, I'm only afraid that the entire city will be refined into souls. That's not something they want to see. Zhao Gang and several others accepted the order to immediately execute Li Kuei once he made any movements. This was also the task explained by Zhang Mantian. They would never allow anyone to slaughter living beings. Li Kuei stood outside the villa. Having been connected to the soul after acquiring it, he could control it as he pleased. At this moment, Li Kuei controlled the spirit to fly towards the villa. Enter the villa, Zhao Gang whispered. The spirit has gone. I'll go and take a look. Once he makes any untoward movements, you guys will immediately strike without any leeway. Understood. Inside the villa, Sun Chang reclined on a chair with a cigar in his mouth and a young woman in his arms, and was smoking a cigarette beautifully, when a shadowy spirit looked down on Sun Chang with fierce eyes. Sun Chang intuition a burst of ice cold. Is the air conditioning turned down? So cold? The shadowy spirit then possessed Sun Chang, who only felt jolted, took the cigar in his right hand and poked the cigarette butt at his face. Ah! Sun Chang only felt a pain. The woman next to her was startled and immediately stood up. Brother Chang, what are you doing? Sun Chang was full of doubts and looked at his right hand. He didn't understand what was going on either. Poking yourself with a cigarette? Sun Chang was terrified. I don't know what to do. Sun Chang looked at his right hand, which seemed to go crazy, and poked the cigarette towards his eyes. Sun Chang was horrified and his left hand rushed to control his right hand. Right hand not working? What is going on here? The woman next to her was startled. Kung, what's wrong with you? My right hand doesn't work for me. Not at your beck and call? *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** grasped his right hand in a death grip, his eyes horrified. Brother Chang, don't play. The young woman smiled, thinking that Sun Chang was playing. Sun Chang cursed angrily, who the hell is playing with you? Hurry up and find a rope to tie up my right hand. Your mom. Hurry up and go find a rope, tie up the right hand. Hurry up. The old man right hand mutiny. When the young woman heard this, she searched around where there was any rope, and thinking of something, she hurriedly took the tape out of the drawer. Is the tape okay? Okay, this is too good. Sun Chang had absolutely no idea what was going on, but it was imperative to tie up his right hand, and he hurriedly walked over to the dining table and said sternly, tie it up. Hurry up and tie it up. The young woman was puzzled. What kind of game is Kung playing? The woman hastily tied her right hand and wrapped it several times. At this time, the woman's ear voice rang, this is none of your business. Hurry up and get out, or even you together to kill. The woman looked around, horrified. After looking at Sun Chang's appearance, he screamed in fear, there's a ghost, rushed out of the villa. Sun Chang was also in shock, looking around and snapping, who? Sun Chang, do you remember me? A voice rang in Sun Chang's ears. Who are you? Brother, I have not offended you. You killed my mother. You killed my father. You killed my daughter. And you say you have not offended me? What's your name? Brother? Kue Li. Brother Li, are you mistaken? I really didn't offend you. At this moment, Sun Chang's entire body went numb. He could not remember who Li Kue was at all. Then I'll do a good job of recalling for you. Zhangyan Village, Demolition House, Li Liming is my father. My mother's name is Zhang Lun. My daughter's name is Li Ling. I'm Sun Chang. Remember? Sun Chang remembered. The demolisher. Because of the demolition, 3 people died. He told a group of people to go to Li Liming's house at that time and destroy his house so that he could pay less compensation. Having a house and not having a house are 2 different prices. And he bribed others to testify. Sun Chang gulped. Brothers, your house collapsed on its own. It has nothing to do with me. Humph. It doesn't matter. My wife saw it with her own eyes. A dozen people were smashing the beams. Do you really think I don't know anything? And I went to petition with my daughter-in-law. Where is she? How should I know? It's none of my business. Really? It seems you're not going to account for it, but it doesn't matter. I'll play with you slowly. Ha ha. When Sun Chang heard the eerie voice, his entire body instantly went numb. The heart is extremely regretful. If I'd known, I wouldn't have done this. No, I can't admit it. If I do, he'll kill me for sure. Sun's strong voice, brothers, this is really not my fault. It is the house collapsed by itself. It has nothing to do with me. I'll give you money. How about 1 million? Just then, Sun Chang felt that his left hand was also out of control. And in his left hand, he took the bowl from the table and threw it to the side. Bang! The porcelain bowl shattered, and his left hand picked up the shards from the floor and cut them tremblingly toward his face. Sun Chang was so scared that he pissed his pants and said in horror, Brother, I'm wrong. I'll pay. Your daughter-in-law is dead. Already dead. How did it die? Told you to spare me? Jabla. The shard stabbed into Sun Chang's face so hard that he bared his teeth in pain. If you want to petition, I'll have you tied up according to the people, and your daughter-in-law will be thrown into the sea. Good. You finally admit it. What's the name of your fighter? They're called hashtag. Call them and tell them all to come here. And if you do, I'll let your wife and children go. And if you don't, I'll have your wife and children killed. When Sun Chang heard this, his face was ashen. He knew it was a dead day. Sun Chang's left hand returned to normal, and according to Li Kuei, he immediately picked up the phone and sent a message to the group. Brothers, come to my villa home and get together. Brother Kung. What's the matter? Brother Kung. The brothers miss you. Here it comes. Django. Sun Chang looked at the dozen or so people who replied and nodded his head. Brother Li, you've seen it all. They'll be coming over soon. You keep your promise and release my wife and son. Humph. I'm as good as my word. This matter has nothing to do with them. Brother Li, at first I was ghostly. You let me go. I won't dare anymore. I'll be a good person from now on. Okay? Sun Chang naturally wasn't willing to die. He still had a lot of money and hadn't enjoyed it enough. Now you know you're afraid. When you were still my parents. My daughter. Did you ever think there would be today? Don't worry. Your brothers will accompany you. I'll pay you. All my money. Let me live. You talk too much. Jabla. The shards pierced into Sun Chang's eyes, only to hear him screaming miserably and rolling over and over on the ground. Li Kuei stood outside the villa, knelt on the ground, and looked at the sky. Mother, father, Ling Ling, I have avenged you, and you can rest in peace in heaven. After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times. Zhao Gang saw this and was moved. Now that's a bloody man. As for those people, they deserved to die. Half an hour later, a dozen or so big men arrived outside the villa, covered in tattoos. It seems to be the young people who are mixed up in the society. When they entered the villa, only to hear the miserable screams coming from Chapter 103, Cleaning Up the Scum of Society. Li Kuei looked at the 100-soul streamer in his hand. Finally revenge. I finally avenged my parents, my wife and my children. Woo woo woo. Li Kuei squatted on the ground and howled. It seems that he is not tainted by hostility and still preserves a conscience. Parents are dead. Wife and daughter are dead. And there is no idea of revenge against society. So it seems we were overly concerned. It's good that there aren't any. But what to do with the rest? After all, so many people died? Nothing major. A few people looked at Li Kuei mold, and did not have the meaning of revenge society, but also put down the heart. Not everyone has a grudge. Kill the father's revenge. Not to share the sky, which is engraved in the bones. And it's not even the killing of a father. It's the destruction of a family. Li Kuei took out his cell phone. He now had his revenge and had no more extravagant hopes for life. Even if he became a member of the 10,000 soul streamer, he had no regrets. He didn't care one bit about these tragic deaths. They all deserved to die. Kuei opened the livestream and wrote a bombastic topic. All souls live. This headline went down and instantly caused hundreds of people who were eating to enter it. Brother, do you really have a 10,000 soul streamer? I remember that it wasn't Senior Jung's thing. Why is it in your hands? This one's here to rub it in. 10,000 souls. Is that thing real? Isn't this brother that Li Kuei from Longhu Mountain? It's really him. He obtained the 100-soul streamer given by Elder Jiang, and seems to have gone down the mountain to take revenge. Brothers, have you had your revenge yet? Brother, don't be afraid. We're behind you. The family is broken. There's nothing to worry about. Just do it and be done with it. Brother, we're with you. When many people saw Li Kuei, they immediately understood that he was the one who had obtained the 10,000 soul streamer from Longhu Mountain, and that others had caused his family to be broken, and that this time he had come down the mountain to take revenge. Li Kuei looked at the many people who cared. His heart had a lot of relief. Brothers, I have already taken my revenge. Now I have no more worries. Even if I die now, it doesn't matter. In the future, if Elder John wants me to become a ghost in the 10,000 soul streamer, I will have no complaints. Hearing this, the broadcasts have been furious. Brother, awesome. This is what possesses the blood. The revenge of killing father, mother, wife and child. If not, I will look down on you. Awesome. Congratulations on your successful revenge. We are all people living at the bottom. In the face of oppression, we can only use irregular means to get them killed. Kill them are cheap. There is no will be their souls collected. Is that the 10,000 soul streamer in your hand? Is this thing really that good? Brother, how about lending me a hand? Upstairs, playing with the 10,000 soul streamer. How dare you? The family is broken. If you do not take this revenge, Vow not to be a person. Awesome, give you a nod. Li Kuei said. This is the 100-soul streamer. It's enough for me. Anyone who has a blood feud. I'll do it for you when I'm not part of the 10,000-soul streamer. If you're going to die anyway, it's good to clean up the scum of society before you die. The many people in the live broadcast instantly exploded when they heard Li Kuei's words. My girlfriend's been taken away from me. I'm gonna get him killed. Okay? Upstairs. Your girlfriend was snatched away. It's a ing blood feud. People are ready to do a little bit of good while they're dying. You're too ing sick. People are just stealing your girlfriend. In the end, it's still your own lack of effort. It's no one else's fault. This is all about revenge. You're too hostile. Bosses don't pay wages. Does that count? My friend's family was hit by a car. The other party does not pay. Now 2 daughters are dead. One is crippled. The other party is rich, but does not pay. Can this help? Li Kuei looked at the information. What kind of people are on the network? What girlfriend was robbed? Unwilling to want to get killed each other. And what not to pay wages? This is also considered a blood feud? Do you have a misunderstanding about blood feuds? A message, though, catches Kuei Li's attention. Hit by a car. 2 dead. 1 crippled. A situation similar to his. Seeing this message, Li Kuei said, that screen name love and hate add me. If what you say is true, I'm willing to help. Love/hate, okay, Anchor, I'm adding you. Just agree. Li Kuei looked at the backstage, and sure enough, he had a new friend. Li Kuei said, everyone, live. It's not too late for me to do him justice before entering the 10,000 souls. That hit and run case from 5 years ago? I know this one. A family was hit by a car, and they haven't paid for it yet? After being admitted to the hospital, 2 people were in a coma and 1 was crippled, which could have been cured, but the other party didn't pay the money and kept dragging it out, and the 2 daughters died, one at the age of 8 and the other at the age of 6. I know about this. The guy was sentenced to 2 years. Now he's out of jail. He's a rich man. So what if he's rich? Him, ******* him. We're with you. No contest. Just, him. It was quite a sensation at the time. A car hit a family of 3 on the road and all 3 went to the ICU. 1 with a broken leg and 2 little girls in a serious coma. The owner of the car was taken under control and taken into custody at that time. As for the later, after the trial, the sentence was 2 years. After a court hearing to pay compensation $5 million in, the result has not been followed up, and immediately after the collision, the property was transferred, and the 2 daughters have not been saved in the hospital. It's finally gone. A crippled father was left to survive. Li Kuei, is that the case from 2 years ago? Love/hate, yes. It was quite a sensation at the time. Driven by a woman who hit my friend with her car, and her 2 daughters spent a month in the ICU. Love/hate, if they were actively compensated, they might still be alive. But the other party transferred the property and by the time the trial started, they were gone. Love and hate, the court ruled down as $5 million, but there has been no follow-up. The other party has no enforceable property, has been dragging, and now that friend lives in the shack, by picking up garbage to live. Li Kuei, I know. Where are you? Love/hate, we're in the same city and I'm driving to you. Li Kuei, okay. I'll send you the address. You add me on WeChat. Love/hate, thanks a lot. Li Kuei, this is what I should do. I want to do things for society before I enter the 10,000 souls. Li Kuei added the other party's WeChat and sent the positioning. Soon, a battery car arrived, and Li Kuei looked at the other person and take out a tire. Yaobo, big brother. I am love/hate. My name is Yaobo. Kuei Li. Now, go find your friend. I need to know if it's true or not, and see what the other side is thinking. If they want to get the $5 million or if they want to get the other side killed. But I'll say it up front. I'm not going to do it to anyone else. Okay? I'll take you there. No more delivery. Business is important. In fact, when I saw that Senior Jiang opened the demon cultivation department, I had the idea. I'll damn well go and cultivate demons and then avenge my friend's death. Leave it to me. Riding on a battery-operated bike and turning left and right. You soon come under a bridge. Chapter 104, Li Xiaotian's Revenge. And underneath the bridge, in the middle of nowhere, there was a tattered, rickety tent, worn to the point of disrepair around the tent, covered with holes and patches of all sizes, and next to the dilapidated tent sat an elderly man with a haggard, shriveled face. Clothes have also long been worn out. The color of the material has been faded most of the time. It looks very gray. The clothes are everywhere on the sewing and mending traces. The clothes have gone through countless times of repair and destruction. This middle-aged man called Li Xiaotian, only 32 years old, but due to the torture of life has become as a windy old man, full of wrinkles crisscrossing the face, eyes deep set, dull, hair disheveled as weeds. mixed with a trace of white hair. There were crutches next to it, and a bottle of dibs. When Li Kuwei saw this scene, he sighed in his heart that this brother was just like him. His good family was destroyed. The middle-aged man watched Yao Bo come and got up on his crutches. Brother Yao, why are you here? Brother, I'll bring someone to avenge you. The middle-aged man smiled miserably. Revenge? I also want to. But look at my appearance. Can I still take revenge? When he finished, he crouched down and took a sip of his teapot. It's really him. This person is too miserable. 2 daughters could have been saved. The other party refused to pay for the money, and finally died a miserable death in the hospital. It's too pitiful. I heard that the one who hit the man also moved his property and never got medical attention. I heard whispers and drank, and it was finally squashed. Brother, hold on. Brother Lee is here to help you get justice. It's only been 2 years. He's only 32. Why does he look like a 60-year-old man? This is also a victimized brother. Don't be afraid to be brothers in the afterlife. Li Kuwei looked at him. My name is Li Kuwei. What's your name? Li Xiaotian. How old are you? What are you here for? Brother? Yao Bo introduced. This brother Li Kuwei is here to avenge you. He has the same parents as you. Li Kuwei was calm. Nothing. My parents, wife and children were killed. I have avenged them and killed them all. Li Xiaotian looked at Li Kuwei. Killed them all? Kill them all. You? Then why are you still sitting here? Of course it's by special means. Tell me what's going on. No one is allowed to have a false word. If it's true, I don't mind helping you take revenge. Li Kuwei's eyes exuded a sinister color. Anyway, to go to the 10,000 souls as a brother. It's, Li Xiaotian was stunned. You are willing to help me take revenge? Naturally. What else would I be doing here? Li recounts the scenes of that night. Li Xiaotian took his daughter to cross the road. The 2 of them were holding lollipops in their hands, walking on the side of the road. The family was talking and laughing. Li Xiaotian saw the light flashing. Li Xiaotian turned back violently. All you see is a strong flash of light and a car crashing directly into it. The 3 were instantly knocked out. Li Xiaotian stood up from the ground in shock, and just as he tried to stand up, he only felt that his right foot was powerless. An intense pain came from it, which tore his heart and lungs. Looking at his daughter lying on the ground, Li Xiaotian clenched his teeth and climbed over strongly. Crawling to his daughter's side, he looked at his fallen daughter. Li Xiaotian only felt that the sky had collapsed and was in agony. Then he fainted. Li Xiaotian sighed. At that time, the other party turned on the far light. My eyes were completely blind. I guessed that the other party must have been modified. At that time, I was seriously injured and my leg was broken. I fainted at that time. By the time I woke up, it was the next morning and the police asked some questions and they told me to catch the perpetrator. At that time, 2 daughters in intensive care. At that time, I wanted to die, but I cannot give up. I thought the other side will be compensated. I did not expect. Li Kuwei inquired, and then need money to save my life. I will sell the house. Fundraising, but also owed hundreds of thousands of external debt. I wanted to find the debtor, but unfortunately Li Xiaotian lowered his head. Li Kuwei understands. The other party transferred the property and went to jail alone. The other party was sentenced to 2 years, and the 2 lives were just 2 years. Hearing this, Li Kuwei kept silent. Li Xiaotian wiped his tears and continued, at that time, I knelt down at their house, hoping that they would pay money to save my daughter, but I didn't expect to be severely humiliated by them, and they even specifically found someone to beat me. If I hadn't broken my leg, I could. In the end there was just no money. My 2 daughters left and I was not in the mood. I was not happy. I approached them several times and instead of ignoring them, they even made taunts and said that we were just inferior people. Said his mother had gone in and told me to stay away from it in the future. See it once. Beat it. I want revenge too. But look at me. Do I have any hope of revenge? Li Xiaotian stood up and Kuwei Li looked at the broken leg. You can't even walk. How can you talk about revenge? It was very similar to him, and he too had a broken home. Brother is so miserable. Just like Li Kuwei. Who is the other party? So powerful. Get him killed. There is no way. People have a background. No background, so the other party is still drunk driving it. The result was suppressed. There must be means. Hold on. Brother Li is here to do you justice. I have decided. If I can cultivate immortality, I will definitely cultivate the devil. Holding the 10,000 soul streamer. Whoever dares to touch me, send him to the 10,000 soul streamer. It's pathetic. It's only been 2 years since the hit and run, and that's too lenient a sentence. Li Kuwei was silent for half a second. I see. You have 2 choices now. First, I'll help you get back the $5 million, and second, get the family killed. Do you want $5 million, or do you want to get the family killed? Li Xiaotian shook his head. I don't want money, and I don't want to get the family killed. Li Kuei was confused. So what do you want? I'm going to make them wheelchair bound for the rest of their lives. It's too cheap to kill them. Let them lie in the hospital for the rest of their lives, with their hands broken and their feet broken, in pain for the rest of their lives. Li Xiaotian viciously said. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This brother is powerful. Let them live in pain. This is the most correct choice. It's too cheap to kill them. That's the way to do it. Let them feel the pain and despair. That's the right thing to do. This brother is tough enough. Too damn tough. Brothers, awesome. Brother, I'm with you. It's too cheap to get killed. Li Kuei was silent for half a second. It's not very good, but it's not impossible. Do you know their home address? No. Very well, take me there, and I will avenge you at once. Li Xiaotian knelt down and kowtowed. What do I have to pay? Come with me to the 10,000 souls as a brother. Good. I'm willing to die even if it means death. Li Xiaotian didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. He was already desperate and was willing to die even if it meant death. Yao Bo excitedly said, okay, I'll take you guys there. Thanks, bro, but you don't have to go. Why? It's none of your business. It doesn't matter if I die or not. Thanks to you taking care of me all these years. I can't drag you down. All brothers? What are you talking about? No, you have a wife and a daughter. I could never let you get involved. It's okay for me to die, but you have a family. Good brother. Yao Bo lowered his head, was very moved, and spat in his heart. Yes, I still have a wife and children. Li Kuei said. Brother, will you strike out on your own or will I help? I struck out on my own. If you are striking out on your own, I need you to enter the 100-soul streamer and become a fierce and vicious ghost. If I help, you don't need to enter the 100-soul streamer. Li Xiaotian laughed miserably. Look at my missing arms and legs. Is there any need for me to live? I'm not even afraid of death. Am I still afraid of turning into a ghost? I'm afraid that I won't be able to take revenge even if I turn into a ghost. Li Kuei nodded. Good brother. Wait for me inside. I will report for duty. Li Kuei summoned a stern ghost and floated beside Li Xiaotian. Not only was Li Xiaotian not afraid, he was even a little excited. This one in front of him must be strong. What's the harm in becoming a ghost as long as you get your revenge? Subsequently, Chapter 105, Li Xiaotian's Madness. That Yin spirit drew out Li Xiaotian's soul. Li Xiaotian watched his body fall to the ground. He didn't feel fear but was very excited. He didn't expect that he had become a ghost. He then entered the 100-soul streamer and felt the Yin chi in it. And at this moment, he only had the belief of revenge in his heart. Zhao Gang, several people hiding not far away. Chief, do we need to stop it? Stop what? It's normal for people to go for revenge. But after all, it's a few lives. Is it not human life anymore to give two kids that are run over? But the other guy is already in jail. There's no need to stop it. It's all in the hands of Senior Jiang. This is the same Senior Jiang who gave him the 100-soul streamer. Maybe that's what Senior Jiang meant. As long as he doesn't kill innocents indiscriminately, there's no need to stop it. Zhao Gang said with a serious face. Zhao Gang took advantage of the time when the two were talking and he looked up the information. It was indeed as Li Xiaotian had said. Zhao Gang sighs, this world really ed. Several people watched as Kuei Li got into a cab. According to Li Xiaotian's set address, he arrived outside a villa, and Li Kuei stood outside, then summoned Li Xiaotian and said, you only have the ability to possess right now. I know. Go on. I'll wait here. Li Xiaotian nodded his head and looked towards the villa. His eyes became ferocious as his body transformed into green smoke and floated towards the villa, soon entering a villa. At this time, the family of Xinwan Shu, Shu Bo Rong and Shu Xiao sat down to eat together. Jubilee, how was prison life? It was okay, nothing special. 2 years, it went by quickly. At the time, if we had compensated for it, our family would have been lost. Those two were in the hospital. The medical bills were bottomless. Luckily I escaped. If I was caught on the spot it would have been disastrous. Between Xinwan Shu's tone, she didn't care. The two lives were insignificant. It's not just sitting for 2 years. She didn't care. If she gave the money, then it would really be over. Both are in intensive care, which costs a lot of money. And the crippled father, who can't get down without a few million. Shu Bo-rong laughed. After you went in, that Li Xiaotian even looked for me 3 times, but I had long ago looked for people in the society to beat him up. This kid still wants to extort me. Thinking quite beautifully. Shu Xiaowei looked contemptuous. I think it would be better to find someone to kill him, lest he pester us for money in the future. You don't understand. After doing him, if he is found out, then it's over. Isn't it better to let him live and live in pain? Shu Bo-rong said seriously. Shu Xiaowei nodded her head. I don't know how he is. I guess he's dead. A mole-like thing that dares to ask for money from us, doesn't know how to die. When Li Xiaotian heard this, His face was filled with a scowl. I did die. And now I've come for revenge. Your family must die. No. I can't kill the family. It's too cheap to kill them. I want you to live in pain, so that you can also feel the pain. Li Xiaotian floated on the roof. The Yin-Chi filled the air, and then entered Zhubo Rong body. Shenwanshu, if he dies, we also reduce some trouble. Do not talk about him. Eat. Zhubo Rong picked up the table knife from the side and smiled grimly. Why don't you talk about him anymore? Keep talking. It's okay. I like to listen to. The two mothers and daughters were puzzled as they looked at Zhubo Rong's gloomy face. Father, what's wrong with you? Honey, are you okay? What business do I have? But I'll tell you guys a piece of news. That Li Xiaotian is dead. Really dead. Zhubo Rong Jie laughed strangely. Father, is it really dead? Zhubo Rong said grimly. I saw it with my own eyes. He died. Shenwanshu was full of doubts. When did you see that? Just now. As soon as the words fell, Zhubo Rong's hand raised the knife, and the table knife was inserted into Shenwanshu's thigh, only to hear a scream coming from Shenwanshu, and Zhu Shelwei next to her was stunned. Shenwanshu angrily rebuked. What are you doing? You're ing crazy. Zhubo Rong said grimly. Shenwanshu, let me guess who I am. You ing. Shenwanshu looked at Zhubo Rong's airy face and saw the shadowy human head floating above Zhubo Rong's head, which was Li Xiaotian's shadow. You are Li Xiaotian. Shenwanshu said in shock. You are right. I am indeed dead. Dead to find you revenge. Zhubo Rong crazy laugh. Show the eerie horror to the extreme. He then drew out the table knife and once again inserted it into Shenwanshu's other thigh. The pain of Shenwanshu tore her heart and lungs and screamed miserably. Zhu Shelwei was horrified. Dad, you're crazy. Zhubo Rong turned his head to look at Zhu Shelwei and said grimly. My daughters died tragically in the operating room. At that time, if you had paid the money, they would still have been saved and I wouldn't have lost my daughters. Zhu Shelwei, you're in on it too. You're an accomplice too. Zhubo Rong drew out a dinner knife and plunged it into Zhu Shelwei's thigh. Zhu Shelwei screamed miserably. Where did she expect her father to make a move on him? Shenwanshu said loudly. Daughter, run. He is Li Xiaotian. Zhubo Rong stood up with a gloomy face. Run. Where to run? None of you can run. Especially you Shenwanshu. You ran over my daughter. They wouldn't have died if you had paid for their treatment at the time. Give me a break. I didn't mean it. Don't you watch the road when you drive? In that case, your eyes are useless. Zhubo Rong pounced on him, holding a table knife, and plunged it into Shenwanshu's eyes. Shenwanshu desperately fought back with both hands, her eyes looking at Zhubo Rong's eerie smile in horror. She felt instantly scared, terrified. Shenwanshu cried out for help. Your father is possessed by a ghost. Get him killed. Zhu Shelwei took 2 steps back in fear, her eyes full of panic between them, and then reacted, ignoring her injuries, lifting the stool to greet Zhubo Rong. Zhubo Rong didn't care. The table knife pressed down. Only Shenwanshu was heard screaming miserably. Zhubo Rong said excitedly, There's another eye. There's another eye. Jabla. Watching Shenwanshu pass out and turn her head to look at Zhu Shelwei with a table knife in her hand, Zhu Shelwei was so scared that she didn't know what to do and begged. This is my mother who ran over your daughter. I didn't do it. I know, but you have a part to play. Your mother transferred property to you and you were an accomplice. I won't stab you in the eyes, but I want both your legs. Zhubo Rong pounces on. There was a lot of screaming. Li Kuei stood outside, looking at the time, his heart searching. Small days so long? Just then, an ambulance quickly traveled to the villa. Li Kuei stood outside. It seemed that Xiao Tian had made the move, but this kid was really ruthless. He didn't kill the family, but turned them into cripples. That's fine. Sometimes living is far more painful than dying. After waiting a while, the ambulance sped away. At this moment, Li Xiaotian floated in the air and followed the ambulance away. Li Kuei was confused. What did this kid want to do? Didn't you get your revenge? Why are you still following me? Li Kuei was not ambiguous and immediately called a cab to follow. He wanted to know what Li Xiaotian really wanted to do. Chapter 106, Those Who Want Revenge. Come to 10,000 souls as brothers. Inside the hospital. What's going on? Is this a quest for revenge? Blind eyes, broken legs, and broken hands. Definitely seeking revenge. A family of 3 was wasted. One with both legs broken. The other also with both legs broken and one eye blinded. It's too bad. Who the hell is it? So ruthless. Is this a blood feud? Who knows? Hurry up and save the day. Call the police. It was reported a long time ago, and it was said that the man had gone mad and crippled his daughter-in-law alive. Even his daughter. That man is so mean. He was even harder on himself. He cut his own legs to ribbons. Just ask you if you're hard? He's out of his mind. Definitely crazy. But when we went there, he was begging and wailing. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Li Kuei frowned tightly. It was really Xiao Tian's doing. Looking at Xiao Tian coming out of the emergency room, Li Kuei beckoned, looking for an unoccupied corner, asked, "How did you still follow to the hospital? I'm not trying to watch them live. In case they die. Are they dead?" "No. I at least have studied medicine. When I was getting them, I used a rope to tie them up, just for fear that they would lose too much blood and die." Li Xiaotian's eyes twinkled with excitement. He wanted to see their family's painful appearance. "Alright, now that the revenge is avenged, enter the 10,000 soul streamer." "No, I'll wait." "Wait for what?" "Waiting for them to wake up. After seeing their expressions, I'm curious to know how they feel." Li Xiaotian's face was excited. After becoming a severe ghost, his hostility grew. He didn't even want to enter the 10,000 soul streamer. He just wanted to haunt them and make their lives worse than death. Li Kuei coldly said, "That's enough. I've already done my best to be benevolent by helping you take revenge. As for them regretting it, it's not something I should care about. Immediately enter the 10,000 soul streamer." "No, I want to see them regret it." Li Xiaotian snapped. Li Kuei frowned. He did not expect Li Xiaotian to be like this, actually disobeying orders. From Li Xiaotian's eyes, Li Kuei knew that Li Xiaotian did not want to leave. Instead, it haunts them next to the family for the rest of their lives. Let them feel the fear, feel the despair, and thus to satisfy yourself. Such a shadowy soul will be even more terrifying once it turns into a severe ghost. Li Kuei could not let Li Xiaotian do this and immediately ordered the Yin souls to come out of the 10,000 soul streamer and wrap around Li Xiaotian. Surrounding him tightly, Li Xiaotian roared, "What do you want to do?" "Humph. Revenge is revenge. I can't watch you fall. So what? I'm already dead. I just want to haunt them and make them suffer forever." Li Xiaotian opened his teeth and claws, becoming ferocious as he roared. "I can't let you continue to do evil. This is my explanation to Senior Jiang, but I want to watch them suffer and haunt them for the rest of their lives." "No, pull it into the 10,000 souls." No. Li Xiaotian looked desperate. The two Yin souls pulled into the 10,000 soul streamer, and only then did Li Kuei leave with it. Kunlun Mountain Range. Jiang Chen took out a gourd and handed it to Jiang Lingling, who opened her eyes wide and said excitedly, "Cauldron. What's in here? Is it an immortal elixir?" "Chikuden. Can I eat two?" "Of course you can. Eat one and you'll succeed in building your foundation." "What if I eat two then?" Jiang Lingling looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a milky voice. "You can only eat one. It's useless to eat two. Keep it for your parents, and keep it for your great-grandfather as well. In the future they can also cultivate." "I know." Jiang Lingling took out one and swallowed it. My stomach is so hot. Ah, is it pregnant? Ah." Jiang Chen's face darkened. What kind of words are these? Where is the reason for pregnancy? What kind of words does this girl dare to say? This is a normal reaction. If you want to become immortal, remember what I said. "I know. There are still a lot of pills. Ah, Cauldron, don't you want to eat one?" "I don't need this." "Oh." Jiang Chen then took out a jade pendant and gave it to Jiang Lingling to take with her. "In the future, this jade pendant will protect you. As long as it's not in immortal's hand, no one will be able to harm you." Jiang Lingling was overjoyed. "Thank you, Cauldron." Jiang Lingling jumped up and gave Jiang Chen a kiss on the cheek. Jiang Chen smiled. This girl. Jiang Chen felt the changes in the 100-soul streamer and pondered in his heart. This Li Kuei was suitable for a demonic cultivator, knowing what to do and knowing what not to do. After that, Li Xiaotian turned into a stern ghost. He was bound to become a ferocious demon in the future. He couldn't be allowed to stay on Earth. Once he was let go, he was bound to be another evil ghost. It's a pity. You are bound to be hunted down by the immortal way in the future for doing so. The immortal way preaches not to get involved in karma, relieving the living, and becoming an immortal with merits. And it looks like you don't want to become an immortal. That's right. How could someone who wasn't even afraid of death think about becoming immortal? What is the devil and what is the way? Jiang Chen didn't stop it, but wanted to see the changes in Li Kuei, adding a Yin soul. Although it was useless, Kuei Li came out of the hospital and walked to an unoccupied corner. The expression on Li Xiaotian's face just now had long since explained everything. Li Xiaotian didn't want to enter the 100-soul streamer. He wanted to stay by that family's side all the time and slowly torture them. This is not what Li Kuei would like to see. Killing people but not point low, dry. This is the way to live in the world, rather than let the enemy live in the world. Everyone had a different way of taking revenge, and he could only sympathize with Li Xiaotian for what happened to him, but would never let him stay by their side to do evil, especially after becoming a severe ghost. He still retained his sanity now only because he had just become a night ghost, and once he turned into a fierce demon and attacked the others, he would not be able to explain himself to Elder Jiang. 100 souls came from the roaring, cursing voice. Li Kuei, Uing said, "Avenge me. Let me out. I want to watch them suffer. Forever. I want to follow them. Forever." not let them have a good time. Li Kuei's eyes were icy cold. Brother, I've already done it for you. I can't let you turn into a ferocious monster. By what right? When I come out I'm going to get you. Get you. Li Kuei didn't care. The fierce fury in the 100-soul streamer was 100 times more powerful than Li Xiaotian. He couldn't turn the tide at all. And then continued to open the live broadcast. Li Kuei, just now, Li Xiaotian has taken revenge. As you all saw, now he has become a part of the 10,000 soul streamer. Anyone else who wants to take revenge can contact me, provided that one enters the 10,000 souls as a brother, automatically showing up into the 10,000 soul streamer. It's a little scary. I don't want to die yet. If there is a blood feud, one must have the will to die. Why don't you let Li Xiaotian out? This guy still wants to see the three of them suffer. Li Xiaotian has taken revenge by choosing to cripple them. He has accomplished his mission. Wanting to take revenge, one enters the 10,000 souls as a brother. It's too damn appalling. There should be a lot of people in the community. There are quite a few more people who have been victimized in this ed-up society now. What 10,000 soul streamer? This is the Human Emperor streamer. Brothers, change the name. The Human Emperor streamer presides over justice. Chapter 107, Migrant Workers' Brothers collect debts. They only want money, not their lives. Li Kuei's eyes were firm. He wanted to clean up the scum of society, but he definitely couldn't be like Li Xiaotian, crippling the other party and then following them around for the rest of their lives, making the other party fearful, desperate, and making them feel regret. Li Kuei disapproved of such a practice. Killing people but point low, you can just take revenge, but also want to haunt each other for the rest of their lives. This is absolutely not allowed. Moreover, it is still a shadowy soul. It is important to know that ghosts cannot have any restraints. Once the hostility grows, it is inevitable that it will wreak havoc on the earth and kill other people. Li Kuei absolutely will not allow it. Li Kuei's expression was serious. All of you have seen how Li Xiaotian has changed. I don't want to repeat anything. The blood feud must go into the 10,000 soul streamer. It's not that I'm cruel, but I know that after turning into a stern ghost, I no longer have any sanity, and my mind is nothing but vengeance or vengeance, and I'll even implicate other ordinary people. The crowd on the air commented. So that's how it is. I support you. If you want to take revenge, you have to have the determination to die. Senior Jiang handed you the 100 soul streamer also don't want to see you messing around. People change, not to mention ghosts. Think about that Li Xiaotian if he did it to ordinary people. It is not wrong, do the right thing. We all support you. That family is in deep too. This is retribution. The cycle of karma is supposed to be heavenly. What heavenly justice? If it is not the anchor in, Li Xiaotian can take revenge. Is not still a lifetime of living in a wimpy way? He is already bad enough. Dead daughter. And now he himself is dead. Those who want to take revenge will have to enter the Human Emperor streamer. That's the rule. The rule must be set. Support you. Too much. There is no fairness in this world. Fairness is only for the dignitaries. It's too hard for ordinary people to turn over a new leaf. I'm going into the All Souls. I don't want him dead. I just want him to pay. The comments section suddenly came, making the crowd excited. And Li Kuei was confused. He had made it so clear. How could anyone still want to enter the 10,000 soul streamer? Aren't you afraid to die? Li Kuei thought about it and was relieved that he wasn't just not afraid of death, but listening to the other side. It seems like it's not a blood feud. Don't want the other side to die. Just money? Here comes another Human Emperor hockey brother. Why do I feel a little excited? Does that mean I'm a pervert? Upstairs, you are indeed perverted. Everyone has a hard time. No one wants to die. This brother, if you have any grudges, just say it. We'll come up with something for you. Yes, we'll come up with something for you. Looking at your published works, you seem to be a migrant laborer. He seems to be working at a construction site. Migrant workers coming in. Farm worker brothers are coming. Li Kuei said. This brother, you have to think carefully. Looking for my help is required to enter the Human Emperor streamer. Everyone comments. I want to know what the other party wants to say. Soon, the other side sent a comment. Farmer's extravagance. My name is Zhang Yuan, 48 years old, is a migrant worker, once with 20 people to work again on the far side of the sea, in the construction site for 3 years. Farmer extravagant. At that time, I was the contractor and followed Boss Zhao for 3 years, and Boss Zhao said that when the project was finished, the wages would be settled. Farmer extravagant. Unfortunately, we have been working for 3 years. Zhao Boss did not settle the wages. When I took 20 people brothers to find him, I did not think that the counter was beaten by them. Farmer extravagant. I'm sorry for my brothers. 20 of them have worked for 3 years for nothing. I only have one request. That is, let Boss Zhao give money. I don't want him to die. Just give money. Give it to my brothers. I can't let them down. Farmer's extravagance, it doesn't matter if I die. I just can't fail them. Li Kuei heard this and was silent. It was the first time he had seen someone who didn't want to take his life, but instead he gave money. It wasn't a blood feud, but money was involved, and Li Kuei, who had been a migrant laborer, knew about it. This is a common occurrence on construction sites, where the bosses don't pay and it ends up being a non-issue. Brother, didn't you sign the contract? Brothers, just fight the lawsuit. Upstairs, are you migrant workers? A long time ago, migrant workers didn't know anything about this. It was all what the boss said, and as for any contract, there was none. It's true that it's regulated a bit now, but in the old days there were no contracts at all, and the bosses helped with whatever they were told to do, and it was all verbal agreements. This is a thing that happens in many places, and there are many migrant laborers who don't pay for the work they do. The contract is not there, and there is no record of opening the workplace. Even if you go to court, there is nothing you can do, and this is the helplessness of the migrant workers' brothers. It happens a lot on construction sites, but it's better now. It could be before that was a regular thing, not to mention before, but now, migrant workers' brothers is kind, as long as the brother's money, do not want his life. If I, directly get killed his whole family, Li Kuei inquired. You only want money? Farmer extravagant, yes, as long as the money, I want him to give them not a penny more, not a penny less. I can't let them work for nothing for 3 years. I can't let them down. Li Kuei, I know, that's no problem, but have you thought it over? Are you sure you want to enter the 10,000 soul streamer? Then you're dead. What about your wife, your son, your daughter, and your mother? Farmer's extravagant hope, all gone. I'm alone. No worries, Kuei Li, okay, let's talk privately. Brothers, such a kind person should not enter the 10,000 soul streamer. Right. His original intention is to help brothers to recover wages, and people only need money, do not want people's lives. This is a honest person, quite kind. Upstairs, you're right, it's a bit much to enter the 10,000 soul streamer for such an honest brother. Utilizing the human emperor streamer, scare that boss and just make him pay. As for entering the human emperor streamer, this is absolutely not possible. People don't even want their lives, they think about getting justice for their brothers. They are too kind. Are there still bosses who don't pay? Aren't you afraid of the law? The law? Are you kidding me? This stuff can't restrain them. I've seen people like this, who drive their own luxury cars and live in villas, but just don't pay, and there are tons of people like this. Li Kuei added the other side's information. It was in another city, not far from him, only 2 hours by train. Li Kuei said, I'll go to the moving station. Guys, I'll get off the air first. As for the problems you guys said, I'll think about it and wait until I see this migrant worker brother. Kuei Li turned off the live stream, taking a cab to the moving station. Looking at the sky, it is already almost dawn. The heart is bitter. Jiang Seniors let me take revenge and then go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain to report. It seems that I have to let Jiang Seniors disappointed. After doing so many things, I'm only afraid that he will also enter the middle of the 10,000 soul streamer. But Li Kuei had no regrets, having never had the luxury of living in the first place. So be it. I'll be a good man again in 18 years. Li Kuei fell asleep in the car in a daze. Chapter 108, 1,000% interest? Bankrupt the boss. MT Li near Xi'an. Zhang Mantian looked at the long army of migrant laborers, who were working non-stop to build the academy. There was still a month to go, and with so many people, a month should be enough. After the revival of the aura, I don't know what will happen to this world. Doodle doodle. Joe just. Then Li Kuei didn't travel to Longhu Mountain? Okay, I get it. Maybe that's what Elder Jiang meant, so don't stop it as long as it's not something very excessive. Just don't let him endanger society. Zhang Mantian hung up the phone, thinking of Li Kuei, that middle-aged man. His parents died, his wife and children died. Under all thoughts, he found Jiang Chen, to obtain the magic weapon of the 10,000 soul streamer. Could it be that Elder Jiang is ready to take on a disciple? That Li Kuei is suitable for demonic cultivation. Zhang Mantian suddenly thought, if the Immortal Cultivation College opened, I'm afraid many people will choose the magic cultivation it. After all, nowadays this society is restless. Everyone has more or less hostile. Once these people cannot control, I'm afraid that will jeopardize the entire society. When the whole society are damn all the souls, ghosts, demons times out of the era. You should know that cultivation is completely different from the cultivation of magic. Cultivation is to merit to become immortal. Longhu Mountain many celestial masters or so, while the cultivation of magic is the rate of behavior. A word is to come to the 10,000 soul streamer to be a brother. This Nima. Zhang Mantian started to get a headache again when he thought of this. Li Kuei got out of the car and met up with Zhang Yuan while also turning on the live broadcast. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Li Kuei. It was a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair, looking almost 80 years old or so, which was very inconsistent with his age of 40. Zhang Yuan beckoned and Li Kuei stepped forward. "You are Zhang Yuan." "Rico, that's me. No need to call me Brother Li. Just call me Li Kuei." "Brother Li Kuei, I am Zhang Yuan." The live feeds have been commenting. "This Zhang Kuei brother looks a bit old. This is 40 years old age. How with my grandfather almost." When people work on construction sites, they really don't look their age. And we have an 18-year-old on our site who looks like he's 30. You can tell by looking at his clothes. That's what they wear at construction sites. This is the real brother migrant workers, who have only suffered a lot in order to ask for payment. Did you guys see that? The way he was walking just now, he seemed to be limping. It's still true Murphy's been hurt? The two left the moving station. Li Kuei looked at Zhang Yuan's walking appearance, limping, and asked out loud, "What happened to your leg?" "Injured 3 years ago. By that boss Joe?" "Sort of." "What do you mean? Sort of, or not? Doesn't that boss Zhao owe 20 of my brothers their wages? I'll bring people to find him to theorize. You should know that those who get construction sites have some background." Li Kuei nodded, which he naturally understood. It would be strange if the boss of a construction site didn't have a background. Zhang Yuan continued, "We are all honest people, but the other side is different. With a group of social mixers, they are armed with sticks. Where have I seen this scene? Accidentally they were beaten, and the leg is broken. Then you should take revenge. Why don't you want his life?" Li Kuei secretly wondered. They were all discounted. You only want money, not his life? That would be too much to bear on anyone. By all rights, he should have been killed. Zhang Yuan said. He gave 30,000 afterward and told me not to look for him again or else he would break the other leg. I thought, since he gave the money, forget it. Li Kuei was speechless. One leg is worth $30,000? You're too damn honest. The live streamers have been watching and commenting out of the blue. 30,000. One leg is worth 30,000. That's too little. Migrant worker's brother. You are too honest. If I have to get the other party to death, directly to find a lawyer, sue him, the first thing you need to do is to look for a lawyer. Do you think people boss is vegetarian? Can be mixed in the construction site? The natural food. I guess not yet sued. It will be finished. That's why it's said that honest people get bullied. Brother, you are too miserable. Let Brother Li Kuei do justice for you, not only to get the money back, in getting the other side killed. Asking for money is only the first step. It must be paid in blood. Yes, we support you. Get the other guy killed and let him enter the human emperor's hat as a brother. Li Kuei's eyes were icy cold. I've done this for you. It can't be counted like this. Do you know where he is? I know, but just the two of us? 2 people? Just take me. He is surrounded by many fighters. In case you are injured. I said want to say something. Zhang Yuan. Don't worry. I have the 10,000 soul streamer in my hand. Whoever dares to mess around, I'll kill them first. Li Kuei was full of concern. So what if there are many people? Release the souls out and anyone will die. Okay then. I'll take you. Stay first and go at night. The spirits can't play much of a role in broad daylight. Okay? Stay at the hotel. Just find any place. The two of them sought out a hotel, and Zhang Yuan took out a book, crumpled and very old, and said, "This is the record on it. Every time I start a job, I have a record of it." Li Kuei took it and turned to the first page. There is a date on it. It was recorded 3 years ago. How many hours of work? Each day's wages. Neatly recorded. Including Zhang Yuan, Li Kuei counted. A total of 21 people. Li Kuei continues to flip through. Page 2. Still on the record. Page 3. Still on the record. Until you flip to the end and look at the total. $5,879,000. Zhang Yuan said. Every worker, there is a record. Counting the debits and expenditures. Almost $200,000 each. The total is more than $5 million. Li Kuei nodded his head. No wonder that boss Zhao didn't pay. More than $5 million. If he really met someone without conscience, he would definitely renege at the first opportunity. Zhang Yuan continued, as for my money, when I die, I'll just donate it to the country. Don't I want to enter the 10,000 soul streamer anyway? It's worth it to die. Li Kuei was immensely moved. You're like this and you're still thinking about the country? But did the state help you? Li Kuei said, no, I'll just get it back for you. You take this money and have a good retirement in the future. The country didn't help you. Why did you donate it? I'll settle the interest with him when the time comes. Still counting interest? Zhang Yuan was surprised. He only thought that it would be good to get his salary back. But he could still calculate the interest? Li Kuei asked. Fans, do you say you count interest? Counting. How not counting? More than $5 million. How to count %5 interest? 5% interest, over a 3-year period, is also $750? 000 in interest. What? It's only 5%. How can it be %50? It's only %50. It's got to be %100. Hahaha, is this going to be a loan shark? Loan sharks don't even have a ing 100%. He should be taught a lesson. Or get him killed. Hey 100% will do. Not too much. If you ask me, 1,000% is the best. The live broadcast began to get excited. How can we not count the interest? These days go to the bank to borrow money to count the interest. And not open charity. The interest must be counted. Kuei looks at the many fans and they all say count the interest. But the interest rate is a bit high. 50? 100%? There's a ing 1000? This is to make the other side lose their money. Chapter 109, Recovering Wages. Looking for Boss's Resistance. Into the night. Li Kuei sat on Zhang Yuan's motorcycle and quickly traveled to Boss Zhao's house. Li Kuei looked at the surrounding scenery. This place belonged to the villa area, and it looked like it was a place where rich people lived. This is the Lijiang Villa area. A square meter is almost 50,000. A set put down, at least 8 million or more. Villa, must be rich. All living in a villa. Are you still short of a few $1,000,000? Otherwise, where do you think Boss Zhao got the money? It's all about withholding money from the workers. This is not a thing. Even the migrant workers' money is pitched. The boss just lives differently. Lives in villas and eats mountains of food. Live fans have been tweeting about it. Zhang Yuan said, this is a villa. They have security guards. Let's go in. No harm done. Just make your way to the front door. At the main entrance, a security guard stopped the motorcycle. The heart mocked. What class? Driving a motorcycle? Which family here does not have a luxury car? Looking at the front door of the parked vehicles, shouted, who are you? What are you doing here? We want to see Boss Zhao. Boss, do you know what this place is? Every one of you is a boss. You have no business being here. Get the hell out of here or I'll call someone. Zhang Yuan looked back at Li Kuei, who had come many times and had been blocked out. Li Kuei's heart moved, and a yin soul flew out of the 10,000 soul streamer and quickly entered the security guard's body. And then the gate opened. Go to. The security guard is confused. What's happening to me? Why did I open the door? Just then, a shadowy spirit appeared in front of the security guard, who looked at the shadowy spirit and was completely stunned. What is this? The shady spirit turned to look disdainfully at the motorcycle and turned away, heading after it. The security guard was in a cold sweat. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. The motorcycle was parked outside the villa. Li Kuei looked at the villa. This is his house? Go. The two of them got out of the car. Li Kuei rang the doorbell, and soon, a middle-aged woman came out and looked at Li Kuei and Zhang Yuan. Puzzled. Who are you? Open the door. We're looking for Boss Zhao. What's your relationship with Boss Zhao? It costs money. You guys wait. I'll go get Boss Zhao. Li Kuei immediately commanded, and a yin soul came out of the 10,000 soul streamer and possessed the nanny, opening the gate, and the two of them entered it in a dignified manner. When the poltergeist comes out, the nanny is instantly terrified and panicked. Li Kuei said icily, who are you, Boss Zhao? Nanny. Very well. Go away. You have no business here. Inside the villa. Just in time, he saw a middle-aged man coming down from the stairway, dressed in a yellow robe. His eyes sharp and fierce. The moment he saw Zhang Yuan, his eyes became fierce. It's you again. Li Kuei, is he the Boss Zhao you were talking about? Yes, that's him. Li Kuei nodded, then looked at Zhao Kuei Kong and coldly said, Boss Zhao, come down. Let's talk. Then sat on his ass on the couch. Taking out the cigarette case, he smoked one and crossed his legs. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhao Kuei Kong. A woman came down from above and whispered, husband, you go up. What is it? Just go up. Take care of the kids. Zhao Kuei just came down from the stairway and sat across from Li Kuei, looking at the cigarette box, a dozen or so cigarettes, and immediately understood what the other party was thinking. Zhao Kuei Kong was expressionless. Kid, who are you? You don't need to care who I am. I'm here to collect a debt for Zhang Yuan. Pay up. Zhao Kuei Kong laughed contemptuously. Extremely arrogant. Kid, you don't inquire about who I am. In this Jiangdu, who doesn't give me 3 points? You fight for him. You have to think clearly. When he finished, he took the cigarette case from the table and smoked one. Ignite. Continuing, as long as I make one phone call, you won't be able to walk out of here. And also this is my private place. You're trespassing. I can call the police to arrest you and take you to jail. Zhao Kuei Kong looked at his watch with an icy expression. I'll give you 10 seconds to hurry up and get the hell out of here, or else you won't be able to afford the consequences. The live feeds have been trolling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This boss is so damn arrogant. Jiangdu Zhao boss. A great reputation. You think? This person in Jiangdu, even if not a hand in the sky, but also is considered to be a figure of speech. People also mixed with the community. You can tell by looking at the tattoos on his body that this man is not to be messed with. Retired now, but used to be a triad boss. I can tell by looking at his face that the man has been in society. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to be arrogant in front of my brotherly. Him to death. Asterisk 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 him and be done with it. Zhao Kuei-kong had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the two men with a fierce face. If it was before, Li Kuei would naturally be a bit intimidated, but now it was different. The person who held the 100-soul streamer and controlled dozens of souls would not be afraid of the triads. So you won't pay it back? Pay back what money? I've never owed anyone money. Zhao Kuei-kong was full of concern. He watched as Li Kuei held his cell phone, obviously wanting to record a video so that he would admit to owing money in person. Good to record it as evidence. He wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it. And the two men broke into the house with a threatening tone, which would be used as evidence in a court of law. There are only two people on the other side. There was also a crippled old man who was naturally fearless. Li Kuei laughed. Good. I like it when you're untamed. Kuei Li got up and headed for the kitchen, taking a kitchen knife out from the kitchen. Zhao Kuei-kong's face sank. This kid wants to make a move? Then took out the phone and started shaking people. Li Kuei didn't stop it, but placed the sword on the table, and with a thought, several souls came out of the 10,000 soul streamer and floated around Zhao Kuei-kong, ready to strike at any time. Boss Zhao said grimly, "Kid, I've installed surveillance in my house. You'd better think clearly." "I know. It's not like I'm going to do it. So what do you want? Get out right now or you'll regret it and it's over. I've called someone and they'll be here in 5 minutes. I can wait." Kuei Li sat on the couch, not caring in the least. At this point, Zhao Kuei-kong was confused. What does he mean by putting the knife on the table? Could it be that you want me to do it? So you can catch me in the act and use it to get me? Kid, you can't hide this little trick from me. You're too young. The two just smoked. No one spoke up. Tinkerbell. Zhao Kuei-kong sneered at the corner of his mouth. It's too late for you to leave now. Take out the remote control and press it with your hand. A group of people then rushed in from outside the villa. 5 in total. All of them tall and fierce looking. Joe. Zhao Kuei-kong laughed. These two are trying to bully me. What do you say? The 5 of them looked at Li Kuei and Zhang Yuan with extremely unfavorable eyes. A big man viciously said, "Kid, are you looking for death? Dare to spread wildness here. Brothers, invite them out and serve them a good meal. Keiko, don't make a scene. Don't worry. Zhao, we know." Zhao Kuei-kong looked at the two of them and said coldly, "If it was in the past, I would have already thrown you into the river and fed you to the fish. So you're glad that I stopped a long time ago." Li Kuei's mind moved, and several souls came out from the 10,000 soul streamer. It's time to do it. Chapter 110 Boss Zhao's softening. Li Kuei worshipped Jiang Chen. A couple of shocking spirits drilled into a couple of people. Several big men do not move. As puppets. Yang Chang turned back, frowning. "Freeze for what? Let you do it." "Did not hear it." Clunk. A big man kicks out and sends Yang Chang out. Zhao Kuei-kong was confused and looked at the brothers behind him. What's going on? They betrayed? Yang Chang stood up and angrily cursed. "You are crazy." Yang Chang came over and just wanted to make a move. The 4 big men surrounded and beat up on Yang Chang. Yang Chang was confused. "I'm the boss? You dare to hit the boss? You." When Boss Zhao saw this, he already understood in his heart. "So you bribed them? I didn't expect you to be quite capable. How do I address you?" "Zhao Kuei-kong would like to make you a friend." "I don't want to be your friend. Pay up." "How much did Zhang Yuan pay you?" "I don't charge. 100,000. Or 200,000. I'm willing to pay you double. Think about it." Li Kuei shook his head. "Looks like you still don't understand." Li Kuei's mind moved, and the 2 spirits controlled Boss Zhao's hands. Zhao Kuei-kong picked up the kitchen knife with his right hand. His left hand was spread out on top of the table, and his right hand was raised up. At the moment he was in a state of shock. His own hands were out of control. "What's going on?" Zhao Kuei-kong was horrified. "You, what have you done?" "Nothing. Pay up or I'll break your hand." "You, there's surveillance here." "I know. Even if it's surveillance, you cut off your own hand. It has nothing to do with me. And even if it's used as evidence, you can't do anything about it." "Brother, let's have a talk. Let's have a talk." At this moment, Boss Zhao was completely flustered. He understood that the other party was not an ordinary person, and was most likely an inhuman. "I'll give you whatever you want." Li Kuei nodded. That's more like it. You owe 587-9000. I give. Don't panic. There's still interest. How much interest? I'll give. At this point, Zhao Kuei-kong was completely terrified. At 100% interest per year for 3 years. That's $17,633,000. You're ing robbing money. Zhao Kuei-kong had an angry face. He also opened the lending business. But what 100% interest? The highest interest rate is only %24, which is a ing robbery. I've been good. No interest rolled in. If it had, it would have been more than that. Zhao Kuei-kong looked hesitant, his eyes fixed on Li Kuei. Li Kuei sneered at the corner of his mouth. Do it. Click. Zhao Kuei raised his right hand and chopped it down so hard that a finger fell and blood flowed, and he bared his teeth in pain. I'll give. Very well, transfer the money. The money is upstairs. I'm going to go upstairs and transfer it to you. Li Kuei nodded. It's best not to play tricks. You can look around. They won't let you off the hook if you do. Zhao Kuei-kong looked around. Suddenly, looking at the two ferocious ghosts appearing next to each other, he was scared to death. Li Kuei continued, they are in spirits, commonly known as night ghosts. I understand. I admit it. At that moment, Boss Zhao resumed action and got up to head upstairs. Don't fight. Yang Chang lay on the ground, begging for mercy. Stop. Zhang Yuan, who injured your leg? That's him. Li Kuei nodded, then instructed one of the men. Find something hard from the kitchen and break his legs. One of the minions led the way. Yang Chang's miserable screams were soon heard. Zhao Kuei just walked up to the second floor. The daughter-in-law looked at Zhao Kuei-kong's injured right hand. How dare they do this? I'll call the police immediately. Zhao Kuei-kong shook his head. It's useless. They're not ordinary people. I'll admit it. Where's the bank card? In the box. Bring it to me. They're here to extort? Don't ing bull. Just give it to me. Zhao Kuei-kong looked at the shadowy soul, not daring to make any movements at all. He was planted this time. Completely planted. Zhao Kuei just went down with the bank card. The transfer was soon successful. Zhang Yuan, it worked. Li Kuei got up. Zhao Kuei-kong, you're very good at keeping your word. Press his mouth. Several people stepped forward and pressed Zhao Kuei-kong's big mouth. Li Kuei continued. He has a crippled leg, and as the saying goes, I need to break your leg so that you can feel what it's like to have a broken leg as well. Zhao Kuei-kong looked horrified. He had already paid the money. Why didn't he let him go? Watching a middle-aged man approach with a club, Zhao Kuei-kong was completely terrified. Click. Li Kuei coldly said, remember, my name is Li Kuei. I'm a devil cultivator. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuan's sake, I would have gotten you killed. If you want revenge, come to me anytime. I'm very welcome, but next time it won't be as simple as breaking your legs. I'll kill you, and your wife, and of course your son and daughter. Don't be too arrogant. If you should pay, you should pay. Get it? Zhao Kuei-kong nodded his head in horror. He was really scared. This man is even more arrogant than he is. It's so much fun to watch. It's ing better than the movie. Too good. This is my brotherly. Awesome. 666 is awesome. My brotherly is just arrogant. What kind of black shark club dare to compare with my brotherly? That soul streamer is so powerful. Devil cultivator? I must become a devil cultivator. The live feeds have been spewing out such awesome images that they must be saved for good. The two left the villa. The remaining 4 also recovered with a blank look on their faces. What's wrong? Zhao. What's wrong with you? Zhao. Your leg is broken. Hurry up and call an ambulance. Zhao Kuei-kong was shaking with anger. Outside the villa. Zhang Yuan, brotherly. I'll transfer this extra money to you. No. It's what he owes you. No. It's too much. I was only supposed to get my paycheck back. More for you as interest. That thanks brotherly. Be careful. That Zhao Kuei-kong is only afraid. This is what I should do. Cleaning up the scum of society. This is my business. You don't have to worry. If he wants to take revenge, I'll get him killed in minutes. Li Kuei didn't care in the slightest. I'll transfer all the money to them then. Thanks for this one. Li Kuei smiled and watched Zhang Yuan leave, his heart content. One of the in spirits floated out. Li Kuei, that's enough. Li Kuei knelt on the ground. Elder Jiang, you go to the Lishan Immortal Cultivation Academy, and from now on, you'll be the magic cultivation teacher. Me as a teacher? Don't I have to go to the 10,000 souls? No need. You're a demonic cultivator. I'm also a demonic cultivator. Go and become a teacher in the future. After the aura revival, the world will have a huge change. Thank you, enchanter. I'll pass on your demonic cultivation techniques. So cultivate well. Disciple understands. Li Kuei's face was ecstatic. He was going to go to the 10,000 souls as a brother, but it turned out that he didn't have to go. Souls enter the 100 soul streamer. Li Kuei sighed in his heart. Senior Jiang is really powerful. My every move is under the surveillance of Senior Jiang. If I make any out of the ordinary action, I am afraid that I have already entered the 100 soul streamer. Li Kuei looked at his cell phone. Fans, anyone who wants to cultivate magic can go to the Lishan Immortal Cultivation Academy and look for me. Chapter 111 Establishment of the Immortal Cultivation College. And Diligent is no longer a star. 20 days later, Lixil Academy of Immortal Cultivation. A month's time finally cleaned up the surrounding area, and the academy has been constructed. The entire cultivation academy covers several thousand acres of land, large and small dozens of buildings. Zhang Mantian stood next to Jiang Chen and respectfully said, Senior, the academy has been constructed according to your instructions. Jiang Chen nodded. It's okay. Thanks for the compliment. Senior, you notify the other sects and ask them to send people to come here to recruit disciples. In the future, this will be the first academy. And in the future, if you are successful in your cultivation, you can go back to their mountains to continue practicing. What about the students? 18 to 35. I think. 35 years old and still able to cultivate? Zhang Mantian's eyes widened. Yes, as long as the talent is high enough. It's not a big problem. Tomorrow I will set up a test talent stone and place it outside the gate. If someone lights it up, they will have the qualification to cultivate. To not have is to not be able to practice. I've heard that universities don't have any departments these days. Yes, now the university is divided into many departments. Physics, math, and many others. In the future, the numerous sects will be changed into departments. What Longhu Mountain Department, Wudong Department, Heping Department, Magic Cultivation Department or whatever will be fine. As for how to arrange it, that's your business. Zhang Mantian nodded. This was indeed a good idea. Join whatever faculty you choose. When Zhang Mantian heard the Department of Harmony, he was instantly confused and coughed. Senior Jiang, is that Department of Harmony? Is it really going to be opened? The Acacia Department, as soon as I heard it, was not a good thing. If this is opened, what's going to happen in the future? All the students will choose the Harmony Department? If you have the Acacia line, who would choose any other line? Jiang Chen laughed. The Harmony Department is not what you think, but the Gong method is special. The heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang, and it requires a man and a woman to cultivate together. That's not the same thing. It's different. It's two people practicing back to back. Zhang Mantian's face was puzzled. He thought it was a front and back. If he really opened the Harmony Department, Zhang Mantian had to try it. That's a righteous technique, not an evil technique. It belongs to the yin-yang intersection. And there was also the harmonization sect a long time ago, but it was later wiped out. Understood. What about demonic cultivators? I have someone for the devil cultivator. That Li Kuei is. Then I'll take my leave and inform the other clans. Jiang Chen then began to set up the formation, the Hotian Bagua formation, which enveloped the entire Immortal Cultivation Academy, and also set up the formation outside, so that other than those who were able to cultivate, ordinary people could not enter at all. MT Longhu, the northwest boundary of the Sichuan Basin, an active geological fault line. Zhang Yangyun looked at the many disciples. Some of them had long since become Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. There were hundreds of them. Zhang Yangyun, the Immortal Cultivation Academy was established. The aura is revived. Those who practice to the name come out and follow me to the Mount Li Immortal Cultivation Academy. In the future there will be more Taoist priests, and you will be the teachers who will teach them how to practice. Song Shangrong, Wang Yangda, Zhang Cuihua, Zhang Yangyun named one by one, a total of 10 Taoist priests. Huang Wanning stood next to her, her face expressionless. She was also going to go to the Lishan Immortal Cultivation Academy, to become a teacher at the academy. Zhang Yangyun said, the person whose name is called, come with me. Looking back at Huang Wanning, Miss Huang, let's set off. Good thing too. A few people took a helicopter and traveled to the Lishan Immortal Cultivation College. On the airplane, a Taoist priest asked, Heavenly Master, didn't a lot of people come to the establishment of the Immortal Cultivation Academy? There aren't many people. Elder Jiang has long since set up testing stones outside. Only those with spiritual roots can go in to cultivate, and those without spiritual roots can't enter them. Ages from 18 to 35. By my calculations, there should be a couple thousand or so. How come there are only a few thousand people in China, with a population of over 1 billion? Do you think everyone can practice? A Taoist priest said. Actually, it's just like studying. Some can get into prestigious universities and are born to study, while others can't. Huang Wanning said, this is different from taking a university exam. Universities just need to work hard, whereas talent, which is innate, is not something that everyone can cultivate. It's called enlightenment. And when you're enlightened, you can practice. Zhang Yanyan nodded his head. He agreed with Huang Wanning. Nowadays the Taoist religion was withering. Every year they took in many disciples, but it was difficult for these disciples to achieve anything, even in the end times. As long as one had talent, one could still enter the qi refining realm. But after all these years, there are only a few. They also grew up practicing the Tao. Not only Longhu Mountain, but also other sects also traveled to the Lixian Cultivation College. Less than an hour, Zhang Yanyan and several people arrived at the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Looking at a large area of fog shrouded, these can be aura. Huang Wanning stood next to him. Looking at the many auras, only seniors have this kind of means. Over there is the headmaster of Wudong Mountain, Zhang Zhenghe, and the Laoshan master, and the Spirit Treasure faction, the Divine Heavenly faction, Quan Jin Pai, and the Pure Brightness faction is here too. Zhang Yangyun, look, good guy. One by one with disciples have come. It seems that all want to carry forward the Taoist Dora, although they are due to Taoism, but the faith is different. The Jingyi religion believes in the three Qing Taoist ancestors and worships Zhang Daoling. The same is true of the Shangqing school, but it worships Mrs. Wei Huatsuan of Nanyu. The Mao Shan sect is the same, but worships the three Mao true lord. Zhang Yangyun nodded. Let's go and enter the academy. The group stepped into the academy, and outside the door, surrounded by countless melon eaters looking at the college above which was shrouded in white fog, the aura was compelling, just like a fairyland. It was built so quickly and successfully. I heard it's about to recruit disciples. When? It seems to be tomorrow. Do you see the row of stones below? It is said that those are the stones that test whether one can cultivate immortality. If the stones emit a bright light, one can cultivate. Have you gone and tried it yet? Tried it a long time ago, but I have nothing to do with cultivating immortality. So many people have gone and tried it and ended up disappointed. It seems not everyone can cultivate immortality. Isn't that nonsense? If everyone could cultivate, wouldn't that be universal cultivation? Just think about it, and there are still rules. Between, not if you're not old enough, and not if you're over age. The ages of an 1835-inch. So many rules. How can there be no rules? That's cultivation. What do you think it is? You guys see, even the stars are here. Isn't that D. Reeves? She wants to cultivate immortality too? Not become a star? I think she's past her age. No, like a year off. At this time, Dilly Hotba, wearing such a black leisure suit, next to the female assistant, said, Big sister, when the star is not good, but also repair what fairy. Dirigiba gave a blank look. Isn't it good to cultivate immortality? I've made enough money. I've heard there's a test, and if you don't pass the test, that doesn't make the others think you're not qualified. I believe in myself. Come on. A lot of people have been to the test, and a lot of people have failed. The female assistant whispered from the side. What are you afraid of? If you don't pass, continue to go back to being a star, and if you do, you'll cultivate immortality. At this time, Diligent walked up, heart beating wildly. Must pass, must pass. Flying with a sword, how cool it is. Who the hell is still a star? I've cultivated immortality and I'm still a star? Not even a dog. Chapter 112. Delilah boarded the Immortal Cultivation College. There was a crowd of people gathered around to see what was going on. Diligent went there. He doesn't really want to go to the Immortals, does he? Nonsense. All cultivate immortal. Who the hell still become a star? She certainly cannot pass. Are you so sure? I didn't pass even though I'm so good looking. She definitely won't pass either. Big brother, you do not have a mirror at home. Uing 300 pounds, is also considered handsome. There she goes. She really goes. She's the first star to come to the test. My son his last senior high school practice test scored on. And this kid told me he was going to cultivate immortality. And I almost got mad 720. So what are you doing here? I'll test it too. Sister, your son is. You're too old to pass 18. At this time, Dirigible walked forward. Her heart was apprehensive, and she touched the test stone in front of her with her hand. And at that moment the light flashed, and the originally black stone emitted a burst of purple light. Delilah got excited as she saw the black stone glow. Really glowing. Asterisk. It's glowing. Why am I not reacting? It's not fair. Does that mean only stars can shine? That's impossible. It must be a coincidence. I'll try again. Oh my god. Diligent is not a star. She's going to cultivate immortality. This is big news. Sky big news now. The stars also come to test and prepare for cultivation. Dirigiba was very happy and said excitedly, Did you see that? That stone glowed. I'm able to cultivate. I'm really able to cultivate immortality. The assistant stood by. Dumbfounded. Cultivate immortality. Then I'm not going to retire. Is this stone really that much of a stretch? Is there some kind of controller or something? I'll try that. The assistant also stepped forward and touched the stone. The stone is still black stone. Delilah laughed. It doesn't look like you fit in. Do you think there's some kind of controller or something down here that glows when you press on it? Why can't I? And could there be some kind of surveillance around? The assistant said reluctantly. No means no. I'll hurry up and celebrate and say goodbye to my fans. Dirigiba took out her cell phone and realized that there was no signal here, and it was the same for dozens of kilometers around. The signal was blocked, and Dirigiba secretly said that it was a pity. Come to think of it, what's the point of carrying a cell phone when you're practicing immortality? Suddenly someone in the crowd said, Delilah, go in and try. Only those who pass can go up to the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Ordinary people can't go up. Yeah, go up there and try and see if you can walk up. It's just following the stone stairs up, and there are 99 of them to ascend. Those who don't have the talent can't climb up there at all. It's like a wall blocking ordinary people. Hurry up and go pay your respects. They've all gone. Longhu Mountain, Wudong Mountain, and Laoshan and Mashan Taoist masters all went. Delilah nodded. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Looking at the hidden staircase that led straight to the Cultivation Academy, Delilah took a deep breath and stepped forward. Soon walked to the front of the steps. Head up the steps. The crowd exclaimed. Delilah stepped on it. He really stepped on it. It's really powerful. I can't even step on it. It's like a wall blocking the way. Ordinary people can't go up there. Only those who can cultivate immortality. I heard it doesn't start until tomorrow, so she won't have any problems going up there today. The first one up there must be the first one to eat crabs. Don't you understand that? She's not going to go to the magic cultivation department. It can't be. If she's a demonic cultivator, wouldn't she shock the entire entertainment industry? The crowd saw Diligent enter it and soon lost track of it. Delilah looked up at the top. 99 steps in all, and the door was open. Diligent steps up and ascends to the Academy of Immortal Cultivation, Piazza. As in the recruitment of college students, a dozen sects in Huaxia are all gathered in a big circle, starting with Longhu Mountain Zhengiadeo, followed by Maoshan, Laoshan, Juanjin, Lingbao and so on. Huang Wanning sat on the side with a demon cultivation department in front of her. She had a headache. Now the demon cultivators were pitifully few. Perhaps half a day a year and a half could not recruit a disciple, unless the demon world opened the door of convenience and numerous demon cultivators came. Li Kuei sat on the side of the magic cultivation department, holding the 100-soul streamer. He was now the dean of the magic cultivation department, and his mood was very excited. He didn't expect to be accepted as a disciple, and even more so, to be taught magic cultivation techniques. Devil cultivation techniques were different from the righteous techniques. Next to a slogan magic cultivation department, I do not mess with things, but not afraid of things. Who the hell if you mess with me? I'll kill his whole family. Majestic magic weapon, 10,000 souls. Li Kuei hemmed and hawed. The slogan was impressive enough. As for the other sects, there are profiles as well. For example, the introduction of Longhu Mountain, the ancestral home of Taoism, the birthplace of Tianshidao, landscape, Taoism, nature, heritage for thousands of years, is now facing the world to recruit people with the will to cultivate the road, promote the right way. Once graduated, they can go to Longhu Mountain for intensive training to cultivate the right fruits of the great Tao and become immortal. Advantages of Lung Fushan, 1,000 years of Taoist temple, the convergence of spiritual qi, celestial masters personally transmitted, orthodox vein, secluded environment, away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Recruitment requirements, sincere heart to the Tao, good character. Men and women are not limited. There are other denominations besides Farmers Hill as well. All have profiles. Zhang Mantian said, Sect masters, tomorrow we will recruit disciples according to this ordering, and if anyone comes, they will choose their own sect, and there shall be no fighting. Jiang Chen looked at it and there was nothing wrong with it. Zhang Mantian, Senior Jiang, that harmony department, it seems like no one is presiding over it. Jiang Chen took a look and it was really the devil's cultivation inheritance is Li Kuei. Jiang Lingling said excitedly, I'll be the teacher. Jiang Chen did not have the good taste to look at it. The little girl, you are a teacher of what? The many Taoist priests laughed. Kong Chen, I'll come tomorrow. Zhang Mantian's face was astonished, and the many Taoist priests were also stunned. You come? If you come, they'll still be there. They have to follow you. Just then, a figure appeared outside the door. The crowd looked over in unison. Why did he come today? Wasn't it going to be tomorrow? Zhang Mantian was also stunned. He remembered that Yama had written it very clearly. Registration isn't until tomorrow and it came up today. Jiang Mantian walked up. Girl, registration doesn't start until tomorrow. Delilah looked embarrassed. I'll come back tomorrow then. Jiang Mantian was speechless. Forget it, come what may. You're a dirigible. I am. Okay, then I'll introduce you to a total of 14 lineages. Starting from this side, it's the Longhu Mountain lineage, which is also the proper Taoist lineage. Inheriting the Tai Shan Laojun and worshipping the three Qing ancestors, there is a chance to attain immortality and ascend to the immortal world. It's all over here. And over there, there's the demon cultivation lineage, the acacia lineage, and but these two lineages, they don't necessarily attain immortality. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was dissatisfied. What kind of talk is that? Can you only become immortal if you are of the righteous Taoist lineage? But he didn't refute it. Now the immortal world is full of Taoist figures. Even the three Qing ancestors are. Diligence, can you only choose one faculty? Sure, can I see it first? Yes, you can try the test. I've already tested it. You can try again. I guess they all want to see what kind of talent you have. I remember a purple blow. Jiang Mantian was stunned. What the hell? Purple? Red? Orange? Yellow? Green? Cyan? Blue? Purple, is this the highest ING level? Chapter 113. Delilah counts in the harmony department? The rest of the group was stunned. This is the first person is full level talent. This is in ancient times. That is Zhang Daoling level A. But unfortunately this is only the end of the era. Now that the aura is revitalized, it will surely have great potential in the future. You have to know that immortal cultivation is a matter of talent, and the higher the talent, the faster the speed of cultivation. Hearing that Diligence was full of talent, the surrounding palms couldn't sit still. Zhang Yangyun stroked his beard and laughed. Girl, come to my Longhu Mountain. I will accept you as my personal disciple, and this seat promises that in the future you will be able to attain immortality. Jiang Chen looked at it and shook his head. This Zhang Yangyun can say anything. He has not yet attained immortality himself, and thinking of making her immortal. However, in this woman is not bad. The talent is very high. In the future, if you worship the Dragon Tiger Mountain, help the world for the sake of the heart, accumulate merit, straight to heaven, in the future may really be able to achieve the Tao to become immortal. After all, if you want to achieve immortality, you have to look at merit. If the merit is high enough, you can. Like Huang Yuanjun, he cured the people's diseases and helped the world, and was enthroned as an immortal. If you're practicing magic, you can't. Cultivating demons didn't stand a chance, and once they went up, they were expected to get killed straight away. Dilly Hoppa looked at Zhang Yangyun. Heart ruthlessly spit. Fool me, is it? You have not yet achieved immortality. For the achievement of immortality she did not dare to hope. She was not a child, so how could she be easily fooled by Zhang Yangyun? Diligence, I'll look at it first, okay? Sure, but our proper Taoist lineage belongs to my Longhu Mountain. The head of the Shangqing sect couldn't sit still and stood up. Shameless old thief. You, Longhu Mountain, are a righteous Taoist sect, so what does that make me? The Shangqing sect? That's right, all 12 of our sects are decent Taoist children. Miss, how about coming to my Maoshan? My Maoshan Taoism is very powerful. Come on, what else can you do in Maoshan besides catching ghosts? Humph, catching ghosts to accumulate merit and become immortal in the future. Come to my spiritual treasure sect. Your spiritual treasure sect is refining pills, but where are the pills now? Going there would be tantamount to a waste. Yellow mouth, you dare to fight me. Jiang Mantian has a headache. Isn't it just a purple talent? Do you guys want to fight? Jiang Chen frowned tightly. All give me a good job. Is noisy again, immediately get out of here? Fight and come back in. Let you come in to recruit disciples, not let you quarrel. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, and everyone was silent. Don't dare talk back. With this big brother here, who dares to talk back? They'll be killed. Dilly Hoppa looked at Jiang Chen. The heart ruthlessly spit. Big brother is big brother. People, a word. You do not dare to put a fart. She had long heard of the existence of immortals, and this one was a true immortal. But, what's with the Acacia department? Does it mean with this immortal making love immortal? It seems pretty good. Dilly Hotba walked towards Jiang Chen. The crowd looked at Dilly Hotba's footsteps. They knew, this time with her no chance. The heart ruthlessly spit. There is this senior in, but also what to recruit disciples. He was originally an immortal, and anyone would want to join the immortal's door. Jiang Lingling said excitedly, Cauldron, she's here. She's coming toward you. She's so beautiful. Aya, she looks like Dilly Hotba. It's almost exactly the same. Jiang Lingling was excited. Delilah walked up to Jiang Chen and was polite. Hello Senior Jiang, I'm here to sign up. Sister, you look just like Dirigiba. I am. Really, you're a star. What's your name? Little girl? My name is Jiang Lingling, and he's my cauldron. Jiang Chen was speechless. The Hall Immortal actually have to fill out the form. Took the form and handed it to Diligent. You fill it out. Enter the Harmony Department. Want to become immortal, only not much chance. It's fine. I didn't have much expectation of being able to become immortal in the first place. Diligent took a pen and began to fill in the information. Jiang Chen looked at the information. 34, a bit old. Jiang Lingling was not happy. Cauldron. People are only 34 how is not as old as you are? You are several hundred years old. People can call you old grandfather. Jiang Chen. Stinky girl, do you want to get beaten up? Jiang Chen said, Mantian, you close the gate. Tomorrow is the time to enroll. You will preside over it then. Then he looked at Diligent. You come with me. From now on, you'll be the teacher of the Acacia department. Delilah was confused. Am I not a student? How did you become a teacher? Jiang Chen didn't care what her reaction was, and continued. Tomorrow here you'll be the enrollment teacher. I'll pass on your harmony cultivation method, and give you another foundation establishment pill, so that you'll succeed in building your foundation. Am I not a student? Now that I'm the only one in the Acacia department, I'm not interested in being any kind of teacher. So from now on, you'll be the teacher and teach them the Tao. No, the department of Acacia is not. What? Is there a problem? Jiang Chen frowned. No problem. Just no problem. Come with me. Merge with me. Diligence is shocked beyond words. Hopscotch now? Isn't this a bit? Following Jiang Chen, Jiang Lingling also followed behind and asked, Sister, aren't you a star? How come you want to cultivate Wanted to try it out. Didn't want to be a star. Oh, are you going to do any more movies in the future? I guess not. My cauldron is awesome. Dilly Hotba looked at the back of Jiang Chen. Very handsome young man. According to the current saying, that is the ultimate beauty can not handsome? To the classroom. It was just as she had thought it would be. The same as a college classroom. Jiang Chen sat on his knees. Sit in front of me. Oh, hold out both palms. Diligence did as she was told. Stretching out her palms, Jiang Chen placed his hands against Diligence's hands. And Jiang Chen said, I am now passing on your mantra according to the operation of the true qi, and then later in returning to my body. The harmony system is a dual cultivation technique that harmonizes yin and yang. Women are yin, men are yang. It can also be practiced alone or in pairs, and pairs are faster. I'm now entering your body with my true qi, so feel it carefully. Understood. At this time, Dirigiba only felt a fiery gas enter her body. Her internal organs seemed to be in flames, and then slowly entered the small abdomen. Pass on the mantra and run the mantra, as if falling into a dream, immediately running the recipe. At this time from within the abdomen of the Dilly Hotba, appeared a cold gas. This cold gas and hot gas intermingled with each other, once again converged into the abdomen. Jiang Chen sighed with emotion. This woman was not bad. She comprehended the mysteries in a moment. Jiang Chen nodded. Very well, you continue to intermingle. The harmony system is different from other cultivation methods in that men cultivate yang qi and women cultivate yin qi, ultimately reaching a gas of mingled yin and yang that is deposited into the body. Master, disciple understands. Delilah tried mobilizing her yin qi to enter Jiang Chen's body, and just as she entered, she felt the blazing heat, like a small drop of water thrown into a volcanic lava. Dilipa exclaimed, what a strong yang. Love it, love it. Chapter 114 Terrorist Creature Descends. World Alteration. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen stood up and commanded, you fully comprehended it. From now on, the harmony department will be in your hands. Remember to come tomorrow to recruit students. From now on, you'll be the harmony department teacher. Disciple understands. That's it. I'll come visit later and pass on your spells. What spells? Any kind of spell. Jiang Chen took out an elixir and handed it to Diligent. This is the foundation establishment pill. After you eat it, you will be in the foundation establishment realm. Thank you, enchanter. Work hard from now on. I'll go first. Greetings to the enchantress. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Cauldron. I'll play with my sister for a while. Whatever. Jiang Chen turned to leave. Jiang Lingling excitedly said, Sister, eat it and you'll be able to build your foundation. Just like me. You while building a foundation? The potion given by Cauldron. He went to the immortal world and stole it back. The corner of Diligent's mouth twitched. Enchantress went to the immortal world and stole it back? Will there be any trouble if this is eaten? Forget it. No matter. Any trouble, just leave it to Enshur. The yang qi in Enshur's body is really powerful. But unfortunately, it's not a real dual cultivation. Diligent thought that kind of double cultivation, but it turned out that it was just sitting on the knees, leaning back to back, and running the gong method. so that the two chi of yin and yang mingled, thus generating more yin and yang chi. Delilah felt that she could also cultivate, but at least it was only when both men and women ran their gong methods at the same time that the cultivation speed would be doubled. Sister, what are you thinking about? It's nothing. I'm going downhill for once and my clothes are still in town. I'll go with you. Don't you practice? I'm still very young. It's too hard to meditate and cultivate. Dilly Hotba laughed. This girl, there is a big brother in it, but still do not practice well, only know to play. Go. The two went down the mountain and walked toward the town. Dilly Hotba looked back at the Cultivation Academy. Heart lamented that he really cultivated immortality, but also successfully promoted to the foundation building realm. Delilah took out her cell phone, saw that it had a signal, and immediately sent a message. Friends, enroll successfully and become a disciple of the Academy of Immortal Cultivation. See you in the Jianghu. The tweets just went out, and they immediately rioted together. Oh my god, it's really going to cultivate immortality. No more shooting? Is it sad that the Cultivation Academy is open? I heard that the Immortal Cultivation College has many departments just like the university. What department is it? The Dragon Tiger Mountain? Or the Shinqing Sect? Or the Department of Magic Cultivation? Now that even celebrities are practicing immortality, I'm going to do the same. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of the immortal way. I'm so envious. I went there once and the stone didn't respond. Looks like I don't have the talent. Woo-hoo-hoo. So many people went, and a lot of them didn't have the talent. Looking at the many replies, Diligent immediately posted a new message. Join the Harmony Department and become a Harmony Department Immortal Dao disciple. This made fans sit up even more. Hopscotch students. Is this hopscotch department what we thought it was? Gosh, this is even hopscotch. No, I have to check it out too. Why is it the Acacia department? This is so abnormal. No way. Is it really the Hapkido department? Is that what we think it is? Seriously, Diligent has joined the Acacia department? That is, there's still a shortage of people in the Acacia department? Acacia department, I love it so much. Hey, so the stars also like the Acacia department? I also like. Everyone go try and sign up for the hopscotch department. The Acacia department is nothing to fool around with. I still like the Magic Cultivation department. Majoring in the 10,000 soul streamer, that's what hangs. Derry looked at the countless comments below. What happened to the Harmony department? That is the immortal way. You guys are reading too many novels. Right. Bah, a group of stinky men. The Microsoft ringer. Guli Raza, sister. You really went to practice immortality. Delilah, Gula Raza, how did you join the hopscotch department? Diligent, that's the Hapkido department opened by Senior Jiang. Nothing. Gura Raza, you're with him. Dirigible, what are you thinking? It's just a gong. Don't think too much. Gura Raza, I'll try it too. Diligent, okay, you try. If you can, join the Harmony department, and for your information, I'm now the Harmony department teacher. Guli Raza, teacher, when did you become a teacher? Dirigiba, just now. I've succeeded in building my foundation. Wait for some days, then I can fly with my sword. Don't mention how cool it is. No more chatting. I have to go get my clothes. Good. We'll practice together then. And at this point, somewhere in the East China Sea, the sky suddenly flashed with electricity and thunder. Countless dark clouds gathered together. A small black circle flashed in the dark clouds, and black lightning flashed non-stop next to it. A white cruise ship happened to be sailing in the East China Sea and were looking at the sky. You guys, look at the sky. What is that thing? A vision? Electricity and thunder? Could that be a UFO? Most likely. Hurry up and take pictures. Look guys, why does it feel like there's a pair of hands? By karma. It's not a vision at all. It seems like a horrible monster. The small black circle grew infinitely larger, and two large black terroristic hands drilled out from the small black circle, peeling away the small black circle and squeezing out a large hole hard. Subsequently, a horrible creature drilled out of it. The creature was 300 meters tall, with two red tentacles on top of its head, and opened blood-red eyes that were as big as iron pots. It then unfolded its black feathered wings and hovered in the air. The people on the boat, who were looking at the black horrible creature, were frozen in fear. God, that's a horrible creature. Where did he come from? By karma. This horrible creature is huge, and it has wings. I've heard that there's going to be an aura revival. Could it be that the aura revival is the monsters descending on Blue Star? What a horrible monster. What should we do? Will he attack us? He looked over. Help! Help! The people on the cruise ship looked at the horrible creature and trembled in fear. Such a horrible creature, equivalent to the size of a cruise ship. Humans were as weak as ants in front of him. The captain looked at the horrible creature and was terrified, too, and immediately turned the cruise ship around and flew off into the distance. Damn it, how can there be such a horrible creature here? At that moment a Tokyo military ship sounded an alarm. Kojo Hanhei enters the radar room. He was the captain of the 11th Fleet and was ordered to patrol the surrounding area. What's going on? Report, a huge red dot has appeared above the radar. Most likely another enemy scout. Immediately send out an international signal to contact the other party and tell them to stop flying immediately and not to enter our waters. Understood. Dodo dodo dodo. This is Tokyo Ship 3. Please stay out of Tokyo waters immediately. Please stay out of Tokyo waters immediately. Come in, come in, come in. Wait a while. Report, the other side is not replying. Damn. It must be a plane from the Chinese side. What the hell are these guys trying to do? No good. He's flying this way. Kojo Hanhei shouted. Prepare for battle immediately. Kojo Hanhei stepped out of the radar room, took his binoculars, and looked at the not-so-distant distance. Mind blown. What kind of monster is that? Chapter 115, Invasion of the Beasts. Flight to Tokyo. Takao Hanhei looked at the huge black shadow not far away. Fearful to the extreme. The thing was like a demon. Flying through the air, getting closer and closer as it got closer and closer. Many of the ghosts have seen a flash of your black figure flying through the air. What the hell was that? It doesn't look like an airplane. It looks like an animal. Baka, where is such a big animal? Could this be a new flying machine? Why does it feel like a demon? He's flying this way. What should we do? Captain Sama? Takao Hanpei's eyes turn more than cold. Immediately transmit back to the headquarters. Tell the headquarters to immediately defend. The direction he flew was exactly in the direction of Tokyo. Understood. Takao Hanpei looked at the binoculars and watched the black shadow in the sky, and as he got closer and closer, he gradually saw it clearly, with a huge body, a head with 2 horns, and a hideous and horrible face. That huge feathered wing was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Takao Kohei spat viciously in his heart. What the hell kind of monster is this? Watching the Gundam creatures fade away, Kozai Kohei immediately returned to the ship and said solemnly, Headquarters, unknown creatures have been spotted, flying towards Tokyo. Please send out fighters immediately to kill them. HQ, unidentified creatures have been spotted, flying along the direction of Tokyo. Send fighter planes to intercept them immediately. Please send fighter planes to intercept them immediately. Tokyo, capital of Japan. Eagle Sauce Base. Albert entered Radar City and inquired. Fark, what was it that Kojo Hanhei just said about some horrible creature? Sir, just now, Kojo Kohei said that there's a terrifying creature flying this way, requesting that we send our fighters to kill it. Albert looked confused. Creature? What creature? It's a 300-meter tall creature. Albert, a 300-meter tall creature. Godzilla's coming? Albert angrily exclaimed. Is this guy, Takao Kohei, drinking too much? Where did the horrible creature come from? Pay no attention to this kid, Takao Kohei. I was expecting an invasion of Tokyo, but when it came, what did it say about terrorist creatures? Albert was furious. Just then, doodle doodle, the radar was going off. Albert walked up. What's going on? Sir, radar has picked up the intruder. 12 nautical miles out. Fast, heading this way, and according to speed, we'll be here in 5 minutes. Albert grunted coldly. It must be the planes from the Chinese side. Immediately have 2 F-16s take off and quickly intercept them. Keep them away from the area and pull out of the sea range. 1, 2 pilots, stand by immediately. Enemy situation detected at 12 nautical miles. Take off immediately to interdict. Warn them, and move away from the international line of the sea immediately. A radio voice sounded. The 2 planes took off quickly, weaving through the clouds. Vince looked at the radar showing the red dot. Carter, I'll take the right flank. You fly left and follow the other side. Copy that. The 2 airplanes quickly unfolded and took to the air, quickly encircling the red-black dot from both flanks. Vince flew the F-16 airplane, through the window, looked at a black shadow below, through the clouds, and saw that thing was shot, and his heart cried out, by karma. What the hell is this? So many animals? That's at least 300 meters long. Carter, 1 number. Did you see that? What the hell was that? Vince, I saw it. It's supposed to be some kind of creature. He's so big. Carter, need to attack? Vince, I wanted to ask. Vince, this is Pilot Vince. I have spotted unidentified creatures flying through the air. Huge, 300 meters long, all black. Do we attack? Do you hear me? Vincent, what creature? Not sure. Haven't seen such creatures. Is it certain that it's a creature? Not a craft? Not a flying machine. He has wings. Attack. Understood. Vince, Carter, slow down immediately. Follow the creature and attack the creature from behind. Understood. Vince piloted the plane. slowing down quickly and flying through the air. Looking back at Carter slowing down to follow behind the creature, when suddenly a missile flew in the direction of the creature. Rumble. A burst of fire rose from the creature's back. I hit it. Understood. Damn it. What the hell is that horrible thing? It's actually unharmed. It's not good. The creature turns around. Carter, turn around and stay away immediately. Carter watched the creature turn around and was amazed. What the hell is this? Can't a missile kill it? Carter had just turned around when the creature flew in, its sharp claws clawing atop the plane. Click. Bang. Vince, main desk. Carter sacrificed. Fighter plane crashed. Creature is strong. Not afraid of bombs. He's flying towards me. Vince looked up at the sky above. The blood-red eyes staring back at him. Opened his mouth wide and took a bite out of the plane, instantly crushing it. Eagle sauce base. Albert's entire body was in a daze. 2 fights disconnected. What the hell was that so scary? Just then, a soldier entered it. Sir Albert, the horrible creature is here. Albert walked out of the room and took out his binoculars. Looking at the black shadow in the sky. That guy is so fast. Albert's heart exclaimed. By karma. Is the world ending? What the hell is that? The horrible creatures flew away from the sky above, heading towards Tokyo. Over Tokyo at this time, a black shadow crossed the sky, and countless people looked up at the sky. Baka. What the hell was that? Is this a new flying machine? What flying machine? That looks like a bird. What bird is so big? Oh my god. Where did this come from? Who knows? Look guys, there are helicopters following behind. All over Tokyo, millions of people looked at the flying creature, not understanding what was happening, only to see the black shadow streak low overhead, toward Mt. Fuji, China's top brass. A secret meeting is being held. Zhang Yangjun stood on the podium with a serious expression. This is a satellite shot of the creature. He appeared 50 nautical miles from Tokyo. This is the latest video. And it's the same video that came from Tokyo. A video plays. It was Mt. Fuji in Tokyo. And that one huge bird flew toward Mt. Fuji in Tokyo. And the crowd scattered in fear. And that big bird shot out flames and destroyed 2 helicopters. Zhang Yangjun frowned slightly. According to the latest intelligence, Eagle Jam had dispatched 2 F-16 fighters that originally wanted to kill that horrible creature. A rattlesnake missile attack was launched. The creature took no damage. Instead, they destroyed 2 fighters. There's also this one picture that the adults on the cruise ship took from up there. This creature has come from a different dimension. We don't know what he's here for at the moment, but we have to defend. I'm sure there's definitely more than just this alien beast. The crowd was silent at the words. Where did this beast come from? What's he doing here? Not even afraid of missiles? Wang Qishui stood up. Let me explain. Chapter 116 Immortal Cultivation Academy enrollment begins. Wang Qishui appears. Wang Qishui stood up. Let me explain. The rest of them looked at Wang Qishui, only to hear Wang Qishui say, the era of aura recovery is coming. What's an aura? Aura is qi. So you don't understand. So I'll try to express it euphemistically. Aura is energy. A very peculiar kind of energy. Wang Qishui spread out his palm and a flame appeared in his hand out of nowhere, which was bubbling with a light blue light. Wang Qishui continued. I am a cultivator and am able to use spells. The crowd straightened up. The flames were awesome. Zhang Yangjun coughed. Mr. Wang, since it's an aura revival, what does it have to do with this foreign beast? Naturally there is a relationship. Aura doesn't belong to our time and space, but in other time and space, the so-called aura revival is an energy that has traveled from other time and space. Then why did they cross over? Before? Good question. There used to be. In the Flood era is the era of immortal cultivation, and now is the era of the end of the world, the so-called heavenly cycle. When the aura crosses over, the interdimensional space barriers will weaken. Once the interdimensional space barrier is weakened, a black hole vision will appear, which is the black hole that connects the 2 world shuttle points. This is still just one. Once the aura revival truly begins, there will be more connections and a large number of terrifying creatures will appear. The soldiers present seem to understand. They are soldiers, not practitioners. A soldier stood up. Is that the end of the world? That's what we built the Cultivation Academy for. To defeat and kill these things. It's not enough to rely on hot weapons. Use magic to defeat magic. The crowd sniffed. Wouldn't that be universal cultivation? This, Zhang Yangjun said. Does that mean we all need to cultivate? Wang Qishui nodded. Depending on your qualifications, when the time comes, I will have students graduated from the Immortal Cultivation Academy to teach you. This time when the aura recovers, I'm afraid that a lot of countries will suffer miserably. So when does the aura recovery end? It's not clear. Maybe it will end. Maybe it won't. But don't worry, the otherworldly space is weak, And the barriers between the human world and the immortal world will also become weak. They may come down. They may possess us. I will contact the fairy world if I can ask for their help. The crowd sort of got it. After the revival of the aura, the interdimensional space barriers will weaken. Various creatures will appear, even gods and goddesses. Zhang Yangjun, what's the next plan? Wang Qishui thought for a moment. I'll make a trip to the Immortal Cultivation Academy to meet Jiang Chen, and see what he has in store for me. To cast a spell to envelop the entire Huaxia land. What kind of formation is capable of enveloping the entire Chinese land? I'm not sure, but Senior Jiang should have a way. After Wang Qishui left the conference room, sigh, the aura revival has finally come and gone, and the next step is to fight all kinds of demons in other dimensions. When that foreign beast appeared, the entire world caused a sensation. Almost simultaneously, the whole world saw the beast. God, is this the end of the world? What kind of horrible creature is that? God, help us. By karma, the world of doom is coming. What will we do in the future? Will we die? Is that thing unkillable? I heard that 2 fighters have already been lost. Luckily it's not in our country. It's in another country. God, save us. I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom. I'm going to Huaxia. They're starting to cultivate immortality. What does cultivation mean? Don't you even understand that cultivation is the ability to become God? Asshole, no slandering God. Stupid humans, God will not bless you. Countless whales on the internet. And in the Dragon Country reaction is also relatively strong. But one is not downcast, but unusually excited. Awesome, the aura has revived. We can all cultivate in the future. Great, I finally waited until today. The novel has become reality. My destiny is not up to heaven. I, Fong Han, will finally dominate the world. Fai, Wang Tong, possess the stature of a great emperor. I, Tang San, will lead you against the otherworldly demons. Bah, Tang San, I, Xiao Yen, haven't even spoken yet. What are you? I, Yi Tiandi, am here. What is Tang San? The internet was buzzing with activity, and one by one, unlike foreign countries, they were on their knees begging for God's blessing. Day 2, Cultivation Academy. Formal enrollment of students. That under the mountain is a sea of people. After the pass said there are demonic beasts. The entire cultivation college were the inside 3 circles, outside 3 circles. Those who do not have the gift of place. Hurry up and go. Still stay here for what? Evacuate if you haven't passed. Aren't so many people watching? Haha, I passed. I passed. Brother, you're awesome. You can worship a teacher to cultivate immortality. It's awesome. Congratulations to Cultivation Academy finally ushered in the first batch of disciples. Jiang Chen sat on the side and watched the comings and going so lively. Jiang Lingling stood next to him and whispered, Cauldron, you don't have eyes on Sister Dilly? What? Sister Dilly is so beautiful. How about being your daughter-in-law? Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Not interested. Why Cauldron, you don't like guys, do you? Jiang Lingling was skeptical. You don't want such a beautiful daughter-in-law? I wonder how many people are lined up. Jiang Chen laughed. What is there in a fleshly mortal body that is worthy of my attention? But it's very pretty. Little girl, cultivate well. Don't think about this. I've seen Chang'e in the sky, let alone her. Jiang Chen was not interested at all. You've seen all of Chang'e? Jiang Lingling was taken aback. Of course I've seen it. Is that pretty? Much prettier than that dilly sister of yours. Then why don't you grab it back? Snatch it back for what? Snatch it back as a daughter-in-law. Then I will not be chased by the Jade Emperor, that old man. Line. Do not think about it. Hee that little girl is not bad. The same as your dilly sister. Jiang Chen looked over and saw a young girl hitching a ride on the test stone, bubbling with purple light. Nice talent. Gularaza rushed to Diligent and said excitedly, Sister, I'm here. You passed? Of course I passed. Purple. They let me join the Dragon and Tiger department. I didn't what? Join the Acacia department, and follow my sister's cultivation in the future. Okay, fill out the information. Jiang Lingling whispered. Another beauty. Big brother has another beauty. You're not a boy. Why do you think about beautiful women all the time? Aren't I looking for a daughter-in-law for Dabin, so I can have a few in the future? Jiang Chen gasped and laughed at this girl. Watching an old man enter the Immortal Cultivation Academy was astonishing. There were still Yuaning realm experts in the Age of the End? At this moment, Wang Qishui followed behind Zhang Mantian. Walking towards Jiang Chen, he respectfully said, Wang Qishui, meet Senior Jiang. Good repair. Thanks for the compliment. Senior Jiang, looking for me for something? Chapter 117 Acacia Department doesn't recruit male cultivators? Wang Qishui had a serious face. I'm sure Senior already knows that the aura is reviving. Spacetime is misplaced. And yesterday a foreign beast drilled out of an alien dimension and endangered the world. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He had sensed the spatial fluctuations yesterday, only that the beast hadn't flown towards the Chinese side and hadn't paid any attention to it. I know. There will definitely be otherworldly demons coming in the future. So I'd like to ask Senior to utilize the formation to shroud the entirety of Huaxia. How can I be that powerful? You might as well be begging to be a Tai Shan Lao Jun. Mana enveloped the entire Chinese land. A few dozen kilometers was more like it. A few million kilometers and there was nothing he could do about it. Wang Qishui Dao, Senior. That's not what I meant. What does that mean? I meant to utilize the formation. The array isn't that powerful either. And the array can only envelop a city. Wang Qishui's face was ecstatic. That's what I mean. Use formations to envelop the city. Formations to connect the formations. And let the cultivators and the army hold down the fort in it. This will keep Huaxia safe. Jiang Chen laughed. That's a good idea. But do you have something to set up the array? How many cities are there in the whole of China? Wang Qishui muttered in his heart. The whole of China, more than 600 cities. Plus the county level then. That is more than 3,000. More than 3,000. This how to set up the array. The fruit is still not very realistic. Laying out formations. Although he could do it, he also needed materials. Where to find material these days? Jiang Chen continued. Even if you have the materials, it's still in vain. With so many foreign beasts, you can't stop them by virtue of the formation. And if you want to save the whole of Huaxia, unless you take out a treasure like the mountain river and Jigaku diagram out. Wang Qishui had a bitter look on his face. Where did he have this thing? That's a Nuwa magic treasure. He's still beyond the great Luo heaven. Not to mention going to borrow it. Even entering the immortal realm was not a qualification. Is there no other way? Nope. Then nowadays, we can only let our disciples cultivate so that we can protect the whole of Huaxia in the future. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He thought the same thing. As for within what formation? Unless an expert was sitting in attendance. Only then would they be able to set up a formation. And if they wanted to resist that foreign beast attack, they would need to be at least in the immortal realm. Don't be alarmed. It's just a foreign beast. You're no match. Just contact me directly and I'll step in. Thank you, Senpai. Wang Qishui turned around. Mantian. Master. In the future, you will be the Dean of the Immortal Cultivation Academy, responsible for recruiting graduating students and setting up a law enforcement team, so that in the event of an invasion of foreign beasts, you will immediately kill them. Zhang Mantian nodded his head. Master, I understand. It's a good thing that it's only the early stages. The aura recovery has only just begun. There's still time to train disciples. He then turned back, cupped his fists and said, Senior, farewell. Jiang Chen nodded his head. This old man's cultivation was not bad. Yuaning realm cultivation. To be able to cultivate to the Yuaning realm in the age of the end of Dharma was also a genius. Wang Qishui left, and Jiang Chen sat next to him drinking tea and watching the disciples coming and going. Oh my god. That's Delilah. She's a teacher in the hopscotch department. I want to join the hopscotch department. I'm going to. Humph. What harmony department? My generation. The first sword on the shore. First cut off the person of interest. The devil cultivator is my way. Devil cultivator, don't you want to become immortal? I heard that if you join the Dragon Tiger Mountain, you can become immortal. Cultivators like me, we only seek to have a clear mind, to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. The devil cultivator is the place to return to. What kind of Longhu mountain? I can't look at it. Let's go. Join the devil cultivators. The 10,000 soul streamer is where I belong. When Jiang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but look blank. How come people nowadays like demonic cultivators? Joining the Dragon Tiger Mountain. In the future, they will be able to kill demons and have a chance to ascend to the immortal throne. Even other clans have the chance to become immortal and attain the Tao. As for the devil's cultivator, chances are hard. You should know that in the immortal world most of them are Hierophant disciples, all belonging to the Taoist family, which can be said to have a background and ability, but the devil cultivator simply does not. Looking at the long line of demonic cultivators, Jiang Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth. Young people are very hostile. A young man excitedly said, Examly, I want to join the devil cultivator. Li Kuei nodded. Okay, fill in the information, age, sex, name, gender, but I have to say in advance that demon cultivators don't slaughter living beings, but rather have revenge. If you use the 10,000 soul streamer to do something stupid, you'll be a brother in the 10,000 soul streamer from now on. Understood. The young man was excited. Li Kuei looked at the disciples lined up behind him and shouted, Devil cultivators, fill out the form over here. Sister Dilly, is that harmony department a double cultivation? Diligent Bob blanked out. What double cultivation? That's a gong method. The acacia department is not a double cultivation gong method, but it's a yin and yang mingling, not a physical double cultivation. All cultivated and still thinking about this stuff. You're not fit. Next. The young man's face was stunned. Diligent was impatient. There are no male cultivators recruited here for the time being, only female cultivators are recruited. Male cultivators either go to the magic cultivation department or go to other departments. In short, the harmony department doesn't recruit male cultivators. Delilah was furious. These men really were. The haplosophy department was no place for a bimbo, wanting to get laid again and practicing. You've got to be kidding me. So sick of these people. Dilagaba looked at the motionless Guli Raza next to her and said, hurry up and write it up. Our harmony department doesn't recruit male cultivators. Guli Raza was confused. No male cultivators will be recruited. Then how can we cultivate in the future? You do not see these through the test. The mind is not normal. I am now a teacher. Temporarily do not recruit male cultivators. One by one are rushing to your body. Actually it's not impossible if you're handsome. Nymphomaniac. Hurry up and write it up. We'll practice on our own. Isn't it a double fix? You're not normal in the head either. It's not dual cultivation. To put it bluntly, it's the same as you going to school in college. Sitting together and practicing back to back. What's dual cultivation about that? Diligent glared. You're not normal either. Gularaza wrote on the side stand and immediately put up the sign. The Acacia department does not recruit male monks. The people in the back were confused. Asterisk. What's the situation? I passed with great difficulty, but it turns out that no male cultivators are accepted. This is clearly discrimination against us males. I want to protest. Is it still called the hopscotch department if it doesn't recruit men? Is it hard to be a female-female double? Forget it. I'll go with the demonic cultivator. The first sword on the shore. First cut off the person of interest. The flesh will only hinder our cultivation. Grass. If you put it that way, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to just go straight to self-circumcision? I don't have to, but I can't live without it. It's a matter of principle. One by one, they are leaving the Hapkido department. Jiang Chen looked at the operation of Dili Hatpa, and his expression was black. All women. How do you practice? Yin and yang mingling. Yin and yang alternating cultivation is faster, and cultivation alone will be slower, much slower than other departments. And at that moment, a female wearing a white hanbok entered it and placed one hand on that test stone, only to see that test stone instantly emit a golden light. The light was as dazzling as the sun, and the crowd could not open their eyes. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. People from the Buddhist sect had also come? This woman is. Chapter 118 Dharma Body of the Buddhist Goddess of Mercy. Everyone else looked at the woman in fascination. Who is this person? So powerful. I feel that her cultivation is not simple. Oh my god. A golden glow. What class is this? Isn't purple the highest level? And gold? Maybe she's hiding the big guy. Longhu Mountain Zhang Yangyun frowned. That magic power is monstrous. Much higher than his cultivation. It is not at all like to come to learn. Could it be that he came to pick a fight? Zhang Mantian walked over to Jiang Chen and whispered. Senior, that woman has a Buddhist light on her. She seems to be from the Buddhist sect. Jiang Chen nodded. She is one of the Buddhists. What to do? You ask. I'm going? Elder doesn't go? She's only qualified to see me when her real body comes. Her Dharma body is not qualified. Just go and ask her what she wants. Jiang Chen sipped his tea, full of concern. Zhang Mantian was confused. Dharma body? Zhang Mantian hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. What are you afraid of? There is Senior Jiang backing it up. Zhang Mantian cupped his fists and said, is this lady here to enroll? Amitba Buddha. The poor nun is here to open a dojo. A Buddhist? Exactly. Get her over here. Zhang Mantian stepped aside. This way please. The woman walked towards Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. Jiang Chen, long time no see. Who is this person? And how does he still know Senior Jiang? Those who can recognize Senior Jiang must be a big shot. It looks like they know each other pretty well. Opening a dojo. What is this faculty again? Idiot, didn't you hear her open her mouth as Amitba? That must be a Buddhist. How is it that there are still women in the Buddhist sect? Who says there are no more women in the Buddhist sect? Isn't the Goddess of Mercy? Jiang Chen put down his teacup and looked at the woman, responding lightly with, and that old man Rulai sent you down? I wonder if Miaoshan could open a Buddhist department. Here? Could be. Thanks a lot. Miaoshan looked at the venue and found a corner, followed by a few people standing around her, only to see a wave of her mana, changing a few tables in front of her. On it hangs, the word Buddha. Immediately, it attracted a lot of people to find out what was going on. Zhang Mantian walked over to Jiang Chen's side and inquired in a low voice. Senior Jiang, who is that person? Wonderful goodness. Whose mythos? It's also just the Dharma body of the goddess of mercy. How come the Buddhist sect has joined in? The aura is reviving. They had to come down and compete for disciples. Rulai the old man. I still have to give him face. Let her start the Buddha system. Jiang Chen said carelessly. But we are disciples of the Tao sect. Senior Jiang is also a disciple of the Tao sect. Zhang Mantian was very dissatisfied. The Cultivation Academy opened by the disciples of the Tao sect. How come the Buddhist sect also came to intervene? Jiang Chen laughed. Who said I'm a Taoist disciple? I'm not used to seeing Taoist disciples. And I'm not used to seeing Buddhist disciples. I'm a demonic cultivator. You have the ability to drive her out. But I have to remind you, although she is not the original body, it is the Dharma body. You are not a rival. Don't look at the Buddhists smiling and laughing. If you really move, but not soft. Zhang Mantian speechless. This ing. Let's just forget about it. Goddess of Mercy's Dharma body. Is that something he can move? But then again, how is Goddess of Mercy a woman? Zhang Mantian whispered. How did she get down to the realm? Didn't I tell you that it's a Dharma body? It's a detachment condensed by Dharma power. I know what you're worried about. In the future, after the revival of the aura, the barriers between the mortal world and the immortal world will become thinner and thinner. When the time comes, you invite the immortals to come up to you, and even more so, you are instructed by the immortals. At a later stage, even insta coming down is possible. That old man Rulai, he must have used great power to open the spacetime channel and let the Dharma body come down and recruit disciples. Your mission is to guard Huaxia. Although you are a disciple of the arrival sect, you don't have to care about this. It's fine to let her recruit disciples. The Buddhist sect also has a way of practicing. Understood. Zhang Mantian stopped asking. And at this time, many people went to the Buddhist sect to ask. Anyway, it is cultivating immortality. It is the same to become an immortal and become a Buddha. Miao Shan laughed. I, Venerable Miao Shan, am a Dharma body of Guanyin. And this time when the aura is revived, it is only natural for my Buddhist sect to guard the whole of China and defend the territory. The Taoist sect has a method of cultivation, as does my Buddhist sect. If one cultivates to become a Buddha, one can even ask the Buddha of the upper realm to come up and give him guidance. The people next to him got excited when they heard this. Oh my God, it's the Goddess of Mercy Dharma. I want to join the Buddhist sect. I want to join the Buddhist sect as well. This Buddha's light makes me unable to open my eyes. It must be very powerful. All in line. All in line. My first. I second. The rest of the Taoist disciples were instantly unsettled. There came a big brother or the Bodhisattva Guanyin's Dharma body, originally joined the Taoist disciples, and now became hesitant. Cultivating immortality and Buddhism are all the same to them, and if they have a chance to become immortal and Buddha, they don't care if it's a Buddhist sect or a Taoist sect. Anyway, it's fine to go to the immortal world. It's no wonder that the Taoist sect was inferior to the Buddhist sect in the end of its development. Time passes quickly. Zhang Mantian looked at the information. The Devil Cultivation Department was the most numerous, with 300. The Buddhist department was second, with more than 200 disciples, and the rest was the Dragon and Tiger department. As for the Acacia line, they were all ing women, only 30 of them. Inside the classroom, Li Kuei held the 100-soul streamer, and with a wave of his hand, countless souls came out of the 100-soul streamer, and the 300 or so students were not only not afraid, but instead were somewhat excited. You're a devil cultivator, and you're still afraid of ghosts? Play with it, Li Kuei said. Our demonic cultivation is not the same as other lineages. We are absorbing ghost chi, which is also known as soul cultivation. The more chi we have, the faster we can cultivate. I will pass on your cultivation methods, and once you comprehend them, you will immediately be able to build your foundations. To tell you the truth, the Cultivation Academy still has over 1,000 pills. Whoever advances to the chi refining realm will receive one for free. First come, first served. Outdated. When you cultivate to the foundation establishment realm, you will be able to refine the 100-soul streamer. After the recovery of the aura, the otherworldly spatial barriers will disappear, and at that time ghosts and monsters will run rampant. Do you know what you should do? The crowd was all excited, so needless to say, it was natural to catch ghosts. All sit down. I'll pass on your cultivation methods. After obtaining the cultivation method, Li Kuei had already advanced to the foundation establishment realm 2 and D level of, and with the 100-soul streamer, he was cultivating very fast, while the disciple in front of him had only just begun his cultivation. And in the Acacia department, another scene, unified with female cadets, standing one by one inside the classroom. Diligence also teaches the practice of cultivation. After she practiced last night, she felt that her speed was very slow, which was a completely different concept from practicing with Jiang Chen. Diligence said, I'll pass on your cultivation methods. Listen up, all of you. When the time comes, I will go back and ask my benefactor to come and help you cultivate. Who is the benefactor? A female cadet inquired. Elder Jiang. The crowd gasped. Senior Jiang? That's great. Does that mean double cultivation with Senior Jiang? What are you talking about? It's not dual cultivation. It's proper kung fu. Don't think bad thoughts. Great. I really didn't pick the wrong place. Chapter 119. Ghost King Yuchi Luo applied for teacher job. Diligent is teaching kung fu. Suddenly, a young woman said, Sister Dilly, is there that kind of merit of picking up yang and replenishing yin? Delilah was shocked to hear this. Nice guy. What a great guy. What are you trying to do? Become a demonic monk? The rest of the class looked at her in unison with shocked faces. What are you trying to do? And picking up yang for yin? You're crazy. Why don't you just go pick on Elder Jiang? I guess I'll slap you to death. Dirigiba coughed. I won't hide it from you guys. The ones we learned are all proper techniques. We don't have that kind of technique. But Senior Jiang might know about it. But he definitely won't pass it on to us. Alright, don't think too much. Cultivate well. The aura recovery is coming. In the future we have to cultivate more. Guard the whole of China. And in the future there will be a chance to enter the immortal realm yet. The woman opened her mouth, startling Delilah. At this time, Jiang Chen was sitting on a chair. The entire academy was within his control, and he was shocked when he heard a female student from the Acacia department say something about harvesting yang to replenish yin. What kind of people are these? Are women so unapologetic now? Harvesting the yang to make up for the yin? This is a evil school of kung fu. In the ancient times, Jiang Chen has not seen no practitioners, but they are all decent people. How come there are so many devil practitioners now, and also picking the yang to make up for the yin? Why don't you say picking the yin to make up for the yang? Jiang Chen shook his head. What was wrong with this society now? Just then, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and sensed the arrival of a powerful person. At this time, a woman wearing a red dress and a red hat looking about 18 years old appeared at the entrance of the Cultivation Immortal Academy. She had a slim figure, fair skin, and slender fingers that were as soft as white jade, even more so with a pair of red shoes. Just in time to meet Zhang Mantian. At this time, Zhang Mantian stepped forward and surveyed. Has the girl just arrived? The woman in red nodded. That's just right. The Immortal Cultivation Academy just started today. I wonder which faculty you chose. The woman in red smiled. Which faculties are all there? The 12 sects of Taoism. In addition to these, there is also the Buddhist lineage, the Devil Cultivation lineage, and the Harmony lineage. I wonder how talented the girl is. Zhang Mantian asked. If it is good, naturally go to the Taoist lineage. And the 12 lineages of Taoism are orthodox. I'm applying for a job as a teacher. Zhang Mantian exclaimed in shock that when the Immortal Cultivation Academy opened, it was all about coming to be a disciple, and there was someone else who came to apply for the job of a teacher. So she must have been a cultivator hiding in the mountains and forests and practicing hard. The aura recovery has only just begun and people are coming to join them? Huaxia is a vast land. His master Wang Qishui even lived for hundreds of years. In addition to him, there must be other old antiquities hidden in the deep mountains to cultivate. Closed-door hard training. Now that the aura was revived, they naturally felt it. Zhang Mantian looked at the woman in red. I wonder how you call yourself. You Erica. Zhang Mantian pondered for a moment. He had not heard of this name, thinking that it should be a senior who practiced hard. Zhang Mantian asked, what is the cultivation level of the Taoist friend? Yuaning realm. Zhang Mantian stepped back in fear with an incredulous look on his face. Yuaning realm. This is ing taller than me? This. Zhang Mantian had a headache. He was the dean of the Immortal Cultivation Academy, and his strength was only at the Foundation Establishment realm, and he had just been promoted to the Foundation Establishment realm, so he was begging for such a teacher. But can it overpower this woman? Never mind. It shouldn't be a problem with Senior Jiang. I turned out to be a Taoist priest too. In that case, you may enter the Dragon Tiger system. The Dragon Tiger Mountain is an orthodox Taoist, and it is not impossible to ascend to the immortal realm at that time. No. Is the Hapkido department still short of teachers? It's missing every single faculty. Then it's the Acacia department. I like it there. Yuchi Luo's mouth smiled, and that smile was very charming. She had just come out of the netherworld and perceived that there was a strong aura here. It was naturally good to have an aura, and having an aura meant that there were masters. She is the king of ghosts, wanted by the king of hell in the netherworld, and happens to be looking for men with cultivation on earth, sucking each other's yang qi to enhance their cultivation. And the Immortal Cultivation Academy was her goal, such as Zhang Mantian in front of her, although he was a bit older, but he still had yang qi, much better than ordinary people. So, Yuchi Luo then prepared to become a teacher at the Immortal Cultivation Academy and waited for an opportunity to act. As for being a disciple, dogs don't even do that. Zhang Mantian nodded. Can you show your cultivation? Yuqi Luo's eyes were disdainful and released her mana. Zhang Mantian was forced to take a dozen steps back. After Yuqi Luo withdrew her mana, Zhang Mantian was relieved. Indeed, it is a high person. This cultivation, simply the same as the master. You have no problem being a teacher, let alone a dean. Zhang Mantian clasped his hands together and respectfully said, please follow me. Yuqi Luo nodded her head and followed behind Zhang Mantian. Looking at the many disciples of the Dao sect, the corner of her mouth smiled. She had indeed come to the right place. These disciples all had cultivation. There are also students whose cultivation grows after they learn the Taoist arts. This place is a natural treasure trove. Keep it slowly and enjoy it later. Thinking of this, Yuqi Luo's mouth corners for a day, looking at those disciples as if they were food. Zhang Mantian introduced. Senior, my name is Zhang Mantian. I'm the dean here. I'll introduce you to the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Yuqi Luo nodded, mocking in her heart. How can a mere foundation establishment realm be the dean? It's just pathetically weak. Yuqi Luo didn't even listen to what he was saying and followed behind Zhang Mantian, heading to the harmony department. Just walking to the door, I heard the discussion of picking yang and replenishing yin coming from inside. At once Zhang Mantian's face was dark. What kind of people are these? So that you can learn decent gongfu, and then you guys come along and pick up the yin to make up for the yang? Zhang Mantian smiled awkwardly. I'll let senior you laugh. The Immortal Cultivation Academy has only just been established and hasn't set up any rules yet, and they're also new to the area. Yuqi Luo nodded. She didn't care. Taking the yang and replenishing the yin, isn't that what she's talking about? It would be a good time to teach them how to pick up the yang and replenish the yin. Elder Jiang. Yuqi Luo slightly tilted her head up. Where her gaze reached, a man was slowly walking towards her head-on. The man's white hair fluttered gently with the wind. It was expected to be a bad old man over the age of old. When the line of sight gradually drew closer and saw his face clearly, Yuqi Luo couldn't help but secretly marvel. The man's face was like that of a youthful 18-year-old, with fair skin, long and clear eyebrows, deep eyes, and slightly upturned lips, revealing a smile if nothing else. The contours of his face are well-defined, and he has a handsome and extraordinary temperament, which can be called a man of absolute beauty. Yuqi Luo exclaimed, this man is so handsome. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and looked at Yuqi Luo. The little lowly, Zhang Mantian introduced, Elder Jiang. This one has come to apply for the job as a teacher. Her name is Yuqi Luo. Yuqi Luo extended her right hand and smiled. Yuqi Luo. Jiang Chen smiled and turned to leave. Yuqi Luo was confused. What do you mean? Look down on me. Even though you're handsome, I'll swallow you sooner or later. Yuqi Luo was angry. The other party was obviously looking down on her and refused to even shake her hand. Zhang Mantian laughed. Miss you. All Jiang seniors are like this. Don't mind. Don't worry. I won't mind. Yuqi Luo clenched her small fists and looked at Jiang Chen's back, and snorted coldly in her heart. Very elegant young man. Sooner or later, I'll make you fall in love with me, and then I'll devour your cultivation. Kid, you're dead. Chapter 120 Yuqi Luo's Little Heart. Jiang Chen's heart was greatly determined. He met with Yuqi Luo just to see what kind of character it was. The other party was a ghost cultivator with a ghostly aura that filled his body. Zhang Mantian couldn't see it. But what kind of person was Jiang Chen? He could tell at a glance that he wasn't human. Where did this little girl come from? The underworld? Or is it a ghost practitioner hiding in the human world? After the revival of the aura, everyone comes, even the Dharma body of the goddess of mercy. What else can't come? Forget it, as long as you don't do anything excessive. Jiang Chen didn't care. Not to mention ghost cultivators. Even if the king of hell came, he would have to kneel. Knock knock. The crowd looked at the doorway as Zhang Mantian brought Yuqi Luo inside the room. Zhang Mantian said, this one is here to apply for the job as a teacher. In the future she will follow you as well and teach the students the Tao. Her name is Yuqi Luo. The crowd looked at Yuqi Luo. At the same time the heart was amazed. Elaine Yu. Which Elaine Yu? But how is that possible? Maybe it's a coincidence. Delilah was overjoyed. She was also a first-time teacher and didn't know how to teach her students. And now that there was a new teacher, it was even better. Dirigiba. Delilah held out her right hand. Yuqi Luo glanced over. Yuqi Luo. Zhang Mantian nodded. I'll leave first. Senior Yu. As for the salary, I will discuss with Senior Jiang and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Yuqi Luo nodded her head. She didn't care about this. She came here for the purpose of extracting yang and replenishing yin. As for money, she couldn't even look at it. Wait until Zhang Mantian leaves. Yuqi Luo looked at the crowd. I used to be a Taoist priest as well. Just now one of my classmates said that he wanted to learn the Taoist method of picking yang and replenishing yin, isn't it? Just so happens that I can do this. Delilah was dumbfounded. What? You really teach? Numerous students were also confused and didn't know how to answer. Harvesting the yang to make up for the yin? This is a devilish technique. If they do this, will they still be able to hang around here? The student who raised the question earlier was just trying to ask. Yu Chi Luo said. Why? Don't you guys want to learn it? I can teach you. Aura recovery era. In the future there will be more and more auras. Not only do I have yang picking and yin replenishing technique, but I also have the ability to absorb ghosts to increase my strength. You, Miss You, then why don't you go to the Devil Cultivation Department? The Devil Cultivation Department cultivates the 10,000 soul streamer. They are devil cultivators. The 10,000 soul streamer. That's a magic treasure. They are relying on the power of the yin souls to raise their cultivation. Just like raising pigs, extracting the blood from the yin souls to cultivate. And unlike me, we are directly absorbing the power of the yin soul. With the revival of aura, the door between the ghost world and the human world will be open at any time. And in the future there will be even more evil ghosts entering it. So if you want to improve your strength as soon as possible, ordinary cultivation simply won't do. I was once a cultivator as well, and it took me decades to cultivate to the Jindan realm. Like you guys, it would take at least a couple decades. Think about it, when you're all 70 years old in a few decades, walking like rotten wood, will you still have a chance to advance in your cultivation? Delilah hesitated for a moment, but isn't that evil? Yu Chi Luo looked at Diligent, and coldly said, what is evil and what is righteous is just a sentence. You have good talent. If you don't have the auxiliary elixir, it will take a few decades before you can advance to the Jindan realm. And what happens after that? Are you prepared to wait for death? Diligence is silent. Practicing for decades before the Jindan realm? Isn't the aura reviving now? It should be quick. He was just an ordinary person the day before yesterday, and now he's already built his foundation. But on second thought, she's 34 years old, so if it's been a couple decades, wouldn't that make her 70 or 80? Yu Chi Luo added. If you study with me, you will stay young forever. I have been cultivating for hundreds of years. Can I ever have an aging face? The crowd was amazed, seeing Yu Chi Luo model, with fair skin and ageless appearance. And that slender jade hand is simply too beautiful. Isn't this what they want? I do. I'm also willing to follow Mr. Yu's example of agelessness and eternal youth. I'd love to. Teacher, from now on we'll all learn from you. The group of girls were very excited. Delilah's heart is in the right place. That girl does not want to be like this. The face does not age. Eternal youth. Even if it is an evil cultivator. So what? Who stipulates that you cannot become an evil cultivator? There is still a magic cultivation department next door. People still refine the 10,000 soul streamer. Isn't that worse than them? A girl excitedly said, Teacher Yu, how many years have you been cultivating? Hundreds of years. Oh my god. Live forever. Like Senior Jiang, he also lives forever. He is also eternally youthful, but his hair has turned a little whiter. What do you know? It looks better when it's whiter. Yes, white is better. More sassy. Yu Chi Luo's heart moved. The Senior Jiang they were talking about must be the white-haired kid just now. I didn't expect him to cultivate for hundreds of years, just like me. Then his magic power must be very high. Thinking of this, Yu Chi Luo's mouth smiled. It's great. I just came out and met the baby. Find an opportunity to approach him, and with my looks he'll take the bait. He'll be dead by then. Zhang Mantian stood behind Jiang Chen. Elder Jiang. What exactly is that Yu Chi Luo? Why do I feel that she has a yin chi on her? She is a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivator? She's a ghost? Zhang Mantian was shocked and turned his head to look out the window. This is a ghost in broad daylight. How did she dare to come out in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of dying in the sun? Jiang Chen laughed. Why are you so surprised? She's a ghost. Come on. People have their ways. Ghosts have their ways. It's all the same. There's no big problem with having her as a teacher. That's not even a big problem. The demonic cultivation department is the one that catches the shadowy souls. They wouldn't dare. Don't worry about it. If she goes out of her way, I'll naturally step in. With the revival of the aura, any demon or devil will show up. Even the otherworldly magical beasts have appeared. The appearance of a ghost king is nothing to worry about. It's just the appearance of a ghost king. What a fuss. So she teaches disciples, doesn't she? It's okay. She's right. Although the aura is revived, it's a process. It's not like the aura fills up in a matter of moments. To become a Buddha and an immortal requires special means. He wasn't interested in what Kung Fu Yu Chi Luo was passing on. Even the Ghost King has appeared, and more will appear in the future. Having seen all kinds of demons and ghosts, Jiang Chen didn't care. Zhang Mantian heard this. The heart sighed. He is the director of the Immortal Cultivation College. Even the teacher is not as good as. How to arrange this in the future? Jiang Chen seemed to have read Zhang Montian's mind and took out a gourd, pouring out a few pills. This is taken from the Elder Lord of the Heavens. It can increase your mana for 100 years. After you refine it, you should be able to advance to the Jindan realm. Zhang Mantian was overjoyed. Many thanks, Senior. Go practice. Yes. Zhang Mantian turned around and left happily, not realizing that he had this kind of opportunity. Jiang Chen looked out the window. Even the Ghost King is out. The barrier is getting weaker. That Yuqi Luo seems to have bad intentions. Chapter 121. Zhang Lingling worshipped Yuqi Luo. Yuqi Luo walked out of the classroom and saw a little girl walking towards her. She was surprised in her heart. This little girl was actually in the foundation establishment realm as well. How old was she before she could cultivate? Cultivation is good, so it's possible to take on a disciple. Yuqi Luo blocked Zhang Lingling's way. Zhang Lingling looked up at Yuqi Luo and said in a milky voice, "Sister, are you from the Acacia lineage too? I'm the new teacher in the Acacia department." New teacher? Yeah. What's your name? Ginger Ling Ling. Nice name. Are you from the Acacia line? Zhang Lingling shook her head. I'm not from the Harmony department. My cauldron doesn't want me to join the Harmony department. Yuqi Luo smiled. Your big brother. He doesn't understand. The Acacia department is more powerful than all other departments. I see that your cultivation is good. How about being my disciple? Zhang Lingling blinked and cocked her head. Are you as good as my cauldron? Who is your big brother? Teacher Yu. Big brother Ling Ling is Senior Jiang. Yuqi Luo thought of it. Is that white-haired young man? Very lonely, that one cultivator. The original this little sister is his sister. That's just right. If we take this little girl, we won't be able to get close to that kid. This brat dares to ignore me. Yuqi Luo. Yuqi Luo's eyes rolled. Little sister, how about following me to cultivate? You'll have to talk to my cauldron. Okay, will you take me to your big brother? Zhang Lingling nodded her head. Good. Sister, you're so pretty. Why don't you be my sister-in-law? My cauldron is handsome. I'll introduce you to my cauldron. Zhang Lingling had always felt that Jiang Chen was alone and wanted to find one for him. She had originally wanted to find a star. Stars were beautiful and all rich. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen couldn't look at it, but now the woman in red in front of him was very pretty. Prettier than the stars, just right for Jiang Chen. Zhang Lingling is a small child with a lot of small minds. Yuqi Luo laughed. Your elder brother is single? Yeah, he's a single dog. But my cauldron's vision is a bit high. Stars can't even look at him. I don't know if he can look at you. Zhang Lingling was worried. You take me to him? Feelings can be cultivated. He's very handsome. I'm all for getting in touch with him. Yuqi Luo looked at the Lingling model and laughed. This little girl is his sister, just so she can get close to him. Elder Kong? You've been practicing for decades. Do you really think you're a senior? When the time comes to absorb the mana from him, my cultivation will be even higher. Even breaking through the Yuaning and advancing to the God transformation realm is possible. Thinking of this, Yuqi Luo licked the corners of her mouth, as if she was already 10 times more certain. When Zhang Lingling heard this, she was very happy. I'll take you to see him. Go, but don't you tell him. Why? The matter of feelings cannot be said. If you tell him, he will definitely resist in his heart, where he is in the future. You tell me. I will go to approach him. Slowly cultivate feelings. You have to know that feelings are cultivated. Zhang Lingling seems to understand, where she understands this, but thought of her parents together for many years to love each other. Maybe it is just time to slowly cultivate feelings. Zhang Lingling nodded. I'll create opportunities for you. Yuqi Luo laughed. This silly girl, wait for my big brother to fall in love with me. Wait for me to get tired of playing with him, and then devour him. That kid dares to ignore me. No one dares to ignore me. Yuqi Luo. Follow Kong Ling Ling and head to another place. It was a small farmhouse. It was in the deepest part of the Immortal Cultivation Academy, and it was also a place that Zhang Mantian had deliberately set up. Jiang Chen sat on a stool, leisurely basking in the sun. He didn't care in the slightest about Yuaning Realm Ghost King like Yuqi Luo, as long as he didn't make any trouble. What kind of Ghost King is nothing more than a molehill existence? Even the Goddess of Mercy's Dharma body, he is not in his eyes, let alone the Ghost King. Not even a ghost immortal. Cauldron. Jiang Chen heard it from a distance and opened his eyes. Where did you go to play? Didn't I tell you to cultivate? There was nothing he could do about Zhang Lingling. Let her practice. All she has in mind is to play. But think about it, the little girl should be carefree play. Wait until the age of natural understanding. Now so small. Jiang Chen did not care about her. Solely let her play. Zhang Lingling said in a milky voice. Cauldron. This is the new Acacia department teacher. Sister Yu. Jiang Chen looked at it and did not get up, but nodded. Yu Qi Luo was annoyed in her heart. What kind of look was this? Could it be that you think that people call you Jiang Senior? You dare to get carried away in front of me. Brat! You already have a way to take death. See if I do not ruthlessly pinch you. Yu Qi Luo eyes a smile. She has peach blossom eyes. Belong to the dog sea. Can freeze 3 seconds kind of eyes? If the cultivation of deeper people can even seduce the soul. I wonder what to call it. My cauldron name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Lingling said in a milky voice. Looking at Jiang Chen still sitting, he was dissatisfied in his heart and had a reproachful face. Cauldron. People are here. Why don't you greet them? Make some tea. Drink a cup of coffee or something. Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. Stinky girl. I poured tea for her? You think she's the supreme being? Ginger Chen, I'm not used to drinking that stuff, but people like to drink it. And you're really like a slob. You don't move a muscle. Jiang Chen White. Stinky girl, you are not my offspring. You have long thrown you out. Every day in my ear twitter. Jiang Chen laughed. Miss you. Have a seat. Thanks, brother Jiang. Yu Qiluo's heart is very strange. Why this young man did not react at all. Her appearance can be said to be amazing. In conjunction with the peach blossom eyes to cultivate the evil arts. Even if a person in the cultivation of Taoism to see, but also have to heartbeat accelerated. But Yu Qi Luo couldn't feel any of this at all. It's good. It's very set in stone. Unlike the others. It's more challenging that way. At this point Yu Qi Luo was getting more and more expectant. Yu Qi Luo was originally a Taoist priest, or a highly gifted one, and when she reached the age of 40, she committed suicide in order to maintain her looks and raw figure, and specialized in the ghost road. It is even in the hell. Absorbing in souls to enhance its strength, and it is also a big name existing in the hell. She met an unknown number of people, whether they were Taoist priests, or ordinary people, incomparable to her heart, especially after practicing evil magic, but also let others' evil thoughts sprout. For ordinary men, he could not look at them, no matter how handsome they were. They all died tragically at her hands. Jiang Chen, however, was unmoved, and this tickled her good nature. Jiang Lingling laughed. I'll make coffee for you guys and wait. Ginger Ling Ling bumped her ass and ran towards the house. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Qi Luo and said, where did the girl come from? After practicing hard in the mountains and sensing the revival of aura, I came out to see the world. So it is. I wonder where Big Brother Jiang is practicing. Same as you. Then what is Big Brother John's strength? Guess. Jiang Chen smiled thoughtfully. Yu Qi Luo's heart is very dissatisfied. Brat. Fooling around in front of me. When you fall in love with me, see if I don't torture you properly. I like to see your heart broken. Yu Qi Luo felt excited just thinking about it. Coffee is here. Chapter 122 Yu Qi Luo buys clothes. Is this a thong? John Lingling came out with the coffee and put it on the table. Yu Qi Luo said, I see that Ling Ling is very talented. I wish to take her as a disciple. I wonder what Brother Jiang thinks. John Lingling nodded. Cauldron. In the future, how about I cultivate with Sister Yua? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Lingling and nodded. As you wish. Jiang Chen didn't mind and let Yu Qi Luo teach her. This girl knows to play. It is good to have someone to control. As for what evil arts, he does not care. He is not a person of the righteous path. Just the opposite. He is still in the category of evil. It's even more terrifying than evil. Jiang Lingling was overjoyed. In the future, sister, you will live here. Isn't there an empty room here? How about staying with us? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. That's fine. I'll learn from Miss Yu in the future. Great. Sister Yu, we'll live here from now on. Jiang Lingling walked over to Yu Qi Luo's side, her face full of excitement. Then thank you, Big Brother Jiang. Sister Yu, do you have something? It's the only outfit I have. Let me cauldron buy it for you. I don't have any money. Jiang Chen came to the rescue. You want me to buy him clothes? Bitch, you're turning your arm out. I'll buy it for your sister-in-law. Hot cheapskate. Jiang Chen, straight face. Let's go. Sister Yu, I'll take you to buy clothes. Good. The two left the courtyard. Yu Qilua looked back. The heart is very bad taste. I do not know how many people want to keep her. The results come to a sentence. I have no money. This kid must be so handsome that he doesn't look anyone in the eye. Or do you mean pretentious and reserved? Walking out of the courtyard, Jiang Lingling stopped her steps. I should let Cauldron take us there before we go off. He will fly with a sword. I won no harm done. I'll take you. How to get to? Yu Qi Luo grabbed Jiang Lingling's arm and rose into the air, flying towards the town. Jiang Lingling said excitedly, Teacher, you can fly. Just call me sister from now on. Sis, how did you fly? You can fly when you reach a certain level. My Cauldron can't. He has to use a magic treasure to fly. You are definitely more powerful than my cauldron. Yuchi Luo heartily laughed. So it wasn't the Yuan-ing realm. It was only a Jindan realm cultivation. It is estimated that he is practicing a kind of hidden technique, so that I cannot know what realm he is, pretending to be an expert. It is really laughable. A district of Jindan realm also dare to be reckless in front of me. Hearing Jiang Lingling's words, Yuchi Luo then roughly guessed Jiang Chen's realm. To the city. Entering the women's clothing store, Jiang Lingling pulled out her cell phone. Sister, what do you want to buy? I'll just pay for it. I'm very rich. Dress beautifully. My cauldron will definitely like you. Are you so intent on setting me up with your big brother? Yeah, he's lonely and alone. I just want cauldron to marry you and have more babies in the future, so I can have a brother Yuchi Luo smiled. This girl, too cute. Enter the women's clothing store. I picked up a thong and wondered what the hell it was. Are these pants? Doesn't look like it. Jiang Lingling was blindfolded and didn't dare to look down. The clerk walked up and smiled. Miss, this is the latest model. What is this? The shopgirl froze. It's certainly wearable. This one strap. How do I wear it? That one is a thong It's just worn. The shopgirl said, pointing to her lower back. Yuchi Luo was numb and had a stunned look on her face. This? What kind of society is this? Can I wear this? Yuchi Luo has been practicing for hundreds of years. Where have I seen this kind of stuff? Can this be worn? It's all leaked out. Yuchi Luo put it down and looked at the top of the peripheral hanger. What kind of pants are these again? Triangular. Why are they still transparent? Doesn't the average person get cold wearing them? Jiang Lingling said, this will do. Very good or black. My mom wears red. All bought it. Yuchi Luo exclaimed. Your mom wears it too. Yeah, that's what my mom wears. And I wear it too. But I wear it differently. Yuchi Luo was speechless. Is this all the rage in society now? Even though she was a ghost king, her face not only blushed at the sight of this thing, but the point was, could this thing be worn? Jiang Lingling, sister, you sure look good in red. Yuchi Luo picked up the red one, and the pattern was quite nice to the point. But this is too much of that. Thinking about it, since everyone is pierced, it's not impossible to keep up with the times. 2 red ones, then, choose a few more. Take the red, black, and white ones. I have money. Don't be afraid. Yuchi Luo couldn't help but cry and laugh. I am not afraid Jiang Lingling, by the way. Sister, how big a bra do you wear Can't buy it too big. Can't buy it too small. Yuchi Luo looked at the direction of Jiang Lingling's finger. Yuchi Luo, straight face. Yuchi Luo looked at the girl who entered the store. Black pants. Why is there a hole? This thigh root is showing. And that chest. Are they all playing like this now? Does it mean that this is what the young people are wearing now? Yuchi Luo stood in front of the mirror, a red outer robe, and suddenly felt that he was very earthy. No wonder that Jiang Chen didn't dare to be interested in me. I guess it was the wrong clothes. Yuchi Luo's worldview collapsed. In ancient times, there is no such thing as wearing the street. Are inside 3 layers, outside 3 layers wrapped together. Is there such a dress? The clerk looked at the clothes Yuchi Luo was wearing. Cheongsam? I'm sorry, we only have this next door. We're a lingerie store here. Do you want more of these? Girl? 2, all bought. I have plenty of money. Jiang Lingling, a face of arrogance, said that he is not bad money. This is his sister-in-law in the future. Must be generous. The clerk smiled. The girl was so cute. Pack it up and sweep it up. The deal is done. Jiang Lingling held Yuchi Luo's limp hand and walked to the left. Sister, don't be afraid. I have money. Buy whatever you see. Okay, my sister will pay you back later. No, you'll be my sister-in-law from now on. Yuchi Luo smiled and did not say anything. Enter the Flagstaff store. Yuchi Luo was finally in a better mood. This thing was better than the original. A little thinner, but how it was opened was beyond her understanding. The top was okay, at least it didn't leak out. Several dresses were chosen. Jiang Lingling was quick to pay. Go. No, there are still shoes. Shoes must also be purchased. Look at your boots. Why are they cloth shoes? This is very inconsistent with your status. Yuchi Luo looked at her own shoes and then looked at the other shoes. It's so high. So high. Is this thing comfortable to wear? Okay, then go to the shoe store. After going to the shoe store, Yuchi Luo changed her clothes and looked in the mirror. The same red Cheongsam looked extraordinarily different. Jiang Lingling excitedly said, this will look much better. My cauldron will surely like. Women to have temperament. Have temperament will attract boys like. This temperament does not come up it. Girl, you know a lot. That's for sure. If only you could dance. Dance. I can. No, I'm talking about pole dancing.